Volume 4. The Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 496. The Truth and the Falsehoods. It is no wonder that a spiritual spring has been established here. It is, after all, intended to nourish this soul-raising tree. I desire the essence of the millennium, yet I am equally intrigued by this soul-nurturing wood. Han Li remarked leisurely as he gazed at Yuan Yao. Upon hearing his words, Yuan Yao's expression turned icy in an instant. Rest assured, after years of nurturing, this tree must be quite substantial. I require merely a small segment of the root. I shall not compete with Miss Yuan for the vital trunk. Han Li added with a slight smile upon witnessing her reaction. Only the root. Yuan Yao was momentarily taken aback, her demeanor softening, though a hint of skepticism lingered in her beautiful eyes. Of course, as compensation, I still wish to obtain the millennium essence that Miss Yuan previously promised. Han Li asserted with a serious countenance. He, you are quite the schemer, Taoist Han. Surely, many sects would be willing to pay a handsome sum to acquire the root of the soul-raising tree from you. Nevertheless, I have consented to this matter, Yuan Yao said with a playful smile, as if she had discerned Han Li's true intentions. This revelation seemed to assuage her concerns. Han Li offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Very well, let us break the formation. I will first share some insights on dismantling it, Yuan Yao said cheerfully, appearing even more eager than Han Li himself. Hold on a moment. Do you not wish to take this spiritual spring with you, Miss Yuan? Han Li inquired, gesturing towards the pool with a playful smile. Are you jesting, Taoist Han? This spiritual spring has long been bound to the master of the Void Heaven Palace through profound restrictions in the entire inner hall. If I possessed such formidable powers, I would have directly claimed the Void Heaven Cauldron instead of lingering here, she retorted with a playful pout. Hearing this, Han Li displayed a flicker of disappointment, but then he chuckled softly to himself. It seemed he had grown rather greedy, immediately contemplating possession of treasures upon sight. Such thoughts were ill-fated. He did not wish to meet a tragic end like those who perish for wealth or food. Having reminded himself of this, Han Li resolved not to mention the matter again, instead stating gravely, Miss Yuan, please hand me the essence first, and then we shall discuss the formation. Together, we shall surely dismantle it within 2 or 3 days. Yuan Yao beamed at him in response, her beauty radiant and enchanting. 2 days later, a flash of white light shimmered across the sea, several dozen miles from the Void Heaven Palace. In an instant, the figures of a man and a woman appeared amidst the brilliance. The man possessed an unremarkable appearance, save for his unusually clear eyes. In contrast, the woman was tall and captivating, her enchanting gaze hinting at boundless charm. Upon their emergence above the sea, both scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Sensing no other cultivators nearby, they visibly relaxed. They were none other than Han Li and Yuan Yao, who had just escaped from the formation in the secret chamber. It seemed that the others remained trapped within the Void Heaven Palace, unable to exit until the designated time elapsed. Yuan Yao glanced towards the direction of the Void Heaven Cauldron, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. The ancient beings in the nascent soul stage, will they, like us, be transported away after acquiring treasures? Han Li, however, did not let his guard down, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Rest assured, the location where we are transported after taking the treasure is random. It could be near the Void Sky Palace, or it might be hundreds of miles away. It is impossible for anyone to simultaneously monitor such a vast area, Yuan Yao casually remarked, absent-mindedly brushing her azure hair. That's a relief. Han Li nodded, feeling a sense of ease in his heart. What? Has Brother Han offended those ancient beings? If so, you truly need to be cautious. Yuan Yao inquired with a glimmer of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. You need not worry about that, fellow Taoist Yuan. I have pressing matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave now, Han Li replied blandly, cupping his fist in salute to Yuan Yao, and without waiting for her response. He transformed into a streak of green light and swiftly departed, showing no signs of hesitation. Yuan Yao watched the retreating glow of Han Li, a peculiar expression crossing her face. After a moment, she shook her head lightly, and with a flicker of black light in her hand, a piece of grotesque wood, about a foot long, appeared. The wood was charred, rough, and pockmarked, truly unsightly. Yet, as Yuan Yao gazed at it, a hint of sorrow surfaced on her face. Sister Yan, please endure a little longer. I will find someone to refine this wood into a soul-concealing box, freeing you from the torment of soul refinement. She whispered softly, covering her stunning visage with her black robe. Subsequently, Yuan Yao transformed into a wisp of black mist and darted off in another direction. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the sea returned to a tranquil silence. Meanwhile, atop the fifth tier of the inner palace of the Void Sky Palace, several figures stood with grim expressions. Among them were the extremely sinister patriarch and other nascent soul cultivators of both righteous and demonic factions, with the rugged man standing coldly among them. Having seemingly reached some form of agreement, no one attempted to strike again. We have jointly searched every corner from the third to the fifth tier of the inner palace. The number of prohibitions we have dismantled and puppets we have destroyed is countless, yet we still have not found them. Extreme. Among the three missing, two are closely related to you. Could it be that you instructed them to flee with the treasures? Wan Tianming said, his face ashen. Sectmaster Wan, you have asked this question multiple times. I have already informed you that my beloved grandson has met with misfortune. I have personally verified this with my secret techniques. There is no doubt. If it were not for this heavenly gang shield obstructing all my senses, I would have known the moment my grandson perished. And I would not have allowed those two brats to seize the opportunity to escape with the treasures. The extreme patriarch replied, his face twitching, contorting with emotion. Speaking of which, I find Brother Man to be the most suspicious. Why is it that during the very time you let us all out, the Void Sky Cauldron was taken? Brother Man has consistently refused to clarify the origins of that junior. Could it be that he colluded with that young man beforehand? The extreme patriarch's tone shifted as he fixed his cold gaze on the rugged man. Nonsense. Why should I explain anything to you? The matter of the Void Sky Cauldron being taken has nothing to do with me or that young man, the rugged man retorted. At that moment, I was fleeing in disarray, pursued by everyone. Surely, the precious treasure could not have fallen into my hands. Yet, you claim that the so-called ugly has perished. Who can discern the truth of such a statement? Perhaps he is reveling in joy. The burly man, with a fierce glare, retorted without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the master of extreme was consumed by rage, his anger palpable. His beloved disciple had met a tragic end, and now he was to bear the burden of such a heavy accusation. This was something the master of extreme could not accept. His face contorted with fury. He opened his mouth to engage in further debate. However, at that moment, the elderly scholar interjected with a calming voice. There is no need for discord between Brother Man and Brother Wu. The retrieval of the treasure does not hinge upon these three individuals. Their identities are of secondary importance. What truly matters now is to locate them, regardless of whether they are alive or dead. We pursued Brother Man all the way to the entrance of the third level. No matter how swiftly they act, they cannot possibly escape from below the third level. Currently, we have laid several formations at the entrance of the third level. It is impossible for them to seize the opportunity to flee. As for teleporting from the secret chamber, that is even less feasible. They are merely early-stage core formation cultivators. Even if the three of them joined forces, they could not breach any chamber above the third level unless they were truly deranged and wished for self-destruction. The elderly scholar analyzed with a calm demeanor. However, we searched exhaustively from the third to the fifth levels and found no trace of them. Indeed, Wan Tianming replied coldly, suspicion evident on his face. In truth, he was not alone. The righteous trio shared his doubts. They had conspired together through secret communications multiple times and suspected that the three old demons had orchestrated an elaborate ruse, intentionally leading them astray while allowing their juniors to claim the Void Celestial Cauldron. Thus, Wan Tianming and his companions felt both regretful and vigilant, steadfastly observing the actions of the master of extreme and his cohort, unwilling to take a step away from the old demons within the Void Celestial Palace. The master of extreme and the elderly scholar were acutely aware of the righteous trio's thoughts. However, they too were frantic, prioritizing the search for Han Li and Xiangu, eager to reclaim the Void Celestial Cauldron. The confrontation among the group of nascent soul cultivators had resulted in the treasure being snatched away by the core formation practitioners amidst the chaos. If word of this spread, they would surely become the subject of ridicule. Moreover, they could not bear the thought of the Void Celestial Cauldron truly falling into the hands of Han Li and his companions. The burly man was equally perplexed, as Xiangu's actions seemed to deviate from their prior agreement. Could it be that they had truly absconded with the cauldron? While ordinary core formation cultivators might struggle against the restrictions of the third-level chambers, it was uncertain with Xiangu, who had embraced the path of the ghostly arts. Despite the tumult of doubts swirling within him, the burly man maintained a composed facade, driven by an underlying desire to stir the waters further. Thus, he coldly remarked, "Could it be that the two old fellows from the Star Palace have not actually departed, but rather concealed themselves nearby? Seeing that we have all pursued outward, they might have emerged to eliminate those three and subsequently taken the void celestial cauldron." Upon hearing the words of the bearded man, the others exchanged glances, a flicker of contemplation evident on their faces. Ah, there is still a chapter to be unveiled tonight. Do lend your support with more recommendations. Volume 4. The Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 497. The wolf-shaped spirit tool. Once he distanced himself from Yuan Yao, Han Li felt an insatiable itch to retrieve the void heaven cauldron. As he soared through the skies, he eagerly anticipated revealing the treasures within. However, it was not long before he was overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. Despite employing every conceivable method, the cauldron's lid remained as if it were fused to the body of the cauldron itself, not yielding even the slightest crack. Regardless of how fiercely he channeled spiritual energy or angrily struck it with various artifacts, the cauldron merely flickered with a faint blue light, remaining obstinately immobile. A chill swept through Han Li's heart. At this moment, aside from resizing the void heaven cauldron, he found himself utterly powerless against it. Realizing this disheartening fact, he vented his frustration with a tirade of curses directed at the elusive master of the void heaven hall, lamenting for quite some time. It was evident that the cauldron harbored some peculiar mystery. It was either beyond the control of a nascent soul cultivator or required some hidden technique to open. It was not as simple as merely infusing it with spiritual energy. Could it be related to the Qian blue ice flame that had once encircled the cauldron? In a fog of confusion, Han Li could only indulge in wild speculation. Yet, upon reflection, this was not entirely unexpected. The void heaven cauldron was reputed to be the foremost treasure of the chaotic Star Sea. It was hardly surprising that it possessed some enigmatic qualities. However, being unable to utilize the treasure was a source of immense frustration for Han Li. In a fit of irritation, he cast the cauldron into his storage pouch, resolving to study it thoroughly at a later time. Subsequently, Han Li took out the wolf-headed jade scepter, eager to explore its functions. Remarkably, within a short span of time, he managed to unlock two distinct abilities associated with this ancient artifact. The simplest of these was the direct infusion of spiritual energy into the scepter, which conjured a yellow-red protective shield around him. Han Li had witnessed its defensive prowess firsthand within the Void Heaven Hall, where it had withstood a powerful strike from the giant hand of Qing Yi with nary a scratch. Thus, it was certainly no ordinary shield. The second ability required Han Li to recite a few ancient incantations inscribed on one side of the scepter and probe into the wolf heads at either end with his consciousness. Depending on the situation, he could summon either a pair of small wolves, one red and one yellow, or a singular silver giant wolf. The red wolf appeared to be a manifestation of pure fire attribute spiritual energy, innately possessing several formidable fire spells. The yellow wolf, on the other hand, was grounded in earth attributes, excelling in earth-based spells, including the elusive earth escape technique that Han Li had long desired to master but had never been able to comprehend. This was a delightful surprise for him. As for the silver giant wolf, Han Li found himself at a loss. He was unable to exert control over this beast. Although it responded to his commands, its demeanor was perpetually lethargic, as though it were merely going through the motions. Whenever he sought to discern the spells it could wield, the silver wolf would feign ignorance, disregarding his inquiries entirely. As Han Li discerned the dismissive expression of that individual through the silver wolf's eyes, he found himself utterly speechless. He also realized that both the yellow wolf and the red wolf were merely manifestations of this silver wolf, which evidently was the true spirit of the Jade Rui. The silver wolf's rebellious demeanor might be attributed to its incomplete refining process, a hypothesis that Han Li could only entertain. However, he distinctly remembered the astonished expression of the Xiangu old demon upon encountering the silver wolf, even going so far as to unleash the golden thunder bamboo arrow. It was indisputable that this silver wolf spirit possessed some significance. Thus, Han Li felt no anger and temporarily stored the Jade Rui away, turning his attention to organizing the other treasures obtained from the Void Sky Palace. He meticulously examined the rings, the spirit resonance pairs, the ice pearls, and other items gifted by several old demons, finding nothing amiss. Yet, he dared not continue carrying them and placed all into his storage bag. Only the barbaric bearded royal scale armor, with its extraordinary defensive capabilities, remained on his person after much contemplation. As for the puppet parts, A small vial of millennium spirit milk and a small segment of soul nurturing would root no longer than half a finger. Han Li also took care to manage them properly. During this process, Han Li inadvertently stumbled upon several small, multicolored orbs, which momentarily startled him before he recalled their origin. They were the peculiar remnants left behind when he incinerated the multicolored skeleton near the teleportation array in Tiannan. Given that a blood jade spider was present in the vicinity of that skeleton, it was highly probable that it belonged to another rebellious disciple of the Xiangu. Yet, the reason for the skeleton's multicolored nature and its connection to the Emperor of the Beyond remained a mystery to Han Li. However, gazing at these orbs, he could not help but associate them with the celestial restoration pill that had flown out of the void sky cauldron. They shared a similar hue, albeit the celestial restoration pill was significantly larger and radiated a more brilliant luminescence. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Han Li solemnly stored the orbs away. Having determined his direction, Han Li retrieved his blood-colored cloak and accelerated his speed, propelling himself through the air like a shooting star towards Tianqing City. Although this method consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, his velocity was undeniably several times faster than that of an ordinary core formation cultivator. He needed to reach his cave abode in Tianqing City before the other cultivators emerged from the Void Sky Palace. While he could forego other items, he could not afford to leave even a single gold-eating bug behind, as he was unwilling to allow these creatures to fall into the hands of the old monsters who might come seeking him. Who knew what secret techniques those ancient beings might possess to summon such extraordinary pests? Moreover, he had already devised a plan. Upon returning to Tianqing City, he would promptly abandon his cave and utilize the teleportation array to travel to the Outer Star Sea. There, he intended to slay demon beasts and collect demon cores while temporarily evading the attention drawn by this treasure hunt, all the while striving to expedite his cultivation breakthrough into the early stages of core formation. After flying for a while, Han Li felt that he had expended more than half of his magical energy, prompting him to revert to a normal escape light, grasping a mid-tier spirit stone in his hand to gradually replenish his energy. As the mana gradually replenished, Han Li continued his journey, soaring through the skies with the blood-colored cloak ancient treasure. Remarkably, his speed was astonishing. In just a few days, he traversed a distance that would typically take half a month to cover. Along the way, Han Li encountered several other cultivators, but they were all low-tier practitioners, either at the foundation establishment stage or even the chi refining stage. Indifferent to their presence, he brushed past them without a second thought. Upon witnessing Han Li's swift escape light, these cultivators immediately recognized him as a high-ranking expert of the core formation stage and dared not to approach him. However, as he drew closer to Tianqing City, the number of cultivators he encountered steadily increased, including several groups of core formation practitioners journeying together. Finally, after a month, Han Li came across his first core formation cultivator on the road. Yet, upon seeing Han Li, this cultivator exhibited an unusual wariness and swiftly retreated, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation. While this singular occurrence was understandable, after encountering two more core formation cultivators with identical expressions and actions over the following days, Han Li sensed something amiss. Had there been significant events in the chaotic Star Sea during his time spent at the Void Heaven Temple? With this thought lingering in his mind, Han Li could no longer continue his journey in silence. One day, as he was leisurely flying over the sea while holding a spirit stone, a group of cultivators approached from a different direction. There were 7 or 8 of them, all at the foundation establishment stage, clearly belonging to a certain sect. Without hesitation, Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light, darting towards them. He made no attempt to conceal his escape light, which caused a stir among the group as they beheld his approach. However, under the stern reprimand of an elder at the forefront, they quickly fell silent and stood still. Does this esteemed elder require our humble assistance? The elder, though gray-haired, appeared quite sprightly. Without waiting for Han Li to draw near, he preemptively bowed and spoke with an attitude of utmost respect, leaving no room for criticism. As the azure light dissipated, Han Li's figure emerged before the group of cultivators. After casting a calm glance at them, he inquired, "From which sect do you hail? And what is your destination?" "We are disciples of the Sanxian sect, dispatched by our sect leader to Tianqing City," the elder replied, maintaining his respectful demeanor. "To Tianqing City?" Han Li frowned, pondering for a moment before slowly asking, "I've noticed an unusual increase in the number of cultivators heading in that direction, and the atmosphere seems somewhat tense." "Huh. It seems that esteemed elder has been secluded in an isolated place for some time and is unaware of recent events, the elder replied, visibly relieved. Not long ago, a significant incident occurred in Tianxing City, prompting nearly all sects and factions to send representatives there. What sort of incident? Hanli asked nonchalantly, having just emerged from a secluded retreat himself. Do enlighten me. Esteemed elder, if you inquire, we shall certainly provide you with the details. However, may I ask for your esteemed name? The elder cautiously asked, lowering his hands in respect. This question caught Hanli slightly off guard. After contemplating for a moment with a tilted head, he spoke with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. It seems you are rather cautious. I am Elder Han of the Miaoing sect. I wonder if you have heard of me? Upon realizing that he was speaking to Elder Han of the Miaoing sect, the old man relaxed visibly, his face breaking into a broad smile. Our Snowflute Fairy has a close friendship with your sect master, the Purple Spirit Fairy. Our two sects have always maintained a cordial relationship. Seeing the old man's expression shift to one of camaraderie, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then he chuckled softly. However, his laughter caused the elder's expression to tighten, and a hint of unease flickered across his features. Could it be that he had misspoken? The old man pondered with some suspicion. I do not usually interfere in sect matters, nor do I care whether what you say is true or false. Just answer my questions honestly, and I shall not unnecessarily complicate matters for you. Now, please explain what has transpired recently. I would never deceive you, senior. Everything I said earlier is the truth, the elder insisted with a smile, nearly swearing an oath. Yet, under Han Li's piercing gaze, he quickly began to recount the events. Not long ago, a rumor spread through the Chaos Star Sea, claiming that the twin saints of the heavenly stars had achieved great enlightenment and were about to emerge from their seclusion. The Star Palace intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate certain unruly or uncontrollable factions. Initially, most believed this to be mere gossip. However, to everyone's astonishment, shortly after the rumor circulated, the Star Palace actually issued the Heavenly Star Edict to various factions. This edict mandated that all sect leaders and island masters must present themselves before the Twin Saints in Heavenly Star City upon receiving the decree, or face annihilation under the pretext of disrespecting the Star Palace. The old man elaborated, summoning all factions to visit the Twin Saints? Surely this cannot be correct. Would the Star Palace issue such a blatantly provocative command? Han Li narrowed his eyes, expressing disbelief. Indeed, when the Heavenly Star Edict reached the factions, most were left dumbfounded. If the Star Palace were at its peak, such a command might have made sense. But now, with the righteous and demonic forces equally matched, this approach is perplexing. The elder remarked with a faint, bitter smile. Are the cultivators I encountered on my journey all heading to meet the Twin Saints? Han Li scrutinized the group before him, frowning as he inquired further. That is difficult to say. The elder hesitated, appearing somewhat ambiguous. Difficult to say? What do you mean? A flicker of intrigue crossed Han Li's face as he pressed for clarification. Senior, there are still matters I have yet to disclose. Shortly after the Star Palace issued the Heavenly Star Edict, the righteous and demonic factions suddenly announced a joint organization called the Anti-Star Alliance, claiming they would break the Star Palace's dominance over the Chaos Star Sea and put an end to its rule. The head protector of the 10,000 Laws sect, Wan Sanggu, and the current foremost figure of the demonic path, the Sixth Path Supreme, were appointed as the two leaders of the Anti-Star Alliance. Upon its establishment, numerous sects and organizations from both the righteous and demonic paths eagerly joined, and many other factions responded as well, with over a dozen Golden Core cultivators also aligning themselves with this new alliance, taking on roles as elders. The Reverse Star Alliance, surprisingly, has adopted a tactic akin to that of the Star Palace, issuing a peculiar decree known as the Reverse Star Order. They assert that any faction that dares to pay homage to the celestial Twin Saints shall automatically become their adversary, facing dire consequences. Furthermore, they proclaim their imminent assault on Star City, inviting other factions to observe and declare their stance. The elder displayed an expression of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Han Li maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though his mind was momentarily bewildered. Such a significant event had transpired during his brief confinement within the Void Heaven Temple, which was utterly unexpected. For a moment, Han Li felt a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. He regarded the elder with a steady gaze and inquired, "What manner of decree is the Reverse Star Order? Do you possess this token?" This sect has indeed received one, albeit it resides with the sect leader. However, I managed to replicate the appearance of the token within a jade slip. Would the senior like to see it? The elder paused momentarily, then responded with an eager tone. Very well, let me take a look, Hanli replied, his expression indifferent as he nodded. Upon hearing this, the elder promptly rummaged through his storage pouch and retrieved a yellow jade slip, presenting it to Han Li with both hands, not daring to be negligent. Han Li accepted it without hesitation, swiftly probing it with his spiritual sense, and his expression shifted slightly. It was indeed identical to the ghastly mask emblem that the elder from the Six-Linked Hall had shown to Wu Chou. Although its form had slightly altered, it was unmistakably of the same origin. It appeared that the righteous and demonic factions had long been colluding in secret, having meticulously infiltrated other forces many years prior. Han Li was astonished internally, yet he maintained a stoic visage as he returned the jade slip to the elder. So, you intend to travel to the vicinity of Star City to witness the impending clash between the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance, and then decide your course of action? Han Li asked casually. Upon hearing his words, the elder's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, Senior, we few have been entrusted by our sect leader to assess the situation. After all, our three immortal sect is not a major faction, and we must adapt as circumstances dictate. However, during this period, the Reverse Star Alliance has already launched an offensive against the outer islands of Star City, gaining the upper hand. Several islands have even declared their allegiance to the Reverse Star Alliance. It is likely that the inner islands will soon be contested, and opportunistic individuals have begun to stir trouble amidst the chaos. Numerous loose cultivators and smaller sects have encountered misfortune, either meeting a gruesome end or facing complete annihilation. The elder expressed his concerns, noting the cautious demeanor of the traveling cultivators. I see. Very well, since the matter has been clarified, you may take your leave. Han Li responded with satisfaction, gently waving his hand. Then I shall take my leave, the elder said, elated by Han Li's words, hastily bowing in farewell. Although he did not perceive Han Li as particularly malevolent, being in the company of an unfamiliar golden core cultivator still instilled a sense of trepidation. Without further delay, he and his companions swiftly departed. Han Li, meanwhile, remained rooted in place, lost in contemplation. The impending conflict between the Star Palace and the righteous and demonic factions bore mixed implications for him. In a favorable light, the impending Great War will undoubtedly divert much of the attention of those ancient monsters. All of them belong to either the righteous or demonic factions, making it impossible for them to remain uninvolved in this matter. Consequently, their focus on pursuing the void celestial cauldron and its master will wane, thus enhancing his safety considerably. Conversely, the onset of war will pose significant challenges for him as he attempts to return to the celestial Star City. At the very least, the scrutiny of cultivators entering the city will undoubtedly intensify, particularly for cultivators at the core formation stage, like him. Moreover, should the war break out before he manages to return to the celestial Star City, his entry will likely be thwarted entirely. The Star Palace would not permit other cultivators to enter the city at such a tumultuous time. Contemplating this, Han Li let out a deep sigh. Over the following days, he intercepted several waves of lower-tier cultivators, receiving largely similar accounts from each. This allowed Han Li to thoroughly confirm the veracity of the news, while simultaneously placing him in a dilemma. Currently, Han Li floated upon a vast expanse of ocean, gazing blankly into the distance, his face etched with indecision. Lifting his gaze to the azure sky, he suddenly flipped his palm, revealing a small azure vial containing the precious essence of a millennium. Observing the vial, a hint of resignation crossed Han Li's features. To have to use such a treasure so soon felt rather wasteful. Yet, should he refrain from doing so, it was likely that before he could reach the celestial Star City, the Reverse Star Alliance would have already launched their offensive. In such a scenario, entering the celestial Star City would become impossible, and escaping through the teleportation array to the outer astral seas would be out of the question. After much contemplation, Han Li finally steeled himself and opened the vial, cautiously pouring a few drops of the viscous, transparent liquid into his mouth. Once he had securely stored the vial away, he donned his blood-red cloak, which instantly transformed him into a streak of crimson light that vanished without a trace. Over the subsequent half-month, whenever the expenditure of his magical power approached its limits, he would consume a few drops of the essence and tirelessly continue his journey with the aid of the ancient treasure, the blood-red cloak. In doing so, Han Li significantly shortened his travel time, achieving a speed nearly indistinguishable from that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Consequently, he often encountered core formation cultivators along the way, who mistakenly regarded him, enveloped in blood light, as a venerable nascent soul elder, prompting them to hastily avoid his path, not daring to impede him even for a moment. No cultivator would entertain any treacherous thoughts toward this esteemed nascent soul figure. The next chapter may be delayed. Readers may wish to check back tomorrow morning. Volume 4, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 499. Southern Ming Island. With astonishing speed, Han Li finally arrived at the waters near the Celestial Star City, drawing the attention of several cultivators along the way. Noticing that he was only a few days away from his destination, Han Li decided to replace the blood-red cloak with a more ordinary form of escape light. This area of the sea was undoubtedly teeming with various beings, and the presence of nascent soul cultivators was not out of the question. Han Li had no desire to attract the attention of such formidable individuals. Thus he opted for a more discreet approach. Fortunately, he had yet to hear of any members of the Reverse Star Alliance appearing nearby, suggesting that he was not too late, which naturally eased his mind considerably. Before him lay the final transit island, Nanming Island, leading to the celestial city of Tianqing. Though modest in size, it housed a substantial number of cultivators from the Star Palace, serving as a peripheral sentinel for the city. In days gone by, this island's harbor would have been bustling with vessels of varying sizes, frequented by both mortal and cultivator alike. Yet now, as Han Li surveyed the scene from above, he noted only a sparse handful of small boats bobbing in the water. Even the cultivators were few and far between, occasionally darting in and out of sight. It appeared that the merchants, both mortal and cultivator, were well aware of the impending conflict and had prudently chosen to steer clear during this tumultuous period. Those daring enough to traverse this island were primarily scouts from various factions, seeking to glean information. Having journeyed for an extended period, Han Li felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He resolved to pause on the island, intending to replenish his supplies at the local market with provisions necessary for his voyage across the astral seas. After all, he was uncertain of the current state of Tianqing City. It was prudent to stock up here to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that might catch him off guard later. As Han Li descended, he immediately sensed an elevated level of vigilance on Nanming Island compared to before. The moment he crossed into the harbor's magical barrier, he felt the probing consciousness of at least 3 core formation cultivators sweep over him. One presence lingered, tracking him for an extended period, only to dissipate upon concluding that he posed no threat. This indicated that the Star Palace was equally wary of a sudden strike from the Reversal Star Alliance. Unperturbed, Han Li made his way directly to the island's market. The market was situated within a small town not far from the harbor, established expressly for the convenience of passing cultivators and merchants. Han Li had visited this place once before. While it might not boast the fame and vastness of the markets on larger islands, it offered an extensive array of goods, rivaling those found elsewhere, and often at more affordable prices. Many shipments destined for Tianqing City were unloaded here, with merchants transporting the goods onward. With little time to waste, Han Li entered the town and promptly retrieved the 9 curves spiritual ginseng formula provided by the old demon Xiangu. After memorizing the necessary ingredients and spiritual herbs, he began to scour the various ingredient shops without hesitation. Esteemed senior, I sincerely apologize. I have operated this ingredient shop for quite some time and have never encountered the ingredient known as Qinyadu. As for the agate horn, it is a rare item produced by the elusive agate beast, a sight that ordinary cultivators seldom behold. I fear you may need to search other shops or major auction houses, said a middle-aged cultivator with a well-defined face, standing cautiously before Han Li. You are the largest ingredient shop in this area. If you lack this item, it is unlikely that others will possess it. As for the auction houses, I currently have no time to wait for any auctions, Han Li replied, furrowing his brow as he seated himself on a wooden chair opposite the middle-aged cultivator, tapping his finger lightly on the armrest, visibly dissatisfied. The middle-aged monk, upon hearing Han Li's words, displayed a hint of embarrassment. However, he truly had no means to procure the items Han Li desired, and could only continue to wear a smile. After all, he was in the presence of a rare cultivator at the core formation stage, and he dared not offend him lightly. Observing the shopkeeper's demeanor, Han Li understood that the man genuinely lacked the 2 items he sought. With a sigh, he rose and made his way towards the exit. It seemed that the final 2 spiritual herbs needed for refining the 9 Chinsan would require alternative methods to acquire. Nonetheless, The use of the 19th San would only come into play once he reached the pinnacle of the late core formation stage and began to coalesce his nascent soul. Thus there was no immediate rush. However, as the middle-aged monk respectfully escorted Han Li to the door, he appeared to recall something. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly spoke again. In fact, the 1,000-leaf dew may not necessarily be absent from our store. It might simply have undergone a name change. Oh, what do you mean by that? Han Li inquired curiously, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes as he halted his steps. Forgive my self-praise, but I have been in this raw materials shop for over a century. I have encountered all manner of bizarre and rare materials. If there truly exists a material or spiritual herb that I have not heard of, it is likely that its name is derived from ancient cultivators, and it has since been renamed. I have encountered such occurrences several times before. Perhaps what you refer to as 1,000-leaf dew is merely a common spiritual herb in the present day, the middle-aged man stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a stirring in his heart, recognizing the merit in the man's words. After all, the 19th San was indeed a legendary spiritual herb, and its refining formula likely dated back to ancient times. It appeared that only by consulting ancient texts could he hope to uncover the true identity of the 1,000-leaf dew. With this thought in mind, Han Li nodded thoughtfully and silently exited the shop. In the ensuing time, Han Li diligently gathered an array of alchemical formulas suitable for cultivators at the core formation stage, preparing for future endeavors in alchemy. As for the supplementary materials required for alchemy, he ensured he had ample quantities of everything that could not be hastily cultivated in small vials. Given that his upcoming journey to the outer seas would likely extend over a considerable period, Han Li was determined not to let a shortage of common materials thwart his grand plans for refining elixirs, which could, in turn, hinder his cultivation progress. Now equipped with several ancient treasures and additional support from formations, he believed he could contend with 6th or 7th-tier beasts without issue. However, should he encounter an 8th-tier beast, he would still have to retreat hastily. After all, it was said that once a beast reached the 8th tier, its body could partially transform into a human form, and its intelligence would become indistinguishable from that of ordinary people. Due to their extraordinary innate talents, they could even surpass cultivators at the same level by a significant margin. Han Li had no desire to cross paths with a truly formidable beast. In a brief span of half a day, Han Li completed his collection and departed the market, swiftly making his way to the port. By this time, the sky had darkened, the night cloaking the surroundings in a hazy obscurity. As Han Li flew a short distance, a sudden burst of radiant light flared ahead, followed by a booming sound emanating from the direction of the port. Han Li's expression abruptly changed, and he hastily unleashed his full magical power, transforming into a streak of azure light that pierced through the air. Before he could approach the harbor, his escape light suddenly halted. He gazed grimly at the scene before him. Not far above in the sky, countless beams of various colors, including azure and crimson, descended upon the grand formation at the harbor, erupting with thunderous roars and explosive sounds. The sheer force suggested that at least 1,000 cultivators were striking in unison. Below, the grand formation emanated a layer of crimson radiance, resolutely fending off the majority of the assaults. Beneath this glow, numerous cultivators clad in white were also desperately wielding their magical artifacts to counterattack against the aerial assailants. Han Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. The movements of the Reverse Star Alliance were indeed swift. Despite his relentless haste, the battle had erupted right before his eyes. Now that the conflict had commenced, it was certain that a special channel had immediately conveyed the news back to Tianqing City. Even if he rushed back now, it would likely be too late. Frustrated, Han Li's expression fluctuated between dark and light for a while. Suddenly, he stamped his foot, and his figure distorted, vanishing from sight entirely. He did not wish to be embroiled in the clash between the two major factions. However, his divine sense quietly extended outward, gradually unfurling. If he was not mistaken, the area around the harbor would soon become quite lively. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, several streaks of escape light shot forth from Naming Island. Yet, upon nearing the vicinity, they all fell silent, quietly landing nearby to watch the battle with cold indifference. The majority were foundational stage cultivators, numbering over 100, along with several dozen audacious Qi refining stage practitioners among them. As for those at the core formation stage, there were only 5 or 6. The most powerful being a mid-core formation cultivator situated about 7 or 8 li away, silently hidden atop a hillock. This individual was unaware of Han Li's scrutiny, as Han Li's divine sense far surpassed his own. Although not as potent as the likes of Extreme Yin and others, Han Li's perception was still formidable. Even if there were early nascent soul cultivators concealed nearby, Han Li could sense their presence to some degree. To Han Li's knowledge, most nascent soul cultivators lingered in the early stages throughout their lives, unable to progress further. Seeing no such formidable figures nearby, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, given that the Reverse Star Alliance dared to assault Nanming Island, it seemed the orchestrator would at least possess a nascent soul cultivator. Han Li was not inclined to recklessly reveal himself to this individual. He could only patiently await the conclusion of the battle before slipping away quietly. A new month has begun. I hope everyone continues to enjoy this book. Volume 4, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 500. Inspection. The battle at the harbor did not last long. Amidst the intertwining flashes of crimson haze and various beams of light, yet another wave of malevolent gray-white radiance joined the fray. Under the relentless onslaught of numerous magical artifacts and spells, the grand formation below could no longer withstand the pressure. With a resounding roar, the red light flickered violently before erupting with a tearing sound. Yet, whether it was the lingering might of the formation or the deliberate actions of the Star Palace cultivators below, the soaring fragments of crimson light scattered across the sky like a return of brilliance, momentarily throwing the ranks of the Reverse Star Alliance cultivators into disarray. Seizing this opportunity, the Star Palace cultivators seemed to have coordinated their escape, scattering in all directions. Among them, a few dazzling beams of light, moving with remarkable speed, surged forth from the low sky, evidently the high-ranking cultivators left by the Star Palace on this island. Almost simultaneously, more than a dozen equally formidable rainbows shot forth from the sky, pursuing with relentless determination. In an instant, these fleeing lights vanished without a trace. It appeared that the upper echelons of the Reverse Star Alliance intended to capture all remaining Star Palace cultivators on Nanming Island, allowing none to escape. At this moment, numerous cultivators from the Reverse Star Alliance began to descend from the heavens. Their attire distinctly marked them as belonging to two factions. One donned silver fur robes, cinched with golden sashes, while the other was composed of enigmatic figures clad entirely in green. It was evident that both righteous and demonic paths were mobilizing simultaneously. Han Li was somewhat taken aback by the abrupt conclusion of this confrontation, yet it also seemed to align with reason. Given the overwhelming disparity in strength between the two sides, even if the Star Palace cultivators wished to fight desperately, they would likely find themselves impotent. Nevertheless, Han Li could not help but ponder whether it would be prudent to seize this chaos to depart from the island. At that moment, an elder clad in green robes emerged from among the green-robed cultivators. Han Li scanned him with his spiritual sense and discerned that he was at the early stage of the core formation. The elder, unhurried, flew to hover above Han Li and the others, and after surveying the surroundings with keen eyes, he solemnly declared, "Esteemed friends, I am Tsang Yunlong, a protector of the Reverse Star Alliance, speaking on behalf of Elder Wang to announce an important matter. Our alliance has just vanquished the Star Palace cultivators. To avoid any misunderstandings, we kindly request that you do not hastily leave the island. After 2 hours, we shall complete the pursuit of the Star Palace remnants, and you may depart at your leisure. Rest assured, our alliance only targets the Star Palace and its accomplices and will not cause any trouble for other fellow cultivators." The elder's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly, allowing all nearby observers to hear him distinctly. The hidden cultivators in the vicinity exchanged glances upon hearing his words. No one stepped forward to voice an opinion, nor did anyone dare to oppose. Silence enveloped the area. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the Reverse Star Alliance, in their desire to win over hearts, would not make things difficult for them. A delay was acceptable. After all, he was still uncertain about how to infiltrate Tianqing City. As Han Li contemplated this, the green-robed elders silently returned to the port. Han Li, gazing at the elder's vanishing figure, showed no intention of departing from his position. Other cultivators, perhaps burdened by their own missions, similarly remained near the port, closely observing the movements of the Reverse Star Alliance cultivators. At that moment, the silver-robed cultivators were methodically dismantling the original grand formation and beginning to set up their own. Meanwhile, the green-robed cultivators split into two groups, one flying outward from the port to maintain vigilance. A surge of energy soared directly over Han Li's head. heading towards the island for a thorough search. Observing the cultivators below, he noted their silence and focused demeanor. Han Li was somewhat astonished. It appeared that the forces of righteousness and darkness had long since begun to disrupt the hegemony of the Star Sea. Such well-trained disciples could not have been cultivated in merely a few decades. This southern island was poised to become a forward base for an assault on Star City. However, Han Li found it peculiar. Was the Star Palace truly so passive, waiting idly for the impending attack from both sides of the righteous and the demonic? Had it weakened to the point of being incapable of retaliating? Or perhaps the twin saints of Star had yet to officially emerge from their seclusion, allowing the Star Palace to bide its time for a counteroffensive. Han Li felt a flicker of confusion within him. Yet, upon further reflection, he couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of the secret strategies and hidden cards held by the Star Palace and the opposing factions, what concern was it of a mere loose cultivator like himself? There was no need for him to expend unnecessary thought on such matters. He simply needed to exercise caution and avoid being drawn into the fray. With this in mind, Han Li regained his composure. After observing quietly for more than 2 hours, the elder in green robes returned, accompanied by 3 other cultivators at the core formation stage. Fellow cultivators wishing to leave the island, please present an item or technique that verifies your identity, and you may depart safely. Those who wish to remain are welcome to stay, provided they harbor no hostility towards our reverse star alliance. All previous regulations remain unchanged. The elder announced from his lofty position. Upon hearing his words, the cultivators below stirred momentarily, but soon fell silent again. Although the elder's tone was courteous, no one was eager to step forward. The cultivators of the righteous path were one thing, but those clearly aligned with the demonic path had garnered a rather infamous reputation in the past. Should they be employing a tactic of feigned vulnerability, it would spell disaster for anyone who ventured forth. While the likelihood seemed slim, none were inclined to take risks, preferring to let others test the waters first. Han Li remained unmoved as well, as the opposing side consisted solely of core formation cultivators. They would not be able to detect him as long as he refrained from revealing himself. He certainly would not volunteer to be the first to expose himself. After a prolonged silence, as the elder's expression began to darken, a beam of white light finally shot forth from below. The speed of the fleeing light was unremarkable, revealing a young cultivator clad in blue. I am Xian Ming, a disciple of the Opening Heaven sect, and I have the honor of meeting several esteemed seniors. Here is my token, the white water sword. The young man earnestly flew towards the elder, bowed respectfully, and presented a glimmering small sword. Oh, the Opening Heaven sect. This esteemed sect's Master Lu has indeed crossed paths with me before. This sword is indeed an essential artifact for disciples of your sect. You may proceed. The elder examined the small sword briefly before his expression softened, returning it to the youth. The white-clad cultivator was instantly elated and, after offering his respectful farewells, flew towards the harbor. Along the way, the members of the Reverse Star Alliance made no attempt to obstruct him, with one person leading the way and evidently unharmed. Other cultivators soon emerged, beginning to make their way towards the elder. The elder appeared to possess an extraordinary wealth of experience. Regardless of the token presented or the technique exhibited, he could discern its essence at a mere glance. This left Han Li, who was observing from below, in quiet wonder. However, upon witnessing a golden core cultivator being granted passage without hindrance, he could no longer restrain himself. Suddenly, he revealed himself, transforming into a streak of azure light soaring into the sky. Who might this esteemed friend be? The elder immediately recognized Han Li's golden core cultivation and softened his tone accordingly. I am an elder of the Miaoyin sect, Han Li replied, presenting his waist token without hesitation. Miaoyin sect? I have heard that your esteemed sect is home to elders Han and Chu, who frequently seclude themselves in rigorous training and rarely make appearances. Might you be one of them? The elder in green scrutinized the waist token before gazing intently at Han Li, slowly inquiring. A chill ran through Han Li's heart. Yet his expression remained composed as he smiled and said, My surname is Han. I am surprised that you recognize an unknown wild cultivator like myself. I am truly honored. It is of no consequence. Your sect holds considerable renown in the chaotic Star Sea, especially the illustrious Zi, whose fame is indeed well known. My young master has long admired her beauty and grace. I hope you can convey this sentiment. The elder in green replied with an unusually polite demeanor. Young master? May I inquire if you refer to? Han Li, taken aback, hesitated to ask. My young master is the sole heir of the holy ancestor. Although previously little known, he is destined to make a name for himself throughout the chaotic star sea, interjected a burly man standing behind the elder, who had remained silent until now. Very well, should I encounter the sect master, I shall certainly relay your message. Han Li responded, somewhat astonished but obliging. Excellent. There appears to be no issue with this token. You may proceed, Dao friend Han, the elder in green said, seemingly satisfied with Han Li's response. After playing with the waste token for a moment, he returned it without further obstruction. With a respectful clasp of his fists, Han Li leisurely departed, transforming into a streak of azure light that vanished in the blink of an eye. The elder, however, continued to gaze in the direction of Han Li's disappearance, a peculiarity etched upon his face. The next chapter will be delayed. We suggest everyone return to read it tomorrow morning. Volume 4, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 501. Conflict resurfaces. Is there something amiss with this individual? Or is his identity fabricated? The burly man, noticing the elder's expression, inquired in surprise. His identity should be legitimate. Our disciples, who have infiltrated the Miaoyan sect, have long since replicated the likenesses of the two elders. This individual bears an exact resemblance to the image contained within this jade slip. He is indeed the elder Han. Even if he employed some secret technique to alter his appearance, he could not escape the discerning eyes of Elder Wang at the port. The elder in green stroked his beard thoughtfully, then raised a hand, summoning a green jade slip that he briefly displayed before concealing it again. If all is well, why the troubled countenance? The burly man grunted, slightly dissatisfied. This elder Han from the Miaoyan sect is no simple character. I fear that in a one-on-one confrontation, neither of us would stand a chance against him. The elder in the green robe paused in contemplation before uttering words that left the burly man momentarily astonished. What did this mean? Was he not merely a practitioner at the initial stage of the Golden Core, just like us? Moreover, being a loose cultivator, how could he possibly compare to those of us who frequently receive guidance from the Holy Ancestor? The man shook his head vigorously, expressing his disbelief. Upon hearing the man's skepticism, the elder remained unperturbed and calmly elucidated. Lu Protector should be aware that while my cultivation method, the Seven Fiends technique, may not be regarded as a top-tier practice, it possesses a remarkable sensitivity to the malevolent energy within an individual. The weight of this person's malevolence is unprecedented among Golden Core practitioners I have encountered. Numerous cultivators have perished at his hands. What of that? If I were to eliminate a few low-tier cultivators, I could easily achieve that, the burly man retorted dismissively. This is quite different, the elder replied. While your actions may likewise accumulate some feeble malevolence, it dissipates easily over time. In contrast, the malevolence emanating from this individual is not only dense and abundant, but also chillingly fierce, indicative of having slain numerous practitioners of equal rank or higher. Such malevolence, unless eradicated by certain esoteric Buddhist or Taoist methods, is typically a permanent affliction. Furthermore, he seems to possess some arcane techniques for concealing his aura, revealing only a fraction of his malevolence, yet its intensity is truly astonishing. Ordinary cultivators facing this individual will find their illusions and mind-afflicting spells severely diminished. If caught unprepared by this surge of malevolence, their resolve may be momentarily seized. Even the most adept among them would struggle to exert more than 70 or 80% of their full capabilities. Should this person cultivate my Seven Fiends technique, his progress would be meteoric. A glint of cold light flashed in the elder's eyes as he spoke ominously. At this moment, he was unaware that the few Golden Core practitioners slain by Han Li paled in comparison to the hundreds of fifth-tier demonic beasts he had vanquished at the equivalent stage. The weight of his malevolence far exceeded the elder's imagination. Song Protector, do not concern yourself with the malevolence this individual possesses. Do you intend to take him as your disciple? Let us not forget, he too is a Golden Core practitioner and would not submit to your tutelage. The burly man remarked, momentarily taken aback and now filled with doubt. Take him as a disciple? That is certainly impossible. I merely harbor a curiosity regarding the means by which he has cultivated such formidable malevolence. There must be some secret involved, the elder replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the burly man lost all interest. He surmised that the techniques for advancing one's cultivation through malevolence were likely few and far between within the chaotic star sea. Since he did not practice any of them, he felt no inclination toward the matter. However, the burly man seemed to recall something and casually inquired. You mentioned the young master has an interest in the Xiling fairy of the Miaoying sect. Why have I not heard of this? Did the young master perhaps instruct you in private? The burly man displayed a hint of confusion. Does such a matter require the young master's directive? You are aware of the cultivation method he practices, and the Xiling fairy is renowned as one of the great beauties throughout the chaotic star sea. Should we facilitate this union and present her to him, there will undoubtedly be great rewards. Keep in mind that the young master has already reached the late stage of the golden core, under the guidance and protection of the holy ancestor. I foresee him achieving the nascent soul stage within a century. The elder spoke with a sinister smile. Upon hearing these words, the robust man appeared to experience a moment of enlightenment, and he nodded enthusiastically. When shall we take action? The young master seems poised to emerge from his seclusion once more, he remarked, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he rubbed his hands together. This matter need not be rushed. It is preferable to address it after the impending battle, the elder replied calmly. Only by allowing the Miaoying sect to recognize the might of our anti-star alliance can we make our move more effectively. Should they still refuse to yield? I have heard that the Miaoying sect once established its main headquarters within Tianqing City. At that point, we can easily fabricate a pretext to communicate with the Star Palace. I doubt that this woman will resist. The elder's expression remained composed as he spoke. Agreed. Let it be so, the robust man exclaimed with a hearty laugh. They have but 2 early-stage core formation elders. Do they truly believe they can stand in our way? Your wisdom is indeed remarkable, Taoist song. Upon hearing this, the elder couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a sense of self-satisfaction. In this way, we can leverage our strength to pressure the Miaoying sect's elder Han. We shall compel her to willingly divulge the secrets of gathering malevolent energy. Truly, a double-edged strategy. With this thought, the elder narrowed his eyes, a peculiar expression gracing his features. Meanwhile, Han Li had distanced himself from the green-robed elders and, in an instant, soared above the port. After casting a glance at the bustling anti-star alliance cultivators, he intended to hasten his departure. However, at that moment, a formidable consciousness descended from the sky, enveloping Han Li completely. Startled, Han Li quickly regained his composure, remaining motionless in the air. Just as he had anticipated, the Anti-Star Alliance would not allow him to depart so easily, relying solely on a token. It was likely that the leading elder, a Yuaning stage cultivator, had personally employed their consciousness to probe for any discrepancies, to prevent any core formation cultivators from disguising themselves with secret techniques. Han Li's expression remained remarkably steady, betraying not a hint of panic. He had never considered employing a false identity for concealment. Such superficial transformations, unless employing one of the few rumored mystical techniques or exceedingly rare treasures, could hardly evade the scrutiny of powerful consciousness. Should he alter his appearance and adopt a false identity, any discovery would only serve to heighten suspicion, resulting in a potentially disastrous outcome. Therefore, he preferred to risk being pursued by the likes of the extreme Yin and others rather than masquerading under the guise of the Miaoying sect elder for the duration of his journey. He reasoned that by the time those elders caught up to him, he would have already reached the outer star sea. At that juncture, even if he were fully exposed, it would bear little consequence. Embracing this mindset, Han Li remained remarkably calm, allowing the Yuan stage elder to scrutinize him with their consciousness. As expected, the probing presence soon dissipated, leaving no trace behind. With a sigh of relief, Han Li leisurely soared beyond the port. Once he had cleared the harbor, he immediately accelerated. Although he refrained from utilizing the Crimson Cloak's ancient power, he had no intention of deliberately slowing his speed. Half a day later, as Han Li journeyed while contemplating how to enter Tianqing City, he suddenly furrowed his brows and paused, casting a curious glance towards the nearby sea. Abruptly, his expression darkened, and he lifted his gaze towards the distance. There, enveloped in a faint azure radiance, a figure hovered motionless. Moments later, 2 brilliant streaks, one blue and one red, shot towards him with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Han Li, their luminescence revealing 2 middle-aged cultivators, clad in silver robes with golden sashes. They were evidently righteous cultivators from the Reverse Star Alliance, both possessing early-stage golden core cultivation. One of them, a scholarly man with a smooth face, and the other, a robust figure with gleaming dark skin, fixed their cold stares upon Han Li, remaining silent, yet clearly having locked onto him with their spiritual senses, ready to strike at any moment. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li spoke slowly in a deep voice, Do you two fellows have business with me? I must continue my journey. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. You cannot depart. You must accompany us, the sturdy man said impassively, his tone carrying an air of command. Taken aback, Han Li's eyes flashed with anger. Have I offended either of you? Is the Reverse Star Alliance so tyrannical as to seize individuals at will? His countenance darkened, a hint of chill evident on his face. There is no need for anger. Fellow Taoist, my brother and I are merely following orders to apprehend remnants of the Star Palace. Just moments ago, we injured a cultivator from the Star Palace, who then employed a peculiar evasion technique to flee in this direction. As fate would have it, you appeared here. We know that the Star Palace possesses several secret arts of disguise, and we cannot ascertain whether your appearance has been altered. Therefore, before we locate the fleeing cultivator, we kindly ask for your cooperation. The scholarly man spoke courteously, though the implication that Han Li could not leave was unmistakable. Hearing this, Han Li fell silent, his expression fluctuating as he pondered. The two cultivators from the Star Palace exchanged knowing glances, their vigilance towards Han Li intensifying. Very well. Since I have no pressing matters, I shall accompany you too, Han Li replied with a smile, suddenly appearing calm and unhurried. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the scholar and the sturdy man relaxed, the former even displaying a hint of satisfaction, as if about to say something. However, at that moment, Han Li struck. His right hand, which had been concealed within his sleeve, surged forth, sending 6 beams of azure light silently darting towards the sturdy man. Simultaneously, his left hand flipped, revealing 5 copper rings of varying colors that materialized in his palm, emitting a low, resonant hum. You dare to make a move? The scholar reacted swiftly. Upon witnessing Han Li's attack, he opened his mouth, and a square-shaped magical artifact, several inches in size, was immediately expelled from his lips. This object, flat and dark as ink, resembles a peculiar inkstone. A robust man swiftly flicks his hand, releasing a large white jade seal, which immediately expands several times, enveloped in radiant white light, as it moves towards 6 beams of azure light. Be cautious, those copper rings are ancient treasures. At this moment, the scholar clearly sees the copper rings in Han Li's hand and quickly warns him in surprise. The strong man, taken aback by these words, hesitates for a moment. But before he can react, the 6 beams of azure light emit a clear ringing sound, and after a brief blur, they transform into 12 identical sword lights. 6 of them swiftly merge into a colossal azure sword, striking fiercely towards the white light encasing the seal, while the other 6 change direction, drawing arcs as they dart swiftly from the side. The strong man, startled, wastes no time and swiftly forms a hand seal. A surge of blue light erupts, and several clearly visible runes float from his body. These runes, glowing brightly in blue, rapidly enlarge, forming a faint blue barrier that envelopes him. He intends to withstand Han Li's azure bamboo B-cloud sword with this shield. With the strong man engaged, the scholar, of course, does not remain idle. After issuing his warning, he hastily points at the floating inkstone treasure resting on his chest. The inkstone begins to spin rapidly, releasing a dark mist that quickly expands to several meters in size, filling the vicinity with the fragrance of ink and brush. The scholar, unwavering, incants a spell, and the black mist quickly condenses, forming dozens of pitch-black monstrous birds in the blink of an eye. Each bird measures half a foot in length, emitting eerie cries as they soar towards Han Li, glowing with red light. However, Han Li appears indifferent to the unfolding scene. After a few rapid shakes of the copper illusion, it vanishes amidst the rays of light. He then flips his hand, revealing an ancient-style flower basket. Observing that his opponent seems unfazed by his assault, the scholar feels a surge of joy rather than anger. This mesmerizing inkstone had been crafted using an ancient technique, and he had exerted immense effort to forge it. He had nearly exhausted all his savings over a lifetime, yet he harbors no regrets. Ever since the completion of this enchanting inkstone, he has seldom encountered a rival among cultivators of the same rank, even holding his own against those in the mid-stage of core formation. As long as a cultivator does not vastly surpass his own prowess, once ensnared within this mesmerizing ink mist, they are bound to fall into an illusion and struggle to extricate themselves. As the monstrous birds, akin to arrows, rush towards Han Li, a sinister smile creeps across the scholar's face. He forms a hand seal, ready to cause the birds to explode. However, at that moment, a faint low humming sound suddenly resonates in his ears, and 5 copper rings simultaneously appear around his neck and limbs. As they tighten abruptly, he instantly feels his entire magical power dissipate, leaving him utterly unable to gather it again. At this, the scholar is struck with profound horror. The mysterious copper rings, having vanished without a trace, heighten his alertness significantly. Yet, being ensnared without any warning takes him completely by surprise. In an instant, his mind races with various escape strategies. Overwhelmed by fear. At that moment, a tremendous sound reverberated from the other side, as azure light intertwined with white mist, culminating in the collision of the colossal azure sword and the grand seal. The resplendent white aura effortlessly overwhelmed the azure glow, and the gigantic sword shattered into pieces in mere moments. Concurrently, 6 azure rainbows swiftly struck the peculiar runic barrier. A series of muffled thuds ensued as the runes, aglow with blue light, managed to withstand the onslaught of the 6 azure beams, preventing them from breaching the shield. Han Li raised an eyebrow in surprise. It appeared that the Qingzhu Fengyun sword, devoid of the protective power of the evil-dispelling divine thunder, lacked significant potency due to insufficient cultivation time. Before he could contemplate further, the ominous black birds darted towards him. Although bereft of the scholar's magical support, the inkstone artifact, being intrinsically linked to his consciousness, still possessed formidable power. Commanding the grotesque birds to attack, Han Li let out a cold snort as the brilliance of the flower basket surged forth, unleashing a torrent of white light that ensnared every one of the approaching creatures without exception. Witnessing this scene, the scholar turned pale, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. You possess other ancient treasures. Who exactly are you? The incredulity was palpable. Typically, a cultivator would be exceedingly fortunate to possess a single ancient treasure, as such artifacts invariably gravitate towards those of the nascent soul stage. For an ordinary golden core cultivator to acquire an ancient relic is a near impossible feat. Yet Han Li had summoned 2 distinctly different treasures, the copper ring and the flower basket, causing the scholar to tremble in terror. However, Han Li was not inclined to respond. Instead, he hurled the flower basket forward. In an instant, the white light enveloped the grand seal, causing it to twist and struggle within its luminous confines, yet it remained trapped. Without hesitation, Han Li flicked his fingers, unleashing over a dozen azure sword energies that shot towards the scholar, who was ensnared by the 5 elements ring. Before the scholar could utter a cry, he was pierced through by multiple gaping wounds, his form staggering before succumbing to death. It was a lamentable fate, for he had not even managed to employ a fraction of his techniques, as his true essence was restrained by the 5 elements ring, rendering him powerless despite his myriad strategies. Han Li beckoned, and the 5 elements ring transformed into a radiant glow, autonomously departing from the corpse and soaring back into his grasp. At this moment, his gaze turned coldly to the other side. The burly man, flustered and desperate, was attempting to retrieve his grand seal, but success was not an immediate prospect. Meanwhile, the 6 azure beams continued their relentless assault on the runic barrier. Witnessing the scholar's swift demise sent shockwaves through the burly man's heart, and he felt an icy chill as Han Li's attention shifted towards him. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly transformed into a streak of blue light, fleeing without a care for his life-bound, sentient artifact. Such decisiveness was indeed remarkable. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and the copper ring vanished from his hand, only to reappear in a peculiar manner above the fleeing man's head amidst the dazzling 5-colored radiance. In the face of the skeptical gaze from the formidable figure, 5 copper rings materialized around his body, appearing as if they were mere illusions of runes. Instantly, the azure light of retreat came to an abrupt halt, and the giant fell flat onto the ground. A cold glimmer flashed in Han Li's eyes as a beam of green light descended from above, encircling the giant several times before cleaving him in 2. Thus, both of the golden core cultivators from the Reversal Star Alliance met their demise at Han Li's hands. Below, Han Li effortlessly rummaged through the storage pouches of the 2 men, casually scanning their contents with his spiritual sense before nonchalantly stowing them away. He also took possession of the large seal within the flower basket and the floating inkstone treasure that lacked a master, without any hesitation. My friend, having lurked here for so long, don't you think it's time to reveal yourself? Han Li, standing in midair with his hands clasped behind his back, addressed the surface of the sea below with an air of indifference. Although his voice was not loud, it resonated across the nearby waters for miles. A sudden sea breeze swept through, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent. Observing this, Han Li let out a soft sigh. Are you truly going to make me drag you out from your hiding spot beneath the waves? His expression darkened slightly, and his tone grew more severe. Please, wait a moment. I shall emerge now. It seemed that being called out from his concealed position finally compelled the hidden individual to respond. Alas, it appears that there shall only be one update today. I shall continue writing for everyone tomorrow. Do rest early. After several sleepless nights, it was time for him to adjust. Volume 4, Winds Rising from Overseas, Chapter 503. Ling Yuling. Upon hearing the voice, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. A hint of astonishment coursing through him. The surface of the sea began to ripple, and with a flash of white light, a figure emerged gracefully from the depths. Clad in the white attire of the Stellar Palace, with shoulder-length black hair adorned by a jade headband, the individual gazed at Han Li with a calm demeanor. However, once Han Li clearly discerned the person's face, he was momentarily stupefied, revealing a measure of disbelief. This individual possessed a visage as exquisite as white jade. With delicate brows and enchanting phoenix-like eyes, luscious red lips, truly a breathtaking beauty. Yet what left Han Li in bewilderment was his inability to ascertain whether this person was male or female. To declare the individual female would be plausible, given the languid smile that played at the corners of their mouth, exuding grace in every gesture. Conversely, to label them male would be equally justifiable, for their beauty was striking, and the subtle allure that lingered in their features held an undeniable attraction for men. May I inquire your esteemed name? Han Li asked, to which the figure replied, I am Ling Yuling, a law enforcer for external affairs of the Stellar Palace. Thank you for your timely assistance. The voice was melodious, yet distinctly androgynous, causing Han Li to furrow his brow in contemplation. This individual reminded Han Li of Tian Buke from the Southern Demon Sect's Harmony cult. Yet upon further reflection, the two seemed entirely different. While Tian Buke was undeniably beautiful, every action and sound unmistakably revealed his male identity. In contrast, the one before him, claiming to be Ling Yuling, exhibited masculine behavior, yet there was an inexplicable hint of femininity woven into their essence. Moreover, the low, magnetic timbre of their voice made it exceedingly difficult to discern their gender. I am Han Li. It was merely a trivial effort on my part. If not for the relentless pressure from the other party, Han would not have resorted to such drastic measures. Although Han Li was astonished internally, he displayed no sign of it on his face as he spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, Ling expressed profound gratitude towards his companion. Ling Yuling flashed a charming smile, an unintentional hint of allure escaping her. Han Li, however, felt a chill run down his spine. Unable to discern whether the individual was male or female, he was compelled to disregard the enchanting beauty before him. Are you in such haste to reach Tianqing City? It should be under strict martial law by now, making entry quite difficult. If you do not mind, I, Ling, would be honored to escort you into the city as a token of gratitude for your assistance. Ling Yuling said, her smile fading as she assumed a serious demeanor. Han Li was somewhat taken aback by this proposition, but upon reflection, allowing this individual to guide him into the city was precisely the means to demonstrate his lack of affiliation with the Anti-Star Alliance following the demise of its two cultivators. Given that the offer had been made, he naturally would not refuse such a fortuitous opportunity. Responding with a slight motion of his face, my dwelling is indeed situated within Tianqing City, and my hurried journey is indeed to return home. If entry into the city proves impossible, I would greatly appreciate your assistance, Taoist friend. Not at all. The fact that you so decisively vanquished those two speaks volumes of your qualifications to enter the city without need for further proof. The Star Palace welcomes you wholeheartedly. However, it is worth noting that the pursuers are not limited to those two. There are several others of considerable power. We should leave this place promptly, Ling Yuling replied, her demeanor brightening as she spoke, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Han Li said nothing in response, merely nodding slightly. The two then transformed into streaks of azure and white light, hastily making their way toward Tianqing City. As they traveled, Han Li observed Ling Yuling with curiosity. Her oversized white robe concealed any obvious traits of gender, yet upon closer inspection, he noticed the absence of an Adam's apple. However, this singular detail was insufficient to ascertain her gender, as he knew of peculiar techniques capable of altering one's physical characteristics. Could she be practicing such an art? Han Li mused with a strange thought. Noticing Han Li's gaze, The stunning figure smiled coyly at him, causing Han Li to feel a bit flustered as he instinctively turned his head away. It seems that you possess 2 ancient treasures, indicating you are indeed a person of exceptional fortune. I wonder about the origin of that copper ring. I have had the fortune to behold other ancient artifacts, yet none exhibit such remarkable abilities, Ling Yuling remarked, deliberately bringing up Han Li's treasures as they sped forward. It is nothing extraordinary, merely a matter of having a few more opportunities than others, Han Li replied, maintaining a calm facade and evading the truth. However, the ability to slay 2 equally ranked cultivators is truly remarkable. I wonder, Taoist Han, would you be interested in joining our Star Palace? I could certainly recommend you, Ling Yuling said, observing Han Li's reluctance to discuss the matter, yet not pressing further as she shifted the conversation to recruitment. Upon hearing her words, Han Li could not help but furrow his brow. It appears that Ling Yuling is quite a formidable individual. Before even escorting me into the city, he has already begun to present me with challenges. Those cultivators who have recently joined the Star Palace have merely become cannon fodder. I certainly will not ensnare myself in such a predicament. After some contemplation, Han Li cleared his throat and cautiously remarked, though I have long aspired to your esteemed palace, the Miaoyin sect has extended great kindness to me in the past. As I hold the position of a guest elder within the sect, it would be rather inconvenient for me in recent years. I sincerely apologize. Han Li unreservedly employed the Miaoyin sect as a shield against Ling's persuasion. Not at all. I deeply admire your loyalty, Taoist friend Han. However, the Star Palace is always open to individuals of your caliber, Ling Yuling responded with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of displeasure at Han Li's gentle refusal. Instead, he smiled faintly and began to engage Han Li in discussions about the intriguing secrets and tales of the chaotic Star Sea, wisely refraining from mentioning the Star Palace or the Anti-Star Alliance thereafter. The swift shift in conversation pleased Han Li, who found it easy to navigate the dialogue. Thus, the two continued their leisurely exchange while soaring forward. A day later, they beheld the majestic Tianqing city from afar, their faces betraying a hint of joy. However, before they could approach the colossal island, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared from an unknown direction, 4 men and 1 woman. The leader, a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion, possessed the cultivation of the early stage of core formation, while the others were at the foundation establishment level. Greetings, Guardian Ling. The 4 foundation establishment cultivators evidently recognized Ling Yuling and, upon reaching him, respectfully bowed in salute. It seemed that this group held a notable reputation within the Star Palace. The yellow-faced cultivator, displaying a hint of surprise, inquired, Ling Shidi, are you unharmed? Upon hearing of the attack on Nanming Island, I was exceedingly worried. Who might this Taoist friend be? His gaze shifted to Han Li, scrutinizing him with some suspicion. I was pursued by 2 cultivators from the Anti-Star Alliance on my journey, and it was thanks to Taoist friend Han that I was saved. His abode is situated in Tianqing City, so I brought him along. Ling Yuling responded with an expressionless demeanor. Whether it was due to exhaustion from the journey or the burden of internal injury, his complexion appeared paler than when Han Li first encountered him, subtly conveying a sense of fragility. Since he is Ling Shidi's benefactor, there should be no issue. The yellow-faced cultivator replied. Ling Shidi, are you injured? His face displayed profound concern, which stirred something within Han Li's heart. It is of no consequence. Though I was struck by an artifact, I have the Tianxiang silk for protection, so I am not gravely harmed, Ling Yuling said, a faint blush gracing her beautiful face. Though her expression grew colder still. I possess a specially concocted Tianling pill. Ling Shidi, please take it to prevent any depletion of your vital energy. Upon hearing this, the yellow-faced cultivator appeared even more anxious. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a small vial from his possession and courteously offered it to Ling Yuling. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yuling's expression darkened abruptly, as if he were on the verge of anger. However, he seemed to recall something afterward. Suddenly, her anger transformed into joy, and with her bright eyes shimmering like autumn waves, she spoke. I am deeply grateful for the medicine you have bestowed upon me, esteemed senior. I must first return to the inner palace to report on the matters concerning South Ming Island. As for you, Taoist Han, I kindly ask for your assistance in escorting me into the city. You must ensure that my benefactor receives a warm welcome. With a delicate and fair hand, Ling Yuling accepted the small vial with a smile, exuding an irresistible charm, her demeanor radiating the essence of femininity. Not a problem. Today, Elder Wang is on duty and will not make things difficult for you, the yellow-faced cultivator assured, his excitement evident as he patted his chest. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li's expression flickered with intrigue. Could this person truly be a woman? Otherwise, why would the yellow-faced cultivator display such infatuation? A hint of doubt crept into Han Li's mind. Volume 4, Winds Rise from Overseas Chapter 504. Transmission and Conditions. Although you have extended your aid to Junior Ling, there are still certain essential inquiries that must be made. Given the extraordinary circumstances, I trust you can understand, the yellow-faced cultivator stated. His gaze fixed on the direction Ling Yuling had vanished into, before turning his attention to Han Li with a nonchalant demeanor. Ask whatever you wish, Han Li replied, his expression unchanged and unwavering. Very well. Let us first discuss your identity. I need to verify its authenticity, the yellow-faced cultivator said, nodding slightly. Han Li smiled faintly at this development. I am an elder of the Miaoying sect, and here is my waste token. Additionally, this is the prohibition token for the cave dwelling within the city. I trust you can discern their authenticity. He calmly produced 2 distinct tokens from his storage bag and handed them over. Miaoying sect? Check to see if there is indeed such an elder. The yellow-faced cultivator commanded without hesitation as he took the tokens, not bothering to look back. The young female cultivator standing behind him paused momentarily at his words, but quickly complied. She rummaged through her storage bag and eventually produced a jade slip, inspecting it with her divine sense. After scrutinizing Han Li closely, she respectfully reported, Guardian Zhao, there is indeed an elder surnamed Han in the Miaoying sect, and he closely resembles the image. Oh, these 2 tokens are genuine as well. It seems your identity is valid, the yellow-faced cultivator acknowledged, his expression remaining neutral. Now, you 4 continue to patrol the area. I will escort this Taoist friend to complete the entry procedures, he instructed, tossing the tokens back to Han Li. Understood. The 4 responded in unison. With that, the yellow-faced cultivator said no more, gesturing for Han Li to follow as he swiftly ascended towards the towering walls of Tianqing City, with Han Li trailing closely behind like a streak of green light. Before long, the yellow-faced cultivator led Han Li to hover above a city gate near the high walls. Although there were no inquiries from others along the way, Han Li, employing his spiritual sense, discerned at least 4 or 5 concealed cultivators hidden along the route. While the majority were foundation-building practitioners, there were also 2 who had reached the core formation stage, lurking without revealing themselves. Despite Han Li's impassive demeanor, a chill ran through his heart. It seemed that after the attack on Nanming Island, vigilance had indeed intensified, were it not for someone guiding him. Infiltrating Tianqing City would have proven to be quite a formidable challenge. The city gate appeared somewhat desolate. Apart from a dozen white-clad cultivators, there were few entering or exiting. As he drew nearer, Han Li noticed that the towering walls and gate shimmered with a pale white radiance, suggesting that some form of restriction had been activated. Once the yellow-faced cultivator landed, he proceeded without hesitation towards the only elder among the white-clad practitioners, who was reclining on a bamboo chair, eyes closed in repose. Guardian Yu. This is Elder Han from the Miaoying sect. I have already verified his identity and token. There are no issues. I must now trouble you to explain the matters concerning entry into the city. I need to continue patrolling the outskirts and cannot linger, he said, bowing respectfully to the elder. After briefly scrutinizing the elder, Han Li felt a surge of caution. This individual was indeed a mid-core formation cultivator. No wonder the yellow-faced cultivator dared not offend him. Miaoying sect? The elder's eyelids fluttered. He slowly opened his eyes, appearing still somewhat dazed. Indeed. Furthermore, this friend here once rendered assistance to Brother Ling on the road, the yellow-faced cultivator added, albeit somewhat reluctantly. Oh, how peculiar. I see. Zhao, you may return. The elder replied, a glint of cold light flashing momentarily in his eyes before vanishing without a trace, his voice still languid and lacking vigor. The yellow-faced cultivator, unfazed by the elder's demeanor, clasped his hands in respect and departed without acknowledging Han Li. Han Li stood calmly in place, observing the elder with a tranquil demeanor. I have indeed encountered the young lady Zi Ling from the Miaoying sect on a few occasions. She is quite an astute individual. However, I have only heard mention of you, esteemed elder, on a couple of occasions, regrettably without the fortune of meeting you. Yet, seeing you appear so youthful, might you have also practiced some technique for preserving one's appearance, akin to Brother Ling? As far as I know, such techniques are typically of a rather mean nature, offering little benefit to male practitioners, the elder remarked, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Han Li. Is Brother Ling male or female? I have not practiced any such techniques, merely consumed a youth-preserving pill, Han Li replied, his composure unwavering as he inquired whether Brother Ling is male or female. Even within our star palace, few truly know. I, too, remain in the dark. However, it is certain that he has cultivated a technique for preserving youth. The elder responded with a low chuckle, his tone slow and deliberate. Han Li, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the elder continued, very well. Let us not dwell on these matters any longer. Since your identity has been verified, I shall refrain from unnecessary actions. However, the current situation deviates from the norm, and thus, the rules must inevitably differ. Pay close attention, my friend. I shall only explain this once. Han Li raised his brows, lips pressed tightly together, choosing to remain silent. The elder then presented two options. Firstly, you may temporarily join our star palace and assist us in repelling our enemies. Should you choose this path, you will have the freedom to move about the city without restrictions. Furthermore, after each assignment, our star palace will generously reward you, ensuring that your efforts are duly compensated. Secondly, if you prefer not to partake in the conflict and wish to reside quietly within the city, that is also acceptable. We shall not impose upon your choice. However, during certain designated periods, the city will be under martial law, and you will not be permitted to leave your residence at will. Otherwise, be forewarned that our enforcement team within the city will show no mercy. The elder's expression suddenly darkened as he coldly inquired, now, Han Daoist, you may reveal your intentions. Han Li's eyes flickered with a hint of uncertainty, and he fell into contemplative silence. Observing this, the elder did not urge him, but narrowed his eyes, a crafty glint appearing on his face. After a moment's contemplation, Han Li finally asked in a low voice, once in the city, will I have the option to use the teleportation array to reach the outer star sea? The elder's response was devoid of surprise, as if he had anticipated this inquiry. Previously, one could simply pay with spirit stones, but that is no longer the case. To access the outer star sea, you must first complete a task for our star palace. What task? Han Li inquired, a vague suspicion stirring within him, though he furrowed his brow in curiosity. Quite simple. The elder replied with a slight smile, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. During the imminent battle, you must either fulfill a task for our star palace or eliminate a fellow practitioner from the rebellious Star Alliance of the same rank. Upon hearing this condition, Han Li could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed the higher-ups of the Star Palace intended to coerce those wishing to depart, insisting that even if they could not serve the Star Palace, they must still shed the blood of the rebellious Star Alliance. This would simultaneously weaken their enemy's strength and ensure that these practitioners could not align with the Alliance in the future. I have already slain a practitioner of the same rank alongside Daoist Ling on our way back. Would that count? Han Li exhaled softly, his expression turning earnest. You have killed one? You and Ling Yuling? The elder appeared somewhat intrigued. Indeed, Han Li affirmed without hesitation. Alas, that does not count. You must publicly eliminate one after submitting your application during the battle. Previous kills hold no value. The elder's interest grew as he spoke slowly. Do you have an estimate on when the battle will commence? Han Li stroked his chin, pondering the question. It should be soon, likely within the next few days. The rebellious Star Alliance has not yet breached the inner island and is planning a sudden assault on our Tianqing city. It is likely they are intent on a swift resolution. The elder, taken aback by these words, scrutinized Han Li once more before swiftly regaining his composure. I shall register, he declared. After eliminating a fellow cultivator of my rank, I will be transported to the extraterrestrial sea. Han Li, without much contemplation, responded with a calm demeanor. Excellent. Adorn this new ring. With this ring as your credential, you shall temporarily be considered a member of our star palace. When the great battle commences, this ring will facilitate your tasks or allow you to enlist for combat. The elder, after a brief search of his person, produced a glimmering yellow ring and discreetly offered it to Han Li. Your support in the form of flowers is also needed, but if you lack them, even a blank slate will suffice. Haha, we certainly will not be picky. Volume 4, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 505, Light Amidst Darkness. Han Li accepted the ring and promptly donned it on a finger. The elder smiled slightly upon witnessing this. Very well, you may enter the city. Each day, you will have a brief period for leisure activities, while the remainder of the time the city shall be under martial law. When the battle begins, the ring will automatically relay information to summon you. Simply await further instructions in your cave. With that, the elder gradually closed his eyes, ceasing further conversation. Han Li gazed intently at the elder for a moment before making his way into the city. Upon entering the city gates, he noticed the streets of Tianqing City were eerily devoid of people. Occasionally, one could spot a few cultivators soaring above, while the common folk largely remained indoors, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Han Li maintained a composed expression, though inwardly he felt a wave of relief. Given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that the markets within the city were largely closed. Had he not prepared the necessary supplies on Nanming Island in advance, he would undoubtedly be in considerable distress at this moment. With a soft chuckle, Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the sky and heading directly towards the cave on the Holy Mountain. As he passed by the market at the foot of the Holy Mountain, Han Li could not help but glance down. Indeed, all the shops were shuttered, devoid of even a ghostly figure. He shook his head lightly, refusing to linger, and continued his ascent to the 39th level of the Holy Mountain. Upon entering the area surrounding the Holy Mountain, Han Li keenly sensed that the vigilance here was far more stringent than in the outer city. Numerous waves of spiritual awareness scrutinized him from the shadows. Fortunately, upon noticing the yellow ring on his finger, these presences withdrew without any individual emerging to interrogate Han Li. However, Han Li frowned upon detecting the presence of several late-stage core formation cultivators among them. Feigning ignorance, he flew directly to the entrance of his cave. The protective barriers outside remained unchanged since his departure, yet Han Li stood outside the barriers, staring vacantly for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. Though his absence had not been extensive, he had encountered life-and-death situations multiple times, even to the extent of having to abandon the cave he had inhabited for nearly a century. This realization evoked a twinge of melancholy within Han Li. Using the barrier token, he silently dispelled the protective measures and gradually stepped inside. Everything within the cave remained as it had been. Han Li first visited the insect chamber, and upon seeing that the gold-devouring insects were all safe and sound, he finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, he swiftly utilized a prepared spirit beast pouch to gather all the devouring golden insects within, and then made a trip to the medicinal garden to harvest all the spiritual herbs, which he subsequently stored in his storage pouch. After completing these tasks, Han Li let out a sigh of relief, gradually making his way to the bedroom, where he lay down on the bed and began to contemplate his future plans. It was imperative that he eliminate a fellow cultivator of the same rank from the Reverse Star Alliance in order to access the teleportation array to the extraterrestrial sea. This requirement posed little challenge for him. Yet, Han Li was concerned that before the battle even commenced, the Star Palace might learn of the possibility that the Void Heaven Cauldron was linked to him. After all, he could not gauge when those ancient beings would emerge from the Void Heaven Palace. Should they divulge this information, it would spell certain doom for him. In addition, he harbored another apprehension. Although the likelihood was slim, he feared that even if he met the conditions, the higher-ups of the Star Palace might devise some other scheme, leaving him powerless to utilize the teleportation array. Ultimately, even if the higher-ups reneged on their promise, what recourse would the cultivators like him have against them? Consequently, while he had maintained a facade of compliance with the Star Palace's conditions at the city gates, he had no intention of waiting idly for their summons. He resolved to investigate the security measures surrounding the teleportation array, seeking an opportunity to discreetly escape. If the vigilance truly waned, he would seize the chance to make his getaway. As for whether this would irrevocably offend the colossal entity that was the Star Palace, he reasoned that he would eventually attract the attention of those Yuan Yao stage-old monsters anyway, so it seemed futile to concern himself with the matter. With such self-assurances, Han Li succumbed to a drowsy slumber. After enduring numerous tribulations, he was indeed feeling quite fatigued. The following day, he awoke with renewed vigor. The sky was bright, and he slowly emerged from his cave dwelling, soaring into the air to survey the surroundings. Though the number of cultivators was still far fewer than usual, it was significantly greater than the day before upon entering the city. It appeared that this time frame allowed for greater freedom of movement. Without hesitation, Han Li ascended, gliding through the vicinity. Noticing no one watching or paying attention to him, he made a beeline for the 50th floor. The security along the way was lax on the surface, yet tight beneath. And it wasn't long before Han Li found himself hovering over the starry palace where the teleportation array was situated. He did not linger for even a moment, feigning casualness as he swept past the grand hall. Yet, in that fleeting instant, his consciousness quietly infiltrated the interior of the hall. Initially, The incursion was smooth, facing almost no obstacles as he penetrated the majority of the outer hall. However, as his consciousness approached the inner sanctum, a barrier of green and yellow hues abruptly manifested. Fortunately, Han Li was quick to react, retracting his consciousness before it could trigger the barrier. Simultaneously, a frown creased his brow. According to estimates, this barrier should not have been sufficient to impede his forceful intrusion of consciousness. Yet, doing so would undoubtedly attract the attention of the cultivators within the hall. And Han Li was not foolish enough to engage in such reckless behavior. In the air, he found his brows furrowed tightly. Due to the barrier, he was unable to ascertain the number and cultivation levels of the guards inside the hall. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that any Yuan stage cultivators would be present in such a place. At most, there would be mid to late stage Jedon cultivators, which would be quite formidable indeed. After all, compared to other significant locations, the Starry Palace would not attract much attention from the higher-ups of the Star Palace. Once Han Li flew a sufficient distance away, he took a wide detour, slightly deviating from his original path, and then returned swiftly. As he passed by one side of the Starry Palace this time, Han Li, a bit unwilling, once again extended his divine sense, hoping to uncover any flaws in the palace's restrictions. However, instead of detecting any vulnerabilities in the defenses, a hoarse voice suddenly reached his ears. "Zhang Daoist, what is the situation? What did that guard at the teleportation array say? Is 3,000 spirit stones per person not enough? This is the maximum we can offer." Upon hearing this, Han Li was initially startled, but then his mind stirred. His gaze quickly darted towards two cultivators flying at a low altitude in the distance, and he immediately slowed his escape light. One of these cultivators was a middle-aged man with a dark face and gray attire, while the other was a gaunt, sallow fellow. Both were mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. The earlier question had been posed by the dark-faced middle-aged man to the thin man, who appeared somewhat anxious. The two were whispering cautiously in a deserted area, yet under Han Li's formidable divine sense, their conversation was crystal clear. "Shoo, be careful. Use voice transmission for this matter," the gaunt man said nervously, glancing around. Han Li, however, quickly concealed his figure and entered a state of breath-holding. He had not detected anything of significance. Simultaneously, he withdrew his divine sense from other areas and concentrated it solely on the two men, preparing to eavesdrop on their conversation. This was only possible due to Han Li's divine sense vastly surpassing theirs. Otherwise, other core formation cultivators would require rare top-tier secret techniques to eavesdrop on such discussions. Although they are somewhat distantly related to me, risking sending them out to the foreign sea entails considerable peril, the gaunt man continued. He said, "Unless it's 5,000 spirit stones per person, don't even think about it. This is still considering that we are all Foundation establishment cultivators. Of little significance to the Star Palace. If it were core formation cultivators, even offering more spirit stones would not convince him to release a single one." The gaunt man sighed, expressing a sense of helplessness. 5,000. Does he truly regard us as mere sheep to be sheared? We are merely scattered cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage. How can we possibly gather such a sum of spirit stones? The dark-faced, middle-aged man growled, his expression grim. Yet he managed to convey this through voice transmission. Remaining in the inner sea is far too perilous. We scattered cultivators could be swept up in this great calamity at any moment. If that happens, what good are spirit stones if we lose our lives? After all, we have calculated that the strength of the Star Palace and the Anti-Star Alliance is fairly comparable. A great war may last for years, even decades. I do not wish to live in a constant state of fear, hiding here and there. As for spirit stones, we must have some precious materials left that can be exchanged for spirit stones to offer them. Surely, he would consider this, the gaunt man urged, sighing. This is unacceptable. Are we to ruin ourselves just to teleport to the foreign sea? I refuse to agree to this, the dark-faced man asserted vehemently. The middle-aged man with a dark complexion shook his head repeatedly, resembling a miser. Forget it. Let's observe how others decide on this matter. The emaciated man, seemingly equally troubled, spoke with a hint of reluctance. There is still a chapter to go tonight. The recent weather has been quite peculiar, fluctuating between cold and hot. And I've caught a fever again if I'm not careful. It's genuinely frustrating. Everyone should be cautious and dress warmly to avoid falling ill. As the two men reached this point in their conversation, their expressions darkened, and they ceased talking, hastening their speed as they flew down the mountain. Han Li did not follow closely behind them, deeming it too conspicuous. Instead, He discreetly enveloped the emaciated man with a thread of his consciousness, watching coldly as the two men flew a distance away before leisurely revealing himself and trailing them from afar. Compared to Han Li, their speed was rather slow. After flying for over an hour, they finally arrived at the 4th level of the sacred mountain and entered an exceedingly ordinary courtyard. Moments later, Han Li's figure appeared above the courtyard. The surroundings seemed tranquil, with only a few similarly styled courtyards in the distance and a small patch of verdant bamboo forest, exuding a touch of elegance. As Han Li gazed at the courtyard, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Despite its unassuming appearance, the exterior was adorned with a small flowing water formation. While it would be ineffective against genuine intruders, it could still serve as a rudimentary warning. However, this formation would pose no challenge to Han Li, and even an ordinary golden core cultivator with a modicum of knowledge and formations would find it utterly ineffectual. Han Li was entirely confident in his ability to infiltrate without alerting the external defenses. Thus, he proceeded to do just that, with a series of hand seals. His figure blurred and suddenly vanished amidst a green glow. Shortly thereafter, the concealed Han Li silently appeared within the courtyard. At this moment, he suppressed the flow of his entire spiritual power. Not even a foundation establishment cultivator, let alone a golden core practitioner, would be able to detect him. This caution stemmed from his apprehension that a golden core cultivator might indeed be present. Otherwise, he could have utilized a standard concealment technique. Han Li stood motionless in the center of the courtyard, while his consciousness slowly spread outward, enveloping the entire area. Then, a flicker of surprise crossed his face as he turned his gaze toward a side room on the left. He sensed distinctly that all the other rooms were unoccupied. But within this modest chamber, there were unexpectedly 7 cultivators present. Among them were the emaciated man and the dark-complexioned middle-aged man. Among the 7, 2 were women, one a somewhat attractive matron and the other an ordinary-looking young woman. However, the most formidable among them was a robust man in splendid attire, his eyes gleaming with intensity and possessing a prominent, hooked nose. Aside from that rather discomforting feature, he was otherwise quite handsome and imposing. He possessed the cultivation level of the later stage of foundation establishment, having entered the false Dan realm, and was fully prepared to begin the process of Dan condensation. The others, however, were mostly at the early to mid-foundation establishment stage. This was quite normal, as such a level of cultivation was the bare minimum required to venture into the extraterrestrial sea. Nevertheless, it was unclear what matter had been under discussion among them. For each individual wore a somber expression, remaining silent in the room, where not a single voice was raised. Han Li was in no rush. He stood quietly, patiently awaiting their conversation, confident that it would yield valuable information for his next decision. Indeed, after a brief interval, the middle-aged woman could no longer contain her impatience and spoke up. "Brother E, just now, Brother Huang has relayed a message. The other party demands 5,000 spirit stones per person to allow us passage to the extraterrestrial sea. Should we proceed with the mission from the Star Palace openly? Or should we discreetly pay the spirit stones and have them transport us clandestinely? Brother E, you must make a decision. After all, during a great battle, if they choose to let us go, it may be too late." The woman's voice was tinged with agitation. "Madam Lu, your tone suggests you are quite willing to part with such spirit stones. Yet have you considered that while you may be affluent and indifferent to this sum, my husband and I would have to exhaust our entire fortune to gather such an amount? Do you intend to go alone?" A pale-faced cultivator sitting next to the young woman darkened his expression, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's displeasure was evident as she retorted, "When did I ever claim I would go alone? I am merely inquiring of Brother E. With his extensive experience and being the highest cultivator among us, I believe he can provide a thorough analysis of the pros and cons enough, my friends." The hulking figure in brocade finally interjected coldly. "Brother Lu will not be departing alone. The extraterrestrial sea is not a place where foundation stage cultivators can wander independently. Only by acting together can we ensure our survival there. If fortune favors us, we might slay some spirit beasts and refine a few spirit pills to significantly enhance our cultivation. Hence, we must venture into the extraterrestrial sea. However, we need not undertake any missions or slay fellow cultivators of the same rank. In the chaos of battle, even core formation cultivators cannot guarantee their own safety, let alone us low-tier cultivators. Moreover, I worry that the higher-ups of the Star Palace may go back on their word." "Surely not," the brocade-clad man replied, skepticism lacing his tone. The Star Palace has not been known for such treachery in the past. Brother E, you may be overly cautious. The speaker was a robust youth, appearing young, yet emanating an air of maturity. Though unlikely, it is not impossible. This is no longer a time when the Star Palace stands alone. If they perceive this battle as perilous, they might resort to any means necessary. It would not be surprising if they broke their promises, the brocade-clad man scoffed, his disdain evident as he seemed to possess a keen understanding of these great powers. Upon this declaration, silence once again enveloped the room, as everyone fell into deep contemplation. Therefore, I believe the most prudent course of action is to invest some spirit stones for our preservation. Should we truly engage in the grand battle, our annihilation is highly probable. Even if a few fortunate souls were to survive, isolated in the extraterrestrial sea, they would find little means of self-preservation and would likely meet a grim fate. The burly man spoke slowly, yet with conviction. However, with so many spirit stones at stake, what good are they if our lives are lost? Moreover, it would suffice to slay a few higher-tier beasts in the alien sea to compensate for our losses. The foremost priority is to facilitate our immediate transportation. The middle-aged man with a dark complexion appeared pained and was about to voice his concerns, but was abruptly interrupted by the stern gaze of the well-dressed giant. The dark-faced cultivator seemed to harbor a deep-seated fear of the man, and upon receiving such a reprimand, he mumbled a few words and fell silent. As for the issue of insufficient spirit stones among our companions, let us contribute whatever we can. We shall see if the other party can be accommodating. If that does not suffice, we can identify who among us possesses an abundance of spirit stones to lend some in advance. Once we arrive in the extraterrestrial sea, we will repay the loan with both principal and interest. The well-dressed giant evidently commanded a considerable degree of respect among the group, as his mere words were sufficient to reach a unilateral decision. The other 6 exchanged glances. While not everyone was entirely agreeable, they reluctantly acquiesced. The elder, upon observing their expressions, displayed a hint of satisfaction and turned to the gaunt man, speaking ominously. Friend Zhang, I must trouble you to make another trip tomorrow. See if it is possible to negotiate a reduction in the number of spirit stones. If not, we shall have to concede to their terms. However, we must depart the day after tomorrow. We cannot afford to delay any longer. We must leave before the battle commences. The gaunt man repeatedly nodded in agreement. The individuals within the room then began to discuss specific details with fervor. Outside, Hanli attentively listened to the entire conversation, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In a flash of azure light, he vanished without a trace from the courtyard. The following day, as the gaunt man set off once again towards the Star Palace, he was unaware that another figure had emerged high above him. Hanli, maintaining a stoic expression, followed closely, witnessing the man's cautious entrance through a side door of the grand hall. Hanli, after a brief moment, calmly awaited his return outside. After more than half an hour, the gaunt man stealthily emerged, a glimmer of excitement evident on his face. Hanli trailed him back to the residence, only to witness an unexpected scene. Before entering the courtyard, the gaunt man's excitement evaporated, and he glanced around, his countenance swiftly transforming into one of worry and despair before he knocked and entered the premises. Hanli furrowed his brow at this development, lost in contemplation. Was there a deeper intrigue at play? He pondered, resting his chin in thought. I sincerely apologize for the delay in this chapter's release due to my health issues. I hope for your understanding. Volume 4, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 507. Infiltration on the third day at dawn, as the first light of day broke. A group consisting of the well-dressed man in brocade and a lean figure stealthily slipped out of the courtyard, making their way toward the starry sky hall. At this moment, the city had just lifted its lockdown, allowing the cultivators to emerge. However, due to the early hour, there were scarcely any souls to be seen in the streets. This circumstance rendered the 7 individuals even more cautious, each one focused solely on their path. Only the leading man in brocade, while soaring through the air, frequently surveyed his surroundings. Their journey proceeded remarkably smoothly, and they swiftly flew to the 49th tier of the sacred mountain. With just a little more time, they would reach the starry sky hall, which brought a sense of relief to their faces and hearts. Yet, at that very moment, the leading man in brocade suddenly changed his expression and halted his flight. With a grave demeanor, he raised his hand to perform an unusual gesture. The others, seeing this, were taken aback and promptly ceased their movements, adopting a vigilant stance. What is your intention, friend? Why do you obstruct our path? The man in brocade fixed his gaze on the empty space ahead, speaking in a chilling tone. Simultaneously, one of his hands discreetly pressed against his storage pouch at his waist. My esteemed friends need not be alarmed. Though I have been waiting here for you, I bear no ill will. I merely have a request. A somewhat hoarse voice drifted lazily from ahead, followed by a flash of azure light in the previously empty space. A man in a blue robe appeared, hands clasped behind his back. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, with a pallid complexion that suggested he might be unwell. However, upon discerning the man's cultivation level, the brocade-clad man and his companions felt a surge of alarm and heightened vigilance. The stranger was at the same late stage of foundation establishment as the brocade man, also having reached the realm of Falsehoods. What is your surname, friend? How might we assist you? A flicker of coldness passed through the brocade man's eyes, yet he spoke calmly. My surname is Chu, a mere loose cultivator. Are you not heading to the starry sky hall? Might you take me along? I too wish to venture to the outer star sea, the man in blue casually stated, causing the faces of the others to pale. Upon hearing this, the brocade man's expression grew even more tumultuous. After a moment of silence, he forced a smile and denied, so you are friend Chu. However, what you speak of, the starry sky hall and the outer star sea, what do they mean? We are merely passing through here to attend to private matters, unrelated to the starry sky hall. Perhaps you have mistaken us for someone else. The brocade man resolved firmly in his heart. Though he was uncertain of the stranger's origins or how he knew of their intentions, he could not easily concede. The others refrained from interjecting recklessly, seemingly entrusting all dealings to the brocade man. There is no need for such caution, my friend. Since I am here now, do you think mere words can deceive me? The man in blue chuckled lightly, dismissively. You seem quite well informed, even recognizing someone like me. The man clad in brocade felt a chill run down his spine. After a cold snort, he pressed his hand upon the storage bag, feeling the veins strain against the tension. The few individuals behind him seemed to receive a signal from an unknown source, suddenly scattering with remarkable coordination, encircling the figure in the green robe. Surely, they do not intend to resort to murder to silence me. Not to boast, but with my cultivation. Even if all of you were to strike together, it would be impossible to dispatch me in an instant. At that moment, I could call out for assistance from the people of the Star Palace. I wonder what fate awaits you then. The cultivator in the green robe regarded their actions with indifference, his demeanor remarkably calm as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the black-faced cultivator and the others exchanged glances, their gazes inevitably falling upon the brocade-clad man, whose expression was one of extreme displeasure. Although he had yet to form his core, he had always prided himself on his cunning. Never before had he been so openly threatened by a mere foundation-building cultivator. However, he understood that the threat was genuine and not to be taken lightly. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he suppressed his anger and coldly inquired, "How does my friend wish for us to assist? We had agreed upon 7 individuals, and the teleportation array can accommodate a maximum of 7 cultivators. Should you exceed this number, the other party would surely object." Upon hearing this, the green-robed man merely smiled slightly. "Fear not. I shall not impose upon you. As long as I can enter the hall, I have my ways of persuading them. If they refuse, I will not press the matter, nor will I jeopardize your good fortune. Is that all?" The brocade-clad man furrowed his brow, a hint of skepticism surfacing on his face. "Indeed, that is all," the green-robed man affirmed with confidence. "Very well. If it is merely to introduce you, that is not unfeasible. We shall comply." After a moment of contemplation, the brocade-clad man finally gritted his teeth and assented. "Then I thank you, my friend." The green-robed man maintained his composure, as though he had anticipated the brocade-clad man's capitulation, and slightly cupped his fists in gratitude. "Since you also seek to enter the Star Palace, let us proceed swiftly. We have already delayed too long, and the other party may be growing impatient." The lean man glanced at the sky and, feeling a sense of urgency, urged them onward. After hearing this, the green-robed man cast a glance at the lean man, but chose not to speak. However, the brocade-clad man wasted no time, gesturing for everyone to set off again. Their flight formed an intentional yet unintentional formation, encircling the green-robed cultivator in the center. It seemed that their vigilance had not diminished in the slightest. The green-robed cultivator, however, remained unfazed, advancing at a measured pace alongside the others. The remaining distance was not great, and soon they arrived before the Star Palace. At that moment, the lean man suddenly quickened his pace, shooting ahead to land first. The brocade-clad man and the others did not display any signs of surprise. After all, it was this person who had previously communicated with the Star Palace. Thus, it was only natural for him to take the lead upon arrival, to avoid any misunderstandings. Once they entered the Star Palace, they endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, though a sense of trepidation was inevitably evident. Upon stepping into the hall, their fates would lie entirely in the hands of the other party. Yet, everything appeared to be proceeding normally. The anticipated restrictions did not manifest. It appears that the individuals in charge had preemptively disabled them. The man in the blue robe exhibited a fleeting expression of surprise. Yet the others felt a sense of relief as they finally entered the grand hall equipped with a teleportation array. Within, 2 cultivators from the Star Palace, clad in white, awaited their arrival. Esteemed Gu, Honorable Qian, we have arrived. Are you prepared on your end? The gaunt man, upon seeing the two, stepped forward with a beaming smile, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. The 2 cultivators remained indifferent. Upon the gaunt man's inquiry, only one, a bald elder, nodded haughtily. What preparations do we need? Hand over the spirit stones, and each of you will receive a teleportation talisman. You may depart immediately. However, I trust the quantity of spirit stones will not be lacking. The elder spoke slowly. Rest assured, Senior, we have brought the spirit stones as agreed, replied the well-dressed man, stepping forward with equal respect. You must be Daoisti, indeed possessing remarkable cultivation. The bald elder appraised the man with a discerning gaze, his tone becoming slightly more courteous. However, as his eyes traversed the others and landed on Han Li, his expression suddenly darkened. Were there not 7 individuals? Why is there one extra? This friend seems to have reached the false Dan realm. May I inquire as to your identity? The elder's countenance grew cold, laden with scrutiny. The well-dressed man sighed, appearing ready to offer an explanation. This fellow cultivator is merely a loose practitioner, wishing to teleport to the outer star sea. Having heard that Daoist E and the others possess a means, he sought us out, hoping that the 2 esteemed seniors would not take offense. Should you be willing to accommodate, I would gladly offer double the teleportation fee. Han Li interjected with a smile, cutting off the well-dressed man's words. Double the fee? The bald elder was momentarily taken aback, but then glanced at the refined, middle-aged cultivator beside him. Even with double the fee, it would be of no avail. The teleportation array can only accommodate 7 individuals at most, and we will only activate 1 array. We cannot make an exception for you. Otherwise, it would be difficult to conceal from the higher-ups should they inquire. The middle-aged cultivator furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. Naturally, I have considered this matter. I would not wish to cause you any inconvenience. Therefore, might I request that this esteemed friend temporarily relinquish their teleportation slot for my use? Han Li smiled faintly, abruptly turning to address the individual beside him without reservation. What did you say? That person was momentarily stunned, followed by an expression of astonishment. The recipient of the blue-robed man's words was indeed the gaunt man, who was filled with surprise and a hint of panic before swiftly transforming into anger. The others exchanged glances, uncertain of the blue-robed man's intentions. Fear not, my friend. I do not ask for this slot without recompense. I offer 2 5th-grade monster inner cores as compensation for the relinquished slot. Surely, you would not find this objectionable? The man in the blue robe spoke leisurely, then reached into his bosom and unexpectedly produced 2 azure orbs. The aura emanating from them indicated they were genuine 5th-grade demon cores. Do you truly believe that I would relinquish my opportunity for merely 2 demon cores? The gaunt man gazed at the orbs, a fleeting glint of greed flickering in his eyes, yet he seemed to recall something, letting out a cold huff of refusal instead. Upon hearing this, the man in blue remained unperturbed, instead breaking into a peculiar smile. Subsequently, his lips moved silently, and he audibly conveyed a few words to the gaunt man, unbeknownst to the bystanders. Initially, the gaunt man bore an air of indifference, but after hearing just a few phrases, his complexion turned ashen. This is all I wish to convey. Surely, my friend would not decline my proposition? The man in blue spoke this aloud, foregoing the subtlety of mental communication. The gaunt man's expression tightened, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow in response to the blue-robed man's words. Very well, since you have stated it thus, I shall concede my opportunity to you. After a moment of fierce scrutiny directed at his counterpart, the capricious gaunt man reluctantly acquiesced. However, this declaration caused the expressions of the other 6 companions to shift. Zhang, what are you saying? Did we not agree to advance and retreat together? The robust man in fine garments fixed a steely gaze upon the gaunt man. I sincerely apologize, but it appears I must part ways with you for the time being. Please, go ahead without me. We may collaborate again in the future." The gaunt man offered a bitter smile, helpless in his predicament. At this juncture, the robust man ceased his protests, as it became evident to all that Zhang had been compelled to relinquish his right due to some leverage held by the blue-robed man. Thus, it was deemed unwise to voice further objections. Fortunately, while one individual was absent, the overall impact was not deemed substantial. "Who agreed to allow you to switch participants at will?" The balding elder furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing ominously. "Senior Gu," the gaunt man stammered, taken aback and uncertain of how to explain himself. Yet, at that moment, the man in blue produced 2 jade boxes with a flick of his wrist. He deftly sent the boxes flying toward the balding elder and the refined scholar. As the 2 men instinctively reached out to catch the boxes, they exchanged glances of intrigue upon noticing the blue-robed man's demeanor. "These are 2 treasures I inadvertently acquired and would like to present to you, esteemed seniors," the man in blue stated serenely. The 2 men looked at each other, curiosity evident in their eyes, for they quickly inspected the jade boxes, realizing no tampering had occurred. Nonetheless, out of caution, they each opened a narrow slit in their respective boxes, causing a few tendrils of crimson light to escape. After a cursory glance, they simultaneously displayed expressions of pleasant surprise. "Are you truly offering us these treasures, Brother Chu?" inquired the elegant-faced scholar, visibly moved. The senior is well aware that although these 2 items are precious, they are currently beyond my humble capabilities. As a junior, I would much prefer to venture into the celestial seas and continue my cultivation in earnest. The scholar in blue subtly curled his lips, a hint of a smile gracing his features as he spoke. "Hee. Very well, since my friend Chu has presented such a significant gift, we are not ones to disregard sentiment. You may proceed to transmit along with the 6 others." The elder of the Gu clan, unable to contain his joy at the sight of the items within the box, eagerly accepted without consulting his companion. Though the Qian clan cultivator felt a twinge of displeasure, he too seemed swayed by the allure of the object in his hand and refrained from voicing further objections, tacitly consenting to the arrangement. This scene aroused suspicion among the others, nearly all of whom harbored a curiosity to discover what treasures lay within the box. However, the 2 bald elders swiftly closed the lids of the jade boxes, and they certainly did not dare to brazenly probe with their spiritual senses, leaving them in ignorance. Only the well-dressed giant cast a lingering glance at the 2 jade boxes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, although he too could not discern the contents. The mention of a magical treasure by the scholar in blue involuntarily ignited the notion in his mind. Could it be that this individual truly presented a treasured artifact to the other? This speculation sent a shiver through him. Yet, before the well-dressed giant could ponder further, the 2 core formation cultivators opposite him simultaneously produced a white jade tablet from their possession. They then began to chant incantations directed at a nearby teleportation array. Observing this spectacle, the well-dressed giant and his companions showed no signs of surprise, while the scholar in blue let out a sigh of relief, privately acknowledging his good fortune. It was indeed true that these teleportation arrays had been tampered with. Had they recklessly charged ahead without consideration, they would likely have encountered significant obstacles. It appears that those 2 insipid yet regrettable treasures had proven invaluable after all. With such thoughts occupying his mind, the scholar in blue, in the guise of the modest Han Li, concealed his cultivation using qi refining techniques. Inside the jade boxes lay 2 shimmering red flying daggers, the very artifacts that had once belonged to Hu Yu, who had met his demise at the hands of Xian Gu. Now, they were effortlessly bestowed upon others. Although Han Li possessed numerous treasures devoid of extraordinary abilities, these flying daggers remained exceptionally coveted by core formation cultivators. There was no need to expend time refining their power. They could be employed directly, even if they could not achieve a complete synchronization of spirit and mind, and their might could only reach 70% at best. Such items were still sought after by many ordinary core formation cultivators. After all, while a multitude of artifacts had been left behind over the years, most had been destroyed or lost in the conflicts of cultivators. Even among the few that still existed, they were predominantly held by formidable golden core cultivators or ancient nascent soul masters. Some had been stealthily hidden away by lesser-known cultivators or small factions. A grand force like the Star Palace had indeed amassed a wealth of treasures. However, due to its immense scale, the number of core formation cultivators within was also in the hundreds. as these two were merely at the initial stage of core formation and had not achieved any significant feats. They naturally could not expect to receive an abundance of artifact rewards. The two individuals, having unexpectedly acquired the flying knife artifact, were naturally overjoyed. Once they refined it, their strength would undoubtedly surge. As for whether the gaunt man would willingly relinquish his spot, Han Li had indeed grasped his leverage. When Han Li observed the peculiar expression on the gaunt man's face upon returning from the Celestial Palace, he stealthily infiltrated his chamber that night, rendering him unconscious with a secret technique. Although no spell could genuinely control another's consciousness, it was feasible to induce a state between wakefulness and slumber, allowing the use of enchanting techniques combined with formidable mental prowess to extract some of the concealed thoughts. Fortuitously, Han Li's luck shone as the snippets revealed by the gaunt man disclosed his collusion with two Celestial Palace cultivators to artificially inflate the teleportation fees, thereby extorting information from others. With this revelation, Han Li leveraged it alongside the allure of two demon cores, compelling the gaunt man to acquiesce in fear, not daring to resist. Perhaps he believed all of this was a deliberate leak orchestrated by the two Celestial Palace cultivators. As the incantation echoed within the hall, the teleportation array shimmered with white light, followed by a melodious chime, and the surrounding radiance abruptly vanished. Typically, another individual presided over this hall, but coincidentally, he was engaged with matters outside the Celestial Palace these past 2 days. Otherwise, even if you offered excessive spirit stones, we would not accept them. Now, please hand over the spirit stones. The balding elder glanced at the deactivated teleportation array before turning to the well-dressed man and his companions, speaking without courtesy. Upon hearing this, the group promptly produced prepared storage bags and presented them to the elder. Han Li then retrieved 2 inner cores from demon beasts, which elicited a hint of surprise from the balding elder. After a thorough inspection, the elder nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a refined-looking middle-aged cultivator extended his hand and produced several talismans, distributing them among Han Li and the others. These teleportation talismans are for you to carry. You may depart now, he stated coldly, gesturing towards the teleportation array. While the others hesitated momentarily, Han Li stepped forward without a second thought. His confidence stemmed not from bravado, but from having swiftly scanned the teleportation array with his divine sense, confirming everything appeared normal. The stone tablet before the array bore the inscription Yuan. Han Li felt a peculiar familiarity with this name, surmising that the island they were destined for was likely unremarkable as well. Volume 4, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 509. Return to the outer seas. Seeing Han Li advance, the others hesitated briefly before following suit. As all 7 of them obediently stepped into the array, a smile crept onto the face of the cultivator with the surname Qian. He formed a hand seal, and points of white light flickered at his fingertips. We are allowing a few fellow cultivators to venture into the outer star seas privately. You will not speak of this elsewhere, will you? He inquired, fixating on the glowing points. Of course not. We are immensely grateful for your leniency, esteemed senior. How could we engage in such base actions? Moreover, what could we truly do to the 2 esteemed seniors? The well-dressed man displayed a remarkable cleverness, promptly exclaiming with an expression of solemn oath, "Very well, it is commendable that you understand this point. Both of us hold a modest position within the Star Palace. Even if the higher-ups were to learn of this, it would amount to little more than a reprimand. However, should any rumors emerge from outside, neither my companion nor I are known for our mercy." He fixed a cold gaze upon the well-dressed man, his eyes sweeping briefly over the others, yet curiously omitting Han Li. The senior is indeed a person of discernment. I have underestimated your noble intentions, the well-dressed man replied with a forced smile, a sheen of cold sweat subtly forming on his back. Humph, there is no need for further pleasantries. You would do well to consider your actions. The Qian surname cultivator, seemingly disinclined to continue the discourse, flicked his fingers, causing the faint white talisman to strike the teleportation array. Instantly, the spirit stones surrounding the array blazed with a brilliant white light, and the 7 individuals within the array vanished amidst the radiant glow. What is happening? Did we not agree that they would receive a false teleportation talisman? Why did you present them with a genuine one? This deviates from our initial agreement. The balding man's expression shifted dramatically as he questioned Han Li and the others, who had genuinely teleported away. If I could produce a false talisman, do you think I would show them any leniency? The one who gifted us the magical artifact is, in fact, a formidable being at the nascent soul stage. If we were to present a false talisman, we would immediately face his wrath, the Qian surname cultivator retorted with a disdainful snort. His countenance devoid of warmth as he wiped the cold sweat that had only just begun to bead upon his forehead. A nascent soul? Brother Qian, you cannot be serious. That individual is clearly only at the late foundation establishment stage, the balding elder exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before his expression twisted with alarm. The gaunt man who remained behind appeared even more bewildered upon hearing this. Brother Gu must be aware of my spirit beast, the Yuan Yao. It possesses no remarkable abilities. Yet it is exceptionally sensitive to the perception of others' consciousness, the Qian surname cultivator revealing a small creature resembling a kitten that materialized on his wrist. This spirit beast had long ears akin to those of a rabbit, and upon its appearance, its emerald eyes darted around, exuding an adorably vigilant demeanor. Initially, the aura and consciousness of the other party were indeed exceedingly well concealed. Even the Yuan Yao did not detect any anomalies. However, upon the deactivation of the teleportation array's restrictions, the other party secretly inspected the array with their consciousness, which allowed it to sense something amiss. My Yuan Yao can perceive the consciousness of even mid-stage core formation cultivators, and can provide a general response to those at the late stage. Yet, this time, apart from trembling incessantly within my sleeve, it offered no concrete feedback, merely indicating that the other party's consciousness is unfathomable. I have only witnessed such a phenomenon when introducing it to a few elders, the Qian surname cultivator elaborated, gently stroking the Yuan Yao in his palm, a hint of trepidation evident in his voice. Then it follows that the other party truly is a nascent soul cultivator. The balding elder's forehead glistened with perspiration as panic began to set in. Even if it were not the case, the cultivation level would still be at the late stage of the core formation. Extinguishing both you and me would likewise require little effort. The cultivator of the Qian clan stated with unwavering confidence. This is all thanks to Brother Qian's cleverness. If we had produced a false talisman, we would have indeed been courting death. I remarked that this individual so readily bestowed upon us a magical artifact each, without an ounce of regret, was likely one of those ancient beings. However, will transporting the other party to the extraterrestrial sea not incite some grave trouble? The elder seemed to recall something, his heart racing as he inquired further. What kind of grave trouble could there be? The other party is presumably a nascent soul cultivator among the loose cultivators, likely wishing to avoid being drawn into the conflict between our star palace and the anti-star alliance, hence borrowing a route to the extraterrestrial sea. There should be no issues. Of course, the matter of a nascent soul cultivator being transported from our hands to the outer sea must never be disclosed to the higher-ups. Otherwise, severe punishment would undoubtedly ensue. The Qian cultivator reassured the elder, yet as he spoke the latter part of his statement, his scholarly demeanor abruptly darkened. Subsequently, his malevolent gaze fixated upon the gaunt man who stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded. Under the piercing gaze of the middle-aged Qian cultivator, the gaunt man shivered instinctively, suddenly realizing something. He hastily retreated a few steps, panic-stricken as he exclaimed, "I heard nothing of what the two seniors just said, and shall not speak of it either." Before the gaunt man could finish his words, a beam of yellow light silently shot forth from behind, encircling him in a strange manner before instantaneously cleaving him into several segments. Such occurrences must never reach another soul. I had considered letting you off due to our slight connection, but alas, your luck is truly abysmal. With a flick of his hand towards the yellow light, the bald elder summoned back the magical artifact, speaking ominously. Following this, a fireball shot forth from his hands, and the corpse was immediately reduced to ashes in the blaze. Upon witnessing this, the Qian cultivator nodded in satisfaction, his expression revealing relief. On the other side of the teleportation array, Han Li and the other 6 materialized in a dilapidated stone chamber amid a burst of white light. Han Li glanced around and soon spotted a rather frail cultivator from the Star Palace conversing with a scarred, gray-robed figure in one corner. Upon seeing Han Li and his companions, the Star Palace cultivator furrowed his brow and scrutinized them for a moment, but soon lost all interest, turning back to continue his dialogue with the gray-robed individual. I have already stated, there are regulations from above. The teleportation array is currently one-way only, allowing exit but not entry. The teleportation talisman on my person has also been confiscated by the authorities, rendering me unable to return. There is no use in pressing me. The guardian of the teleportation array stated dismissively to the scarred man. Nonsense. Just a few days ago, someone returned. How has it suddenly become one way? The scarred man retorted furiously. Humph. I have explained it already. Whether you choose to believe it is of no concern to me. I am under no obligation to elaborate further. The Star Palace cultivator glared at him and then sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. The gray-robed man, witnessing the other's indifference, turned crimson with rage but found himself powerless. He lacked the courage to take action against the other and felt like an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously in place. However, his gaze soon fell upon Han Li and his companions, who were emerging from the formation, and a look of delight suddenly crossed his face. Might I inquire if you esteemed friends have just arrived from Star City? He stepped forward several paces, cupping his fists in a polite gesture toward the clearly leading figure. A robust man clad in splendid garments. Indeed, we have just arrived. Do you have matters to discuss? The well-dressed man, observing the scarred face of the fellow cultivator before him, refrained from being overly dismissive, though he could sense what the other wished to convey. I am Su Yun, having spent several years in the Outer Star Sea. May I ask if it is true that the Inner Sea has formed the Anti-Star Alliance and is on the verge of war? He inquired with hopeful anticipation. The well-dressed man, upon witnessing the expression of his interlocutor, understood all too well the news he yearned to hear. However, the reality could only lead to greater disappointment. Thus, he candidly replied, Indeed, the righteous and demonic factions have established the Anti-Star Alliance, and the great conflict is about to commence. We sought to avoid being ensnared in it, which is why we transported ourselves here. I fear that you, my friend Su, may find it difficult to return for the time being. How can this be? I have painstakingly gathered materials, intending to return to concoct pills for my son. This will certainly delay my plans. The gray-robed man stood frozen in place, his scarred visage now a portrait of despair. The others around him, upon hearing these words, were rendered speechless. They had exerted every effort to reach the outer sea. While this individual seemed to be desperately trying to return, it was indeed a lamentable situation. I am Yi Jing, and these are my close friends. Since you have resided here for several years, would you be so kind as to enlighten us about the situation on Chiyuan Island? We shall ensure you are not toiling in vain and are willing to offer some spirit stones as compensation. After a brief moment, the well-dressed man's eyes glinted as he enthusiastically addressed the gray-robed individual. Compensation is unnecessary. You have already answered my inquiry, so consider it a form of reciprocity. Please feel free to ask any questions. I, Su, am open to sharing all that I know. Though the scarred man still bore a downcast demeanor, he mustered his spirits to respond. Instantly, the well-dressed man and his companions displayed expressions of joy. In such an unfamiliar place, having someone to elucidate the local circumstances was undoubtedly advantageous for them. Han Li, observing this scene, smiled faintly, standing with his arms crossed behind the others, equally curious to hear what would be said next. This is not the most suitable place for discussion, my friend Su. Shall we converse outside? The well-dressed man suggested, glancing around the stone house and at the nearby cultivator from the Star Palace. Outside. Very well, the scarred man agreed nonchalantly. The well-dressed man was elated but seemed to recall something, turning back to Han Li and managing to muster a smile. Brother Chu, why not join us? Perhaps we can collaborate. The well-dressed man exhibited a desire to engage Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li blinked and broke into a smile. Very well. I was indeed eager to hear more, he replied cheerfully, then casually lifted his leg and stepped out of the stone house ahead of the others. What? Is this friend not with you? The scarred cultivator was taken aback by this turn of events. He merely arrived here alongside us, having previously been unknown. The middle-aged man with a dark countenance seemed to harbor a hint of hostility towards Han Li, abruptly voicing his thoughts. This remark caused the well-dressed giant to furrow his brow slightly, yet he remained silent. After a nod from Su Yun, he too exhibited no further reaction. One by one, they exited the stone chamber. At that moment, Han Li stood outside, astonished and surveying his surroundings incessantly. This place was starkly different from the Ningzue Island he had visited previously. They had materialized within a small city, although modest and rather rudimentary, spanning merely over 20 miles. It was indeed a city constructed from black stones. The dilapidated stone house housing the teleportation array was situated at the heart of this stone city, perched atop a platform resembling an altar with steep stone steps ascending on all sides. Due to the elevated terrain, Standing atop this high platform afforded a panoramic view of the surroundings. Encircling the city was a symbolic wall of stone, approximately 3 to 4 zhang in height, and a shimmering layer of dense white light enveloped the city, providing its protection. Within the stone walls stood numerous tall stone houses of varying sizes. Strangely, there were no attics or similar structures. All were uniformly single-story dwellings. At first glance, the city appeared to be teeming with buildings, yet in reality, there were not many independent structures. Many stone houses were interconnected, while some single-story homes occupied an astonishingly vast area, often stretching dozens of zhang. Even more astonishing to Han Li was the sight within this stone city, where both mortals and cultivators mingled, traversing the rugged black stone pathways, occasionally hurrying in and out of various stone houses. Though this alone would not have been particularly surprising, what truly astonished Han Li was that most of these mortals were young, beautiful women, adorned in attire as vibrant and colorful as butterflies, while others included robust men and youthful, graceful boys and girls. As Han Li stood in a daze, the well-dressed giant and his companions emerged, led by the scar-faced man. They too were taken aback upon witnessing this small city. It is known that since they intended to venture into the extraterrestrial sea, they had beforehand acquainted themselves with all the beast islands. The information previously reviewed bore no resemblance to this reality. Lu, please retrieve the jade slip containing the records of Yuan Island and review it again. Could it be that we overlooked something? The well-dressed giant spoke, a flicker of unease crossing his face. All right, I shall take another look. The woman named Lu promptly responded, rummaging through her storage pouch. You need not search for any information, Su Yun interjected, halting the woman's actions. Much of the information you previously encountered regarding Yuan Island is fabricated. It is only natural that you would be surprised. The well-dressed giant's expression shifted at these words. Fabricated? What does that mean? He inquired, alarmed. It is quite simple. This Yuan Island differs significantly from other beast islands. All cultivators returning from this island are under strict orders to uniformly disclose the same information. Otherwise, dire consequences will ensue. You, esteemed friends, upon arriving at this island, I truly do not know whether to deem you fortunate or unfortunate, Su Yun remarked with a half-smile. Uniformly disclosed information. Who could possibly accomplish such a feat? Could it be the Star Palace? Madame Lu revealed a look of unease. Although it was not the Star Palace, this place was undeniably under the dominion of a formidable power, one that even the Star Palace would hesitate to offend. Su Yun sighed and spoke. As soon as these words left his lips, Han Li's brows twitched, not to mention the expressions of the heavily garbed man and others, who began to exchange glances filled with uncertainty. In truth, this place is not as dire as you might imagine, in certain respects. It could even be considered a coveted haven by some cultivators. Blackstone City is the first and only city on Yuan Island. If you possess strength or ample spirit stones and demon cores, this locale becomes a paradise for cultivators, allowing them to indulge in and acquire items unattainable on other beast islands, be it top-tier dual cultivation furnaces, immensely powerful treasures, rare spirit beasts, or materials that are seldom encountered. The scar-faced cultivator, after a grin, suddenly spoke in a tone laden with temptation, drawing the attention of several passing mortals and cultivators momentarily, only for them to resume their affairs indifferently. However, the words fell upon the ears of the heavily garbed man and his companions with heightened suspicion. Meanwhile, Han Li maintained his usual demeanor, continuing to survey his surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. The scar-faced cultivator, observing this, cast a few more intrigued glances at Han Li. Su brother, could you elaborate on this place? The heavily garbed man inquired, taking a deep breath. Of course, since I cannot leave just yet, I shall guide you around while providing explanations. This is far more effective than mere words, Su Yun replied with renewed vigor, as if he had fully shaken off his earlier dejection. As long as you remember to consider Su in your future endeavors, then I must thank you, Su brother. This place indeed appears quite distinct from an ordinary city, remarked the heavily garbed man, his gaze fixated on a male cultivator who was brazenly strolling down the street with an embrace around a mortal woman, while passers-by, both mortal and cultivator, feigned ignorance. Su Yun smiled slightly at this sight, choosing not to comment further, and led the group towards a sizable stone house nearby. Han Li had long since taken note of this black stone house, one of the most expansive structures within the stone city. From a distance, two alluring mortal women stood at the entrance, welcoming a steady stream of cultivators with smiles. Remember, although this is not Tianqing City, fighting and disputes are strictly prohibited within the city, save for a specific combat arena. The consequences of transgression are dire. Obliteration of both body and spirit is the only outcome, Su Yuan began to emphasize solemnly as they walked. Is that so? This punishment seems even more severe than that of Tianqing City, exclaimed the middle-aged man with a dark complexion, taken aback. Indeed, it is far more severe. However, this also grants cultivators entering the city a sense of complete security and peace of mind. To my knowledge, none who have sought vengeance within this city have managed to escape alive. After all, there is always an esteemed elder at the nascent soul stage overseeing this realm. Su Yuan elaborated slowly. The burly man in splendid attire could not help but change countenance, and the others mirrored his astonishment. Han Li's heart tightened, his vigilance heightened. Very well, let us discuss matters inside, he declared. Amidst the smiles of two alluring women, the burly man and his companions, filled with trepidation, followed the scarred-faced cultivator into the stone dwelling. Han Li's curiosity piqued. He stepped inside as well. Upon entering, they were greeted by a grand, fan-shaped screen blocking their path. The screen was a delicate pink, adorned with an illustration of a celestial maiden in flight, though the figure only revealed her back. Her graceful movements emanated a flickering red glow, suggesting it was a treasured magical artifact of considerable rank. On either side of the screen stood modest, semicircular arches, and before the screen stood a woman in her 30s, clad in a pale blue palace gown, elegantly conversing with a male cultivator. Strangely, although the woman's appearance was rather unremarkable, her every gesture exuded the charm of a mature woman, and her laughter carried an enchanting allure. The male cultivator, of similar foundational cultivation as she, appeared entranced, his gaze fixated upon her as he drooled in admiration. However, as soon as this woman noticed Su Yuan and the others entering, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. With a light clap of her hands, a young mortal woman emerged from behind the screen, leading the entranced male into the depths of the screen. Is that you, esteemed Dao friend Su? I heard you were returning to Tianqing City, but cannot yet teleport? The woman's voice was soft and melodious, bringing great comfort to those who heard it. Han Li involuntarily furrowed his brow, a bitter smile forming within. It seemed most female cultivators he encountered had mastered the art of seduction. Although this woman's allure paled in comparison to that of Zi Ling and Yuan Yao, it was still effortless for her to ensnare the hearts of lower-tier male cultivators. Reflecting on this, Han Li cast a brief glance around. While the burly man and Su Yuan maintained their composure, the other men appeared increasingly uneasy, their eyes wandering towards the woman with involuntary fascination. These individuals are new Dao friends. I thought to introduce them to a few things. As for returning to Tianqing City, it seems we cannot leave for the time being. I never expected the rumors to be true. Conflict is indeed brewing over there, Su Yuan expressed with some reluctance. Remaining here is not so bad. If you were to leave, I would lose yet another patron, the alluring lady remarked. Covering her lips with her hand and smiling with sparkling eyes, her mature charm captivating even the black-faced cultivators, who were utterly entranced. Even the two female cultivators blushed at her demeanor. Madam Ming, these individuals were invited by me. Please provide me with a nameplate, Su Yuan called out to the woman, somewhat displeased by her overt display of charm. Hee. Understood. The cultivation levels of these two Dao friends are certainly on par with that of Brother Su, she replied. It appears that staying on this island of strange abyss poses no issues whatsoever. Madam Ming smiled gently, casting a glance at Han Li and the brocade-clad man. Before her alluring demeanor dissipated, revealing a woman of ordinary appearance. The swiftness of her transformation left the onlookers momentarily stunned, only to be followed by an awakening that painted their faces with awkwardness. With two sharp claps of her hands, another young mortal woman emerged from behind the screen. Take Master Su to the auction room. The auction must have just commenced. Madam Ming coldly instructed the mortal woman, then raised her hand to toss a jade green token to Su Yuan. Su Yuan accepted the so-called token without a glance, following the mortal woman toward a side door. Naturally, Han Li and the others trailed closely behind. As they stepped through the side door, Han Li sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy, as if they had entered some form of restriction. His expression flickered momentarily before returning to normal. Before their eyes, a hidden world unfolded behind the screen. A long corridor, 2 zhang wide, transformed the stone room behind into 2 spacious halls. The hall to the left was bright and airy, devoid of any obstruction save for a few towering black stone pillars, and it was bustling with activity. Nearly 20 to 30 cultivators were gathered there, forming a lengthy queue, each accompanied by a young mortal woman, regardless of gender. Although some male cultivators regarded these scantily clad mortal women with lecherous glances, their flirtations remained verbal, with none daring to lay a hand on them, seemingly deterred by some unseen force. At the end of the queue stood a modest chamber, its door shimmering with white light. The waiting cultivators could enter merely by pressing their jade tokens against the door, but it appeared that only one person could enter at a time. Conversely, the hall to the right was completely shrouded by a pale blue light curtain, concealing its interior from view. This place was known as Mingzhu Pavilion, a designated venue for acquiring the spoils of cultivators overseas, exchanging them for spirit stones, or, if deemed valuable, directly participating in auctions after appraisal. Within this city, there were several such establishments, each operated by different factions, all backed by a nascent soul cultivator. Without such support, it would be impossible to establish a foothold in these lawless outer seas. Such a multitude of nascent soul cultivators. Could it be the four great merchant alliances? That Lady Luke gasped upon hearing this, murmuring to herself, "The four great merchant alliances have no place here. Perhaps they monopolize the other beast islands, but Strange Abyss Island is uniquely governed by a coalition of various forces. Individually, these factions may lack the strength to contend with the four great merchant alliances, yet together, even the Star Palace would think twice before offending them. However, their alliance is limited solely to this Strange Abyss Island," Su Yuan remarked leisurely. From Brother Su's tone, "Does this Strange Abyss Island possess some extraordinary quality that compels so many factions to dare challenge the four great merchant alliances?" The brocade-clad man, astute as he was, quickly discerned the underlying implications. Brother Yi's guess is not amiss. Since this place is named the Abyss of Wonders, it implies that the nearby waters indeed harbor an unfathomable abyss teeming with demonic beasts. There, high-ranking demonic creatures, rare even on other islands, frequently emerge. It is rumored that beasts of level 8 and above have also made an appearance. For these formidable creatures, the powerful figures behind various factions would certainly not permit the four major trading alliances to monopolize them again. It is said that when this abyss was first discovered, these factions engaged in several fierce battles with the four major alliances, only to be mediated by the Star Palace later on. Ultimately, the specific terms of the negotiations remain unknown, but it was decided that this island would be jointly managed by these factions. The true circumstances surrounding the Abyss of Wonders have been strictly prohibited from leaking into the inner Star Sea. Otherwise, those involved would face relentless pursuit and silencing from these factions. Su Yun explained with an expression of calm. Upon hearing this, Han Li was quite taken aback, while the brocade-clad man and others turned pale at the mention of beasts above level 8. Such creatures are nearly on par with nascent soul cultivators. Could it be that this place truly harbors such beasts? The brocade-clad man could no longer maintain his composure. "That is hard to say. I have not seen them with my own eyes. However, it is true that a level 7 beast was indeed hunted down. That level 7 beast core was auctioned for an exorbitant price in this Pearl Hall and was ultimately purchased by a senior nascent soul cultivator." Su Yun remarked with a hint of envy. Hearing Su's words, Han Li, who had remained silent until now, furrowed his brow and finally spoke. "It seems that the demonic beasts in the abyss are somewhat easier to locate than in ordinary waters. Is that correct?" "The demonic beasts in the abyss are indeed relatively easier to find. However, due to the frequent emergence of high-ranking beasts, many cultivators have also met their demise there," Su Yun replied, casting a surprised glance at Han Li before continuing. Upon hearing this, the brocade-clad man and his companions, who had never visited other beast islands, remained somewhat skeptical. Yet, Han Li began to form a general understanding of the abyss. It was evidently a place where fortune and peril coexist, explaining its peculiar nature. While Han Li contemplated in silence, the guiding mortal woman respectfully inquired, "Esteemed masters, do you intend to visit the appraisal hall first? Or shall we proceed directly to the auction hall?" The appraisal hall has little of interest. It merely contains unfamiliar items for the appraisers to evaluate, which can then be exchanged for spirit stones or entered into auction. "We shall head straight to the auction hall, where the true treasures await to broaden your horizons," Su Yun replied, displaying remarkable familiarity with the locale. Without waiting for the mortal woman to lead the way, he made his way toward the hall on the right. As they approached the light barrier, without a moment's hesitation, he deftly swiped his jade token, creating a circular entrance. After beckoning Han Li and the others, he stepped inside. The brocade-clad man and his companions, now emboldened, followed suit in quick succession. "Are you not coming in?" Han Li inquired curiously, glancing at the mortal woman who stood respectfully at the doorway. "We mortals are not permitted to enter the auction hall. I shall wait outside for you, esteemed masters." The mortal woman explained with a smile directed at Han Li. Han Li nodded, saying nothing further, and stepped into the blue light barrier, which then closed automatically behind him. The interior was exceedingly simple. Apart from a few wooden chairs, at the far end of the hall stood a stone platform several zhang long. At the back of the stone platform stood an elderly man, cradling a radiant blue stone in his hands, animatedly articulating something. Opposite him, dozens of cultivators, both standing and seated, spanned various stages of cultivation, from chi refinement to foundation establishment, though none had reached the advanced stage of core formation. This splendid blue stone was an exceptional material for crafting water-attributed magical artifacts, with the previous owner auctioning it at the modest price of 500 spirit stones. As per the customary practice, bids must increase by at least 30 spirit stones each time. The elderly man proclaimed that the bidding could commence. 530, 580, 600 spirit stones. As soon as he concluded, many cultivators promptly began to place their bids. Although the excitement was not overwhelming, the price eventually reached nearly 700 spirit stones, at which point a young cultivator of the foundation establishment stage secured the item. The payment was made on the spot, and the item was immediately claimed. Following this, the elderly man scarcely paused before continuing to auction the next item, a soil-attributed magical artifact. Naturally, Han Li held little interest in magical artifacts. His gaze swept across the hall and landed on Su Yun and others engaged in quiet conversation in a corner. Maintaining an impassive expression, he approached them. "I have matters to attend to early tomorrow and cannot afford to stay up late tonight. Therefore, this will be the only chapter for tonight. I hope everyone, including Wang Yu, has a restful night." In the fourth volume, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 512 titled Furnace Cauldron, it appeared that this auction bore little distinction from ordinary ones. "Su Daoyu, is this venue truly capable of showcasing something extraordinary?" inquired a woman named Lu from the group of robustly dressed men, her expression tinged with curiosity. Rest assured, although auctions are held frequently, every few days or weeks, there are certain unique items that consistently appear. While they may not be the most expensive, they are indeed rare within the Inner Star Sea, Su Yun replied, a hint of mystery in his tone. Upon noticing Han Li's arrival, he greeted him with a warm smile. Han Li casually nodded and unexpectedly posed a question that caught Su Yun off guard. "Su Daoyu, how many cultivators reside in Blackstone City?" "It seems there are not many. Brother Chu, your insight is remarkable. Aside from a few inns that can temporarily accommodate visitors, there are generally no permanent residents among external cultivators in Blackstone City. High-level cultivators often possess their own abodes on other islands, while lower-tier cultivators tend to congregate in small villages and towns alongside ordinary folk. The cultivators in Blackstone City primarily come to trade, with the lower-tier cultivators visiting more frequently, Su Yun candidly acknowledged. Is it not said that only those at the foundation establishment stage and above can survive in the outer seas? How then are there so many ordinary people and chi refinement cultivators?" The robustly dressed man pondered aloud, voicing a question that also perplexed Han Li. "You have touched upon a crucial point, Brother E. This is one of the most significant distinctions between Shiyuan Island and other beast-infested islands. Other beast islands are primarily frequented by high-level cultivators who venture there specifically to hunt beasts. Once they have amassed sufficient gains, they typically return to the Inner Star Sea. However, after the discovery of the abyss in Shiyuan Island, forces in nearby islands uncovered several spirit stone mines and developed sources for other cultivation materials, enabling them to achieve self-sufficiency. Thus, some cultivators brought their families along, leading to the natural emergence of ordinary mortals and low-tier practitioners. I have also heard that the powers managing Blackstone City are gradually transferring their main forces from the Inner Star Sea to this place. It is estimated that in several millennia, this area may transform into a second Inner Star Sea. However, aside from Blackstone City, the towns and villages of mortals and cultivators on other islands cannot be deemed absolutely safe. Small villages are frequently obliterated by suddenly appearing high-tier beasts. This place is merely retracing the steps of our ancestors when they first arrived in the inner star sea, Su Yun observed calmly. Yet, this statement left the others dumbfounded. Does the Star Palace and other factions not concern themselves with everything here? The well-dressed giant exhaled deeply and inquired solemnly. It is still a long way from achieving prosperity akin to the inner star sea. Moreover, the vastness of the inner star sea is sufficient for them to contend with. Who has the time to oversee this place? They would prefer for these factions to concentrate their main efforts on Yuan Island. Otherwise, the current inner star sea would likely be even more chaotic. Su Yun scoffed, clearly still harboring frustration over the abrupt closure of the teleportation array by the Star Palace. After hearing these words, the well-dressed giant and the others found them quite reasonable. After exchanging glances, they decided to refrain from further discussing the matter. As low-tier practitioners, it was wiser for them to avoid delving into the affairs of these powers, lest they attract trouble. After selling a few magical artifacts and materials, a middle-aged man in blue appeared behind the auctioneer, holding a red brocade box. Inside the box lay a fist-sized sphere, white with purple hues. Su Yun's spirits lifted upon seeing this. Fellow Taoists, please pay attention. We are about to present one of the most significant auction items from Yuan Island, the eggs of demonic beasts. Among them are certainly some rare treasures. In the inner star sea, these items command astronomical prices in spirit stones, but they are much more affordable on Yuan Island. This is because, aside from some special beast eggs, most young eggs cannot be transmitted through the teleportation array. If they are brought here, they simply become dead eggs. Thus, whenever rare demonic beast eggs emerge, high-tier practitioners who know the truth about Yuan Island will specifically teleport to Blackstone City to bid for these spirit beasts. After hatching the spirit beasts, they will then spend some time nurturing them to a stage suitable for teleportation back to the inner star sea. Demonic beast eggs. The well-dressed giant's eyes suddenly lit up. Cultivating a high-tier demonic beast has long been his dream. The expressions of the others also revealed delight. If this were the case, would they not also have the opportunity to possess their own spirit beasts? It is exceedingly difficult to find a good spirit beast in the inner star sea. The egg of the purple cloud eagle, a fourth-tier earth attribute demonic beast, boasts feathers as hard as iron. Though it possesses only a simple shield spell, its flying speed is extraordinarily swift, comparable to upper-tier flying magical artifacts. Its sharp claws can easily tear through the protective shields of foundational practitioners. It is indeed a rare species of demonic beast, making it the optimal choice for foundational practitioners. The starting bid is 2,000 spirit stones, with increments of 100. Let the bidding commence. The auctioneer appeared to have great confidence in this beast egg, hastily introducing it before commencing the auction without hesitation. As anticipated, numerous cultivators had set their sights on the object below. No sooner had the old man's words fallen silent than bids began to emerge. While a fourth-level demon beast may hold little value for cultivators in the core formation stage, it was perfectly suitable for those in the foundation establishment stage. This was because higher-tier spiritual beasts not only commanded exorbitant prices, but also had significantly longer maturation periods than their lower-tier counterparts. Even with the application of secret techniques to hasten their growth, these cultivators simply could not afford to wait. 2,500 spirit stones. 2,007. 3,000. The egg of the purple cloud eagle swiftly surpassed the 3,000 mark, ultimately being purchased by an exceptionally thrilled female cultivator for 3,003 spirit stones. Indeed, it was far more affordable than in the inner star sea. In Tianqing City, such a flying spiritual beast egg would fetch no less than 5,000 spirit stones. Remarked the middle-aged man with a dark complexion, his gaze fixated on the egg in the woman's hands. Apart from Han Li, the eyes of others, including the well-dressed, burly man, gleamed with excitement. Su Yun, observing this scene, merely smiled with an air of nonchalance. Following this, the old man auctioned off a third-level and another fourth-level demon beast egg at a considerable price, bringing the auction of spiritual beast eggs to a close. What is this? Upon seeing the next item presented for auction, Lady Lu's expression shifted dramatically, mirrored by the astonishment of others present. For standing beside the auctioneer were two young and beautiful women. Although they appeared to be only at the second or third layer of the chi refinement stage, they were undoubtedly genuine cultivators. Yet, given their submissive demeanor as they were brought forth, it became evident that the next auction item was none other than these two female cultivators. Su Yun, witnessing this, displayed no signs of surprise, but instead signaled to his companions to listen to the old man's announcements. The auction offered 4 low-tier furnace maidens in the Qi refinement stage. Each had only practiced the fundamental 5 elements technique and possessed perfect physiques. However, per their stipulations, only cultivators of at least mid-foundation establishment could bid on them, with a starting price of 2,000 spirit stones for each maiden. As soon as the old man called for the 2 female cultivators to be brought forth, many male cultivators below began to scrutinize the women with heated gazes. Yet, despite the passage of considerable time after the old man's announcement, no bids had been placed. In fact, 2 male cultivators seated not far from Han Li were engaged in hushed discussions. What uses 2,000 spirit stones for a furnace maiden at the 2nd or 3rd layer? If one truly desires a maid or concubine, it would be far better to procure a mortal woman elsewhere. When one grows old and loses their charm, a bit of money can easily send her away. Dream on. Do you think you're a core formation cultivator? Do not forget the rules here. Foundation establishment furnace maidens are beyond our reach. Even if permitted, such a ludicrous price would be better spent on a quality spiritual beast egg. Hearing these conversations, while Han Li remained astonished internally, the look of shock upon his face gradually faded. He had previously heard that certain factions secretly trained young female cultivators to serve as furnace maidens, and some high-ranking cultivators even treated these women as gifts to be exchanged. Nevertheless, such public auctions of female cultivators as furnace maidens had never been witnessed in the inner Star Sea. The actions displayed here genuinely startled him. The expressions of the robust gentleman in splendid attire also calmed down. After all, the existence of furnace cauldrons is a universally acknowledged truth within the realm of cultivation. However, Madame Lu and another young woman, both of whom are female, appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Dear friends, there is no need for astonishment. These women have willingly chosen to be others' furnace cauldrons. No one has coerced them. They predominantly belong to the category of female cultivators with subpar spiritual roots, finding it exceedingly challenging to ascend to higher levels through conventional cultivation methods, lacking eminent ancestors to rely upon, and being overlooked by various factions. They are often disregarded and no resources are expended on their training. Consequently, in a place like the Outer Star Sea, they disdain ordinary mortal jobs, and venturing out to slay demon beasts is tantamount to courting death. Thus, after achieving a modicum of cultivation, they proactively assume the role of furnace cauldrons for male cultivators of greater prowess. Not only does this provide a significant sum of spirit stones for their families, but it also offers them a degree of support. If they manage to win the favor of these male cultivators, they may rise to the status of concubines, presenting them with unique opportunities. Of course, there are also high-ranking female cultivators with decent spiritual roots who, for various reasons, voluntarily choose to be others' furnace cauldrons. However, such cauldrons are not permitted to be bid upon by lower-tier male cultivators, and auctions of this caliber do not typically occur. Su Yun elaborated slowly, indicating that such matters had long since become commonplace. Upon hearing these words, the others fell into a contemplative silence, especially given the presence of 2 female cultivators among them, making it difficult to express any supportive or opposing sentiments. Han Li stroked his chin, revealing no sign of discomfort. He had no need for a furnace cauldron to enhance his cultivation and would never burden himself with such encumbrances. While he felt a twinge of sympathy for these female cultivators, he was also preoccupied with his own concerns and chose to remain indifferent. At that moment, the 2 female cultivators were ultimately led away with expressions of disappointment, as no bids had been placed. Observing this, Su Yun smiled gently and explained, "These 2 women are somewhat lacking in cultivation. Although they volunteered to be others' furnace cauldrons, they provide little substantial benefit to cultivators of slightly higher levels, which is why they went unsold. However, this is not absolute. It would not be surprising if a foundation establishment cultivator were to take a liking to their appearance and bid a high price to acquire them." The robust gentleman chuckled awkwardly, but refrained from further comment. Su Yun continued to speak with ease, appearing entirely unfazed. As the auction proceeded, several rare items from the Outer Star Sea emerged, but Han Li revealed a languid demeanor, losing interest in continuing to watch. Just as he was contemplating an excuse to depart, Su Yun seemed to sense his impatience and proactively suggested, "There are no exquisite items at this auction. The true treasures will only surface during the annual joint grand auction. At that time, my friends, you may come again to witness them. For now, Allow me to take a few of you to explore other areas of Blackstone City. Naturally, the robust gentleman had no objections. Even though there were auction items that piqued their interest, the spiritual stones on their persons had been extorted away during the teleportation. Thus, with a nod from the group, Yuan led them out of the treasure hall. Accompanied by a mortal woman, they exited Mingzhu Pavilion through another passage. The several stone houses connected together served as temporary lodgings for foreign mortals. Those seeking to survive in Blackstone City must first register here for management purposes. However, should no one be willing to employ them within a stipulated time, these mortals must vacate Blackstone City immediately. The mortal woman they had encountered at Mingzhu Pavilion had emerged from this place. The spacious room adjacent to them housed the largest raw materials shop in the city, the Inch of Gold Pavilion, which specializes in an array of rare materials. It is said that as long as one can name it, there is no material that this shop cannot provide. While somewhat exaggerated, its reputation is indeed immense. As they proceeded along a familiar street, Yuan casually remarked about the 3 adjacent stone houses. At this point, Han Li felt a stirring within him, abruptly halting his steps. "Friend Chu, what is this?" The scarred-faced cultivator paused, looking somewhat puzzled. The well-dressed men glanced back at the lagging Han Li, equally perplexed. "Friend Chu still has some matters to attend to privately, so I shall part ways with you here. Of course, should fate allow, we may meet again," Han Li said, lifting his gaze to the sky and then lowering it calmly. Though his voice was not loud, it conveyed an undeniable authority. Yuan and the well-dressed man surnamed Yi were taken aback. They certainly did not wish to let go of a cultivator of Han Li's caliber. Just as they were about to utter words of persuasion, they were met with a chilling glare from Han Li, causing an inexplicable shiver to run down their spines. Their objections were swallowed, and they could only mumble in agreement. They then watched as Han Li stepped into the Inch of Gold Pavilion, disappearing from sight. At this moment, the two exchanged uncertain glances, both breaking into a cold sweat. The other members of the party observed them with confusion, unaware of what had transpired. The well-dressed man chuckled awkwardly, seemingly poised to say more. "Since friend Chu is unwilling to join us, he must have his own intentions. I shall continue to guide the others along another street," Yuan interjected, hastily moving toward a different path. Immediately, the scarred-faced cultivator's voice resonated in the well-dressed man's ear. "Friendy, this individual is shrouded in mystery. It is best we maintain our distance. Otherwise, we may unwittingly invite disaster upon ourselves. This friend Chu's cultivation far surpasses our own, and we should refrain from discussing him behind his back." Hearing this, the well-dressed man's expression shifted multiple times as he glanced at the Inch of Gold Pavilion before nodding slightly. He then led the others onward. Meanwhile, Han Li, guided by a refined young man, had already entered a more elegant room. The Inch Gold Pavilion, though appearing as a colossal stone edifice from the outside, is compartmentalized into numerous individual chambers within, each manned by specialists offering various categories of materials. Han Li, without any hesitation, requested to meet the steward upon entering the pavilion. Unlike other cultivators, his status as a core formation practitioner allowed him to achieve this request with relative ease. When he slightly revealed his cultivation level, he was promptly escorted to a VIP room by an attendant who showed him great respect, for a core formation cultivator is not to be trifled with. Even in Blackstone City, after a brief moment, an unremarkable elder entered, a smile gracing his face. "You must be a newcomer to our Inch Gold Pavilion. I am Li Sun, the steward here. Greetings," he said, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. Remarkably, he too was a core formation cultivator. "This is indeed my first visit, and I have a few matters I would like to inquire about from you, fellow cultivator. I hope you do not mind." Han Li replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Feel free to speak. I shall do my utmost to assist you," Li Sun responded with an air of generosity, not bothering to inquire further about Han Li's intentions. This display of magnanimity left a favorable impression on Han Li. However, Li Sun was unaware of Han Li's ability to alter his appearance, and thus did not perceive any strangeness in Han Li's somewhat feeble middle-aged guise. With a slight smile, Han Li expressed, "I wish to purchase a certain medicinal herb for alchemical purposes. However, I only know its ancient name, which has made my search rather fruitless. I thought I might try my luck here." "Ah, that is a trivial matter. No problem at all," Li Sun said, visibly relieved. He then turned to the door and called out sharply, "Bring in Guyu." "Yes." A young attendant promptly dashed out. "Please wait a moment." Although Guyu is merely at the qi refinement stage, He specializes in the study of ancient alchemical recipes and medicinal herbs and is quite knowledgeable. I am certain he will not disappoint you, Li Sun added with a smile. Han Li's face brightened at this news, and just as he was about to respond, a red light shot in from outside, spiraling around the room before landing precisely in the elder's hand. It was a communication talisman. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's face as the talisman ignited in flames within the elder's grasp. Li Sun stared at the fiery orb for a moment, then flipped his palm to extinguish the flame. He then looked up at Han Li with an expression of unexpected realization. I must apologize. I did not realize you were a cultivator who has only just arrived in Blackstone City today. I should have extended my hospitality more appropriately. The elder's demeanor shifted to one of heightened warmth. In just a brief moment, he had discerned the general background of Han Li, which took Han Li by surprise. Nonetheless, he maintained a serene smile, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. You are too kind. It took considerable effort for me to arrive at this wondrous island, and I did not wish to draw too much attention. Han Li nonchalantly brushed off the matter. Observing Han Li's demeanor, the elder discerned that he preferred not to dwell on the subject, and promptly shifted the conversation to some intriguing anecdotes about Yuan Island, which captivated Han Li's interest and fostered a delightful exchange. At that moment, a scholar in his 30s entered, bowing deeply to the two men, and respectfully said, Gu Yu pays his respects to the two seniors. May I inquire as to the purpose of my summons? This individual bore a refined appearance, with a long, dark beard and bright, black eyes that conveyed an ethereal quality. Li Sun merely nodded upon seeing him, gesturing for him to rise and speak. This esteemed elder has some inquiries regarding ancient spiritual herbs. Please respond truthfully, the elder instructed with a calm demeanor. Understood. I shall do my utmost, Gu Yu replied, standing upright and speaking earnestly. Volume 4, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 514, Accompanying Demon Grass. Are you familiar with the item known as Qinyalu? Han Li inquired directly, eschewing any pretense. Qinyalu? Gu Yu appeared taken aback for a moment, but after a brief contemplation, he quickly responded. I have a vague recollection of this item. Interestingly, had you asked me a few years ago, I would have known nothing. However, 2 years ago, I acquired an ancient tome that mentioned Qinyalu. I have since transcribed it into a jade slip. Would you like to examine it personally? Upon finishing his words, a hint of caution appeared on Gu Yu's face. Han Li, however, felt a surge of joy, excitement flickering in his eyes. Having a tome is excellent. If this truly is the item I seek, I shall reward you handsomely. Han Li managed to suppress his enthusiasm and replied with a smile. Gu Yu, upon hearing this, was equally delighted. The promise of a core formation cultivator's gratitude signified a significant fortune for him. Without further hesitation, he rummaged through his belongings and produced a pale yellow jade slip, presenting it to Han Li with both hands. Here it is, esteemed elder, please examine it closely, Gu Yu said respectfully. Han Li said nothing more, taking the jade slip and swiftly scanning it with his consciousness. In mere moments, his expression shifted from excitement to confusion, and finally to deep contemplation. Li Sun observed Han Li's every change in expression with keen interest, noting the myriad of emotions flitting across Han Li's face. While Gu Yu grew increasingly anxious, fearing the jade slip might not contain the Qinyalu that the esteemed elder sought. Indeed, this is the item. Han Li finally withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip and spoke slowly, though the excitement in his eyes had considerably diminished. What troubles you about this Qinyalu? The elder inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. I did not anticipate that this item would be so troublesome, entangled as it is with an 8th-tier demon beast. Han Li replied with a wry smile. An 8th-tier demon beast? Li Sun exclaimed, astonished, gazing at Han Li with disbelief. Indeed, the so-called Qinyalu is essentially the sap of the accompanying demon grass, which only proves effective when it grows in proximity to an 8th-tier demon beast, Han Li sighed, expressing his helplessness. After hearing the explanation, Li Sun fell silent. He was well aware of what the accompanying demon grass was. It was merely a type of spiritual herb that thrived near the lairs of demon beasts, nurtured by the pervasive demonic aura over the years. Generally speaking, such accompanying demon grass was indeed ubiquitous. However, the grass that grew in the vicinity of an 8th-tier demon beast was a completely different matter. While the extraterrestrial seas were rumored to host even 9th and 10th-tier demon beasts, these claims remained mere hearsay. The highest-tier demon beast he had encountered in Blackstone City was a 7th tier, let alone an 8th tier. The astonishment in Li Sun's gaze towards Han Li grew. He wondered what precious elixir this individual intended to concoct that required such extraordinary ingredients. The information recorded within this jade slip might warrant further scrutiny in the future. I wonder if my esteemed friend could part with the jade slip for Chiao. Han Li toyed with the jade slip in his hand, hesitating momentarily before unexpectedly addressing Gu Yu. If it is of use to you, feel free to take it, Gu Yu replied, momentarily taken aback. Yet he spoke without a trace of hesitation. Observing the other's willingness, Han Li nodded slightly. With a flick of his wrist, a small vial and a talisman depicting a yellow sword appeared in his hand. As a senior, I would not accept your possessions without offering something in return. Here is a vial of elixir that can slightly enhance your cultivation, along with a talisman. Please make use of them. Han Li gently tossed the two items over. Thank you for your generous gifts, esteemed senior, Gu Yu exclaimed, receiving the items with overwhelming gratitude. For a Qi refinement period cultivator like him, these items were indeed of great value. Since my friend Chiao has already bestowed gifts, Gu Yu, you may take your leave for now. Li Sun expressed mild astonishment at Han Li's generosity, but discreetly ushered Gu Yu out of the room. In the blink of an eye, only the two of them remained within the chamber. Aside from this matter, is there anything else I can assist you with? Li Sun inquired with exceptional magnanimity. Since you have offered, I do have one more request. Might the Tsuanjin Pavilion have any unique horns from the agate beasts available for sale? Han Li hesitated briefly before posing his question. You have indeed come to the right place. While agate horns are exceedingly rare, our establishment just acquired 2 last month. If you require one, I shall have someone bring it to you at once. The elder clapped his hands and chuckled, issuing instructions without a moment's pause. Han Li's face brightened with delight, and he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Before long, a servant entered the room, holding a silver tray. On the tray rested an exquisite wooden box. Here, esteemed friend, do take a look. I hope this agate horn meets your satisfaction. Han Li, his expression grave, nodded and reached for the wooden box, opening the lid. A half-foot-long, pointed horn emerged, shimmering with a translucent quality, spiraling in a conical shape. Its surface radiating a blue glow. Indeed, this one is quite suitable. May I inquire how many spirit stones are required for this item? Han Li expressed his satisfaction before closing the wooden box once more. This horn was acquired by our establishment for 5,000 spirit stones. Since you truly need it, you need only pay the purchase price. Li Sun, with a cheerful demeanor, spoke amiably. Han Li, naturally, had no intention of haggling any further. He promptly expressed his gratitude and produced a sufficient number of mid-tier spirit stones from his possession, offering them to the elder. With a flourish of his ample robe sleeves, the old man accepted the spirit stones, then, with a beaming face, inquired, Dear Taoist Chu, now that you have arrived here, do you have any specific plans? Although you possess formidable powers, the higher-tier demon beasts in this region are indeed formidable. Many cultivators at the core formation stage have suffered grievous injuries after venturing alone. Perhaps I could introduce you to some fellow cultivators of similar cultivation levels? This way, if we embark on the sea together, our safety would be greatly ensured. Han Li smiled faintly upon hearing this. The elder's persistent goodwill had finally culminated in an invitation to collaborate. Thank you for your kind offer. Taoistly, however, in the near future, I, Chu, intend to refine some elixirs, and I may need to enter seclusion for a period. I am not in a rush to venture out to hunt demon beasts. Han Li was reluctant to flatly refuse the elder, but also preferred not to venture out to sea with unfamiliar cultivators. Thus he declined tactfully. That makes sense. It is indeed more prudent to enhance one's cultivation and familiarize oneself with the surroundings first. However, if you ever seek companions in the future, do not forget to reach out to me. Although a hint of disappointment flickered across the elder's face, he quickly resumed his jovial demeanor. Han Li readily agreed and chatted with the elder for a while longer before taking his leave. The elder escorted Han Li to the door and only then returned to his seat. What do you think? Is this person someone we can utilize? Just as the elder settled back into his chair, a faint voice unexpectedly resonated within the room. Subsequently, a shadowy figure emerged mysteriously from a landscape painting hanging on the wall. It appeared that another individual had been present in the room all along. The newcomer, clad in flowing white garments, exuded an air of mystery. Do not worry. Though our conversation was brief and his visage unfamiliar, this cultivator surnamed Chu is undoubtedly a solitary practitioner. Once he faces a few dangers while sailing alone, he will surely come to appreciate the advantages of my earlier suggestion and will return in due time. The elder stated confidently. Humph. That is not a certainty, replied the figure in white, dousing the elder's enthusiasm with a cold retort. What? A core formation cultivator can truly hunt demon beasts alone in the abyss. Li Sun shook his head dismissively. He does not appear to be a mere core formation cultivator. While you conversed with him, he never once glanced in my direction, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. I suspect he may have already detected my presence, but chose to remain silent about it. The figure in white remained silent for a moment, then gravely remarked, Have you made a mistake? Your concealment technique is undetectable even to those of a higher cultivation level. Do not tell me this surname Chu is actually at the late stage of core formation. The elder was taken aback, a hint of doubt creeping into his expression. It is hard to say. It is possible that he practices a particularly unique technique or possesses some treasure. Let it go. Regardless of whether this individual is ordinary or extraordinary, we have made every effort to foster goodwill. That, at least, cannot be deemed a mistake. After Li Sun circled the room several times, he furrowed his brows and spoke. The man in white nodded in agreement, choosing to say nothing further. In the vicinity of the Tsuanjin Pavilion, Han Li had already appeared in a small grocery store, where he purchased a local maritime map and intelligence regarding the whereabouts of demonic beasts. With a calm demeanor, he exited the shop, seeking a secluded spot to meticulously study the gathered information. Upon glancing through the materials, Han Li could not help but furrow his brows tightly. The number of marked danger zones near Yuan Island seemed rather excessive. Were these truly places frequented by high-ranking demonic beasts? As for the infamous abyss, it was not far from here. If Han Li flew south at full speed for half a month, he would reach it. However, the expanse of this abyss was astonishingly vast, stretching thousands of miles, not to mention that the depths were said to be unfathomable, with no one having explored its true depth. After reviewing the materials, Han Li quickly stored the jade slip containing the information and stood in place, deep in contemplation. After an indeterminate amount of time, he lifted his head, his expression returning to normal. He did not visit any other places in Blackstone City, instead leaving the city without hesitation. Once he exited the small town, Han Li immediately soared into the sky, transforming into a blue streak and breaking through the air. Yuan Island was not particularly large, merely a medium-sized isle. Moreover, as Su Yun had mentioned, aside from Blackstone City, there was no other city on this island. The rest of the area was desolate, devoid of even a village. It seemed that other parts of the island were equally prohibited for mortals and cultivators to inhabit, though the reason remained unclear. Han Li swiftly flew out of Yuan Island, gazing at the sky above the sea to discern his direction before heading northward. For him at this moment, finding an island with fewer cultivators to establish a new cave dwelling was of utmost importance. The vicinity of the abyss was undoubtedly a gathering place for numerous cultivators. Han Li preferred not to attract attention by mingling among them. Thus, he deliberately veered away from the abyss. In the waters surrounding Yuan Island, there were not many large islands, and most were already occupied by cultivators and mortals. Han Li did not linger on these islands, choosing to ignore them as he soared past. As he had anticipated, the northern waters were relatively devoid of cultivators. After flying for more than 10 days, he rarely encountered anyone else. Those who did catch sight of Han Li's fleeing light would cautiously steer clear if they were of lower rank, while higher-ranking individuals regarded him with utmost vigilance. Here, the act of killing and robbing was no different from that on other demonic beast islands. Han Li remained cautious. After flying for another 2 days without encountering other cultivators, he altered his course and headed west. According to the maritime map, there should be several small islands possessing minor spiritual veins in that direction. These islands, due to their inferior spiritual veins, their considerable distance from the peculiar abyssal isle, and various other reasons that compromise safety, rarely see the presence of cultivators. As for mortals, they tend to reside only on the islands adjacent to the abyssal isle, where safety is somewhat assured. Han Li, however, paid little heed to these conditions, intending instead to explore whether any of the islands would suit his fancy. After a fortnight, Han Li found himself hovering above a small island measuring only 50 to 60 miles in width, intently gazing below. This marked the 4th deserted island with spiritual veins he had discovered thus far. Though the island was not large, its environment was remarkably intricate. It featured barren, desolate land devoid of vegetation, dense woods filled with unknown trees, vibrant meadows adorned with lush greenery and vivid blossoms, as well as rolling hills scattered across its landscape. Han Li had thoroughly scanned the island with his spiritual awareness and found no traces of any cultivators having resided there. This was not due to the island's spiritual veins being particularly inferior, as other cultivators might overlook it. In fact, while the spiritual veins were modest in size, they provided a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Although not top tier, they were certainly above average. The absence of cultivators was solely attributable to the island's remarkably peculiar surroundings, which Han Li found most appealing. The island was enveloped in a vast expanse of white mist, which was not naturally occurring, but rather emanated from nearby, turbulent whirlpools. Curiously, this white mist spread only around the periphery of the island, leaving the air above it completely clear. Initially astonished by this sight, Han Li gained a full understanding when he broke through the surface of the nearby waters and descended beneath the island. To his surprise, the bottom of the island was riddled with countless hollow cavities, each the width of a finger, from which thousands of slender silver fish darted in and out. At first glance, these silver fish appeared no different from ordinary small fish. However, when Han Li enveloped one with his spiritual power and scrutinized it closely, he discovered that these tiny creatures bore no scales. Instead, their bodies were covered in sharp silver spines. Any ordinary person attempting to grasp one would undoubtedly end up bloodied. Swallowing sea fish, Han Li immediately thought upon witnessing this spectacle. Despite the whimsical name, these small fish were a type of first-tier lower-grade demon beast that thrived in groups. Not only did their bony spines possess a hardness akin to iron, but they also enjoyed surfacing to playfully expel seawater, producing white mist. Such phenomena were frequently observed around various islands. However, the sheer number of swallowing sea fish surrounding this island, capable of shrouding it entirely in mist, was indeed a rare occurrence. Even Han Li himself would have remained oblivious to this island concealed within the mist had he not encountered a fourth-tier demon beast, the silver-winged bird, during his journey and whimsically pursued it into the foggy waters. He would have merely passed by without a second thought, as this small patch of mist appeared to be merely another common sight upon the sea, utterly unremarkable amidst the countless others. After circling the island several times, Han Li swiftly resolved to establish his cave dwelling on this island. Such a secluded island, what other locale could possibly be more appealing? The island's spiritual essence resides within the diminutive mountain range, a mere 10 miles in length and only 30 or 40 feet in height, boasting only a few meager peaks. Given its diminutive stature, Han Li naturally found it impossible to establish a cave dwelling on the mountainside. Instead, he sought out a narrow, concave valley and commenced his excavation at the base of the mountain. With Han Li's current cultivation, replicating a cave dwelling identical to his previous one was a task he could accomplish with the greatest of ease. In just half a day's time, the general outline of the cave was formed. Han Li, uninterested in further embellishing his abode, employed several sets of formation tools he had crafted himself to envelop the cave and the mountain within them, activating a restrictive spell to create an illusion. From a distance, the mountains seemingly vanished, replaced by a lush forest that seamlessly blended with the true woodland nearby, without a trace of flaw. However, after observing the scene from above for a while, Han Li still felt a twinge of unease. Should someone, akin to himself, fortuitously fly into the sea mist, these restrictions would not deceive a cultivator of significant prowess. After a moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Without hesitation, Han Li returned to his newly established cave, tidied his materials, and began concocting items within a secret chamber. 6 or 7 days later, as Han Li emerged from the cave, he possessed over a dozen identical formation tools. These formation discs appeared exceedingly rudimentary, lacking any sophistication. Yet, once Han Li buried a set of formations in various locations across the island and activated them, a vast surge of mist erupted from these spells, enveloping the entire island in a shroud of fog. Before long, the mist generated by these formations fused with the sea mist surrounding the island, thoroughly concealing it from sight. Should someone intrude, unless they flew at a low altitude, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern the existence of the island below. After surveying the surroundings from the air, Han Li finally felt at ease. Although activating multiple formations simultaneously required a considerable expenditure of spirit stones, he was unperturbed, preferring to incur some loss to avert potential disasters. Transforming into a beam of azure light, Han Li descended once more. It was time to properly organize his cave, set up an insect chamber, and cultivate spiritual herbs. 2 days later, Han Li found himself within a stone chamber, cradling the pale yellow jade slip gifted by the inch-gold pavilion. Intently scrutinizing its content with his spiritual sense, his expression grave. A flicker of thought crossed his mind as he extracted the jade slip, only to be plunged back into contemplation. After a while, he rose to his feet and paced within the stone chamber, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Suddenly, he reached into his storage bag and produced a white jade box. After a moment of observation, Han Li slowly opened the lid, revealing a collection of multicolored small orbs. Chapter 4. Winds Rise from Overseas. Chapter 516. Illusionary Flame. Moth. Han Li extended 2 fingers, deftly pinching one of the orbs and bringing it before his eyes. After gazing at it for a moment, he returned the orb and gently closed his eyes. In his mind, a vivid image from the jade slip emerged. A radiant orb, the size of a fist, emanating a spectrum of colors, was surrounded by a dozen smaller orbs. These smaller orbs bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in Han Li's hand. The orb, veiled in 5-colored brilliance, was none other than the celestial restoration pill that had flown forth from the void celestial cauldron. This enigmatic depiction was one of the few in the jade slip devoid of any accompanying explanation, exuding an air of mystery. When Han Li swept his gaze over this image in the golden inch pavilion, he was naturally struck with profound astonishment. This was precisely why he had gone to the lengths of offering an additional talisman in exchange for the jade slip from the ancient jade. Had it not been for this, he would have merely proffered a vial of medicinal pills. Aside from this illustration, the jade slip contained several other peculiar images devoid of textual elucidation. Some depicted artifacts resembling magical treasures, while others portrayed entities akin to demonic beasts or specters, none of which Han Li had ever encountered. The fact that the celestial restoration pill was among these oddities suggested that these arcane illustrations were of considerable significance. Han Li meticulously committed these images to memory, for he might one day encounter other such wonders, which he would undoubtedly treat with the utmost reverence. However, at this moment, as Han Li gazed upon the orbs within the box, he found himself in a quandary. Undoubtedly, these 5-colored orbs were intrinsically linked to the celestial restoration pill. Otherwise, they would not have appeared in the same depiction. Considering these orbs were refined from the essence of the exquisite bone, which was itself associated with the blood jade spider. Could it be that another of the Xian Bone Old Demon's rebellious disciples had once entered the void celestial cauldron and ingested a celestial restoration pill? This would explain why their skeletal remains had transformed into 5 colors and, upon burning, yielded these orbs. From Han Li's extensive experience with consuming medicinal pills, it was highly likely that the properties of the celestial restoration pill had either not been fully refined or were excessively potent, necessitating a recondensation and refinement post-consumption. Hence, it seemed plausible that these orbs might represent the celestial restoration pill in its truest essence. Otherwise, how could they so solemnly appear in the illustration? While the notion of utilizing a cultivator's body as a furnace for concocting pills is rare in the contemporary realm of cultivation, Han Li had witnessed it firsthand. The blood-condensing 5 elements pill from the Black Sha sect exemplified one of the most gruesome and domineering methods. Nonetheless, all of this remained merely Han Li's speculative conjecture. He would not recklessly consume them without further contemplation. After mulling over it, he decided to exit the secret chamber and head towards the insect chamber. The insect chamber was no longer the simple affair it had been in Tianqing City. Han Li had expanded it into 5 stone chambers of varying sizes. 2 of these chambers were designated for nurturing 2 distinct batches of gold-devouring insects. One batch consisted of tens of thousands of gold-devouring insects that had showcased their prowess in the Void Celestial Palace by devouring numerous iron fire ants. The other batch comprised nearly 1,000 meticulously selected insects brought from the cave dwelling in Tianqing City. Han Li had intentionally separated these 2 batches. It remains to be seen if the excessive consumption of iron fire ants played a role in this arrangement. The numerous devouring insects seemed to have embarked once again on a path of evolution and reproduction, with some already beginning to consume one another. This unexpected turn of events brought a delightful surprise to Han Li. In the remaining stone chambers, one housed the last blood jade spider he possessed. Another contained the slumbering, soul-screaming beast, and the final chamber was designated for the golden silkworms he had collected during his time in the Void Heaven Palace. As for the blood jade spider, little need be said. However, regarding the soul-screaming beast, although Han Li possessed the soul ring, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, preventing him from hastily refining the pearl. Thus, he chose to set it aside for the time being, as the creature appeared to be in a stable state. The golden silkworms, on the other hand, were not collected on a whim. These peculiar insects were indeed renowned among their kind. Despite their low ranking, far inferior to the blood jade spider, they were still noteworthy. The golden silkworms were recognized as rare second evolution beasts, and given sufficient time, they had the potential to evolve into a flying insect known as the illusion flame moth. This moth was not to be compared to the golden silkworm, holding the 17th position on the ranking list, endowed with inherent shape-shifting capabilities. The extent of this ability was vaguely documented, suggesting that it was seldom seen even in ancient times, with no specific details provided. However, the high ranking of the illusion flame moth indicated its significance, regardless of any inaccuracies. It was for this reason that Han Li, undeterred by the astonished gazes of the other ancient beings, had initially decided to rescue these half-dead golden silkworms. Yet, they had been unceremoniously discarded by Wan Tianming, appearing to have little vitality left and seemingly unable to survive much longer. After acquiring them, Han Li had continuously fed them spiritual nourishment, managing only to sustain their last breath, but their condition was deteriorating rapidly. Faced with this dire situation, Han Li found himself at a loss. Now a thought struck him, prompting him to approach the chamber of the golden silkworms. Peering through the window, which had been sealed with a forbidden technique, he caught sight of the creatures lying motionless on the ground, resembling lifeless objects. Were it not for the faint spiritual fluctuations he could sense emanating from them, he might have truly believed they had perished. Without further hesitation, Han Li entered the chamber. After circling around these peculiar insects, he selected a pair of the largest silkworms, which appeared to be slightly more vigorous than the others. From within his robe, he retrieved a jade box and fed the pair 2 5-colored pearls before exiting the chamber. Han Li's reasoning was straightforward. Since these insects seemed beyond salvation, he might as well utilize them to test the efficacy of the pearls. Given the renowned reputation of the celestial restoration pill, its effects should be extraordinary. If the pearls were indeed, as he speculated, genuine celestial restoration pills, then even if they could not save the golden silkworms, they would not worsen the situation. Naturally, should any adverse reactions arise after the silkworms consumed them, Han Li would promptly disregard the pearls without further consideration. In the days that followed, he also attended to the unique existence of the 9 curves spiritual ginseng. This is indeed a crucial foundation for his future aspiration to condense a primordial infant, and he must take utmost care to nurture it. At the heart of the medicinal garden, Han Li meticulously designated a small plot of land. He then employed several sets of crafted prohibition array flags to encircle this area, rendering it impervious to the elements, while simultaneously transforming the surrounding ground into a substance as resilient as stone. Only then did he feel secure enough to transplant the main body of the Nine Chunsan into this protected space. As for the avatar of the Nine Chunsan, which had been confined within a jade box, Han Li had no intention of keeping it imprisoned for long. After all, even an avatar could potentially impact the main body over time. He brought a jade box adorned with various talismans to the side of the main body of the Winsan and tore off the talismans from the box. Before Han Li could lift the lid, a beam of white light shot forth from the box, spiraled briefly, and then dove into the nearby Nine, disappearing without a trace. Observing this, Han Li couldn't help but smile knowingly. It appeared that after being captured once, this white rabbit avatar had become increasingly timid. However, gazing at the main body of the Nine Chunsan, Han Li was lost in contemplation. He wondered what miraculous effects the green liquid in his small vial might have on this Linsan. This thought had crossed his mind since acquiring the Lan, yet the necessity for the green liquid had grown more pressing. This particular experiment did not warrant haste. Moreover, should the green liquid unexpectedly enhance the Nine Chun's abilities or induce some mutation, allowing it to escape from the array, he would surely regret it. This was no ordinary herb. It was a legendary celestial medicine with an avatar. Thus, caution was advisable. With this mindset, Han Li settled the Nine Chunsan and chose to leave it be. As for the freshly produced green liquid, he utilized it entirely to accelerate the growth of the soul-nourishing tree among the 3 divine trees. Although it was merely a small segment of the root, Han Li believed that given a few years, a millennia-old soul-nourishing tree would once again flourish. Initially, Han Li intended to investigate the Shu Tending to discover any potential methods for unlocking it. However, a small rib bone he inadvertently unearthed from his storage pouch piqued his interest momentarily. Reflecting on the fact that this rib bone had remained intact beneath the terrifying Shura sacred fire, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Lying on the bed in his chamber, Han Li held the pristine, crystalline object in his hand, his face alight with curiosity as he examined it closely. As for the upcoming weekly recommendation list, the competition is indeed fierce. If anyone has recommendation votes, please lend your support. Thank you all. In the 4th volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 517. The Xianin Canon. It is clear that this object cannot genuinely be a rib bone from the Xian Bone Old Demon. Its current form is merely a guise to deceive, without delving into its unique material. The faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from it suggests that it is not merely an ordinary artifact, but certainly an item that has undergone ritualistic refinement. However, regardless of whether Han Li employed his divine sense for detection or gradually infused it with spiritual power, the rib bone exhibited no response whatsoever. After a slight furrow of his brow, Han Li was immediately reminded that the old demon practiced the path of the demonic spirits, and it was likely that this object required some essence of dark souls to function properly. Although Han Li himself lacked any dark spiritual power, he still possessed the soul-gathering bowl he had acquired in his early years. Though the souls within had long been consumed in the crafting of puppets, the residual dark energy within the bowl was still substantial. Thus, he pressed his hand against his storage pouch, and a pitch-black round bowl materialized in his grasp. Casting a casual glance at the soul-gathering bowl, a flicker of azure light flashed from his 5 fingers. Threads of dark energy were drawn into his body through his palm and slowly transferred to his other hand that grasped the bone fragment. A chilling black aura gradually took shape, enveloping the rib bone. Han Li's gaze remained fixed on this scene. The rib bone finally reacted. Its originally pristine and smooth surface began to darken. Before long, the entire mass of dark energy was absorbed into the bone, transforming it into a marbled hue of black and white. Observing these changes, Han Li maintained an impassive expression, though the corners of his eyebrows subtly twitched. After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, Han Li abruptly sat upright on the bed. The palm holding the soul-gathering bowl erupted with an even more brilliant azure light. Simultaneously, a ghostly wail emanated from his other hand, and a larger mass of pitch-black energy began to take form. The rib bone, ensconced within, voraciously consumed this dark energy without restraint. After a span equivalent to the brewing of a cup of tea, the relentless absorption of dark energy rendered the bone increasingly dark as well. Suddenly a low, resonant hum emanated from the object, followed by tendrils of black light bursting forth, filling the room with an eerie, sinister atmosphere. Han Li hesitated momentarily before retracting the soul-gathering bowl. As he relaxed his fingers on his other hand, the rib bone floated away, and the dark energy enveloping it dissipated completely under the impact of the black light. Gazing at this strange sight, Han Li's eyes flickered with intrigue. However, aside from the persistent low humming and the flickering black light, the bone exhibited no further changes. After a while, Han Li's expression shifted, and he suddenly beckoned towards the air. With a swift whoosh, the rib bone was summoned back to his grasp. Han Li then scrutinized the object, his consciousness penetrating its depths. This time, he felt no prior barriers to his insight. His consciousness smoothly entered the rib bone, and as the black light flashed before him, large ancient characters and illustrations materialized in succession. A jade slip, Han Li murmured quietly, suppressing his astonishment. This object was likely a specially crafted jade slip, a hypothesis he had considered earlier. Thus, he tempered his excitement and began to meticulously ponder over each character. Upon reading the somewhat familiar phrases of the first half of the profound Great method, Han Li became entirely convinced of the incantation's contents. Although he had never practiced this renowned demonic cultivation technique, the blood-refining divine light that his clone had cultivated was entirely derived from this method, naturally sharing many similarities in content. Therefore, after perusing the initial passages of the method, he inferred his conclusions from various similar cultivation techniques. The jade tablet, resembling a rib, is what is referred to as the Xianin scripture. To be candid, Han Li felt a twinge of disappointment. Having cultivated the Qin Yuan sword art, he recognized that while the Xianin Great method was extraordinarily formidable, he would not foolishly recultivate this technique. Nevertheless, he did not hastily withdraw his consciousness from the Xian scripture, continuing to peruse it sentence by sentence. For the latter half of the scripture contained some arcane devilish techniques that were not entirely beyond his reach for cultivation. As various astonishing secret arts unfolded before him, Han Li's expression shifted from initial disappointment to surprise, gradually mingling with a hint of solemnity, until his countenance was entirely illuminated with a subtle excitement. The might of these techniques was truly astonishing. He was confident that if he could elevate the Qing Yuan sword art to the 9th level, in conjunction with the techniques from the Xian scripture, he might not be able to contend with an infant soul stage cultivator. Yet he would possess an opportunity for self-preservation and escape. No longer would he be helplessly extinguished by the terrifying entities of extreme Yin. Among these techniques, the heavenly capital corpse fire of the extreme Yin ancestor was prominently featured, while the heavenly capital demon corpse was merely a byproduct of this technique's cultivation. Regrettably, such a technique necessitated the foundation of the Xian Yin Great Method and required a cultivation level above the infant soul stage to practice. Otherwise, he would have been intrigued to attempt it. After all, he had witnessed the sheer power of the heavenly capital corpse fire firsthand. It was indeed exceedingly sharp. Nevertheless, even so, the weaknesses of this heavenly capital corpse fire were clearly divulged within the cultivation formula. Upon realizing this, Han Li could not help but smirk. Should the next extreme Yin adversary employ this demonic fire against him, he would undoubtedly astonish them in return. After observing for a while longer, Han Li memorized 2 or 3 techniques that could be cultivated at the core formation stage. He resolved to begin practicing them when time permitted. Cautiously storing away the hidden segment of the Xian Yin scripture, Han Li felt immensely satisfied with his recent acquisitions, a flicker of uncontainable excitement lingering in his heart. After contemplating for a moment, he reached for the Su Tian Ding within his storage pouch, his curiosity igniting fervently. Without delay, he set off toward the secret chamber of his cave dwelling. If he could successfully open the Su Tian Ding in one go, it would not only yield the Tianbu Tian Dan, but could also provide him with several ancient treasures, significantly enhancing his strength. With this thought in mind, aside from his daily ritual of observing the golden silkworm, Han Li devoted himself entirely to the small ding, tirelessly researching day and night, occasionally scouring various ancient texts in search of a method to unlock it. Unfortunately, after half a month of exhausting all conceivable strategies, Han Li was compelled to concede that the so-called number 1 treasure of the Chaos Star Sea, the Su Tian Ding, was indeed beyond the capabilities of a core formation cultivator to unlock. This ding was truly remarkable. As for withstanding fire and water, that was a given. Han Li had tested all manner of magical and ancient treasures, yet none could leave a trace upon its walls. Even the recently restored exorcising divine thunder, gathered from the Qing bamboo bee-cloud sword, shot against the ding produced no reaction whatsoever. As for other incredible unlocking methods, Han Li had also attempted them all, to no avail. Ultimately, he could only resign himself to placing the small ding back into his storage pouch. As for Han Li's suspicions regarding the Qianlan pearl, which may be intricately linked to the opening of the Void Heaven Cauldron, he dared not to approach it lightly. The Qianlan Ice Flame is a formidable entity that even nascent soul cultivators regard with trepidation. Until he reaches the late core formation stage or achieves the nascent soul, he harbors no intentions of manipulating or refining this pearl. This self-awareness is a virtue Han Li possesses. During this time, the 2 golden silkworms that consumed the 5-color round pearl exhibited no significant reactions. It appears that the medicinal properties have yet to manifest. Conversely, in another chamber filled with countless devouring gold insects, they have begun to devour each other on a large scale, indicating that new devouring gold insect eggs are about to emerge, which brings Han Li great delight. Now, his task is to reforge the 72 azure bamboo bee-cloud swords using the refining crystal obtained from the lava route. He has no intention of wasting this material and plans to gradually refine it into the flying swords. As a result, while he cannot claim that his azure bamboo bee-cloud swords will be indestructible, the number of entities capable of destroying them in this realm is indeed minimal. This will greatly benefit him in future battles against higher-level cultivators. However, the process of refining this crystal is undoubtedly an arduous endeavor, due to its unique material properties. While the texts do not elaborate extensively, Han Li estimates that it will take at least half a year to slowly refine this crystal using the formation. If, during the refining process, his magical power were to falter, the crystal would be utterly ruined. This is no trivial matter. If he were to attempt this with merely the initial stage of core formation, even with various spiritual herbs to assist him, he would not dare to take such a risk. Yet now, possessing the 10,000-year spiritual liquid, although he has used a portion of it, the remaining supply alleviates his concerns regarding insufficient magical power. Moreover, considering the imminent dangers he might encounter while venturing out to hunt demon beasts, it is prudent for his magical treasures to be as formidable as possible. Thus, the reforging of the flying swords has become an imperative for Han Li. In the newly constructed cave dwelling, a specialized refining chamber was established. After setting up a protective formation within, he entered with the refining crystal and the vial of 10,000-year spiritual liquid. Upon entering, the chamber door sealed tightly, remaining closed for an entire year thereafter. All operations within the cave were managed by a few giant ape puppets stationed outside the secret chamber, ensuring that everything remained orderly without incident. However, on this particular day, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A thunderous rumble suddenly echoed from outside, followed by an unanticipated tremor that shook the ground, causing even the walls of the secret chamber to quiver incessantly. Simultaneously, a distant roar of thunder and crashing waves grew louder, as if the entire island were engulfed in a tempest. With a resounding thud, the stone door of the refining chamber was pushed open from within. A figure swiftly emerged. Han Li, with a cold expression, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of astonishment and uncertainty. He tilted his head to listen to the roaring sounds outside the cave, and with a swift motion, pressed a hand against the storage pouch at his waist. A beam of yellow light shot forth from the pouch, spiraling before landing in Han Li's palm. It was a flag adorned with faint yellow hues and inscribed with various runes, measuring 2 to 3 feet in length. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of azure energy upon the flagpole. Instantly, the yellow light intensified, and with a glint of cold brilliance in his eyes, he flicked his wrist. A stream of yellow radiance shot straight downwards, and the flag vanished into the ground, leaving no trace behind. A deep incantation began to resonate from Han Li's lips, varying in tone and weight. An astonishing scene unfolded before him. All surfaces, the ground and walls, were bathed in a resplendent golden light, as if transformed entirely into pure gold. Simultaneously, the trembling, the shaking, and the thunderous roar that had so unnerved his spirit came to an abrupt halt. Everything returned to normal. Observing this, Han Li's expression relaxed slightly. Yet the suspicion in his eyes did not wane. Suddenly, he transformed into a streak of azure light, shooting towards the entrance of the cave. Moments later, Han Li appeared above the small island, enveloped in azure radiance. Though mist shrouded the area below, the formation he had personally arranged posed no obstacle to his vision. However, what lay before him caused his countenance to shift dramatically. With the activation of the formation's restraints, the mountain range housing his cave stood steadfast. Yet, beyond the formation's boundaries, chaos erupted. Not only did the earth tremble as mud and stones cascaded down hills and slopes, but the ground also began to fracture, revealing enormous cracks several feet wide. Flowers and trees were uprooted in an instant. Yet, this turmoil alone did not cause Han Li such distress. What truly astonished him was the sight of monstrous waves crashing against one side of the island. Towering waves, over 100 feet high, relentlessly battered the shore, transforming much of the island into a marshy expanse. From the direction of the surging waves, beyond the vast sea mist, a low and eerie roar mingled with the thunder, as if some ferocious beast were raging in fury. With each roar, the thunder and the waves grew ever more insistent. Could it be that some high-tier beast was stirring up the waters nearby? Han Li pondered, observing the might of the waves, certain that only a creature of considerable size could generate such force. Intrigued, he lowered his head in contemplation, and with a flicker of brilliance, plunged into the sea of mist, heading directly toward the source of the roars. However, exercising caution, Han Li suppressed his aura, dimming his light, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Emerging from the mist, Han Li immediately spotted his target without needing to search. As he had surmised, not far from him, a beast was indeed stirring up the sea. Yet, its size was colossal. Despite having anticipated this, Han Li was still taken aback, gasping at its immense form. Before him lay a turtle-like beast of a magnitude he had never witnessed, its colossal form nearly 1,000 feet long, resembling a mountain floating upon the sea's surface. Its obsidian shell gleamed ominously, while its azure head, akin to that of a dragon, arched skyward in a fierce roar. Its limbs, as thick as great columns, and a silvery tail spanning several dozen feet, swept through the surrounding waters, conjuring towering waves and fierce gales that swirled around the creature in a tempestuous dance. The sea was wholly engulfed in chaos. Yet, what truly alarmed Han Li was not merely the beast's formidable presence, but rather the ominous skies above, where dark clouds stretched for miles. Bolts of lightning, thick as a man's arm, descended from the roiling heavens, weaving a terrifying tapestry of thunder that incessantly struck the creature. Remarkably, the turtle withstood the onslaught of these heavenly strikes, braving the tumultuous waves and gales with an unscathed demeanor. However, this only incited its fury further, as its once emerald eyes began to glow a menacing red. Transformation, thunder, tribulation, Han Li murmured, a peculiar expression crossing his face, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. The so-called transformation, thunder, tribulation signifies the tribulation a 7th-tier beast must endure to ascend to the 8th tier, allowing it to undergo a metamorphosis into a partially human form. As one's cultivation deepens, the degree of transformation varies. It is said that a 10th-tier beast can assume a form indistinguishable from a human. Although Han Li had encountered numerous references to the transformation tribulation in ancient texts, witnessing it firsthand stirred a mix of fortune and misfortune within him. The fortunate aspect was that the emergence of this beast signified the presence of 8th-tier creatures in the waters surrounding Yuan Island, instilling a glimmer of hope for his future endeavors. The misfortune, however, lay in the likelihood that this giant turtle's lair was also in these waters, a prospect he found unappealing. Even a newly ascended 8th-tier beast would pose an insurmountable threat. Currently, as a 7th-tier beast, the turtle remained oblivious to the existence of his hidden abode, but once it ascended, Han Li doubted he could evade its keen perception. The thought of being discovered while cultivating in his refuge sent a wave of anxiety through him, causing his array of flying swords to stir restlessly within him. Upon emerging from his secluded chamber, Han Li found that he had successfully refined 72 azure bamboo swords. The arduous process of crystallization had taken far longer than anticipated. He had initially estimated a completion within 6 months, but it had extended to nearly a year. In the remaining time, he had seized the opportunity to enter another brief retreat, focusing on nurturing the flying swords. Had it not been for the disturbances caused by this beast, he would have likely prolonged his seclusion for several additional months. Thus, he contemplated seizing the moment to launch a surprise attack while the beast was weakened from its tribulation. If he could eliminate it then, it would be a most fortuitous outcome. If not, he could swiftly vacate the island in search of a more secure location. The mere thought tightened Han Li's chest with urgency. However, moments later, he shook his head in denial. Even an 8th-grade demon beast, significantly diminished in power, was not something he could confront alone. Han Li was unaware of the true extent of an 8th-grade demon beast's might. Yet he had witnessed the formidable powers of Yuan stage cultivators with his own eyes. Faced with such grave danger, he preferred to relocate his current cave dwelling. Regrettably, the gold-devouring worms had already finished their feast and laid new eggs. Had he brought them along, he might have dared to take a chance. As Han Li observed the myriad of thunderbolts weaving and flickering around the colossal turtle, he let out a soft sigh, preparing to return to his cave. He had no desire to linger and risk being discovered by the demon beast once it completed its lightning tribulation, which could lead to dire consequences for him. Just as he turned away, a piercing shriek echoed from the distant sky, followed by the faint glimmer of golden light on the horizon. Simultaneously, from an opposite direction, the melodious call of a phoenix resonated, accompanied by a brilliant red glow racing toward him. Taken aback by this unexpected scene, Han Li was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, a tempest erupted not far from the giant turtle. Dozens of formidable water columns erupted from the sea, causing the surrounding waters to swell and rise, as if some colossal creature were about to emerge. Startled, Han Li swiftly concealed his form and retreated a considerable distance, gazing in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. With a flash of blue light, a massive beast, entirely crimson in hue, surged forth from the waves. Upon breaching the surface, it emitted a shrill, horse-like neigh that resonated painfully in Han Li's ears. In a state of shock, he nearly lost his balance in midair. But with a surge of magical power, he managed to steady himself. The great yin technique surged rapidly within him as Han Li, pale-faced, stared intently at the creature. Fear etched across his features. Chapter 519. The poisonous flood dragon. Han Li inwardly gasped, an uncommon look of fear gracing his face. The beast, resplendent in red, measured over 100 feet in length, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the inked dragon he had previously encountered. It was indeed a genuine flood dragon, and one notorious among its kind, the poisonous flood dragon. The ethereal light shimmering upon its crimson scales attested to its authenticity as an 8th-grade demon beast. The inexplicable pressure it exerted upon him was reminiscent of what he had experienced in the presence of those Yuan stage elders. Flood dragons are among the few celestial spirit beasts that have persisted since ancient times. Their cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary demon beasts, and upon reaching maturity, their magical prowess is unparalleled within their tier. It is even said that surpassing enemies of higher ranks is not beyond the capabilities of purebred flood dragons. If the ancient texts are to be believed, this poisonous flood dragon, although an 8th-grade beast, could contend with 9th-grade demon beasts without succumbing. How could this revelation not cause a change in Han Li's countenance? Almost instinctively, the thought of fleeing crossed his mind, yet he prudently restrained himself from acting impulsively. 2 beams of escape light were approaching from the distance, seemingly harboring ill intentions. It would be wiser to escape amidst the chaos rather than risk revealing his presence through rash actions. Nevertheless, Han Li discreetly donned his crimson cloak, and with a subtle flick of his hands, the 5 elements ring and the flower basket silently appeared in his grasp. Han Li felt a sense of relief. At that moment, the venomous dragon had ceased its prolonged hiss, twisting its massive head to cast a glance at the giant tortoise, which was desperately resisting amidst the lightning. A flicker of unusual interest flashed in its eyes. However, it soon radiated a menacing blue light, and its enormous form rapidly shrank and transformed. Moments later, a humanoid dragon of similar stature to an ordinary person stood in its place. The head remained the same, a fearsome dragon visage, unchanged, but its body and limbs had morphed into a human-like figure, adorned with vibrant crimson scales, while a robust dragon tail swayed incessantly behind it. Witnessing this transformation, Han Li was struck with astonishment. The humanoid venomous dragon stood atop the waves as if it were on solid ground, its body unwavering. Yet, after taking on its human form, the dragon's emerald eyes inadvertently darted towards Han Li's concealed position, a chilling malice within its gaze that rendered him icy with fear, causing cold sweat to bead on his palms, which clutched ancient treasures. Fortunately, at that moment, a golden light and a similarly radiant crimson glow swiftly approached from afar. The venomous dragon immediately disregarded Han Li, directing its cold gaze towards the 3 figures that had emerged in the air. The figure enveloped in golden light was an elderly Taoist, exuding an aura of celestial grace, adorned in a resplendent bagua robe, with a treasured sword at his back and a whisk in hand. He scrutinized the humanoid venomous dragon with a mixture of astonishment and a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Not far from the Taoist stood a pair of middle-aged men, strikingly similar in appearance, with ashen faces and resplendent red robes, both identical in every detail. The only distinction was that one bore a large red gourd on his back, while the other wielded a towering ghostly staff. They exchanged glances at the enormous tortoise and the venomous dragon below, yet remained silent and expressionless. Among the trio, the elderly Taoist was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, while the 2 middle-aged men were merely at the late stage of the golden core realm. However, what puzzled Han Li was how the 2 men in red robes exuded a formidable presence before both the venomous dragon and the nascent soul elder, showing not a hint of fear. I did not expect to encounter 2 fellow Taoists. I am truly honored," the elderly Taoist exclaimed with a smile after a few contemplative glances. "We also did not anticipate meeting Senior Jinxia here. Might you be intending to hunt the 2 monstrous beasts below? If so, my brother and I shall yield to your esteemed self," replied the red-robed man with the gourd, his expression unchanged. Upon hearing this, the elderly Taoist felt a wave of frustration. The venomous dragon below was equivalent to a 9th-level beast, even in his arrogance. He would not presume he could defeat it single-handedly. Were it not for his reliance on powerful artifacts, he would not even dare to entertain thoughts of confronting the dragon. Thus, after furrowing his brow several times, he cleared his throat and directly stated, "My dear fellows, you jest. I cannot contend with the venomous dragon alone. Likewise, Even if you possessed the divine sand, you would struggle to subdue this beast. If we were to join forces, however, there might be a sliver of hope. I wonder if you might be interested in giving it a try? The 8th level demon beast had not been encountered for many years. Should fortune smile upon us, I shall not seek the 8th level demon core. However, I must extract the essence of this dragon spirit. The Taoist of Golden Mist gazed intently at the two figures in crimson robes, speaking slowly. His words appeared to take the two red-robed individuals by surprise. They exchanged a glance, uncertain of how to communicate, until the middle-aged man wielding the ghostly staff nodded succinctly in agreement. Very well. Since the elder has spoken thus, let it be settled. We, the younger generation, do not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Let us give our all. Upon uttering these words, the other individual deftly produced the fiery red gourd from behind him. Upon hearing this, the elder Taoist's expression brightened, and with a wave of his hand, a cerulean jade ring flew forth from his sleeve, expanding in the breeze with a resonant hum. Below, the venomous dragon, which had been coldly observing the trio, seemed to comprehend their exchange. A flash of menace crossed its countenance, and without further ado, it opened its maw, unleashing a streak of sanguine light that streaked towards the elder like a bolt of lightning. In a mere instant, the elder vanished from the surface of the sea. The next moment, the venomous dragon appeared behind the two red-robed figures, raising its arms as 10 azure beams of light shot forth with great ferocity. With a thunderous clang, a massive azure hand abruptly blocked the assault, manifesting from the ghostly staff of the red-robed cultivator, which had transformed into a towering and fearsome apparition to their salvation. Even so, the duo of the Ho brothers were taken aback, their previously pallid faces now betraying a hint of astonishment. Simultaneously, they gently summoned the red gourd, and with a resounding cry akin to a phoenix, countless shards of crimson crystal erupted from the gourd, engulfing the area of over 100 paces in a fiery realm, ensnaring the venomous dragon within its confines. Meanwhile, the blood light emitted by the dragon entwined with the jade ring launched by the elder, engaging in a fierce struggle. The expression on the elder's face was grave, revealing his trepidation towards the sanguine light, indicating its formidable nature. The venomous dragon was compelled to confront 3 adversaries, evidently stalling for time as it sought to navigate the tribulation of the demon turtle. Likewise, the elder and the 2 crimson-robed individuals were wary of the dragon's potential retreat and were eager to deplete its magical energy before delivering a decisive blow. As for the immense turtle, even if it completed its tribulation, it would be severely weakened and thus not a significant threat. Thus, a fierce battle unfolded in the skies above, while below, the giant turtle's tribulation reached a pivotal moment. The heavens no longer unleashed mere bolts of lightning, but began to rain down clusters of silver thunder orbs, striking the giant turtle with tremors that echoed its mighty roars. Observing this scene from a concealed vantage, Han Li felt a surge of joy within. He harbored no foolish thoughts of opportunistic gain. The scale of this conflict was beyond his intervention, and regardless of whether the victor was demon or human, it was beyond the capability of a mere early-stage core formation cultivator like himself to handle. Now that a chance for escape had finally presented itself, he hastily infused all his magical energy into the blood-colored cloak, transforming it into a burst of crimson light that shot forth into the void. Han Li's astonishing speed startled the 3 combatants, but they soon returned their focus to their fierce struggle. Due to the astonishing speed of the blood light, they were able to ascertain Han Li's level of cultivation at a glance. A cultivator at the early stage of the core formation was, to them, a trivial figure. Fearing that the cave would be discovered by these demonic beasts and cultivators, Han Li did not direct the blood light towards the misty sea, but rather chose another route to flee. Utilizing the remarkable velocity of the crimson cloak, he swiftly escaped several thousand miles. Once he noticed that there was no pursuit, he felt a sense of relief and switched to a more ordinary escape technique, continuing his journey forward. After flying for a considerable part of the day, Han Li casually selected a desolate island to temporarily take refuge. After spending several days in the nearby waters, he estimated that the fierce battle in that area had concluded, prompting him to cautiously return. Indeed, the vicinity of the misty sea was now calm, with no sign of demonic beasts, cultivators, or heavenly tribulations, as if nothing had transpired. Standing atop the nearby sea, Han Li pondered for a moment before gradually releasing his spiritual sense to scan the surrounding waters. Suddenly, A thought struck him, and with a flash of azure light, he plunged into the ocean. After a brief period, Han Li emerged from the sea, each hand gripping an object. The first was a silver, elongated piece, a part of the giant turtle's tail. The second was a half-demonic staff, still resonating with remarkable spiritual energy. It seemed that the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. Once the thunderstorm subsided, they might have pursued and departed from the vicinity. After all, at the level of the nascent soul and 8th-grade demonic beasts, whether the cultivators sought to annihilate the beasts for their cores or the beasts aimed to devour the cultivators' souls, it was not an undertaking to be taken lightly. It was likely that the weaker party would flee rather easily. Han Li examined the two items in his hands, a cautious expression crossing his face. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hands and cast the two objects back into the depths of the sea. Even though the likelihood of being traced was minimal, Han Li preferred to avoid any potential danger. He surveyed the surroundings once more, confirming that no cultivators or demonic beasts were concealed nearby, before resolutely making his way back to the misty sea. The protective barriers outside his cave remained intact, alleviating the last of Han Li's worries. He hurriedly entered the cave. Initially, prior to the onset of the battle, Han Li had intended to vacate the island. However, after witnessing the fierce clash between the three cultivators and the demonic beasts, he had a change of heart. The giant turtle's fate was uncertain, but it had undoubtedly suffered severe injuries. Even if its lair were indeed in this sea, it would likely relocate after such a fright. Furthermore, finding another island as secluded as this one was no trivial matter. Even if he managed to locate one, who could say what other high-level demonic beasts might be residing nearby? Thus, this place appeared to be somewhat safer. Nevertheless, Han Li did not dare to let his guard down. He took it upon himself to set up several illusionary formations on the small island, and also established 2 false caves in other areas of the mountain, similarly cloaked with protective barriers. In this manner, should a formidable enemy invade, he would still have a chance to escape. After accomplishing all of this, Han Li could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, the battle he witnessed that day between humans and demons had unwittingly ignited a crucial spark for the impending conflict among the demon cultivators of the Chaotic Star Sea. The enraged Serpentine clan of the Chaotic Star Sea had also joined the ranks of high-level demon beasts that slaughtered human cultivators, resulting in significant losses for humanity. As time passed and his cave abode remained unscathed, Han Li soon cast aside the memory of that fierce battle. Presently, he was diligently devoted to crafting various trapping devices intended for the future extermination of demon beasts. Faced with high-level demon beasts of the 6th and 7th ranks, he dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness. During this period, the voracious golden devouring worms had finally laid eggs after their feeding frenzy. When Han Li joyfully beheld those eggs, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Although the eggs were still white, they bore striking black spots on their surfaces, which were quite eye-catching. At this moment, the first thought that crossed Han Li's mind was whether these golden devouring worms had already progressed to their mature form. However, he soon dismissed this notion. Based on his speculation, although the previous golden worms were formidable, they were still far from the legendary immortal mature form, and it was impossible for them to evolve so swiftly. After further contemplation, Han Li naturally recalled the countless iron fire ants that had been devoured. Could it be that their voracious consumption of the iron fire ants had triggered an unexpected evolution? His curiosity piqued. Nevertheless, according to his previous experience, it would still take about a year for these eggs to hatch. Without further hesitation, he suppressed a flicker of anticipation and drew forth a control array, transferring all the eggs within and marking them with his blood to claim ownership. Then, he casually glanced next door at the room housing the golden silkworms. Currently, apart from the 2 that had ingested 2 5-colored orbs, the rest were gradually perishing despite receiving spiritual herbs to extend their lives. Although these 2 had survived due to the miraculous properties of the orbs, there were no signs of recovery. At this point, Han Li had completely lost hope. He had specially prepared some rainbow silks to feed these 2 golden silkworms in hopes of inducing them to produce some silkworm eggs, similar to the golden devouring worms. Han Li was now certain that those 5-colored orbs, even if not the legendary celestial restoration pills, could only bear beneficial effects on the body and would not cause harm. Half a month later, Han Li completed the crafting of all his trapping devices. Next, he fed the rainbow silks to the pair of golden silkworms and then entered his seclusion chamber to consume the remaining 5-colored orbs. After using one of the smaller orbs earlier, he still possessed 6. Seated cross-legged in the center of the chamber, Han Li gazed calmly at the orbs within the box. Having made his decision, he refrained from any hesitation and deftly pinched one, placing it in his mouth. Subsequently, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The orb, which should have been hard, transformed into an extraordinarily soft substance upon entering his mouth, possessing a slightly bitter taste, yet it was effortlessly swallowed into his abdomen. A warm and peculiar sensation began to rise from his dantian. Han Li furrowed his brow and turned his awareness inward. The 5-colored orb remained intact within his abdomen, emanating a faint radiance. Observing this, Han Li pondered briefly before forming a series of intricate hand seals, releasing a slender azure flame from his golden core that enveloped the orb, beginning its refinement. The warmth swiftly transformed into a searing sensation. At this moment, Han Li closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. 2 months later, the orb had been transmuted into formlessness by Han Li's alchemical fire. However, he did not immediately sense any significant change. After a moment's hesitation, he commenced the refinement of 2 more orbs. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. When Han Li finally emerged from his secluded chamber, all 6 5-colored orbs had been thoroughly refined. He faintly sensed that he was absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth and transforming it into spiritual power slightly faster than before. Though the difference was subtle, it filled Han Li with immense joy, for the efficacy of these orbs had only just begun to manifest. Yet, upon exiting the chamber, Han Li was met with a disheartening reality. After consuming a sufficient quantity of the rainbow grass, the golden silkworms had indeed laid eggs, over 100, in fact. However, not a single one was viable. They were all mere dead eggs. Furthermore, the pair of golden silkworms met their demise shortly after laying their eggs. Standing outside the insect chamber, gazing at the room filled with lifeless eggs, Han Li found himself at a loss for words. Despite this setback, Han Li did not leave empty-handed. At the very least, he had confirmed the general properties of the rainbow grass. Though he had long suspected that consuming the grass during its leafing phase would induce remarkable reproductive effects in high-tier demon beasts, he had yet to validate this hypothesis. Now, the situation with the golden silkworms strongly suggested that his assumptions were indeed correct. The more advanced and rare the demon beast, the more arduous the task of breeding offspring. It was no wonder that those high-tier demon beasts flocked to this grass when it unfurled its leaves. As the old adage goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Just as Han Li was feeling dejected over the golden silkworms, the gold-devouring worms began to hatch a few days later, bringing him unexpected delight. The newly hatched gold-devouring worms bore a striking resemblance to their predecessors, yet their golden shells now featured black stripes in addition to silver spots. Furthermore, the spiritual energy emanating from them felt distinctly different from before. Han Li was now certain that these gold-devouring worms were noticeably altered due to their previous generation's excessive consumption of iron fire ants, setting them apart from ordinary gold-devouring worms. Naturally, Han Li was eager to conduct thorough tests to discern their unique qualities. Thus, he filled a spirit beast pouch with the gold-devouring worms and returned to the secret chamber. After several hours, when he emerged once more, his face was alight with uncontainable excitement. The power of these new, gold-devouring worms far exceeded Han Li's expectations, granting him greater confidence in hunting demon beasts at sea. Although he wished to further investigate the puppet components obtained from the Void Heaven Cauldron, he realized that such endeavors would not yield results in just a few years, and thus decided to postpone them for the time being. Instead, he prepared to set sail to gather high-tier demon cores, ensuring to carry the necessary array tools and rainbow grass with him. The blood jade spider, a creature whose lamentations leave no trace, undoubtedly holds potential for future utility. However, within the confines of the cave, the spiritual herbs and grasses, particularly the 9 curves spirit ginseng, instill in Han Li a sense of unease. Yet, it is imprudent to transplant them for removal, as he is uncertain when he might return. The 9 curves spirit ginseng, being a plant, cannot endure prolonged separation from the earth. After considerable contemplation, Han Li decided to leave behind a small portion of the newly hatched gold-devouring insects within the cave. He commanded them to eliminate any intruding cultivators or demonic beasts immediately. Thus, as long as no nascent soul cultivator or 8th-grade beast trespasses, he felt assured of their efficacy. In the 4th volume, Winds Rise Over Seas. Chapter 521, Extracting Souls and Acquiring Pills. As for the soul-nurturing wood, after more than 2 years of continuous nurturing with the verdant liquid, it had finally taken shape. This wood, akin to the heavenly thunder bamboo, would cease to grow after 10,000 years. And no amount of the verdant liquid could enhance its spiritual essence further. Naturally, Hanli would not leave this wood unused. He meticulously carved the foot-long soul-nurturing wood into several thumb-sized ebony beads, threading them together with a strand of golden silk to hang around his neck. This wood requires no elaborate refinement. Simply wearing it close to the body would yield optimal effects for nurturing spirit and soul. Having sorted everything within the cave, Hanli departed alone 3 days later, silently soaring out of the misty sea. With the Nizhao grass in his possession, he had no intention of meddling in the abyss, where 8th-grade beasts roamed and cultivators congregated, making it unsuitable for him to deploy the verdant liquid in his array to eliminate demons. With the allure of the Nizhao grass, any marine expanse became equally accessible to him. Thus, his current pursuit was to find a locale with coral islands. With that thought, Hanli glanced towards the west and swiftly took flight. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. A month later, he paused atop a vibrant coral reef. On his journey, he had encountered several coral islands, yet fearing the proximity to his cave might attract unwelcome attention, he had chosen to disregard them and continued until he reached this spot. Although it could not yet be deemed a coral island, it was more than sufficient for transplanting the Nizhao grass. Hanli resolved to commence his first battle against demons in this very location. At present, he had established 4 magical arrays around the coral reef, rendering the area impervious to wind and rain, and then cautiously transplanted the Nizhao grass to the center of the formation. To attract 6th-grade demonic beasts, he needed to nurture the Nizhao grass to approximately 400 years of age. This meant he would require nearly a month to draw the desired targets for capture. However, during this initial period, he would not remain idle. The first 3-leaf unfurlings of the Nizhao grass would naturally attract some lower-tier demonic beasts for him to hone his skills. While the inner cores of 5th-grade beasts currently held little value for alchemy, they could be exchanged for a considerable amount of spirit stones. Hanli would not let such an opportunity slip by. Indeed, prior to the 4th nurturing phase, 3 or 4 5th-grade demonic beasts came seeking him. Hanli effortlessly summoned several azure bamboo, cloud swords, swiftly vanquishing his foe. Observing the 3-leaved Nisha grass before him, he exhaled softly and gently turned a small vial over the plant, allowing a single droplet of verdant liquid to fall upon it. Carefully stowing the vial, Hanli settled beside the grass, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. On the 3rd day, the Nisha grass unfurled its 4th leaf, exuding a potent allure for demons. During these 2 days, Hanli remained motionless, having successfully replenished his energy. Although slaying a 5th-tier demon beast was now as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist, and he was confident that a 6th-tier beast would pose no challenge, caution was still prudent as he ventured alone into the depths of the sea. The allure of the demon grass was not infallible. There had been instances in the past where a 300-year-old Nisha grass inadvertently attracted 6th or 7th-tier beasts, nearly costing him his life and forcing him to abandon his formation in a hasty retreat. Hanli was determined not to let a moment of carelessness lead to his demise. As time passed, a subtle shift in his demeanor signaled Hanli's awakening. He opened his eyes, coldly fixating on the distant sea. Moments later, dark clouds gathered above the water, and a tempest arose, revealing a massive whirlpool approximately 10 yards wide, from which a low, rumbling sound emerged. Hanli's expression remained unchanged, yet he swiftly transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the air with a hint of chill as he scrutinized the unfolding scene below. From the depths of the whirlpool, a series of muffled sounds erupted, followed by the emergence of a dark mist enveloping a demon beast. Though small in stature, merely a few yards long, it directed its furious roars towards the Nisha grass. Witnessing this, Hanli exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite the obscuring black mist preventing a clear view of the beast, the spiritual energy emanating from it indicated that it was indeed only a 6th-tier creature, which posed minimal danger. Thus, Hanli remained still in the air, observing the demon beast below without moving. In mere moments, the beast, influenced by the aroma of the Nisha grass, became frenzied. With a mighty roar, it lunged toward the coral reef, accompanied by towering waves that surged to great heights. Having previously witnessed the cataclysmic waves caused by a 7th-tier giant tortoise during its tribulation, Hanli was unfazed by this display. As the dark mist approached within mere dozens of yards from the coral reef, a cold smile flickered across Han Li's face. With a single motion, he produced a palm-sized emerald array disc. A flash of azure light emanated from his palm as he decisively struck the disc. Instantly, dazzling rays of yellow light burst forth, and in the next moment, several beams of golden light shot from the sea, forming a shimmering yellow barrier that ensnared the encroaching black mist. The demon beast within the mist was evidently taken aback. However, two massive, iron-gray pincers abruptly emerged from the darkness, crashing violently against the yellow barrier with a resounding boom that sent tremors through the luminous shield. A visage that could scarcely withstand a few strikes. Yet, for Han Li, this was sufficient to confine the monstrous beast. He summoned the Five Elements Ring, an ancient treasure, which materialized with a melodious chime before vanishing swiftly. Above the swirling black mist, a low chant resonated, and then a brilliant array of five-colored radiance erupted, plunging into the blackness, disappearing without a trace. A cacophony of terrified roars erupted, and the dense black mist dissipated entirely, revealing the creature within. Before him lay a colossal azure shrimp, measuring 3 to 4 zhang in length, adorned with 6 verdant eyes that radiated panic. It was ensnared by 5 copper rings, immobilized like a glutinous rice dumpling. At that moment, 2 resplendent azure rainbows shot down from the heavens, intertwining in a dance, and the giant shrimp was severed into several pieces, green liquid splattering across the ground. The 5-colored copper rings quivered slightly before vanishing in a shimmer of light, reappearing in Han Li's hands the next instant. A faint smile graced Han Li's face as he flicked his wrist, causing a flash of yellow light before it vanished. Simultaneously, the luminous barrier below dissolved silently. Han Li stowed the 5 Elements ring and produced a pitch-black bowl, cradling it delicately in his hands as he floated down, landing beside the carcass of the giant shrimp. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, he regarded the shrimp's head, and without hesitation, extended a finger, murmuring an incantation. A glow of white light emanated from his fingertip, growing increasingly brilliant as he chanted. Suddenly, with a cold snort, several slender white threads shot forth from the white light, piercing into the giant shrimp's head. As his finger trembled slightly, a fist-sized orb of green light was ensnared by the white threads and drawn forth from the shrimp's cranium, inching towards Han Li's soul-collecting bowl. The green orb seemed to sense its peril, struggling fiercely along the way, yet it was inexorably pulled closer. When it was about a foot away from the bowl, a dark light enveloped the orb, and with a swish, it was drawn inside. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Han Li's face. He took a few steps forward, rummaging through the giant shrimp's remains until he unearthed a pale blue orb. In comparison to the 5th-grade demon core, this 6th-grade beast's core was not only substantially larger, but also began to exhibit a translucent quality, emanating a faint glow, exuding an extraordinary beauty. After a few glances, Han Li stored the core in his pouch and, casting one last look at the shrimp's body, appeared to contemplate something. Suddenly, he raised one hand, and 2 azure lights sliced through the air. The massive pincers of the shrimp were neatly severed, and without hesitation, he beckoned, retrieving both pincers. Subsequently, a small fireball darted forth, incinerating the remaining remnants of the giant shrimp into ashes. Only then did Han Li leisurely return to the vicinity of the rainbow grass. Once more sitting cross-legged, he believed that this sea area could not possibly harbor only a single 6th-grade beast. Now, all he had to do was wait patiently for the next one. Han Li mused. Volume 4, Winds Rising Overseas, Chapter 522, Surveillance 7 years later. In a certain maritime region of an alien sea, a group of over a dozen cultivators, each at varying levels of prowess, glided slowly through the low skies, occasionally casting furtive glances around, as if in search of something elusive. Among these cultivators, the majority were at the foundation establishment stage, with only the 3 leaders possessing the higher golden core cultivation, 1 in the mid-stage and 2 in the early stage. Brother Chiao, is the 6th-tier demon beast truly nearby? We have been scouring this sea area for several days now, and our search radius has continually expanded. Surely, the intelligence cannot be erroneous? Inquired a middle-aged cultivator with a pale golden complexion, his face betraying impatience. The recipient of his query was a stern-faced elder with a bird-like visage, the highest-ranked cultivator among them at the mid-golden core stage. Why the haste, Taoist men? The information we received merely indicates a general location. A few days' discrepancy is to be expected. This is certainly preferable to aimlessly wandering in other sea regions. I trust the informant would not deceive an elder such as myself. The elder replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Could it be that the beast has already vacated this area? Or perhaps this place is not its lair at all? Interjected another cultivator, a burly man with a fearsome countenance. That is unlikely. This is a rare glass beast. We just surveyed the surrounding seabed with our spiritual senses, and it is teeming with the tricolored algae that this beast favors. Its lair is surely not far from here, the bird-faced elder asserted with quiet confidence. It appeared that the elder commanded considerable respect among the trio, as the other two ceased their queries and resumed their diligent search of the surroundings. The Foundation establishment cultivators trailing behind were primarily their nephews and disciples, and they refrained from interjecting. Under the leadership of the three, the group continued their search across the maritime expanse for the better part of the day, yet regrettably, they still found nothing. The elder's brow furrowed slightly in concern. Cough. We had been well situated in the abyss. Even if we cannot claim monthly gains, securing 3 or 4 high-tier demon cores annually was quite feasible. However, since departing from there, we have only managed to hunt 2 high-tier demon beasts in the past 2 years, and we cannot even procure a single demon core for each of us, lamented the pale golden-faced cultivator, expressing his frustration. Enough. You know the current state of the abyss. Brother men returning there now would not be a hunt for demon beasts, but rather a quest for self-destruction. How peculiar it is. The abyss, while not entirely safe, allowed for a comfortable existence as long as one remained cautious and avoided the central area. Yet, ever since the demon beast upheaval 2 years ago, the abyss has become a forbidden zone. High-tier cultivators who venture in seldom return. Just last year, a group of Yuaning experts attempted to infiltrate the central area to uncover its secrets, only to flee in terror, having encountered an unknown tier of demon beast. Among them, only one managed to escape with his Yuan Ying intact. The burly man spoke, a trace of trepidation evident in his pallid expression. Daoist Xian makes a valid point. Although the abyssal beasts remain relatively docile, having yet to step beyond the confines of the abyss, one can never predict when these creatures might succumb to their feral instincts and surge forth. Such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility, and we must indeed remain vigilant. The elder with the bird-like visage fell silent for a moment after hearing this, his countenance twitching as he spoke. It seems that even he is troubled by the thought of the abyssal beasts. However, the Star Palace and the Anti-Star Alliance are still embroiled in a fierce conflict over there. The teleportation array can only facilitate exit, not entrance. Even if we wish to leave, we are unable to do so. The cultivator surnamed Min let out a bitter laugh, his expression one of helplessness. Humph, that is not a certainty. The fierce-looking man displayed an air of skepticism. Oh, does Brother Xian have an alternative route in mind? The cultivator surnamed Min initially showed surprise, but his spirits soon lifted. It's not so much an alternative route. I merely heard that someone on Yuan Island is selling teleportation talismans at a high price. Although they are scarce, some individuals have indeed returned to the inner star sea using them. The man's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Is that so? A look of joy spread across the face of the cultivator surnamed Min, just as he was about to inquire further when he was interrupted by the elder's cold snort. Fellow Taoists, do not indulge in fantasies. Even if you manage to acquire a teleportation talisman, do you truly dare to return to Tianqing City? The inner star sea is now far more perilous than Yuan Island. If we return, we will surely be captured by both sides and used as scapegoats. While the abyssal beasts here may seem unusual, at least everything beyond the abyss remains undisturbed. Should any trouble arise, we can simply find a deserted island to hide on. It is certainly preferable to getting entangled in a grand conflict. The elder's eyes shimmered with a knowing glint, as if he had already anticipated this situation. The other two exchanged glances, realizing that although the elder's solution was rather simplistic, it appeared to be viable. Just as the two were about to discuss the matter further with the elder, a guttural roar echoed from a distance, followed by a series of explosive sounds emanating from the same direction. The lily beast. The cultivator, surnamed Min, and the fierce man exchanged looks, almost simultaneously exclaiming in delight. Indeed, it is the cry of the lily beast. It seems someone has found it before us. Let us proceed. We must not reveal our whereabouts. We shall act according to the situation. A glint of severity crossed the elder's face as he coldly addressed the two. Understanding his intent, the other two nodded in agreement. and the trio transformed into streaks of light, swiftly retreating. However, midway, a flash of brilliance enveloped them, and they vanished without a trace. As for the group of Foundation establishment cultivators, they quickly adopted tense expressions and hastened in pursuit. Moments later, the 3 golden core cultivators, led by the elder, silently approached a coral island several miles in size. The thunderous roars of the beast erupted from this very location. What lay before them was entirely in line with their expectations. A translucent sea creature, entirely pale and glimmering, was ensnared within a barrier of crimson light on the island. This beast, measuring over 10 zhang in size, emitted countless milky white tendrils as it fiercely slashed at the encroaching waves of red light, displaying an unparalleled ferocity. Yet this was not the foremost concern of the trio. Their gazes were fixated elsewhere. Above the small island, a young man clad in a pale blue robe hovered motionless in midair, his hands clasped behind his back, a serene expression adorning his countenance. Brother Chiao. This individual possesses merely the cultivation of the early stage of the core formation. Shall we take action? Inquired the fierce-looking Xianxing cultivator, his voice tinged with excitement and astonishment. Do not be hasty. Let us first ascertain if there are others concealed nearby. We must not fall into a trap, cautioned the elder with a falcon-like visage. A flicker of ferocity flashing across his face, yet he managed to suppress the urge to strike, speaking with caution. Brother Min, Brother Chiao's words bear weight. It is indeed peculiar for a cultivator at the early stage of core formation to dare to lure a lily beast alone. There may be some hidden complexities at play, remarked the Min cultivator, equally vigilant, offering a solemn warning. Upon hearing this, the brutish man felt a chill in his heart and quickly extended his consciousness to search the vicinity, but found nothing amiss. At that moment, the young man in blue took action. With a single hand raised, 7 beams of azure light shot forth from his palm, spiraling in the air before coalescing into a colossal sword of blue light, approximately 10 zhang in length, descending with a solemnity from above. The lily beast below seemed to sense the impending danger. It opened its mouth and expelled a white crystal orb. The orb swelled in the wind, expanding to a size comparable to a zhang, boldly confronting the descending giant sword. The sword maintained its velocity, yet an astonishing thunderous roar echoed forth. With a resounding crash, it collided with the crystal orb. In that fleeting moment, the giant sword appeared to blur, and with a swift whoosh, another identical giant sword shot forth from the azure light, vanishing from sight only to re-emerge directly above the lily beast, delivering a silent yet lethal strike. The monstrous creature let out a desperate roar, unleashing a flurry of white tendrils in a futile attempt to withstand the blow and evade disaster. However, with a resounding cut, the giant sword effortlessly severed the beast's massive head. Verdant blood splattered in all directions. Witnessing the instantaneous obliteration of the beast by the youth, the elder and his companions were left in a state of astonishment. Could that truly be a lily beast? This creature is notoriously formidable among the 6th-tier demon beasts. Yet, it was vanquished in an instant by this young man's sword. How can this be believed? Is it possible that he is not a cultivator at the early stage of core formation, but rather at the late stage? Even as the elder and his companions scrutinized with their senses, they confirmed that the blue-robed young man, indeed, possessed the cultivation of the early stage of core formation. However, even if the 3 of them combined their strengths, defeating a 6th-tier lily beast would not be a simple task, let alone achieving such an effortless kill. Could it be that the young cultivator was feigning weakness, concealing his true prowess with some secret technique? The elder and his companions found themselves enveloped in suspicion. Brother Chiao, shall we make our move? It appears that the adversary is alone here. The brutish man's voice grew tense. The elder with the falcon-like visage gazed downward, a hint of doubt crossing his features, and he did not respond immediately. However, upon witnessing the young man in blue produce a black bowl and begin to extract the soul of the glazed beast, their expressions changed drastically, a flicker of fear crossing their eyes. This individual appeared rather peculiar. Perhaps it would be prudent to withdraw. There was no need to provoke someone of unknown origins. The monk surnamed Min, noticing the elder's demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, but soon furrowed his brows and tentatively inquired. Given that the 3 of them had managed to navigate the treacherous expanse of the foreign sea thus far, they were undoubtedly exceptionally cautious individuals. The current situation was undeniably bizarre, instilling within the monk a sense of hesitation. Perhaps it's best to reconsider? Now was not merely a matter of whether or not to take action, but rather the pressing concern of whether they could escape with their lives. The elder with the bird-like face's gaze wavered for a considerable time before he let out a bitter laugh and uttered a seemingly nonsensical remark. This statement left the fierce man and the monk surnamed Min momentarily stunned. They were acutely aware of the elder's nature and understood he would not speak without reason, their faces soon betraying a hint of astonishment. Have you two not noticed how closely this person resembles a certain infamous figure recently circulated? The elder murmured, pressing his lips together with a hint of bitterness in his voice. Infamous figure? Are you referring to that person? Both men initially froze, but soon gasped in shock, their faces reflecting sheer horror. It cannot be mistaken. Look at this youth. He is still quite young, yet is capable of wielding multiple flying swords, with the sword light being of a similar hue to the rumors. The elder spoke gravely, as if analyzing the situation for his own understanding. But that individual is renowned for commanding swarms of insects, and yet this man has not demonstrated any insect-controlling techniques throughout, the fierce man noted, his complexion paling as his voice quivered, as though the figure the elder referred to was an exceedingly terrifying entity. Brother Chiu must be correct. That notorious figure typically reveals a cultivation level at the initial stage of the core formation and similarly delights in extracting the essence of demonic beasts. As for the lack of insect summoning earlier, he likely deemed it unnecessary. The monk surnamed Min remarked, his once golden complexion now tinged with a shade of pallor, his whispered words growing softer still. Does this imply that the individual before us could indeed be the infamous bug demon? Shouldn't we hasten our departure? If we were to encounter this demon, our lives would be forfeit. The fierce man displayed an expression of alarm. Stay calm. If this truly is the bug demon, then upon our arrival, his attention was directed solely at the glazed beast, which is why he did not notice us. Now that he has vanquished the beast, any reckless actions on our part could potentially betray our presence. The elder maintained a semblance of composure, speaking with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the other two exchanged glances, finding merit in his reasoning, and thus refrained from acting impulsively. However, the stout man surnamed Xian, after gazing at the young man performing the soul extraction from a distance, suddenly recalled something, his face betraying a hint of suspicion as he whispered, I heard this bug demon, for years ago, clashed with a group of cultivators over a 7th-level demonic beast. Single-handedly, he annihilated 7 or 8 core formation cultivators, with only one late-stage cultivator managing to escape. Could these rumors possibly be true? It is likely no exaggeration. The survivor of that encounter is a master of the Biyun sect. All those annihilated were his fellow disciples. This single battle inflicted a grievous loss on the Biyun sect, one of the 5 great powers of Yuan Island, decimating nearly a third of its ranks and significantly weakening its strength. The esteemed elder, Master Miao, was incensed to the point of fury. He ventured out to sea numerous times in search of this insect demon, but each attempt ended in futility. Many speculated that even if Master Miao were to locate this insect demon, he might find himself at a loss. After all, given the demon's capabilities, it was likely that he was a newly emerged master of the nascent soul stage. It was rumored that other factions on Yuan Island were also keeping a watchful eye on this insect demon, seemingly eager to forge an alliance. The monk surnamed Min swallowed hard and quietly elucidated, nascent soul stage? That is uncertain. I have heard another theory suggesting that this insect demon's own cultivation is not formidable at all. His overwhelming power is attributed solely to the horde of bizarre insects he commands. It is said that during that fateful battle, he did not utilize any other magical artifacts, merely unleashing a multitude of flying insects that devoured numerous core formation cultivators without him lifting a finger, thus earning him the moniker Insect Demon. The elder with a bird-like visage pondered for a moment before shaking his head in disagreement. Yet, Brother Chiu witnessed it firsthand. This individual did not employ any flying insects and effortlessly slew that Lioli beast with a single strike. Even a late-stage core formation cultivator would struggle to achieve such a feat. He is evidently masquerading as an ancient nascent soul master. The monk surnamed Min maintained his stance. The bird-faced elder, displaying a skeptical demeanor, was about to voice his thoughts when a fierce-looking man interjected with a resigned tone. My esteemed friends, whether this insect demon is a nascent soul cultivator is of little consequence to us. The fact remains that he annihilated us with ease. That is undeniable. I am more concerned about his dreadful reputation. It is said that any cultivator who has encountered this insect demon has nearly always been fed to his insects. Those who have fallen victim to his malevolence number well over 100 in recent years. This fiend has become a figure of terror. Upon hearing the fierce man's words, the monk surnamed Min's expression grew increasingly grim. He gazed at the young man in the azure attire below and sighed deeply. The insect demon is ruthless and bloodthirsty, indeed. Many reports of cultivators being slain and robbed of their treasures in recent years have implicated this very fiend. And here we are, inadvertently delivering ourselves to him. His words were laden with regret. The bird-faced elder, upon hearing this, wore a similarly troubled expression, pursing his lips in silence. He too harbored a profound trepidation regarding the insect demon's notorious reputation. Below, the bird-faced elder and his two companions lost all desire to communicate. Their gazes fixed intently on the young man's every movement, hoping he would finish dealing with the beast and depart swiftly. Meanwhile, the azure-clad youth had extracted the essence soul of the lowly beast and stored it within the black bowl. He then uncovered a white inner dan from the beast's corpse, securing it in his storage pouch. Suddenly, the young man raised his head and surveyed the surroundings. The three nearby, sensing the shift, collectively held their breath, their concealed forms remaining motionless. Yet, contrary to their hopes, events unfolded otherwise. The youth's gaze abruptly halted upon detecting the hidden presence of three individuals in the air. A faint smirk of derision curled at the corners of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "Have you three friends been observing for long enough? Might you reveal yourselves for a discussion?" Upon hearing this, the elderly figure with a bird-like visage and his companions were enveloped by an icy chill, nearly simultaneously exclaiming, "Run!" In an instant, they transformed into three streaks of light, hastily fleeing in disparate directions without uttering another word. "Why the sudden haste? Do you fear I might devour you?" The young man in blue mused, a frown creasing his brow as a flicker of suspicion crossed his expression. However, his demeanor soon darkened as he waved his hands, summoning three spirit beast bags into the air, from which a multitude of tricolored beetles surged forth, filling the sky. This young man was none other than Han Li, who had recently returned from the depths of the ocean. Stealing a glance back at the trio, he noticed their expressions shift dramatically upon witnessing the scene, causing their escape to accelerate further. At that moment, a gentle chant escaped the youth's lips, and the swarm of tricolored beetles coalesced into three massive spears, each approximately 10 feet long. With a piercing whistle, these spears transformed into radiant beams of color, darting swiftly in pursuit of the fleeing figures, their speed astonishingly swift. The sound of the air being sliced echoed as the spears pursued the trio, who quickly vanished from sight. Yet Han Li remained unmoved, instead leisurely slicing off the translucent hide of the glass beast with a deft stroke of azure light. The skin of the glass beast was a prime material for refining armor, and Han Li was not one to forego such a prize. After reducing the remnants of the glass beast to ashes, he turned to gather the nearby array tools and the iridescent grass from Coral Island. Just as he completed these tasks, radiant lights flickered in the sky from three distinct directions. As they approached, it became apparent that the trio was returning, riding the light of their escape. Their expressions were ashen, adorned with tricolored collars around their necks, embodying a defeated resignation. Observing this, Han Li stroked his chin with a cold smile gracing his lips. As the three landed obediently before him, Han Li greeted them with an unexpectedly warm smile and inquired, "Might you three friends enlighten me as to why you fled in such a panic upon encountering me? Do you perhaps recognize me?" Upon hearing his words, the elderly figure and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. What could this insect demon's question possibly signify? Did he intend to toy with them before their demise? The brazen man, steeling himself, retorted fiercely, "If you wish to take our lives, do so without further ado." What purpose does this dialogue serve? How peculiar, Han Li replied, his expression darkening ominously. "Was there anything inappropriate about my earlier inquiry?" "We truly had no knowledge of your presence here to hunt beasts," the trio of brothers responded earnestly. "Otherwise, we would never have dared to disturb a senior such as yourself. The few individuals present merely stumbled upon this place by chance, harboring no ill intentions whatsoever. We implore you, esteemed elder, to show us mercy." The monk with the surname Min, however, seemed to have discerned a glimmer of hope from Han Li's actions, as a hint of color returned to his face, prompting him to plead earnestly, "Are you referring to me, the bug demon?" Han Li furrowed his brow slightly. a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "Are you not the esteemed bug demon?" The once resigned elder with a bird-like visage was taken aback, murmuring in astonishment, revealing a look of incredulity. "It appears my 3 fellow cultivators have misunderstood something." Hanli chuckled lightly. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, and 3 azure spells shot forth, encircling the necks of the 3 individuals. Instantly, the 3 colored neckbands emitted a low hum before shattering, transforming into countless beetles that swarmed back into the spirit beast pouch at Han Li's waist. Witnessing this scene, the elder with the bird-like face and his companions were filled with both shock and joy, though still engulfed in confusion. They were now more inclined to believe that they had indeed mistaken him for someone else. Otherwise, given the reputation of that bug demon, he would not engage in such cryptic antics. However, having witnessed Han Li's astounding abilities, they remained respectful and did not dare to make any rash movements. "Oh, it seems we have indeed misjudged you, my friend. Given the temperament of that bug demon, he would never let us off so easily. May I ask your esteemed name?" The elder managed a strained smile, hastily inquiring. He understood well that, regardless of whether this individual was truly the bug demon, his prowess was not significantly inferior. Taking their lives would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist, and he certainly did not wish to display any semblance of carelessness. Upon hearing this, Han Li smiled faintly, opening his mouth to respond when he suddenly paused, looking up at the sky. "Do you have any companions? It seems they have arrived," Han Li remarked leisurely, gazing into the heavens. The elder was taken aback, but soon recollected something and raised his head to look in the same direction. Yet, the horizon revealed nothing but emptiness, devoid of any figures, leaving him with a hint of perplexity. "We indeed have some disciples accompanying us. They should be arriving shortly." Though somewhat skeptical, the elder replied earnestly. Just as he finished speaking, a small cluster of light appeared from beyond the sky, revealing the lagging group of foundational cultivators. Their pace was significantly slower than that of the elder and his companions, as they had only just managed to fly here. Seeing this, the elder's expression shifted slightly. This indicated that the opponent's spiritual sense far surpassed his own, further instilling a sense of dread within him towards Han Li. "I am not fond of commotion. My fellow cultivators can arrange for these disciples. I shall wait for you on the other side of this island. I have some inquiries I wish to pose to you 3, and I hope you will not depart without notice." Han Li squinted at the 3, suddenly speaking with profound significance, before smiling faintly and transforming into an azure streak, soaring towards the opposite side of the island. The elder and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were uncertain whether the young man was indeed the bug demon, it appeared that he harbored no immediate murderous intent towards them, allowing them to temporarily preserve their lives. Thus, under the solemn whispers of the elder with the bird-like visage, the monk surnamed Min gave a slight nod and immediately soared into the sky, approaching the group of Foundation establishment practitioners. Upon reaching the assembly of disciples, he coldly uttered a remark. The practitioners promptly descended gently onto the edge of the small island, refraining from congregating with the elder and his companions. At this moment, the monk surnamed Min, burdened with thoughts, returned to the elder's side. "Brother Chiu, must we truly proceed?" The fearsome man inquired hesitantly in a low voice as the monk approached. "Xian, do not entertain any errant thoughts. You have witnessed their methods. Do you genuinely believe we can escape now? When they inquire, answer truthfully. Above all, do not provoke them. Treat them as if they were ancient beings of the nascent soul stage. Given this individual's powers, he likely holds no desire to eliminate us." The elder with the bird-like visage warned gravely. "Brother Chiu speaks wisely. I perceive that this individual does not appear to be excessively malevolent. It is prudent to refrain from rash actions." The monk surnamed Min concurred, nodding in agreement. Although the fearsome man harbored reservations, he felt compelled to suppress his concerns in light of their consensus. Subsequently, the 3 of them obediently flew towards the opposite end of Coral Island. Han Li sat cross-legged upon a flat coral reef, awaiting the trio with an air of tranquility. "Esteemed friends, let us sit and converse. Please enlighten me on the recent happenings within the waters surrounding Yuan Island. On my return from the deep sea, I encountered several waves of practitioners. I recall that this region seldom witnessed the presence of cultivators. Were they not typically engaged in hunting demonic beasts within the abyss? Naturally, I am also keen to learn more about the matter concerning the insect demon." Han Li casually gestured to the 3 with an unchanged demeanor. In the face of Han Li's unperturbed expression, The elder and his companions grew increasingly anxious. After respectfully acknowledging his words, they carefully settled nearby. It has been 2 or 3 years since you last visited Yuan Island, has it not? The abyssal sea has long been a forbidden zone for us cultivators. Nowadays, not only is there a reluctance to venture there for hunting demonic beasts, but even mentioning the abyss fills many with dread. The elder with the bird-like visage remarked with a bitter smile, speaking slowly. "Oh, pray, elaborate," Hanli replied, his face revealing no unusual expression. "This matter is rather lengthy. It all traces back to the incident 2 years ago when the demonic beasts went berserk." The elder observed Han Li's attentive demeanor, feeling somewhat reassured. After a moment's contemplation, he began to recount the tumultuous events of the abyss and the subsequent retreat of nascent soul practitioners. Han Li remained seated in silence, listening intently until the elder concluded the entire narrative. Only then did he furrow his brow slightly and muse aloud. If that is the case, the rampage of the abyssal demonic beasts must have resulted in significant casualties among high-level practitioners. It is no wonder that the number of cultivators from other sea regions has suddenly increased. On the surface, Han Li appeared unaffected by the elder's account, yet inwardly, he was considerably astonished. The beasts of the abyss had indeed descended into chaos. Even several nascent soul practitioners had ventured within, only to retreat in disarray. He sensed an ominous sign in their discourse. Could it be that chaos was about to erupt in the extraterrestrial seas? Now, let me recount the tale of that insect demon. Upon their first encounter, the three immediately assumed that I was the insect demon. Was it possible that Han truly bore a resemblance to this entity? Han Li paused momentarily, intrigued, and inquired further. This question prompted the three across from him to exchange glances, their eyes communicating unspoken thoughts. To put it succinctly, at first glance, the fellow indeed bore a striking resemblance to the rumored insect demon, wielding multiple azure flying swords, appearing youthful, seemingly at the early stage of Foundation establishment, and commanding swarms of flying insects. Yet, the surname Min's cultivator cleared his throat and added, with each word spoken, his voice dwindled in volume. 4. No matter how one looked at it, the young man before them closely matched the descriptions of the insect demon. The surname Min cultivator felt a pang of unease. "Ah, it sounds remarkably like I am the one being described. Would you be so kind as to elaborate further on this insect demon's deeds? It seems he has quite a notorious reputation." A flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's face as he calmly inquired. There are numerous accounts associated with the insect demon. However, the most infamous incident occurred 4 years prior when, single-handedly, he commanded swarms of insects to annihilate 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators. This marked the demon's rise to infamy. The Min surname cultivator recounted cautiously. Upon hearing this, Han's expression remained impassive, yet his heart sank. Following this battle, the insect demon had vanished without a trace. However, a year later, reports emerged of cultivators being slaughtered and robbed of their treasures in the waters near Yuan Island. Survivors claimed it was indeed that insect demon, again commanding flocks of flying insects to effortlessly devour their foes. Such incidents recurred almost every month or two, with rumors suggesting that the number of cultivators who had perished at the hands of this demon had exceeded 100. The insect demon's reputation was indeed fearsome. As the Min surname cultivator concluded his account, a hint of tension and unease marred his countenance. Not only the Min surname cultivator, but the elder with a crow's face and the nefarious Xians also felt their hearts race, unsure whether their previous words might provoke the young man before them. After all, he could very well be the insect demon himself. How intriguing. It appears the notoriety of this insect demon is truly formidable. I wonder if my esteemed friends are aware of what this insect demon looks like, and if the insects he commands resemble those I possess. Hanli, rather than expressing anger, chuckled lightly. What does he look like? I haven't heard anyone describe him in detail. I believe his appearance is rather ordinary. As for the insects he commands, they seem to be a type of silver and gold flying insect. Ah, my friend, you possess 3 colored beetles. It seems that you are indeed not that fiend. Initially hesitant, the Min surname cultivator suddenly recognized the distinctions between Han and the insect demon, exclaiming in delight. The crow-faced elder and the nefarious man also seemed to awaken to this realization, their spirits lifting. If the man before them was not the insect demon, then their lives felt considerably more secure. Thank you, esteemed friends, for your candid revelations. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. However, I kindly request that you refrain from mentioning our encounter today to others. Han did not wish to be mistakenly identified as a monster and pursued relentlessly. Surely, his fellow cultivators could empathize with his predicament. Gazing up at the heavens, Han seemed to ponder something deeply. After a brief moment, he lowered his head and uttered words that filled the three old men with unrestrained joy. Rest assured, I shall remain tight-lipped and will not cause you any trouble. The elder with the bird-like visage, suppressing his excitement, tentatively asked, Then shall we take our leave first? Han smiled indifferently and nodded. The three men, elated, promptly bowed to Han before hastily taking flight, departing swiftly. In a short while, on the opposite side of the island, the elder and his companions, along with their disciples, could hardly contain their eagerness as they soared away into the distant sky. Han, at an unknown moment, also stood up, remaining motionless as he watched until their fleeing lights vanished from sight. Only then did a shadow of gloom cross his face. Though it would have been effortless to take the lives of those cultivators, Han had no intention of doing so. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. Moreover, whether his whereabouts were revealed held little consequence, for this sea area was far removed from his abode. Had he encountered those three within the waters surrounding Misty Sea Island, he would undoubtedly have left no survivors. In fact, he had already resolved to return to his sanctuary and enter seclusion, intending to remain there for at least 20 to 30 years. Let those who sought trouble with him slowly exhaust themselves in the outer seas. However, the title of insect demon was indeed a nefarious moniker. Aside from the forced extermination of the group of Yuan sect cultivators with the devouring gold insects, he had never indulged in murder or plunder. Someone was clearly attempting to frame him. While this did not send Han into a furious rage, it certainly left him feeling immensely frustrated. Reflecting on his enemies in the outer seas, it seemed he only had the Yuan sect to contend with. Years ago, due to the peril posed by high-level beasts, Han had not ventured deeply into the abyss of the outer seas. He had only explored the periphery, using the rainbow grass to lure beasts for their elixirs. On one occasion, having ensnared a 7th-level beast, he unexpectedly encountered a group of 7 or 8 advanced cultivators at the core formation stage. They arrogantly identified themselves as members of the Yuan sect, greedily intent on murder and theft. Han had no choice but to unleash over 100,000 devouring gold insects to annihilate the foes. He had thought that, having engaged them, it would be best to eliminate all witnesses. However, to his dismay, although he vanquished the majority of the cultivators, one late-stage core formation cultivator possessed a formidable ancient treasure for protection. Taking advantage of Han's momentary lapse, he broke through the swarm of insects and narrowly escaped with his life. Han was well aware that this so-called Yuan sect was one of the major powers of Yuan Island. Left with no options, he had to risk venturing into the depths of the sea to evade this newfound adversary. In retrospect, he considered himself fortunate. During his years of exploration in the deep sea, he had not encountered a single beast above the 8th level. The most perilous encounter he faced was merely attracting several 7th-level beasts. Although it caused him a considerable amount of chaos, the golden devouring insect, along with his magical artifacts, ultimately dealt with the situation without a hitch. After years of deep-sea hunting, he had accumulated several hundred 6th and 7th grade demon cores, more than sufficient for alchemical purposes. Additionally, he had amassed a substantial collection of materials from various demons. With this in mind, he resolutely decided to return the way he came. However, upon returning from the depths of the ocean and traversing this maritime region, he inadvertently stumbled upon a glazed beast. Naturally, Han had no intention of letting it escape. He quickly set up a formation to trap and eliminate it. To his surprise, this act attracted the attention of 3 individuals, including an elderly man with a bird-like face, who referred to him in a state of utmost alarm as the insect demon. This revelation left Han utterly vexed. It was evident that the most plausible explanation was that the Yuan sect, unable to locate him, had resorted to fabricating the persona of an insect demon. Knowing he possessed the art of insect control and the appearance of the green bamboo bee-cloud sword, undoubtedly, their intention was twofold: to tarnish his reputation, rendering him a pariah in the foreign seas, and to entice him into revealing himself, even going so far as to send someone to impersonate him in acts of robbery and murder, a masterstroke for their scheme. Unfortunately for them, Han had spent the last few years in the depths of the ocean, rendering their efforts futile. However, this train of thought led Han to a puzzling question. Finding a similarly proficient high-level cultivator in insect control should not be a daunting task. Even procuring flying insects akin to the golden devouring insect would be a simple endeavor. Yet, if it were indeed the Biyun sect orchestrating this scheme, why would the impersonator utilize silver and gold-colored insects instead of mimicking the three-colored golden devouring insects he had used to eliminate the Biyun sect cultivators? Surely, the escaped core formation cultivator would not make such a mistake. Moreover, knowledge of the color of his golden devouring insects prior to their evolution should have been common knowledge before his arrival in the foreign seas. Could it be that the ancient beings of the Shutian Hall had tracked him to this location? As Han Li pondered these thoughts, a chill ran down his spine, and his expression shifted dramatically. If that were indeed the case, the situation could truly be dire. After remaining in contemplation for a moment, Han Li suddenly stomped his foot and, without any prior indication, soared into the sky. Subsequently, he transformed into a streak of azure light, heading towards the misty island. In the midst of his escape, Han Li maintained an ordinary demeanor, a hint of cold mockery lurking at the corners of his mouth. He had just come to a realization. Regardless of whether the Biyun sect was behind the insect demon ruse or if those ancient beings sought to force his hand, there was no need to expend much thought on the matter. The circumstances in the foreign seas had grown somewhat peculiar due to the abyssal demonic beasts. He had originally intended to retreat to his cave dwelling and devote himself to arduous cultivation for some time, thus neatly sidestepping this perilous situation. Moreover, as long as his cultivation level increased, even if he were to be labeled as the notorious insect demon, what could others possibly do to him? In the realm of cultivation, only the strong held the right to speak. Embracing this mindset, Han Li continued his escape without a shred of doubt. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber within the Blackstone City on Chiyuan Island, two individuals were lurking in the shadows, engaged in a mysterious conversation. Brother Chi, it has been 2 or 3 years now. Does your method truly work? I cannot afford to waste 7 or 8 years here, waiting for this young man to take the bait. A cold voice, filled with impatience, uttered, "Friend Wu, this matter cannot be rushed. Do you not scan every corner of Blackstone City with your spiritual sense daily? If that lad has disguised himself to enter this city, he surely cannot escape your keen eyes." Another voice, slightly hoarse, responded in a deep tone. The speaker of the first voice was none other than the long-absent master of Extreme Yin. At this moment, he still bore the pallid visage of a middle-aged man. Yet his expression was exceedingly somber, and a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes. Following Brother Chi's suggestion, I have dispatched several disciples to impersonate that boy, roaming about to kill and plunder, yet there has been not the slightest effect. Could it be that Brother Chi is deliberately concealing something for ulterior motives? I find it hard to believe that locating a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivator within such a large sect as the Biyun sect would be so arduous. Master of Extreme Yin expressed his displeasure. Cough. Brother Wu, you wrong me with such words. My relationship with you has spanned not just a year or two. How could I be that kind of person? Moreover, our sect has deep-seated enmity with that lad. We have never slackened our pursuit of him. The owner of the hoarse voice, a middle-aged Taoist clad in a robe adorned with a crane motif, said, his face dotted with white freckles yet emanating a subtle glow, which lent him an air of distinction. However, my dear friend Wu, I find myself quite curious. What exactly did that boy do to provoke you so deeply as to risk venturing into Tianqing City and then teleporting here? You have consistently used the excuse of your grandson's death at his hands to remain vague. I find it hard to believe, the Taoist continued, as if recalling something, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. I apologize, but the update will be delayed a bit. We have encountered some matters today, hence the late update. I suggest everyone read it in the morning for the best experience. I will definitely stay up late to finish these 2 chapters. Everyone, please get a good night's sleep. Chapter 526. Undercurrents rising upon hearing the Taoist's words, Master of Extreme Yin could not help but frown inwardly, cursing the old fox under his breath. Though his expression remained unchanged. Brother Chi, it seems you have posed this question more than once. I have already stated that the lad surnamed Han resorted to treachery in the Void Heaven Palace, harming my young grandson. Thus, I must capture him alive to extract his soul and refine his spirit, Master of Extreme Yin said coldly, his countenance turning severe. What you said 2 years ago. Upon your arrival, I naturally believed without doubt. Yet, now that time has passed, Brother Wu, your continued stay here, neglecting even Xianin Island, and showing no interest in the great battle on your side, leads me to wonder whether your sole purpose is indeed to avenge your grandson. Do you believe I would accept that? The Taoist replied, shaking his head dismissively. Furthermore, in the past 2 years, aside from your unexpected visit to our island, an elder from the Yuan Fa sect has quietly arrived. In addition, at least 2 or 3 unidentified cultivators at the nascent soul stage have also infiltrated our island's waters in disguise. Since when has Yuan Island possessed such allure as to attract so many high-ranking individuals? Just 2 days ago, I received credible news that these individuals, like you, are also seeking that lad surnamed Han. Please do not tell me that these friends of yours are also after revenge for the death of a grandson. The Taoist surnamed Qi seemed poised to confront, gazing intently at the enigmatic figure of the extreme Yin master, who wore a cryptic smile as he spoke slowly. A chill ran down extreme Yin's spine, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Why must you, Brother Wu, continue to conceal the truth? Regardless of the secrets that young Han harbors, with so many fellow practitioners already aware of this matter, my presence makes no difference. Perhaps sharing your insights could prove advantageous. Furthermore, it appeared that in this maritime expanse, apart from your disciples masquerading as insect demons, other cultivators were also impersonating them, evidently attempting to muddy the waters. The Taoist seemed to perceive the wavering resolve within extreme Yin and continued to coax him subtly. Since Brother Qi is already privy to so much, why not discern the deeper intricacies for yourself? There's no need to inquire further from me, Extreme Yin retorted, his tone growing increasingly stern. I am confident that even if Brother Wu remains reticent, I will, in no more than half a year, unravel the truth of this affair. By then, I fear the knowledge will not be confined to just my being sect. Extreme Yin did not wish to see such a scenario unfold. If that is the case, it would be better to join forces with you, my friend. The Taoist, unashamedly revealing his intentions, displayed no pretense of secrecy. Upon hearing these words, Extreme Yin's expression fluctuated, revealing a tempest of emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply and, with a rueful smile, conceded, "It is not that I intended to deceive. Rather, to safeguard this secret, I had sworn alongside other Taoists using our inner demons to never disclose this to outsiders. However, since the celestial gate as Xuanji has tracked us here, regardless of how much truth Wan Tianming has revealed, the oath has already been compromised to some extent. Thus I have little left to fear." Precisely. Does Brother Wu truly value such oaths? I, for one, pay them no heed. If inner demons were truly so potent, those of us who cultivate in the realms of the unorthodox and demonic arts would have perished long ago. Upon hearing Extreme Yin's words, the Taoist clapped his hands in delight, laughing heartily. While I too care little for inner demons, if this matter becomes widely known, we may end up with naught but scraps. Extreme Yin replied with a hint of resignation. He then composed his face and began to whisper. Initially, the Taoist thought little of Extreme Yin's caution, but as he listened further, his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes sparkling with a mix of astonishment and joy. Is what you say truly accurate? That artifact has truly emerged? The Taoist exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. If it were not for this treasure, do you think so many Yuaning cultivators would gather here? Extreme Yin replied coolly. Indeed, it appears Brother Wu speaks the truth. You have concealed this matter exceptionally well. This item has been in existence for quite a while, yet no rumors have surfaced. I must admit, I am quite impressed. However, had you informed me earlier, I would have dispatched more personnel. Perhaps we would have located that young man sooner. The Taoist, in his elation, could not help but express a hint of reproach. You speak as if such matters can be easily divulged, Extreme Yin countered. Had it not been for my suspicion that this matter had been concealed for an extended period, and that the others might have inadvertently divulged some information, I would not have spoken so readily. It is preferable that the number of those privy to this knowledge remains as small as possible. The Extreme Yin ancestor remarked with a hint of irritation. What you say is indeed true, Brother Wu. Were I, Qi, to possess such information, I would certainly not wish for anyone else to partake in the division of the treasure. The Taoist nodded in agreement, seemingly unfazed by the conversation. However, it appears that this news can no longer be contained for much longer. The tidings of this treasure's emergence in the world will inevitably spread. A flicker of discontent crossed the face of the Extreme Yin ancestor. Brother Wu must be aware that there exists no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. With that, Qi took his leave. Intending to dispatch additional personnel, to ensure he could locate this individual before anyone else. The Taoist offered a brief understanding nod before rising to bid farewell, an expression of excitement barely concealed on his face. The extreme Yin ancestor made no effort to retain him. After a respectful clasp of hands, he watched the Taoist exit the room, disappearing from sight. Once seated again, he remained motionless, though a cold smirk played upon his lips. It seems that when profit is at stake, the other party becomes even more anxious than oneself. It appears that the decision to disclose the matter of the void sky cauldron to them was indeed the correct one. As for that lad, Hanli, one wonders where he might be hiding, as his whereabouts remain utterly unknown. Were it not for his prior eradication of those from the Azure Cloud sect, one might almost suspect he had employed some clever ruse to evade capture, retreating to another island of demonic beasts. Time waits for no one, and thus he must rely on the local powers of the Azure Cloud sect, advancing step by step. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the extreme Yin ancestor exhaled deeply, and silence enveloped the room. In a distant oceanic expanse, a youth clad in a blue robe, possessing an unremarkable appearance, coldly regarded several pallid low-tier cultivators before him. Above his head swarmed a vast cloud of golden and silver insects, buzzing ominously. One of the middle-aged cultivators, his face pale, identified the youth. Upon hearing his name, the youth let out a series of chilling chuckles and, without further ado, pointed at the individuals before him. The cloud of insects responded with a thunderous roar, surging forth with overwhelming ferocity. Despite their desperate attempts to defend themselves with protective magical artifacts, the low-tier cultivators were swiftly engulfed by the swarm, vanishing from existence in mere moments. To think they would attempt to struggle with such meager power. Truly a case of overestimating themselves. The youth muttered dismissively as he collected the storage bags left behind by the fallen. Glancing casually in a certain direction, he transformed into a streak of azure light and departed from the scene. After a brief interval, a flash of white light appeared in the sky, revealing a pale-faced early-stage core formation cultivator whose expression was one of utmost frustration. Glaring at the direction in which the youth had vanished, he ground his teeth in anger and hastily retreated in the opposite direction. Half a month later, Hanli finally returned to Misty Sea Island. Although several years had elapsed since his last visit, everything within his cave abode remained intact. This alleviated the anxiety he had harbored, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Hanli first took a few days to recuperate within his residence. Subsequently, he meticulously organized the rare materials and demon cores acquired during his recent maritime expedition, categorizing them appropriately in preparation for future alchemical endeavors. After more than 10 days, feeling a profound sense of fatigue wash over him, Hanli finally gathered all the materials and entered the alchemy chamber. In recent years, after refining the last batch of elixirs within his cave abode in Tianqing City, he had sensed an approaching bottleneck in his alchemical skills. As if with just a bit more effort, he might transcend into an entirely different realm of alchemy. Thus, he refrained from immediately utilizing the 6th and 7th grade demon cores, opting instead to first take out a batch of 5th grade demon cores, placing them carefully on the ground beside him. Hanli estimated that although his innate talent for alchemy was rather ordinary, his skills had progressed to a level not too far from that of a master alchemist. After all, no one had been as extravagant as he in practicing with such a multitude of demon cores. The path of alchemy fundamentally hinges on experience and proficiency, so he resolved to practice with the 5th grade demon cores first, hoping to achieve a breakthrough in his alchemical journey. With this thought in mind, he gazed at the cauldron before him, summoning a 5th grade demon core to soar above it, while the lid of the cauldron effortlessly shifted aside. Finally, after 3 years of unwavering focus within the alchemy chamber, Hanli emerged on a tranquil day, having transformed the demon cores into a variety of precious elixirs. During the initial 2 years, he devoted his time to concocting elixirs, primarily using 5th grade demon cores as the main ingredient. Although these elixirs no longer held significant value for him, any single one would surely incite ecstasy among foundation-building cultivators, being the object of their fervent desire. Through the process of refining these elixirs, Hanli's practical application of alchemy ascended to a new level. Even genuine master alchemists seldom had the opportunity to squander such a wealth of demon cores for practice. For an ordinary alchemist, using 30 or 40 demon cores throughout their lifetime to concoct elixirs was already an impressive feat despite the considerable differences in the methods for refining various elixirs. Commonalities invariably existed, allowing Han Li to glean insights from them. As a result, after numerous sessions of refining these rare elixirs, Han Li's alchemical skills were elevated beyond the rumored prowess of master alchemists. Consequently, when he later employed 6th and 7th grade demon cores, his success rate in producing elixirs significantly improved, bringing him immense satisfaction. Otherwise, given the rarity of 6th and 7th grade elixirs, even Han Li would hesitate to squander them carelessly. Once the alchemical process concluded, Han Li took a month to rest. During this time, he made several visits to the insect chamber, observing the 3-colored gold-devouring insects and the previously unevolved gold-devouring insects. While in the alchemy chamber, he had directed his puppets to alternately feed both types of gold-devouring insects with the ethereal grass. As a result, a disheartening piece of news concerning Han Li emerged. Although the tricolored devouring insects feasted upon the rainbow grass without fail, it appeared that the grass had lost its unique potency that once incited their fervor and excitement. After consuming it, there were no discernible changes whatsoever. Initially, Han Li speculated that the brevity of time and the sheer number of devouring insects might account for the grass's diminished efficacy. Thus, driven by curiosity, he isolated several hundred tricolored devouring insects specifically to feed them this grass in order to observe any changes in their behavior. However, after multiple feedings, the insects remained unchanged, displaying no unusual reactions. This left Han Li in a state of vexation. He could now ascertain that the rainbow grass had indeed lost its miraculous ability to stimulate reproduction in the evolved devouring insects. Although the underlying reason remained a mystery, it was indisputable that he had lost the means to expedite the reproduction and evolution of the tricolored devouring insects. With each passing day, he found himself with fewer of these beetles. Reluctantly, he reverted to an older method, instructing his puppet to concentrate on feeding the unevolved golden and silver devouring insects with the rainbow grass. These insects' temperaments grew increasingly irritable, indicating that the next breeding was on the horizon. Having managed these matters, Han Li finally gathered his composure and entered his secluded chamber. He intended to cultivate the 8th level of the Azure Origin sword technique with the assistance of various elixirs, aiming to break through to the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Seated on a mat within the secret chamber, Han Li retrieved a pre-prepared vial from his storage bag. He poured out a pill that glimmered with a red hue, resembling a longan, and, with a single hand, placed it in his mouth and swallowed it with a tilt of his head, as he felt the warmth of the medicinal energy beginning to stir within his abdomen. Han Li silently recited the incantations of the 8th level of the sword technique, slowly closing his eyes. Time flowed like a swift river, indifferent to the passage of years. While immersed in rigorous cultivation of the sword technique, Han Li lost track of time. The monotonous cycle of continuously consuming elixirs and refining their potency into spiritual energy was exceedingly tedious. Fortunately, Han Li was driven by his desire to master the technique, which would grant him the strength for self-preservation, rendering the tedium somewhat bearable. 15 or 16 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. At last, Han Li shattered the bottleneck of the mid-stage core formation, achieving the 8th level of the Azure Origin sword technique. In his excitement, he refrained from hastily exiting his seclusion, as he still had a considerable quantity of elixirs remaining, and naturally, he was not inclined to leave them unrefined. Thus, newly entered into the mid-stage of core formation, Han Li compelled himself to calm his mind and continue his cultivation towards the 9th level of the sword technique. The 9th level of the sword technique was indeed a step more challenging than the previous, presenting its own difficulties. As the seasons turned, spring giving way to winter, autumn yielding to summer, years passed in succession. The door to the secluded chamber remained firmly shut, and a thick layer of dust began to settle within the dwelling, as if it were gradually transforming into an ancient tomb. On a tranquil morning near the foggy sea, early rising seabirds circled low above the water's surface, occasionally emitting sharp cries, amidst an atmosphere of serene beauty. Yet, moments later, a flicker of light suddenly appeared on the distant horizon, followed by several streaks of azure and crimson brilliance racing toward the foggy sea with astonishing speed. After a while, the figures in the distant glow became discernible, revealing 3 women and 2 men, several cultivators, desperately racing towards this direction. Among them, aside from a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, the remaining 4 were all in the chi refining stage, their ages ranging from 17 to 24, exceedingly youthful. As they hurriedly approached, They frequently glanced back, as though something was relentlessly pursuing them. In the blink of an eye, they reached the vicinity of the misty sea. Master Sun, ahead lies a patch of sea mist. Let us take a moment to rest within it. Otherwise, before those creatures catch up, we may collapse from exhaustion. A young girl clad in yellow, around 15 or 16, gasped as she spoke to the middle-aged man. Her round face, large dark eyes, and baby-like cheeks made her exceedingly charming. Yet at this moment, she was drenched in sweat, her complexion pale, and she appeared on the verge of depleting her spiritual energy. The middle-aged man paused upon hearing her words. After glancing at the other three, he noticed that although their conditions were somewhat better, they were still in a precarious state. Very well. We shall briefly recover our energy within the mist, and then leave immediately. Those creatures, even if we create some distance, will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly. It is best to remain cautious. If they truly catch up, our survival becomes impossible. His response instantly filled the young men and women with delight. Their cultivation levels were indeed shallow, and sustaining their flight to this point had been exceedingly taxing. Even knowing that lingering here was perilously unwise, they could no longer afford to concern themselves with such thoughts. Changing direction, they soared towards the misty sea. This mist is remarkably dense. Perhaps if we linger here, we might evade those pursuers, exclaimed a burly youth in his 20s, shortly after entering the fog. Do not harbor such illusions. Although I do not know how they can pursue us so tenaciously, this mere mist will not be sufficient to deceive them. Let us advance a bit further and see if there are any rocks or places to rest below. Meditating will allow us to recover our energy more swiftly. The middle-aged cultivator sharply countered, causing the burly youth's face to flush slightly as he led the way downward. The others, naturally, did not lag behind and followed closely. Ah, there is an island, exclaimed the yellow-clad girl in surprise moments later. Without her prompting, the others also discerned the island concealed beneath the thick fog, exchanging apprehensive glances. There wouldn't be any other beasts lurking there, would there? A young female cultivator in a blue dress, with an ordinary appearance, voiced her trepidation. Surely there won't be any unforeseen circumstances. Besides, we have no choice now. Let us hurry to the island and recover our energy. The middle-aged man, who had initially hesitated, soon made his decision resolutely. Seeing this, the others ceased their discussions and gracefully descended upon the small island. It seems the spiritual energy here is quite good. Let us meditate there. As the middle-aged man landed on the island, he instantly released his spiritual sense to gauge the surroundings, and then, with a glimmer of excitement, pointed towards a specific direction, the only mountain range present on the island. Upon hearing his words, the group of men and women felt a surge of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged cultivator took the lead and soared towards the mountain, followed closely by the other 4 practitioners. In their current predicament, any opportunity to replenish their spiritual energy could be their salvation, and they were determined not to miss this rare location rich in spiritual roots. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the lush green mountain range. Selecting a modest peak, each of them clasped a spirit stone in both hands and eagerly settled into a meditative posture, drawing in the abundant spiritual energy surrounding them. Aside from the slightly briny sea breeze wafting gently from the mountain, the area was enveloped in an eerie silence, which further eased their minds, allowing them to delve into deep meditation. Time flew by. After an hour, they had regained a significant portion of their spiritual energy, and their countenances appeared considerably more normal. The middle-aged cultivator opened his eyes, surveyed the state of his companions, and commanded decisively, "We must leave. We cannot linger here any longer. Those creatures are likely closing in." With that, he promptly rose to his feet. Though the chi-refining practitioners felt a twinge of reluctance, they too dared not hesitate, ending their meditation and hastily retrieving their magical artifacts, preparing to ascend into the sky together. However, at that moment, a cacophony erupted above the island, and a thick, milky fog began to churn ominously. Not good. The middle-aged cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. The others turned pale in an instant. From the swirling fog above, a dozen enormous grayish monstrosities emerged, giant birds, each about 10 feet in length, crowned with crimson flesh atop their heads, armed with sharp beaks and talons, exuding a faint azure glow, embodying a terrifying and grotesque visage. Upon their emergence, rather than diving immediately towards the island below, the creatures swiftly spiraled in the air before dispersing, effectively blocking the cultivator's escape routes. demonstrating a remarkable level of coordination. Seeing this, the middle-aged cultivator felt a deep sense of foreboding. Quickly, let South retreat into that grove. We will scatter and flee when the opportunity arises. Drawing from his experience in dealing with avian beasts, he urged his companions towards the nearby thicket. The remaining practitioners, in a state of panic, had no objections and followed suit. The monstrous birds above let out a raucous shriek, slowly converging from above, centered around the group. Witnessing the menacing behavior of these creatures, the cultivators grew increasingly frantic, hastening their pace. In the blink of an eye, they reached the treetops and suddenly plummeted downwards. An unexpected turn of events unfolded at that very moment. As the 5 individuals approached the forest at a low altitude of 3 zhang, a sudden burst of emerald light illuminated their surroundings. After a moment of dizziness, they found the landscape transformed. The familiar woods had vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar mountain range, infused with an astonishing aura of vitality. "This is an illusionary formation," exclaimed the most striking of the 3 female cultivators, adorned in azure robes. "Could there be other practitioners present here?" The robust young man remarked with palpable excitement. "Perhaps. Regardless, this presents an opportunity for survival. Let us hope this illusion can conceal us from those eagle-like beasts," the middle-aged man murmured, astonished. Upon hearing this, the others instinctively gazed upward at the illusionary formation. At that moment, the circling malevolent birds suddenly lost their prey and became agitated. However, after a few sharp cries to one another, they continued their descent unperturbed. "No. It appears the eagle-like beasts are not affected by these illusions. We must hasten towards that mountain range. There is an aura of restriction there, and perhaps other allies await us," the middle-aged cultivator stated with a solemn expression, swiftly darting forward. The others exchanged anxious glances before nervously following suit. Yet, after only a short distance, they were obstructed by a sudden emergence of a white light barrier. To this sight, the middle-aged cultivator's initial shock turned to delight. He promptly conjured a transmission talisman, murmuring incantations as he raised his hand, transforming the talisman into a fiery light that vanished into the barrier. The others watched in trepidation, hesitant to speak. Moments later, a dozen grotesque birds entered the illusionary formation. Spotting their targets, they launched a fierce assault from all directions, their wings stirring up blinding azure light. The middle-aged cultivator's expression darkened as he glanced back at the white barrier, gritting his teeth and issuing a few hushed commands. The others similarly wore grim expressions but raised their hands to unleash various luminescent spells, preparing to confront the impending onslaught. Just as the eagle-like beasts approached for a direct attack, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the white barrier, hundreds of multicolored beams shot forth. Though slender as a thumb, they were remarkably sharp, piercing the oncoming beasts and creating countless voids within them. The sounds of their falls echoed through the air. Without a cry of despair, these fiendish creatures plummeted to the ground lifelessly. Instantly, the group, including the middle-aged cultivator, rejoiced and turned to observe the situation within the barrier. Initially startled, they were then taken aback to see a dozen towering giant apes emerge within the barrier. At first glance, they feared yet another monstrous creature had appeared, sending a chill through their hearts. However, they soon perceived something amiss, and upon closer inspection, they discovered that these colossal apes, with their glossy black fur, were merely mechanical puppets. Each of these gigantic puppets raised their arms in unison, and the beams of light had emanated from their hands. This realization brought genuine joy to the onlookers. Subsequently, the giant apes silently lowered their arms, and a radiant mist suddenly appeared, causing the puppets to vanish without a trace. Just as they were engulfed in uncertainty, the white light curtain before them flickered several times and unexpectedly split open, revealing a passageway about a yard wide. Witnessing this scene, they exchanged bewildered glances. "I am currently in seclusion and cannot rise to greet you. My esteemed friends may rest briefly within the formation before departing on their own." A composed male voice emanated from within. However, the tone suggested that the master of the formation had no intention of meeting them. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your life-saving grace. Now that these monstrous birds have been vanquished, we shall rest here and dare not disturb your tranquil meditation." The middle-aged cultivator, though sensing no malice from the other party, was hesitant to enter the formation without knowing the stranger's true nature. He mustered the courage to speak, despite the risk of incurring displeasure. "You seem rather cautious. Yet, pray tell, What transpired that led you to be relentlessly pursued by a horde of second-tier demon beasts? The man chuckled lightly, appearing entirely unfazed, though his subsequent words hinted at a hint of curiosity. The middle-aged cultivator, feeling a sense of relief, responded respectfully. We are disciples of the Qingling sect. During our recent maritime expedition to gather spiritual herbs, we inadvertently attracted the attention of these eagle-like beasts, which pursued us relentlessly. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. Upon hearing this expression of gratitude, the man merely acknowledged with a soft hum and fell silent, leaving the cultivators feeling a twinge of unease. The middle-aged man, equally anxious, dared not leave the vicinity and gestured for the others to remain calm. Is this all that remains of your Qingling sect? Why is there no elder accompanying you? Are you not aware that venturing out to sea with your cultivation level is akin to courting death? Even if you lack golden core cultivators, a few foundation establishment practitioners should suffice to prevent a harrowing chase by second-tier demon beasts. After a moment of silence, the man's indifferent voice resounded once more. Upon hearing this inquiry, the middle-aged cultivator was taken aback and, after a moment's hesitation, let out a wry smile. Esteemed elder, our Qingling sect is but a minor sect. While we once had an elder of the golden core stage, he perished over 20 years ago during the beast tide. We possess very few foundation establishment cultivators within our ranks, he replied hesitantly. As he spoke, the middle-aged man worried that the stranger might be probing into their sect's secrets with ill intentions. Yet, he soon considered that given the stranger's formidable power, if he wished to eliminate them, he could simply employ those puppets without going to such lengths. If he were to conceal the truth with deceptive words, provoking the other party would indeed be a path to self-destruction. Thus, the middle-aged cultivator steeled his resolve and, with a hint of recklessness, divulged the true circumstances of his sect. He harbored little faith that his humble sect possessed anything of significant interest. The beast tide. When did this occur? Is it related to the demonic beasts? The man's voice betrayed a hint of astonishment. However, the middle-aged cultivator was even more taken aback by this inquiry. The other youthful figures similarly displayed expressions of shock. Volume 4, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 529, Indifference and Desperate Pleas. You are unaware of the beast tide? The middle-aged cultivator remarked, exhaling deeply. It seems you have been in seclusion for many years, completely oblivious to the world outside. From your tone, it sounds rather dire out there. The man seemed to take an interest, his voice remaining cool, yet laced with curiosity. The middle-aged cultivator found himself at a loss for words. The circumstances beyond the confines of their sanctuary could hardly be described as merely dire. It appeared that the other party was indeed an ancient being, perhaps oblivious to the significant events that transpired over 2 decades ago. However, this realization offered him some solace. Given the other's cultivation level and status, it was unlikely they would take an interest in harming mere juniors like themselves. What could they possibly possess that would attract such attention? With this thought, the middle-aged cultivator spoke with increased reverence. Esteemed elder, the beast tide occurred over 20 years ago. At that time, I was merely a chi refining stage practitioner. Although I did not witness it firsthand, I have heard tales from the elders of my sect. It is said that thousands of demonic beasts from the abyssal sea surged forth one day without warning, besieging Blackstone City on Yuan Island with relentless ferocity. Despite the presence of several formidable protective formations and thousands of cultivators, including numerous nascent soul elders, the city was ultimately breached after several days. Aside from a scant few practitioners who managed to escape amidst the chaos, the rest of the human cultivators perished on the spot. As he recounted these events, a shadow of sorrow crossed his features. Such events transpired. What happened afterward? Did the demonic beasts retreat back to the abyss? The man's voice revealed a trace of astonishment, though he soon returned to a placid tone. If they had retreated to the abyss, matters would be far simpler. After the demonic beasts reduced Blackstone City to ruins, they divided into several factions, led by higher-tier beasts, and began to ravage other human villages and towns. Although warnings had circulated in advance, prompting many within those towns to abandon their homes and seek refuge, numerous cultivators and commoners still fell victim to their wrath. Within half a year, every human settlement in the surrounding seas of Yuan Island had been annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Yet, that was not the end of it. While most of the demonic beasts returned to the abyss, a few highly intelligent higher-tier beasts began to scour for any remaining hiding humans, systematically hunting them down. It is said that before long, the common folk in the outer seas were nearly wiped out, and the human cultivators suffered devastating losses as well. The survivors could only retreat far from the waters surrounding Yuan Island, seeking refuge on remote islands, living in hiding. Now, Yuan Island had become a stronghold for high-ranking demon beasts. As soon as any news of human cultivators reached them, they would launch a campaign to eradicate us. The expression of the middle-aged cultivator grew increasingly sorrowful. At that moment, the voice of the mysterious man fell silent for a while, seemingly shaken by this revelation, as if he were struggling to process the information. How amusing, he thought. In this foreign sea, we cultivators have become the hunted, much like the demon beasts of yore. With a cold sneer, the man finally spoke again, his words dripping with sarcasm, leaving the cultivators taken aback. However, the man appeared reluctant to elaborate further, instead posing several pointed questions. There are multiple nascent soul experts stationed at Yuan Island. They cannot all have perished during the beast tide. Why do they not emerge to take command? Moreover, given the significant changes occurring at Yuan Island, has there been no response from the inner star sea? Have they not dispatched reinforcements? Or is this place completely forsaken by those from the inner star sea? Each question was sharper than the last, striking directly at the heart of the matter. The middle-aged cultivator had some knowledge, yet found himself unable to answer others. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously replied, "During the beast tide, it is said that 2 nascent soul seniors fell, but most of the revered elders managed to escape. Though there has been no word from them since, some rumors suggest they are plotting a significant move to reclaim Yuan Island. However, I am unaware of the specifics. As for the inner star sea, communication has been entirely severed since the beast tide began. No one knows whether they are even aware of the situation here. As for reinforcements, they have yet to appear. Perhaps, as the elder suggested, this place has indeed been abandoned by the inner star sea." A shadow of gloom crossed the middle-aged cultivator's face as he uttered the final sentence. It seemed that those who survived the beast tide had unknowingly fostered resentment towards the indifference of the inner star sea. Once again, the man's voice fell into silence. After a moment, he asked languidly, "Given such peril, why do you young ones venture out recklessly instead of staying safely at your residences? Are you seeking a path to self-destruction?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator's expression became one of deep concern, but before he could explain, the girl in the yellow dress, who had been quietly standing behind him, suddenly stepped forward with urgency, her expression tumultuous. "Senior, my father has been rendered incapacitated due to improper cultivation techniques, causing his true essence to reverse and his meridians to become disordered. He is now paralyzed and unable to move. Senior, with your immense abilities, you must have a way to save him. If you can rescue my father, I would be willing to serve you diligently in gratitude." The girl's face was filled with desperate pleading, her large, expressive eyes glistening with unshed tears, on the verge of spilling over. The other men and women present were taken aback by her words, exchanging astonished glances. Only the middle-aged monk, upon hearing this, felt a stir within his heart. Yet he could not help but rebuke, "Shinger, what nonsense are you speaking? Your senior brother has been bedridden for many years. It is beyond human capability to cure him. Our purpose in seeking out elixirs is merely to alleviate his suffering. Even a master of profound magic would find it impossible to heal him." Although the middle-aged monk spoke without mercy, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed his face. With the reversal of true essence and disarray of meridians, it seemed yet another individual was foolishly attempting to forcefully advance their cultivation, leading to such symptoms. After a cold sneer, the man languidly remarked, "This esteemed figure, having not witnessed the situation firsthand, accurately discerned the nature of the affliction, which brought a glimmer of joy to the middle-aged monk's countenance. Indeed, your insight is remarkable. My senior brother's plight stems from his impatience in cultivation. Might I inquire if you possess any secret techniques to remedy this?" The middle-aged monk first offered a compliment before asking with utmost concern. It appeared that he shared a close bond with this senior brother. "This matter is trifling, yet why should I divulge it to you? Do you presume I would extend my hand to assist without reason?" The man retorted, seemingly having perceived the monk's intentions, and mocked him unceremoniously. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged monk was momentarily taken aback, his face shifting between red and white, and after a few silent motions of his lips, he could not utter a single word. However, the young girl in the yellow dress detected a glimmer of hope, with a flush rising to her cheeks. She gritted her teeth, and with a thud, she knelt before the luminous screen. Then, This delicate maiden, her face resolute, declared, I, Gongsun Xing, vow here that should you be able to cure my father, I will serve you, esteemed one, for life, without any ulterior motives. If you remain uncertain, I shall willingly allow you to impose a binding technique upon me before you attempt to heal my father. After uttering these words, the young girl bent low towards the luminous screen, bowing 3 times with great fervor, and remained there, unmoving, her expression filled with determination. Despite her youth, the girl possessed an extraordinarily fierce spirit. Foolish child, what absurdity are you committing? What stature does this esteemed figure hold, that he would take notice of a mere ugly girl like you? The middle-aged monk, witnessing this scene, could not suppress his mixed feelings of anger and astonishment. The other men and women, having come to their senses, also urged her to desist. Yet, the girl remained steadfast on her knees, resolute in her stance until she received an answer. Uncle, please do not speak. I am a person of ill omen, having caused my mother's death in childbirth. My father, in his desire to cleanse my essence through the I Ching, forcibly practiced the 6th level of the Qing Ling Xian Gong, resulting in his current bedridden state. Now is the time for me to fulfill my filial duties. If my father can be healed, I am willing to serve this esteemed one for life, without any complaints, she said, her pallid face shaking as she spoke calmly. Child, are you attempting to coerce me? If I choose not to intervene, will you remain kneeling forever? The man replied with a cold laugh, his tone suddenly turning frigid. I would never dare to impose. I am deeply grateful to you for saving our lives earlier. The girl insisted, her sincerity evident. However, since my father has been bedridden, he has sought the aid of numerous esteemed practitioners, yet none possess the art of rejuvenation. Now, upon hearing the elder's words, it seems that curing this affliction is merely a trivial task for him, which is why I have implored so earnestly. I harbor no ulterior motives, only a fervent desire for the elder to fulfill my filial piety. As the young girl uttered these words, she was already on the verge of tears, choking back her sobs as she bowed deeply in reverence. A profound silence enveloped the light screen. In the 4th volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 530, The Young Girl, with a sudden whoosh, a colossal ape appeared amidst the radiant glow, taking several strides towards the kneeling maiden before halting in its tracks. The expressions of the middle-aged practitioners shifted noticeably. Concern etched upon their faces as they gazed at the puppet. The girl in the yellow garment, her eyes slightly reddened, looked up at the towering ape with a hint of bewilderment. Regardless of whether your words are false or if you truly are in a pitiable state, I do not engage in acts devoid of benefit. I observe that you remain untouched, and I too have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. Perhaps through the power of dual cultivation, I might break through once more. If you are willing to be my furnace, these 3 pills of the supreme essence within this small vial will more than suffice to restore your father. You may take the pills back to your fellows. While you enter the formation, I have never forced anyone against their will, nor do I seek to oppress the weak. Should you refuse, you may leave now, as if you have never encountered me. The man's words were cold and devoid of emotion. At that moment, the giant ape puppet extended a hand, presenting a delicate white jade vial before the kneeling girl. Upon hearing his words, the girl momentarily froze. Though still youthful, she comprehended the implications of dual cultivation and being a furnace. A faint blush adorned her previously pale and exquisite visage, yet without hesitation, she replied, Very well. As long as it can truly restore my father to health, I willingly become your furnace. After speaking, she extended her slender wrist to grasp the jade vial, rising slowly to her feet. Ai, how could you do this? How will I explain myself to my senior brother upon my return? The middle-aged practitioner, startled by the girl's response, urgently cautioned her with a raised voice. The other 4 individuals, equally alarmed, voiced their objections in unison. Uncle Master, could you assess whether the pills within this vial are genuinely beneficial for my father? The girl did not respond to the middle-aged man's outrage, but instead raised her delicate hand, tossing the jade vial towards him, inquiring calmly. You. The middle-aged practitioner caught the vial, gazing at the girl's expressionless youthful face, and sighed in resignation, realizing he could not alter her resolve. He grimly opened the vial and poured out a light blue pill. An extraordinary fragrance immediately wafted through the air. Those who inhaled this aroma felt invigorated, their spirits lifted. This is a pill crafted from demon essence. The middle-aged man, upon catching the scent, expressed astonishment before placing the pill beneath his nose for a closer examination. exclaiming in delight. Crafted from demon essence? Can this supreme essence truly cure my father? The girl remained remarkably composed, calmly probing further. Though I am uncertain of this medicine's precise efficacy, it is undoubtedly an exceedingly rare treasure and should not be mere deception. The middle-aged monk's expression was complex. But after a moment's hesitation, he spoke the truth. Thank you for informing me, Master Uncle. This alleviates my worries. He added, I must trouble you to bring this medicine back and inform my father, letting him believe that I have never existed as a disobedient daughter. The young girl exhaled deeply, her bright eyes reddening, and without a backward glance, she dashed into the light curtain. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged monk's demeanor shifted several times. He opened his mouth but uttered nothing, instead gripping the jade bottle tightly in his hand. At that moment, the giant ape puppet also returned to the light curtain. The formerly split curtain slowly began to close. Master Uncle, are you truly allowing Gongsun Jr.'s sister to serve as a furnace for someone else? A burly young man exclaimed, his face filled with anxiety. The other two young women also wore equally grim expressions. Did you not notice? Your junior sister has made up her mind. There is nothing we can do to stop her. Moreover, this senior's elixir truly has the potential to cure the sect leader. For the future of the Qingling sect, I cannot obstruct this, the middle-aged monk said, his expression darkening as he spoke in a low voice. But we cannot allow junior sister to become a furnace. Wouldn't that ruin her life? The young man protested, his face flushed with determination. Li Junior nephew, I am aware that you and Xinger grew up together, akin to siblings. However, the situation has become unalterable, the middle-aged monk replied, a flicker of conflict crossing his face. Master Uncle, Gongsun Jr.'s sister has been taken away. The girl in blue suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged monk and the burly young man quickly turned to look. They saw a radiant light emanating from the curtain, the figure of the girl gradually becoming indistinct amidst the brilliance. Moments later, the light faded, and the girl vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered, lonely leaves in her wake. Seeing this, the burly young man slumped to the ground, hands clasped over his head, rendered speechless like a deflated balloon. The middle-aged monk silently patted the young man's shoulder, offering a semblance of comfort. Half an hour later, the group departed the small island, soaring away from the misty sea. Enveloped in radiant light, the girl in the yellow dress felt a wave of dizziness as she was teleported away. When she regained her senses, she found herself standing in an unfamiliar valley, flanked by steep stone walls, with a towering blue stone door ahead. The girl glanced around, her heart filled with hesitation. Just as she pondered her next move, a flash of light revealed the giant ape puppet appearing behind her. The puppet ignored her entirely and strode towards the stone door, pushing it open with a stiff motion. You are Gongsun Xing, correct? Follow this puppet into the cave. In 2 days, I shall emerge from my seclusion. A man's voice echoed before mysteriously vanishing. With a determined bite of her lip, the girl in yellow stepped through the blue stone door. Following the giant ape puppet through various twists and turns, she was led into a stone chamber several feet in size. Within the room, there was little besides a stone bed covered with an unknown hide, a stone table, and 2 stone chairs. The great ape escorted her to a place and then departed, leaving the somewhat bewildered girl standing in place, lost in thought. After a brief survey of her surroundings, she gazed out towards the stone door, which stood ajar, suggesting an opportunity for free passage. However, after a moment of contemplation, she slowly seated herself at the edge of the bed, resting her chin in her hands, succumbing to a daydream. Despite her prior resolve to offer herself, the mere thought of the future dual cultivation and the rumored life of a furnace stirred a natural fear within her. Moreover, being alone in an unfamiliar environment heightened her sense of desolation. After an hour had passed, the girl ceased her wandering thoughts and glanced at the corridor outside, hesitating momentarily. After a brief pause, she rose quietly and exited the room. Upon leaving the stone chamber and walking a short distance along the path, she turned into a hall intersected by numerous archways. One of these was the passage through which she had entered. However, she noticed with trepidation that beside each archway stood a motionless giant ape puppet, resembling lifeless statues. She blinked her long lashes and tentatively approached the nearest archway. But before she could advance, the nearby giant ape swiftly blocked her path with an impassive expression. Startled, she took a step back, only to see the giant ape return to its original position. The girl, with her dark eyes glinting, moved forward once more, only to be met with the same barrier from the puppet. At that moment, she realized that the path ahead was not one she could traverse, and thus redirected her steps toward another archway. This time, the giant ape puppet remained still, allowing her to pass through. After traversing a quaint little garden, she came upon another stone room with its door firmly shut. Curiously, she approached and gently pushed the door open with her delicate fingers. Peering inside with her clear gaze, she quickly surveyed the interior. In the center stood a stone platform adorned with a collection of colorful jade slips, accompanied by a low round stone pedestal and several pots of pale green exotic herbs, creating an exceptionally tranquil atmosphere. The girl pursed her adorably small lips and, without further thought, stepped inside. Approaching the stone platform, she casually picked up a red jade slip and immersed her consciousness within it. It contained a treatise on the knowledge of formations, which held little interest for her. After a glance, she withdrew her consciousness and returned the slip to its place. Next, she selected a white jade slip and again probed its contents with her consciousness. This time, it was a text on the art of weapon forging. Naturally, she had no intention of examining it in detail and similarly retracted her consciousness. However, the differing contents of the two jade slips piqued her curiosity. She continued to select 3 or 4 more, examining each in turn. After several nights of sleeplessness, her body began to feel the toll. Thus, this shall be the chapter for tonight. May everyone rest early. Wishing you all sweet dreams this evening. Volume 4. The Wind Rising Overseas, Chapter 531. A gift of treasure. The jade slips in front of her introduced various demonic beasts and the formulations for certain elixirs, which the young girl soon dismissed. However, upon perceiving the contents of the final jade slip with her spiritual awareness, she found herself momentarily stunned. It contained a cultivation method known as the Golden True Technique. Intrigued, she delved deeper into its contents and was immediately captivated. Holding the jade slip in her hands, she perused it for nearly half an hour before withdrawing her awareness, her face a mask of astonishment. The Golden True Technique was indeed a rare and superior cultivation method. Yet, how could such a valuable technique be so casually placed upon a stone table without any protective restrictions? Though the girl recognized the worth of this technique, after a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly returned the jade slip to its original position, her curiosity leading her to explore the others. After a considerable time, she had examined all the jade slips on the stone table, most of which pertained to alchemy, formations, and various miscellaneous subjects related to cultivation. Only a few contained cultivation methods, yet all were of the highest caliber. Among them, a technique called the Twisting Jade Decision particularly enchanted her. The Qingling sect, of which she was a part, was merely a small faction within the chaotic Star Sea, and their primary cultivation method, the Qingling technique, was a relatively steady approach, lacking the formidable power of the Twisting Jade Decision. After perusing the jade slips, she lingered in the room for a while longer before recalling that there were other areas yet to explore. After contemplating for a moment, she left the stone chamber and returned to the main hall. 2 of the other 3 archways were still guarded by the colossal apes, but one remained accessible. Consequently, she passed through the archway and arrived at another spacious stone hall. Upon entering, she was instantly awestruck, standing motionless in place for an extended period. Before her lay a hall measuring over 20 yards in length, with a massive formation in the center, approximately 10 yards in diameter, emanating a pale red, crystalline barrier that flickered and transformed incessantly, displaying a breathtaking spectacle. Within this luminous barrier, a dozen small swords and short blades of various designs sparkled intermittently. Some emitted soft, melodious chimes, while others collided and chased one another, each exuding a profound sentience. Surrounding the barrier, against the walls, were several rudimentary double-decker wooden racks, each tier adorned with an assortment of magical artifacts in varying colors. Although these artifacts lacked the vibrant spirit of those within the barrier, they still shimmered with a faint glow, exuding an aura of spiritual energy. Though the girl had never encountered such artifacts before, she understood that only the legendary treasures could possess such vitality. However, the sudden appearance of so many in front of her left her in disbelief, her large, dark eyes filled with astonishment. After a moment, she regained her composure, casting a peculiar glance back at the barrier before hesitantly approaching one of the wooden racks. Casually picking up a seemingly unremarkable iron ruler-like artifact for a brief inspection, she was astonished to discover that this inconspicuous object was, in fact, a top-grade magical artifact. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming astonishment she had experienced earlier, The young girl displayed little sign of surprise at that moment. She proceeded to examine the remaining items one by one. The wooden rack held only exquisite and top-tier magical artifacts, with no other types of artifacts in sight. Had the girl previously acquired any of these items, she would have surely rejoiced. Yet now, as she gazed upon the numerous treasures and nearly 100 magical artifacts within the room, the thought of her role as a furnace spirit cast a shadow over her countenance, prompting her to exit the room empty-handed. 2 days later, the girl found herself seated on a stone pedestal in a chamber filled with jade slips, gripping one in her hand while focusing intently with her spiritual sense. Utterly captivated by the contents within the slip, this jade manipulation technique is indeed suitable for female cultivators, even though I acquired it from a male practitioner. A gentle voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. At the sound, the girl gave a slight start, withdrawing her spiritual sense and hastily turning to look back. There stood a young man in a blue robe, his appearance unremarkable yet adorned with a warm smile. Are you the esteemed senior? Gongsun Xing hesitated. Although the voice bore some resemblance, the youth's tranquil demeanor was strikingly youthful, utterly unlike the elder she had envisioned. Especially after the earlier shocking events led her to imagine a wise and powerful old master, perhaps even one with a capricious temperament. Do I not resemble one? The young man, who was none other than the recently emerged Han Li, entered the chamber with a light laugh. Senior, I am uncertain about these techniques. Upon realizing that Han Li was indeed the revered figure she had heard of, the girl felt a slight relief wash over her. Yet she still stumbled over her words as she attempted to explain her predicament. It matters not. Since there is no prohibition against your presence here, I permit you to select any techniques at your leisure, Han Li replied kindly. Thank you, esteemed senior. The girl's face lit up with unrestrained joy upon hearing his words. Observing her exuberance, Han Li's eyes momentarily softened with an inadvertent tenderness. I have not ventured outside in quite some time. Might you know if there are places for trade within this sea region, Miss Gongsun? Han Li inquired casually, a smile gracing his lips. For trading, there is a small deserted island half a month's journey to the south, where a marketplace exists. Nearby cultivators frequent it for exchanges. It is said to have been established collaboratively by several Golden Core elders, making it relatively safe. Would you require a sea chart? The girl's expression shifted as she recalled something, her smile fading as she quickly glanced at Han Li before lowering her head and speaking softly. I indeed need to visit there. A sea chart would be most beneficial. Han Li responded without hesitation, his tone amicable. The girl, flustered, finally fished out a jade slip from her storage bag. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly extended it toward Han Li. With a soft chuckle, Han Li accepted the jade slip, simultaneously taking in the sight of the girl's youthful, rosy face, which revealed an unexpected charm. Suddenly, he reached out, gently stroking her soft, flowing hair. Gongsun Xing's body trembled slightly, a pang of fear stirring within her, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she instinctively retracted her fair neck. At that moment, a gentle voice from Han Li graced her ears. Do not be afraid. Come to my chamber tonight. Do not forget. After uttering these words, Han Li departed the stone chamber without further hesitation. Upon hearing such ambiguous words, Gongsun Xing's heart raced. Her face flushed crimson, presenting an adorably flustered visage. As night fell, the young girl arrived outside Han Li's quarters, her heart a tumult of emotions. Biting her red lips, she pushed open the stone door, only to be taken aback by the sight within. The bedroom was utterly empty, devoid of any presence, save for an open silk cloth laid upon the stone table. Hesitantly, Gongsun Xing approached, her gaze lowering to inspect it closely. Commendable filial piety, treasures of the cave bestowed. Do not reveal lightly, lest you invite dire calamity. Take heed. The brief and cryptic message left her utterly stunned, swirling with confusion and an indescribable sense of strangeness. Meanwhile, Han Li had long since distanced himself from the small island, soaring through the sky like a streak of azure light. How perplexed that girl must be, he mused, for anyone would be astonished by such an experience without reason. As he drifted through the luminous escape, a smile graced his face. Upon departing the misty sea, he had left behind not only the jade slip of the entwined jade decree and an array of superfluous magical artifacts, but also several vials of elixirs and 2 previously acquired treasures for the young lady. Surely these items would alleviate some of her struggles on the path of cultivation. Han Li's generosity was not born from a sudden tenderness towards the fairer sex, but rather from a measure of respect for the girl named Xinger, who had selflessly risked her life to save her father. If one were to speak of Han Li's regrets prior to embarking on the path of immortality, it would be the inability to serve his elderly parents more dutifully during his adulthood, though he had discreetly arranged everything before leaving his hometown. The lingering sense of profound loss remained within him. Moreover, the tender figure of the girl evoked memories of his younger sister before her marriage. It was with this sentiment that he had intentionally jested about leaving her behind, wishing to bestow upon her some benefits. The magical artifacts and treasures he left for her were, to Han Li himself, akin to superfluous items, neither particularly valuable nor utterly useless. Rather than carry them without purpose, it was far better to offer them to her, aiding her on her journey of cultivation. Her spiritual roots were also not exceptionally remarkable. As for the cave on the small island, Han Li had resolved to abandon it long before any of these individuals arrived. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the middle-aged cultivators to depart so easily. In the fourth volume, Winds Rise from Afar, chapter 532, titled A Helping Hand to Vanquish Demons, Han Li entered the mid-stage of the core formation and secluded himself for over 20 years before emerging. During this period, he had not consumed all the elixirs, leaving a small portion still within his storage pouch. This was not due to an inability to endure solitude, nor a hasty desire to exit before fully refining the elixirs. As he approached the late stage of forming a core, he finally encountered a formidable bottleneck in his cultivation. Without breaking through this confinement, no amount of elixirs would lead to any progress in his cultivation. The method to transcend this barrier relies heavily on personal fortune, unique characteristics of one's cultivation technique, and lacks any definitive rules. Historically, practitioners at this stage have broken through during meditation, found inspiration while exploring the mountains and rivers, or even unexpectedly achieved breakthroughs amidst life and death confrontations. Consequently, Han Li was reluctant to squander time in his secluded chamber and resolved to venture out in search of the rumored companion spirit herb, hoping to fortuitously surpass his bottleneck during this expedition. Uncertain of how long it might take to yield results, he dared not leave the Nanjingsan for an extended period within his estate. Thus, he planned to relinquish the cave on this misty isle, now entrusted to Gongsun Xing, which would at least ensure its safety in the short term. Regarding the need to periodically nurture the Nanjingsan with earth and stone energy, this had indeed posed some inconvenience before he entered the mid-stage of core formation. However, now that he had reached this level, such concerns were alleviated. Han Li now possessed the capability to extract the vital essence of the island's soil and stones, infusing it into the herb to ensure its well-being. Presently, Han Li was hastening towards the market mentioned by the girl. It was only in such a bustling place frequented by practitioners that he could gather information on an 8th-tier demon beast. He would then devise another plan to acquire the companion spirit herb. The notion of directly procuring this herb from the market had never crossed his mind, for he deemed such fortune too good to be true. Han Li traveled at an astonishing speed. Although the girl claimed that the market island was half a month's journey away, he estimated that he could reach it in just a few days at full speed. 2 days later, while Han Li was racing across the ocean's surface, a red light suddenly shot towards him from a distance, pursued relentlessly by several swirling gray-white energies. Observing this, Han Li raised his eyebrows slightly. With a shift in focus, he uttered an inaudible incantation, and a series of subtle explosive sounds emanated from him, quick and dense, while a green light enveloped his face. Moments later, Han Li's figure surged several inches upward, and the green light dissipated, revealing a slightly pale, unfamiliar visage. This was one of the transformation techniques he had diligently practiced during his seclusion, a secret art from the Xianin Sutra. This technique not only allows one to extend or contract various body parts at will, but also to control muscle tension and instantly alter skin color, making it an exceptional method of disguise. Han Li estimated that this technique was at least on par with other renowned transformation techniques, as it would not be easily discerned even by practitioners with superior consciousness. Hence, it was included in the Xianin Sutra. The only drawback of this secret art was that once activated, his overall magical power could be utilized at most up to 70%. Engaging in combat with more than 70% of his power would cause the miraculous effects of the transformation to dissipate, reverting him to his original appearance. However, Han Li did not concern himself with this limitation. Once he resolved to conceal his identity, it was likely that he also wished to veil his true capabilities. Thus, restricting his cultivation posed little detriment to him. Shortly after Han Li altered his appearance, The crimson light detected his presence and, akin to a desperate soul clutching at a lifeline, surged towards him with fervor. Observing this unfolding scenario, Han Li resolutely halted his escape, exhaling a sigh. This was not due to the arrival of trouble that warranted his discontent, but rather the realization that the fleeing individual, regardless of his capacity to render aid, harbored no hesitation in dragging Han Li into peril alongside him, revealing a rather unsavory character. As for the wisps of grayish-white energy trailing behind, they were clearly manifestations of several third- to fourth-tier demonic beasts. This revelation abruptly shifted Han Li's perspective, which had recently been steeped in the profound filial piety of Gongsun Xing, leading him to contemplate the intricate complexities of human nature. Truly, one cannot generalize. Esteemed friend, I implore you for assistance. I, Huang Mingli, shall reward you handsomely. Within the crimson light was a wiry, shifty-eyed elder. Before he could reach Han Li, he was already pleading for help, his face a mask of terror. Displaying a degree of cleverness, the elder, despite not yet discerning Han Li's cultivation level, recognized from his unwavering demeanor that his life might yet be spared. Han Li maintained an impassive expression, and as the elder approached, he lazily raised his hand, unleashing 5 faint azure sword lights that immediately intercepted the 5 demonic beasts trailing behind, ensnaring them in a fierce struggle. Witnessing this, the elder let out a sigh of relief, his spirits lifted, and he activated a fire ring artifact to join in the assault against the beasts. Casting a sidelong glance at the elder, Han Li noted that he was nearing the foundational stage of cultivation. No wonder he managed to escape the onslaught of so many third- and fourth-tier beasts. Han Li turned his attention back to commanding the sword energies to gradually contain the beasts, not in haste to reveal his full prowess. Nevertheless, this display invigorated the elder, who wielded his fire artifact with a fervor akin to a hunter mercilessly striking a cornered prey. After some time, Han Li felt it was opportune to act, and began to wield the azure sword light, systematically dispatching the remaining demonic beasts. I am most grateful for your timely intervention, esteemed elder. Might I inquire if you are en route to the market at Nanli Island? The elder, no longer needing to assess Han Li's cultivation, approached with utmost reverence and a smile. Indeed, I intend to visit the market to procure a few items, Han Li replied nonchalantly, nodding. There is no need to proceed further. It would be a fruitless endeavor, Huang Mingli remarked, blinking several times before bursting into a wry smile. What do you mean? Han Li asked, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. A few days ago, the market at Nanli Island was inadvertently discovered by some low-tier beasts. Although most of the beasts were slain on the spot, the following day, those that escaped attracted a host of 4th- and 5th-tier high-level beasts. Many cultivators within the market suffered considerable losses and were compelled to flee in different directions. I was among them. Only to unexpectedly encounter this pack of beasts along the way, the elder recounted cautiously before Han Li, a cultivator of the foundational stage. Is it truly the case that my journey has been in vain? Han Li's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Should this senior truly wish to engage in some form of transaction, I could certainly recommend an alternate location where the goods are undeniably exquisite, accessible only to cultivators of foundation establishment or higher. However, entry into this market requires a familiar introduction, and its location frequently shifts. Though I am but a humble individual, I possess the qualification to make such introductions. If the esteemed senior wishes to visit, I would gladly guide you as a token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Huang Mingli said, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. Is this place you speak of the secret market? Han Li inquired, momentarily taken aback, then pondering the implications. Do not jest, senior. In today's world, there is no distinction of secret markets. One must tread carefully, for should one be discovered by a beast, the outcome is invariably dire, Huang Mingli hastily clarified, a hint of embarrassment coloring his response. Indeed. Han Li chuckled softly at this remark. How far is this place from here? He subsequently asked. If we depart promptly, with diligence, we shall arrive in just over half a month, just in time for the market's opening, Huang Mingli replied, seemingly well-versed in the nuances of this secret market. Very well. I shall accompany you then. Han Li finally consented after a moment of contemplation. Splendid. Ah, please hold for a moment. Huang Mingli exclaimed, his excitement palpable, but he did not immediately lead the way. Instead, after a brief pause, a thought struck him. He quickly apologized and dove downwards. heading straight for the several corpses of demonic beasts floating on the sea's surface. Upon witnessing this, Han Li was initially taken aback, but then he understood the man's intentions and smiled faintly. In a short while, Huang Mingli skillfully dismembered the beasts, stowing the pieces into his storage pouch before joyfully returning to the sky. I apologize for the display, esteemed senior. These beasts may seem insignificant to you, yet for me, they represent a substantial gain, Huang Mingli said, a hint of bashfulness in his tone, particularly since it was Han Li who had dispatched the 5 beasts moments prior. It's of no consequence. These beasts hold no allure for me. Let us proceed, Han Li replied, shaking his head lightly, his expression unchanged as he urged them onward. Volume 4, Winds from Overseas Chapter 533. The exchange meeting. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Huang Mingli offered an awkward smile and quickly acquiesced. He then altered his course, soaring eastward ahead of Han Li, who followed at a leisurely pace, his demeanor remarkably composed. The face of the esteemed senior seems somewhat unfamiliar. May I inquire your esteemed surname, and where you have been cultivating in seclusion? Huang Mingli ventured cautiously, glancing back at Han Li. My surname is Li. I have been in solitary retreat within my cave dwelling, and have only just emerged after successfully forming my golden core, Han Li responded nonchalantly, avoiding the truth. Huang Mingli could detect no flaw in Han Li's words, and although he harbored some doubts, he could only express his congratulations. Continuing with a keen sense of propriety, Huang Mingli refrained from inquiring about any news from Han Li, instead opting to share tales of recent skirmishes between cultivators and demonic beasts. Yet, his demeanor, laden with sighs, suggested a bleak outlook on humanity's prospects in this realm. As Han Li listened to his incessant discourse, he remained taciturn. Yet he gleaned a clearer understanding of the current situation in the outer sea. For the ensuing half-month, their journey unfolded without incident, and Han Li, alongside the elderly man, arrived at a seemingly unremarkable island. This isle spanned merely 100 miles and was pitifully devoid of spiritual energy, apart from patches of flora. It was starkly characterized by barren gray rocks, resembling an unremarkable desolate isle often found in the outer sea. It appeared that the choice of this location served as an optimal disguise for the secret market's existence. However, even under these circumstances, as they neared the island with half a day's travel remaining, both Han Li and his companion began to employ concealment techniques, suppressing their escape lights. This was, of course, a request from the proprietor of the secret market. Upon hearing Huang Mingli's earnest plea, Han Li exhibited no sign of impatience and complied silently, much to Huang Mingli's relief. For some core formation cultivators could be rather difficult to converse with. At that moment, after circling the island, Huang Mingli descended towards a pile of scattered rocks. Observing this, Han Li's expression shifted slightly. If he was not mistaken, this area bore no restrictions. Just as a flicker of doubt crossed Han Li's mind, Huang Mingli stood beside a massive stone and expertly tapped 3 times on its surface. Moments later, a black hole, approximately 10 feet wide, suddenly appeared in the stone. Huang Mingli promptly advanced and whispered a few words into the opening before turning to call out to Han Li hovering above. Senior Li, this is the place. Let us enter. Han Li nodded calmly and descended directly into the opening. Inside the cavern, a slanted stone staircase awaited them, beside which stood an elderly man in gray robes, his white hair and beard denoting his advanced age, likely at the late stage of foundation building. Welcome, esteemed senior, to our market. I hope you find what you seek within. The elder greeted Han Li with a smile, displaying a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. Let us hope so, Han Li replied with serene composure, leading the way down the stairs. At this point, Han Li discerned that, evidently to prevent any demonic beasts from detecting the unusual spiritual energy of this location, no formations or restrictions had been set up. It was merely a temporary subterranean venue. After traversing a short distance down the staircase, Han Li's eyes brightened. Before him unfolded a vast underground world, towering 5 or 6 zhang high. Its soil solidified by petrification techniques and supported by numerous azure stone pillars. The center was filled with square stone houses, each adorned with various signs. Over 100 cultivators were engaged in transactions, exchanging diverse goods and materials. Senior Li, this level is merely for the trade of ordinary goods. Should you wish to procure rare materials, you must descend to the next level. Huang Mingli indicated a stone staircase leading downward beside one of the pillars, offering a reminder. If I require information regarding high-level demon beast lairs, where might I acquire such knowledge? Han Li cast a glance at the stone steps, but did not proceed. Instead, he inquired in a serious tone. Huang Mingli, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. But he quickly adjusted his expression and answered with familiarity. That depends on what level of demon beast the esteemed senior is seeking. If it is a level 5 or 6 beast, one can simply visit the Listening Wind Pavilion below. They specialize in offering rare celestial materials and the whereabouts of high-level demon beasts, allowing fellow cultivators to pursue them based on their own abilities. However, for beasts of an even higher level, they are likely to lack such information. One would then have to rely on other core formation seniors who might possess such intelligence. After all, information regarding beasts of that caliber is rarely divulged lightly. The esteemed senior may participate in an exchange meeting specifically arranged for core formation cultivators. One might uncover relevant leads there. An exchange meeting? Han Li's expression shifted, revealing a hint of interest. Indeed, typically, only core formation cultivators possess materials and treasures that other cultivators of the same level require. Therefore, whenever a market convenes, the host gathers these esteemed seniors for a private, small-scale exchange meeting, allowing them to acquire what they need while the host presents an array of exceedingly rare items for participation, Huang Mingli explained meticulously. When does this exchange meeting commence? Han Li inquired slowly, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he maintained a composed demeanor. It is expected that Senior Li will need to wait a few more days. It generally occurs in the mid-phase of the market's proceedings, and naturally, someone will come to invite the esteemed senior to participate, the old man quickly added. Upon hearing this, Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly, a contemplative expression gracing his features as if he were deep in thought. However, after a short while, he glanced at Huang Mingli and said, "My friend Huang, I intend to explore on my own from here. There is no need for your accompaniment." Han Li did not wish for anyone to shadow him while he searched for the thousand-leaf dew, and thus he spoke without hesitation. The old man displayed no surprise at this statement. Rather, he smiled broadly and replied, "Your words align perfectly with my own intentions. I, too, was considering purchasing some materials. I shall take my leave now. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Huang Mingli respectfully bowed to Han Li and then hurried towards a nearby materials shop, evidently eager to attend to the demon beast corpses first. The other party's perceptiveness pleased Han Li. He swept his gaze around before striding towards a shop overflowing with various herbs. 3 days later, Han Li sat cross-legged in a quiet room within the marketplace, his eyes closed in meditation. Yet, he felt a sense of frustration. On the very first day of his arrival at this marketplace, he had scoured all the shops from the first to the second floor, and indeed, while the companion demon grass was easy to find, no shop offered the 8th level variant. As for the Listening Wind Pavilion, they similarly lacked information regarding beasts above level 7. Thus, he was left with no choice but to await the exchange meeting, hoping that other core formation cultivators might possess relevant intelligence. As for the remaining 2 days, he did not venture anywhere else. Having specifically rented a quiet room for the purpose of refining his energy and seeking a breakthrough, Han Li found himself, to his dismay, devoid of any gains thus far. Suddenly, a couple of knocks echoed from outside the tranquil chamber. "What is it?" Han Li inquired coldly, despite having anticipated the interruption. "Senior Li, I have been sent to invite you to the exchange meeting," a sweet voice replied respectfully. "Might I inquire if you have any interest in attending?" "Understood. Of course, I shall participate." Han Li responded slowly, rising to his feet and pulling aside the stone door to exit the quiet room. Outside stood a woman clad in white, her head bowed in deference as she awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Han Li emerge, she immediately lifted her gaze, revealing a captivatingly beautiful face. However, Han Li was taken aback by her stunning features, his heart racing with surprise. How could it be her? What is she doing here? He pondered in astonishment. "Senior, is something amiss?" The woman, feeling the intensity of his gaze, felt her cheeks flush crimson and lowered her head, nervously inquiring. "Nothing at all. Please, lead the way," Han Li replied, his expression quickly returning to normality as he spoke calmly. Though the white-clad woman felt an undercurrent of unease, she obediently nodded and began to guide Han Li away from the quiet room. Observing her graceful and alluring figure, Han Li's brow furrowed slightly, the look of confusion deepening on his face. Navigating through the second-floor plaza, the woman led Han Li to a secluded stone wall. She gently pressed her hand against the surface, and with a ripple of white light, a stone door adorned with intricate runes materialized out of thin air. "Senior Li, please enter," she said, pushing open the stone door and gesturing respectfully for him to proceed. Han Li nodded in acknowledgement and stepped inside, followed closely by the woman. The door closed automatically behind them, reverting to an ordinary wall. Upon entering, Han Li found himself in a corridor of blue stone, with a faint white light flickering at the far end, suggesting it was not a long passage. He moved forward silently, and upon rounding a bend, he was met by a grand stone door. Standing outside was a middle-aged cultivator with a grim expression, dressed in scholarly blue robes, clearly at the mid-stage of the core formation. Upon seeing Han Li, his face broke into a broad smile as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Are you Senior Li? I am Yuan Yao, the host of this place. Welcome to the exchange meeting. Most of the other guests have already arrived. Miss Yuan, ensure you attend to Senior Li properly. Do not neglect him." The scholarly gentleman's cordial demeanor was evident, and he then turned to the woman with a casual command. "Miss Yuan." This address unveiled the white-clad woman's identity as none other than Wen Siyue, the daughter of Wen Chong, whom Han Li had encountered by chance before. It left him astounded to see her here, wondering what circumstances had led her to this place. Indeed, due to the transformative nature of the situation, Han Li recognized the woman before him, yet she failed to identify him in return. At that moment, upon hearing the words of the middle-aged scholar, Wen Siyue's countenance altered dramatically, prompting her to hurriedly respond from behind Han Li. Although Han Li did not turn around, he could subtly sense that Wen Siyue appeared exceedingly frightened of this Yuan Yao. A flicker of intrigue passed through Han Li's eyes. However, after a gentle smile, he engaged casually in polite conversation with the scholar before stepping through the door. Inside lay a square hall, at the center of which stood a colossal round table. Surrounding this table were a sparse arrangement of unusually broad and grand chairs, most of which were already occupied by cultivators. Yet, as Han Li scrutinized the scene upon the chairs, a peculiar expression emerged on his face. Aside from two female cultivators at the core formation stage seated alone, the male cultivators at the core formation stage were accompanied by strikingly beautiful female cultivators, all of whom were at the Qi refinement stage, either at the 12th or 13th level or merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Each of these women was youthful and exceptionally attractive. While Han Li was momentarily taken aback, a sudden waft of fragrance brushed against him as a soft figure gently pressed against his side. He turned slowly to find a somewhat dazed yet charming face. Wen Siyue had taken the initiative to move closer, enveloping him in her alluring scent. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, but did not feign propriety by pushing her away. Instead, after glancing at the other female cultivators beside their male counterparts, he wore a knowing expression. After a brief contemplation, he extended an arm to encircle her slender waist, striding confidently to an unoccupied grand chair where he settled himself comfortably. Wen Siyue, akin to the other female cultivators, reluctantly took her seat beside him, half of her form leaning against Han Li. The warmth and sweetness of her presence brought him considerable delight. Just as Wen Siyue remained silent, her body somewhat rigid, the arm that had embraced her waist relaxed slightly. This unexpected gesture caused her to pause, instinctively glancing at Han Li with a hint of confusion. Meanwhile, Han Li was discreetly observing the others present. The 7 or 8 seated cultivators at the core formation stage also scrutinized Han Li, and though they found his face unfamiliar, none displayed any unusual expressions. On the contrary, the majority offered him friendly smiles. Han Li reciprocated with a relaxed smile of his own. After a short while, another 5 or 6 cultivators at the core formation stage entered the hall, each accompanied by a similarly youthful and beautiful female cultivator. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li maintained his composure, though a sense of astonishment stirred within him. It seemed that Yuan Yao possessed remarkable abilities to attract such a multitude of enchanting female cultivators. What was even more remarkable was that these women exhibited considerable prowess, indicating their extraordinary status. As Han Li contemplated this, Yuan Yao made his entrance, accompanied by a graceful and elegant woman. Although this lady was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, she affectionately linked her arm with Yuan Yao's, exuding an air of intimacy. It was none other than Madame Fan. Upon encountering this unexpected presence, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. The esteemed envoy of the Miaoyin sect, Fan, had also made an appearance here, seemingly with a considerable rapport with the host. This journey was indeed becoming quite intriguing. Although Han Li expertly concealed the unusual expression on his face, a tempest of emotions stirred within him. Inside his embrace, when Cus shuddered slightly, her delicate lips parting as a soft, pained sigh escaped her. There was an undertone of both anguish and embarrassment in her voice. Han Li, momentarily stunned, turned to glance at her, only to find her cheeks aflame with a rosy hue, a picture of shyness. His gaze shifted in surprise, and he soon realized that his hand, which had been wrapped around her waist, had inadvertently found its way to her soft, ample bosom. The intoxicating sensation sent a tremor through the depths of his soul, prompting him to instinctively withdraw his hand and avert his gaze, a strange feeling emerging within him. The blush that had climbed when Cu's neck abruptly halted. She hesitantly raised her delicate head, a look of astonishment settling upon her features as her eyes met Han Li's, revealing hints of surprise. Han Li, though feeling a twinge of discomfort, maintained an air of nonchalance, loosening his embrace around her slender waist. He had never aspired to be a paragon of virtue, yet her status as an old acquaintance rendered the situation somewhat awkward for him. Remarkably, Han Li's unusual demeanor went unnoticed by others, save for when Cua. At that moment, Yun Tianxiao had taken his seat at the head of the table, with Madame Fan elegantly by his side. Naturally, the attention of the other attendees gravitated towards this pair. This particular exchange meeting boasted the participation of 13 like-minded individuals, a notable honor for Yun. Although 2 others had departed early due to prior commitments, this gathering marked the largest congregation of peers in recent history. Without further ado, Yun Tianxiao invited everyone to present their items, briefly introduce them, and declare their intended trades, allowing for any interested parties to engage in transactions. With a smile, Yun Tianxiao slightly turned his head, signaling to a portly elder in a blue robe on his left to commence. This elder, who was tightly holding a petite female cultivator, reluctantly released her at the sight of Yun's genial expression. After a moment of deliberation, he began, "Then, let us start with me. I have brought quite an assortment of valuable items. Anyone who possesses what I require may feel free to trade." As he concluded his statement, the elder retrieved a storage pouch from his waist and emptied its contents onto the circular table before him. A cascade of radiant light enveloped the table, revealing several intriguing items that radiated potent spiritual energy. Among them were 3 Tianlingzi, a shark demon core, and a piece of sea beast hide. Each time the elder presented an item, he would boastfully elaborate on its significance, eliciting expressions of astonishment from the assembled cultivators, who clearly recognized these treasures as rare and precious. Han Li, upon hearing the descriptions of these items, could not help but let out a cold, humorless chuckle within himself. These items, of considerable value even to ordinary core formation cultivators, held no allure for him whatsoever. Even the rarest item among them, the tiger shark demon core, was merely a 6th-grade demon core. Han Li had personally vanquished at least 7 or 8 such beasts. After the plump elder finished showcasing his possessions, he plopped back down in his seat, once again embracing the petite female cultivator beside him, his face brimming with pride. The Qi refinement stage female cultivator, initially reluctant in his embrace, now found her eyes sparkling with newfound tenderness. Next to the corpulent elder was a peculiar figure with a head wrapped in a red cloth. Upon seeing the elder settle, he cleared his throat a few times and unsteadily rose to his feet. This man was exceedingly tall and thin, resembling a scarecrow. "I brought but one item, an egg of the 5th-grade demon beast, the Panli earthworm," he stated nonchalantly, reaching into his robe to produce a yellow egg, no larger than a chicken egg. Upon hearing this, the other seated cultivators, who had remained composed, suddenly brightened, fixating eagerly on the egg with fervent eyes. As the gathering continued, each cultivator presented their offerings, revealing items of extraordinary quality, predominantly suited for core formation practitioners. It was no wonder that the secret market organized this exchange event. Han Li observed with a detached demeanor, though unimpressed. He could not deny the rising excitement among the other cultivators. When it was Han Li's turn, he casually selected a few rare materials from his storage pouch, showcasing some 6th and 7th grade demon beast components, which elicited astonished glances from the surrounding onlookers. In due course, the final participant, a dark-skinned middle-aged cultivator, stood up. He was one of the 3 mid-core formation cultivators present, and the respect in the gazes directed at him was palpable. Unfazed, he slowly retrieved 2 items from his person and carelessly placed them on the table. A dull, palm-sized copper plate and a half-foot long, grayish-white bone, resembling an animal's spine, lay before the assembly. These items left most of the cultivators momentarily perplexed, unable to discern their significance, and they silently awaited the elder's explanation. However, the middle-aged cultivator merely stated, "These two items are for those with discerning eyes. Those lacking this fortune should not force the issue." He leaned back nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes, completely disregarding the striking female cultivator beside him, which rendered her quite awkward. The other attendees exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Only Han Li and Yuan Yao, upon recognizing the peculiarities of the two items, exhibited subtle changes in their expressions. Han Li's face briefly flickered with curiosity. Although the items were distant, his formidable spiritual sense allowed him to perceive them clearly. The bone was unremarkable, not worthy of his attention, but the copper plate piqued his interest. It bore strange, ancient inscriptions that intrigued him. The text closely resembles the ancient script inscribed in the nameless beast skin tome concerning qi cultivation methods. Could there possibly be a connection between them? The protagonist had consistently struggled to decipher the contents of those ancient texts. As Han Li pondered this, Yuan Yao erupted into laughter. I never anticipated that brother-son would possess such grand assets, capable of producing the spiritual bone of an 8th-level demon beast. I must admit, I am somewhat tempted. He cast a casual glance at the bone, as if jesting. This declaration startled the entire assembly, stirring a wave of excitement. This item was indeed the most precious of its kind to appear. The existence of an 8th-level demon beast is formidable, and for cultivators in the core formation stage, this spiritual bone is undeniably a rare treasure. Upon hearing these words, Han Li's heart stirred. Could it be that this individual was aware of the 8th-level demon beast's whereabouts? The Sun surname cultivator, upon hearing Yuan Yao reveal the origin of the bone, merely chuckled knowingly, casting a meaningful glance in his direction without elaborating further. At this moment, the atmosphere of the exchange meeting ignited with fervor. Everyone's faces radiated an unmistakable thrill. The accompanying female cultivators fixed their gazes upon the items on the round table, their expressions betraying palpable enthusiasm. Observing this scene, Han Li couldn't help but glance down at Miss Yuan in his arms, noting a flicker of envy in her eyes. It seemed these treasures were irresistibly alluring to cultivators, regardless of gender. At this juncture, the portly elder began to announce his exchange items and conditions. The Tianlingzi sought a few spirit herbs aged over 500 years. The demon core required a spiritual sinew from a 7th-level demon beast in exchange. However, if someone offered a sufficient amount of spirit stones, he would also be willing to part with it. After witnessing the rare items presented by the subsequent participants, the elder's initial arrogance had significantly diminished. Yet, when he mentioned the need for a spiritual sinew, his gaze inadvertently swept towards Han Li. For among the materials on Han Li's table lay an item that perfectly matched the criteria. Regrettably, Han Li showed little interest in a 6th-level demon core and remained seated, embracing Miss Yuan, his demeanor unchanged. I am indeed interested in a 6th-level demon core. However, without a spiritual sinew, I can only speculate on how many spirit stones would be required to entice one, inquired another elder with graying hair, his curiosity piqued. As you all know, times have changed. Demon cores are increasingly difficult to acquire. The price for this 6th-level core is naturally elevated. If you would be willing to offer 15,000 spirit stones, you may take it, declared the portly elder, revealing a noticeably high price, seemingly reluctant to part with the demon core. The gray-haired elder scoffed at this, choosing not to respond, evidently deeming the price exorbitant and abandoning his initial intentions. I shall take the demon core, proclaimed a white-haired woman with an impassive expression, her voice cold. As she spoke, a storage bag flew toward the portly elder. Initially taken aback, he inspected the bag briefly and then displayed a satisfied expression. Only Lady Qing possesses such resolve. Truly, we impoverished cultivators cannot compare. He seemed to recognize the elder woman, cheerfully tossing the demon core to her. The elderly woman with white hair emitted a cold snort, seizing the demon pill and inspecting it briefly before unceremoniously stowing it away. Displaying no inclination to engage in further conversation, the corpulent elder had several other items that drew inquiries from various cultivators, resulting in the majority being exchanged. The remaining materials, which garnered no interest, were reclaimed by him. When the turn came for the crimson-scarved creature's egg, a fervent competition ensued. This individual offered lenient terms. Whoever exchanged items of greater value, or offered more spirit stones would claim the beast egg. Ultimately, it was acquired by a rather unremarkable cultivator clad in red, who exchanged it for several vials of rare elixirs. After a few more exchanges, it was finally Han Li's turn. He surveyed the pile of materials before him and, before uttering a word, felt several fervent gazes fixated upon his countenance, including that of the portly elder who had expressed a desire for spirit muscles. Han Li smiled gently. Remaining seated, he leaned back slightly, pulling the elegant Wen Siyue closer, and calmly stated, "I require no items in exchange for these materials, merely a piece of information. Should the intelligence please you, I will gladly relinquish this entire collection." Information? Intelligence. Han Li's declaration took the others by surprise, but they were not ordinary individuals. Despite their astonishment, no one reacted excessively. Instead, a hint of curiosity sparked within them as they eagerly awaited Han Li's next words. Yuan Tianxiao's gaze flickered, a trace of doubt crossing his features. Might any esteemed fellow here be able to reveal the location of an 8th-level demon beast's lair? "I wish to exchange these materials for such intelligence," Han Li said in a leisurely manner. 8th-level demon beast. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions shifting dramatically. "Are you jesting, fellow cultivator? Do you intend to target an 8th-level demon beast?" The portly elder exclaimed incredulously. "Certainly not. I have other matters that necessitate this information. The specifics are not for me to disclose," Han Li replied, tapping the edge of the round table before him with a finger, speaking with an air of calmness. Simultaneously, his gaze swept over the other cultivators without reservation. Their astonished and bewildered expressions left Han Li feeling a pang of disappointment. His eyes eventually settled on a dark-skinned cultivator named Sunday. Upon meeting Han Li's gaze, Sun momentarily froze before comprehension dawned, followed by a smile. "Do you believe that I possess knowledge of the 8th-level demon beast?" "Regrettably, you've sought the wrong person," he replied, shaking his head in denial. Seeing this, Han Li did not hide the disappointment evident on his face and sighed deeply. However, at that moment, a melodious voice rang in his ear. "I know where an 8th-level demon beast resides, but I do not wish for these materials. I have another condition for you to agree to," unexpectedly announced the one nestled in Han Li's embrace, Wen Siyue. Han Li was momentarily taken aback. "You possess knowledge of the 8th-level demon beast's whereabouts?" he asked, struggling to believe it. Indeed, the speaker was none other than Wen Siyue herself. "Yes, I am aware of the approximate location of an 8th-level demon beast's lair." At this moment, Wen Siyue appeared remarkably composed, half nestled in Han Li's embrace. Her delicate face lifted as she calmly spoke. "Siyue, what nonsense are you spouting? How could you possibly know about the whereabouts of an 8th-level demon beast? Do not speak so recklessly." Madame Fan initially wore a look of astonishment, but her expression quickly turned cold as she reprimanded her. "Master Fan, Siyue indeed knows the location of an 8th-level demon beast and harbors no intention of deceiving Senior Li. Please rest assured." Just as Han Li's heart filled with doubt, he suddenly felt the girl tighten her embrace, then resolutely said, her pearly teeth gently biting her lip, "Wait, I wish to hear what this young lady has to say. As for the veracity of her claims, I shall judge for myself." As Madame Fan furrowed her brow, preparing to interject, Han Li's expression darkened, and he abruptly interrupted her. "If the young disciple one possesses knowledge, then let fellow Taoist Li inquire further." Yuan Tianxiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. After a moment's contemplation, he broke into a smile. "Very well." Madame Fan, taken aback, reluctantly acquiesced. "I thank you," Han Li replied with a nod, expressing his gratitude without excessive formality. This casual demeanor cast a fleeting shadow across Yuan Tianxiao's face, though he quickly concealed it. At that moment, Han Li fixated on Wen Siyue's charming visage and began to inquire, "Pray tell, how did you come to know of the lair of the 8th-level demon beast?" His voice was cool and serene, devoid of any discernible anger or joy, eliciting a hint of hesitation from the close at hand Wen Siyue. However, recalling something dreadful, she resolutely continued. "Upon my arrival in the alien seas, I inadvertently obtained a map that depicted a specific location. At the time, I presumed it to be a treasure map of sorts, and so I stealthily ventured to investigate. To my astonishment, I discovered a cub of a gale beast there. Fortunately, it appeared to be only a 2nd or 3rd-level creature, allowing me to escape unnoticed. As you well know, the gale beast only begins to reproduce upon reaching the 8th level and tends to care for its young until they reach about level 5. Thus, There must certainly be an 8th level Gale beast residing there as well. Should you agree to my terms, I am willing to guide you there. When Yuan gradually recounted a deeply buried experience. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of excitement glimmered in his eyes. The young woman was correct. An adult Gale beast was indeed a bona fide 8th level demon beast. If her words held any truth, the lair would undoubtedly harbor accompanying demon herbs. I wonder what conditions my friend seeks in exchange for this intelligence regarding the demon beast's lair, Han Li pondered, scrutinizing the young lady for a moment before exhaling deeply and inquiring in a low voice. Han Li trusted that she would not be foolish enough to deceive a cultivator at the core formation stage with false information. Hence he directly asked Wen Yuan about her conditions. I wish to request that you take me away from here and accept me as your concubine, Wen Yuan said, her face flushing slightly, but her resolve unwavering. What? Han Li was taken aback, his expression one of surprise. Yuan, what nonsense are you saying? Madame Fan, upon hearing this, also found herself unable to remain composed. Upon the exquisite visage, an expression of astonishment and anger mingled. The other cultivators were similarly taken aback, yet most soon exhibited a mocking delight, as if they were spectators at a grand spectacle. A few could not suppress their laughter. Observing this scene, Yuan Tianxiao's countenance abruptly darkened, casting a shadow of iron gray across his features. I did not quite catch the terms you presented to fellow Taoist Li. Kindly reiterate them. Yuan Tianxiao stated, placing his fair hands firmly upon the round table, his gaze fixed on his fingers, his expression cold and devoid of warmth. The delicate figure clinging to Han Li trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan's face drained of color. However, as her bright eyes fell upon the now calm Han Li, a flicker of courage seemed to ignite within her. I am willing to become this esteemed senior Li's concubine, and from henceforth, I shall withdraw from the Miaoing sect. Wen Yuan managed to utter those two sentences with great effort before lowering her head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. With a sudden burst, Yuan Tianxiao's hands ignited in a plume of gray flame, enveloping his palms in a fierce blaze. The eerie gray light cast a sinister glow upon his face, rendering him quite fearsome. Bonfire, one murmured softly. Instantly, the previously amused Golden Core cultivators ceased their laughter, revealing a more solemn demeanor. Fellow Taoist Li, it appears this woman has strayed in her cultivation, her mind clouded. I trust you will not take her nonsensical words to heart. Guards, take Wen Yuan away, suppress her spiritual power, and let her meditate against the wall for half a month before we reconsider, Yuan Tianxiao commanded coldly, devoid of any emotion. At his command, two robed cultivators, both at the late Foundation establishment stage, entered through the stone door and approached Han Li directly. Wen Yuan's face paled immediately, her eyes filled with a pleading sorrow that tugged at the heartstrings. Han Li furrowed his brow. Wait, he finally interjected. Is it true? Fellow Taoist Li has indeed taken an interest in this female cultivator of our sect? Before Yuan Tianxiao could respond, Madame Fan, unable to contain herself, interjected with a cold remark. Perhaps. However, I am more eager to hear about the information regarding the demon beasts. I implore both Madame and Brother Yuan to refrain from haste. Should we not first discuss my terms? Han Li spoke calmly, his gaze unwavering. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Yuan Tianxiao's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he extinguished the flames with a wave of his hands. You may leave for now. I shall entertain your proposal, Yuan Tianxiao remarked to Han Li, his tone neither warm nor cold. He decided to grant Han Li a semblance of respect, recognizing that the latter was also a Golden Core cultivator. Moreover, he had significant matters to attend to, necessitating the cooperation of all Golden Core cultivators present. Thus he preferred to avoid offending anyone lightly. Since fellow Taoist one has voluntarily expressed her willingness to serve as a concubine to Li, it would weigh heavily on my conscience to disregard her plight, especially since I am also intent on acquiring the information regarding the demon beasts she possesses. Therefore, how about I offer this collection of materials in exchange for her freedom? What say you, Brother Yin? With unwavering composure, Han Li nonchalantly pushed forth a collection of exceedingly rare materials, then regarded the other party with a bemused smile, remaining silent. You would exchange these items? Yuan Tianxiao remarked icily, yet a flicker of skepticism danced in his eyes. The items before him were sourced from 6th and 7th tier demonic beasts, collectively worth no less than tens of thousands of spirit stones. Yet, the other party remained unfazed, proposing to trade them for a female cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Regardless of her enchanting beauty, he found himself taken aback. Could it be that the intelligence regarding 8th-tier demonic beasts held such significance for this individual? Was he leveraging this opportunity to retreat, or was he intent on extracting an additional price? Various thoughts raced through Yuan Tianxiao's mind, and just as he arrived at a resolution, his expression softened as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, Madame Fan, seated beside him, leaned in with a graceful motion, whispering a few words that transformed Yuan Tianxiao's demeanor, revealing a hint of hesitation. Taoistly, even with an abundance of materials, this female cannot be taken away. If this precedent is set, anyone who desires one of our sect's female cultivators could easily claim them. Where would that leave the reputation of our Miaoing sect? After a moment of silence, Yuan Tianxiao spoke with utmost gravity. His words caused the other cultivators present to exchange glances of surprise and contemplation. Such a wealth of rare materials should, in theory, suffice to secure a foundation establishment female cultivator, yet Yuan Tianxiao's refusal hinted at underlying complexities. Observing Han Li's demeanor, it seemed he was equally unwilling to relinquish the female, eliciting a cold chuckle from the onlookers, who sensed an unfolding spectacle. Miaoing sect? Han Li pursed his lips, an expression of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Is Taoist Li unaware that this secret market is operated by our sect? I, Yuan, am but a humble elder of the Miaoing sect, assisting sect master Fan in overseeing our affairs, Yuan Tianxiao replied coolly, a peculiar gray aura subtly emanating from him, making his intent to intimidate unmistakable. However, this tactic was merely an attempt to instill a degree of trepidation in the other party. As a mere early-stage core formation cultivator on his home turf, it was expected that they would ultimately yield after weighing the stakes. Alas, it was unfortunate for those materials. Yuan Tianxiao mused, devoid of any genuine concern. At that moment, Han Li's lips curled into a sinister smile as he uttered a single word, good. It seemed he raised his right hand, and a brilliant white light erupted. In the blink of an eye, a beam of white radiance shot forth. Startled, Yuan Tianxiao felt a rush of alarm as his protective technique instinctively activated, enveloping him in a myriad of gray flames. Yet, the white light struck without reservation. And after a brief moment of distortion, 12 petite swords manifested, descending with ferocity. Yuan Tianxiao's spirit faltered in terror as he hastily opened his mouth to summon a magical artifact. However, under the relentless assault of the 12 flying swords, his protective gray flames disintegrated in an instant, resulting in numerous bloody punctures across his body. Just as he managed to expel a gray small trident, he let out a tragic scream, collapsing to the ground. The remaining cultivators stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, unable to close them for a considerable time. In the 5th volume, Winds Rise from Afar, Chapter 537, Dread Among the Cultivators, Han Li maintained an expressionless demeanor as he gestured with one hand, causing 12 small swords to instantaneously merge into a single blade. After a flash of white light, it vanished back into his sleeve, leaving no trace behind. Now, it can be settled, can it? Han Li said calmly, lowering his hand. His previous strike had not killed his opponent, but had severely wounded him, rendering him temporarily incapable of further combat. Moments later, Yuan Tianxiao managed to stand again, albeit with his body drenched in blood, his gaze towards Han Li filled with trepidation. Very well, I concede that I am outmatched. Fellow Taoist Wen Siyue, feel free to take her. However, I must forewarn you. An elder has already set his sights on this woman, intending to use her as a furnace. Once you take her away, do not fear the consequences that may arise. Yuan Tianxiao said with a pale countenance. He then produced several talismans, slapping them onto himself, and a green glow enveloped him, causing his wounds to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. A furnace? Upon hearing this, Han Li understood why Wen Siyue was so desperate to escape. However, the implications of Yuan Tianxiao's words caused his expression to grow cold. There were others who had set their sights on her. No matter. She is someone I must take away. It would be wise for you to refrain from making threats. Otherwise, should I be in a foul mood, I might just cleanse this place in blood, Han Li stated, his expression unchanged, as he casually surveyed his surroundings. His words were not merely an intimidation tactic. If not for the numerous core formation cultivators present, he lacked the absolute certainty to annihilate them all without leaving a trace. Otherwise, He would have indeed executed a complete purge to resolve the matter once and for all. Nevertheless, the ferocity of his statement caused the expressions of the assembled cultivators to drastically shift. If his earlier display of power had sown doubt in their hearts, the magnitude of his current declaration led most to suspect that Han Li was an ancient Yuan cultivator. Consequently, they either displayed signs of unease or averted their gazes, none daring to meet Han Li's eyes directly. Yun Tianxiao naturally considered this possibility. Coupled with the realization that Han Li was merely at the initial stage of core formation, yet had nearly taken the life of a mid-stage core formation cultivator with a single strike, as well as his quest for the lair of an 8th-level demon beast, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth and silently lamented his misfortune. When Siyue, held within Han Li's embrace, widened her beautiful eyes in shock, equally astonished by the scene before her. She would rather die than become another's furnace, which was why she had previously fought so desperately. However, she never anticipated that this cultivator with the surname Li possessed such terrifying prowess, capable of subduing all present with his mere presence. Yun Tianxiao, whom she had once feared greatly, was now gravely injured, while Madame Fan wore an expression of sheer panic, falling silent altogether. This entire situation left her feeling both alarmed and elated, as though she were caught in a dream. Observing the others adopt a cautious silence, Han Li let out a cold laugh and gestured with his hand. The copper piece belonging to the dark-skinned man suddenly floated up and, with a whoosh, shot into Han Li's palm. Without hesitation, Han Li lowered his gaze to examine it closely. The dark-skinned monk's expression subtly shifted, yet his lips moved without uttering any words of dissatisfaction. Given that the opponent had severely injured Yun Tianxiao, who was of similar cultivation, he naturally recognized he was no match. However, his countenance was hardly pleasant. "This item, I shall take. How many spirit stones are required?" Han Li placed the copper piece down and spoke indifferently to its owner. 7,000. No, 5,000 spirit stones will suffice. The dark-skinned monk replied, somewhat taken aback. Han Li then produced a 5th-grade demon core, which accurately landed before the man. "Let us exchange this demon core. Furthermore, do not speak of me forcibly taking your esteemed sect's female cultivator. The materials on this table shall serve as compensation for her freedom." Han Li turned to Madame Fan and said, after gently tapping the shoulder of the woman in his embrace, prompting her to release him, he rose and strolled outward unhurriedly. Moments later, when Siyue came to her senses and hurriedly stood, flustered as she followed him out. "Elderly, please wait." Madame Fan's expression shifted, and she unexpectedly called out. This caused Han Li to pause, turning his head with a flicker of interest. The fact that she dared to stop him piqued his curiosity. When Siyue, feeling slightly anxious, unconsciously leaned closer to Han Li. "What is it?" Han Li squinted his eyes, calmly inquiring. "Do you not wish to return to the Inner Star Sea? Our Miaoyin sect has a means to facilitate your swift return," Madame Fan said with a charming smile, her tone noticeably more respectful. Faced with what was likely a nascent soul cultivator, she did not dare to show any sign of disrespect. "What do you mean by that?" Han Li furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent with such vague statements. Sensing Han Li's impatience, Madame Fan hastily clarified, "Our Miaoyin sect is preparing a teleportation array to the Inner Star Sea, but we are lacking some crucial materials to complete it. Therefore, during this exchange, I hope to seek assistance from all of you. If you help us finish this teleportation array, our Miaoyin sect can offer you a complimentary return to the Inner Star Sea." Her words stirred a commotion among the other core formation cultivators, most of whom displayed expressions of pleasant surprise. The Outer Sea had become a realm dominated by ferocious beasts. Even they felt unable to remain there much longer and had long harbored intentions to return. However, without a teleportation array, it would take them at least 5 or 6 years to fly back to the Inner Sea, not to mention the various dangers they might encounter along the way. Thus, they had remained in this location until now. Having a teleportation array alone is insufficient. "Do not tell me your Miaoyin sect has mastered the crafting of teleportation talismans as well?" The white-haired elder's expression shifted, and she asked coldly. "Elder Qing need not worry on this front. Although our Miaoyin sect cannot craft teleportation talismans prior to the beast tide, we discreetly acquired a number of them through other channels. The quantity is more than sufficient to send all present back to the Inner Star Sea. However, the most critical material for this formation, the illusory dream stone, is exceedingly rare. Through our explorations over the years, we have indeed located a source for this stone. However, It just so happens to be near the habitat of a group of high-level demon beasts. Most of these beasts are around levels 5 to 6, and their numbers are considerable. It is certainly not a task that a handful of cultivators can accomplish. Moreover, should there be any missteps leading to the escape of a few, it could alert even higher-tier demon beasts, which would spell disaster. Thus, our sect seeks to enlist your assistance, Madame Fan said with a serious expression. Upon hearing her words, the others displayed contemplative expressions. Eradicating high-level demon beasts is not a matter to be taken lightly, and they naturally needed to weigh the situation carefully. Why do you seek the help of us Golden Core cultivators? Why not request the aid of a nascent soul elder for a better chance of success? A dark-skinned cultivator inquired slowly after a moment of reflection. Do you believe that I have not sought them out? Madame Fan replied with a bitter smile. However, since the beast tied, most of those esteemed elders have gone missing. I have only been able to contact one, Elder Miaohua. It is with her joining that I can contend with the 7th-level demon beasts. Furthermore, Shuriwe is the furnace cauldron that this elder desires. She cast a helpless glance towards Han Li. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. Han Li stroked his chin, a flicker of contemplation crossing his face. However, he promptly stated, I, Li, have no interest in participating in this matter. You may all attend to your own affairs. With that, he disregarded them and exited through the door. When Shuriwe, not daring to lag behind, followed closely after him. No one dared to impede Han Li, leaving a group of cultivators in the hall staring at one another in astonishment. Madame Fan could not hide her disappointment. The previously silent Yuan Tianxiao spoke again. Since Taoist Li is unwilling to assist, we will not insist. Below, I will first introduce some information regarding the demon beasts near the illusion dreamstone, and then each of you may assess the situation accordingly. There, it appeared as though Han Li's prior defeat had never occurred, as Yuan Tianxiao spoke with calm eloquence. Elder, do you truly not wish to return to the Inner Star Sea? When Shuriwe murmured behind Han Li, why do you wish to go back? Han Li responded indifferently without turning his head. Not exactly, she said, her voice lowering, leaving her final words unspoken. At that moment, Han Li had already led her out of the stone wall, heading straight for the exit without further ado. Having achieved the purpose of their visit, he naturally had no interest in lingering. Han Li, accompanied by Wen Shuriwe, exited the secret market through the massive stone entrance, under the astonished gaze of the elder guarding the door. Then, enveloping her in his escape light, he soared into the sky. Along their journey, Wen Shuriwe fell silent, refraining from inquiring about their destination, seemingly entrusting everything to Han Li. He, too, offered no explanations, maintaining a resolute silence as they flew onward. As a result, 2 days later, Han Li finally discovered a barren island with a faint aura of spiritual energy and descended. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas Chapter 538. The words of a concubine. The island boasted several towering mountains, lush and green, adorned with numerous trees. After circling around these peaks, Han Li and Wen Shuriwe settled at the foot of one of the mountains. Amidst the astonished gaze of the young woman, Han Li unleashed his flying sword. After several hours of diligent effort, he fashioned a modest cave dwelling beneath the mountain. Although this abode was merely a fraction of the original Misty Sea cave in size, and its construction was markedly simpler, it nonetheless contained all the essential amenities: a bedroom, a secret chamber, a room for crafting artifacts, and even a medicinal garden. Satisfied with his handiwork, Han Li set up several formations at the entrance before leading Wen Shuriwe inside. You shall reside here from now on. I will impart to you the incantations for the formation at the entrance. This place is relatively secluded, allowing you ample opportunity for cultivation. You may even have a chance to reach the core formation stage, he remarked as they entered the bedroom. He took a seat upon a hastily carved stone chair and scrutinized her thoughtfully before speaking slowly. Thank you, Senior Li, Wen Shuriwe responded. Her cheeks flushed under Han Li's gaze, betraying a hint of awkwardness. Senior Li? Han Li chuckled softly. My apologies, I should refer to you as Wen Shuriwe, she said, hastily lowering her head, her expression tinged with hesitation. She was uncertain how to address him now that she had become his concubine. Just call me Mr. Li, he replied, rubbing his nose nonchalantly. He maintained his illusionary middle-aged appearance as he conversed with her. Yes, Mr. Li. Wen Shuriwe complied obediently after a brief pause, her voice softening. Han Li nodded with satisfaction, contemplating his next words before gently inquiring, when did you arrive in the Outer Sea? And how did Madame Fan become the leader of the Miaoing sect? As far as I know, the The sect has traditionally been led by the Purple Spirit Fairy. Oh, Mr. Li is quite well informed about the history of our sect. When Siyue observed, surprised by his inquiry regarding the Miaoyin sect rather than the matter of the beast lair. However, after a moment's reflection, she parted her lips to explain. Before the Miaoyin sect relocated to the Outer Sea, all affairs were indeed overseen by the young master. However, during her expedition to the Void Heaven Palace to procure treasures, a great upheaval occurred within the sect. By the time I returned, the esteemed envoy Zhua had vanished without a trace, and the power had fallen into the hands of Envoy Fan and a group of outsiders. I later discovered they were practitioners of the demonic path, and the Miaoyin sect had become a vassal of the demonic forces. Envoy Fan proclaimed himself the sect leader and quickly gathered a significant number of disciples, ushering us through the teleportation array of Tianqing City to this place. I was swept along at that time. Since then, our sect has established a secret market here, which has persisted to this day. Those disciples who harbored ulterior motives have either gone missing or been sent away over the years, most of whom have vanished without a trace. Were it not for your timely rescue today, I too might have become someone else's furnace. When Cus spoke with a hint of melancholy. What is this Envoy Fan's purpose in coming to the Outer Sea? Surely, it cannot be solely for the establishment of a secret market? Hanli inquired, his expression shifting subtly, yet maintaining his composure. That, I'm not entirely certain of. However, Envoy Fan and that demonic practitioner surnamed Yuan have been utilizing the secret market to gather various pieces of information. As if they are searching for something, she replied. When Cus spoke with a hint of uncertainty, her expression briefly clouded by doubt. Upon hearing this, Hanli paused his inquiries, delving into contemplation. According to her, it seemed that after she was rescued by him that day, the rebellion within the Miaoyin sect transpired. At that time, both the celestial spirit and he were trapped within the Void Heaven Palace. Once Madame Fan successfully seized power, she immediately transported a substantial number of disciples to Chiyuan Island. Subsequently, the Reverse Star Alliance launched their offensive against Tianqing City. It appeared that regardless of which demonic faction conspired against the Miaoyin sect, their influence within the Reverse Star Alliance was evidently significant. Otherwise, the timing would not have aligned so perfectly. By the time the celestial spirit emerged from the Void Heaven Palace, the sect would have been left deserted. As for the demonic forces seeking to exploit the female cultivators of the Miaoyin sect in this sea region, there must be deeper intricacies at play. Hanli, disinterested in entangling himself further, was reluctant to inquire further about the matter. Moreover, the formidable adversary, the Miaohua Zhenren, seemed to have connections with the current Miaoyin sect, and Han Li was even less inclined to walk into a trap. Thus, he had firmly rejected Madame Fan's proposal when at the secret market. As for returning to the Inner Star Sea, he had not even contemplated such a notion until he broke through his cultivation bottleneck. Although this place was rife with demonic beasts, it was not necessarily safer than the Inner Star Sea for someone like him, who possessed treasures. Within a short span, Hanli reflected upon Wen Siyue's words repeatedly and found no discrepancies. It appeared she had not deceived him. This caution was warranted, as the Void Heaven Cauldron he carried was indeed a coveted prize, and countless nascent soul cultivators were likely seeking him out. Throughout history, innumerable individuals had fallen into traps due to their desires for women. Hanli was unwilling to be careless and become one of them. Overall, the likelihood of this woman being a trap was minimal. After all, no one could predict when or where he would reveal himself, and he had considerable confidence in his transformation technique. Even a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages would find it challenging to discern this secret art upon encountering him. At that moment, when Siyue noticed Han Li's fluctuating demeanor and could not help but display a hint of anxiety. Once Han Li regained his composure, he observed the unusual expression on the beautiful woman before him and smiled gently, saying, "I have now fulfilled my promise by bringing you out of the secret market and settling you here. You may now disclose the location of the demonic beast's lair to me. Once I learn the location, I shall depart this place, and we shall owe each other nothing. Are you not considering taking me as a concubine, sir?" When Siyue was momentarily taken aback, her face reflecting surprise. "I am used to being alone and do not require anyone by my side," Hanli replied calmly. When Siyue fell silent for a moment, her delicate features revealing a complex expression before she gently shook her head. "Thank you for your kind intentions. Since I initially expressed my willingness to be your concubine, I have never contemplated retracting that promise. Please rest assured, Siyue will honor her commitment and harbor no grievances." A flicker of unusual emotion passed through Wen Siyue's bright eyes before she spoke with remarkable tranquility. Li did not intend to test Wen's feelings. His previous words were sincere. However, if Wen insisted on becoming his concubine, Li would not refuse. At that moment, he cautioned, "Do not regret your decision later." Han understood the woman's hesitation and could not help but smile wryly. He did not believe that Wen Siming genuinely wished to be a concubine. Proposing such a condition in the secret market was likely a desperate measure. Although a concubine was considerably better than a furnace, no female cultivator at the foundation establishment stage would willingly accept such a role. Even if one did, it would likely be out of coercion. Though Han was somewhat captivated by Wen Siming's stunning beauty, he recognized that this was a pivotal moment for his own cultivation, and he could not afford to have a foundation establishment female cultivator by his side for an extended period. It would be wiser to simply offer a favor and leave the matter be. Upon hearing Han's explanation, Wen was finally swayed, her expression betraying her hesitation. "Could it be that you truly wish to take me as your concubine?" Han's eyes twinkled with amusement as he gently replied, "Not at all. I sincerely thank you. Esteemed sir, I, Wen Siming, will not forget your great kindness in the future." In a flurry of urgency, she denied his implication. After a moment of surprise, she bit her lip and deeply bowed to Han, her face reflecting her anxiety. "Since that is the case, let us put the matter of the concubine aside. You need not dwell on it," Han said, revealing no intention to complicate matters further. "Thank you for your understanding." Wen was overjoyed, her expression brightening, radiating beauty that could captivate any heart. Witnessing such splendor, Han felt a ripple of emotion but quickly buried it beneath his rationality. "Now, let us discuss the matter of the split-winged beast," Han said, regaining his composure and inquiring calmly. "Mr. Li, the lair of the split-winged beast appears to be rather perilous now. It is situated close to the edge of the abyss. I advise you to think carefully before deciding to venture into its lair," Wen said, her smile fading as concern crept into her voice. The edge of the abyss. Han frowned. It certainly sounded treacherous. The abyss was indeed fraught with danger. After inquiring about the location of the split-winged beast's lair, Han casually left a bottle of medicinal pills for one to refine. She, filled with gratitude, eagerly retreated to meditate and absorb the medicinal energy. Meanwhile, Han entered another chamber, preparing to examine the newly acquired copper plate. Seated in the dimly lit room, he scrutinized the object in his hand. The copper plate bore inscriptions on one side, while the other showcased an exceedingly peculiar illustration of a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms. The creature glared with fierce eyes, its 6 arms raised towards the heavens, the meaning of which remained elusive. After studying it with furrowed brows for a while, Han retrieved the scroll of beast skin, comparing the inscriptions on both items. He soon realized that the texts on the copper plate and the scroll shared a similar structure, yet there were subtle differences in detail. It seemed as though they originated from the same source, yet evolved into different scripts. Unable to discern any apparent significance, Han Li no longer hesitated and infused the copper plate with his magical energy. As the energy flowed into the plate, it emitted a soft, melodious chime and began to tremble autonomously. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth, and half of the copper plate projected a hazy golden beam onto the opposite stone wall. An animated ancient scroll materialized before him. Initially thrilled, Han Li's expression soon turned to one of astonishment. A humanoid beast, covered in scales and adorned with a single horn, appeared within the artwork. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the 3-headed, 6-armed monster etched onto the reverse side of the copper plate, albeit at this moment it possessed only a single head. While Han Li pondered this perplexity, the light flickered, and the beast in the painting sat cross-legged on the ground, forming a peculiar hand seal. Its entire body twisted slightly, adopting a strange posture. Han Li's face reflected his bewilderment. After a brief interval, the beast changed its hand seal, twisting its body once more into an even more unusual seated position. Thus, at regular intervals, the humanoid beast shifted into an inexplicable pose and hand seal, as if practicing some form of cultivation technique. After an entire half-hour, the brilliance of the copper plate dimmed, and the image vanished. Han Li, curious, counted the positions the beast had assumed, 36 in total. Rubbing his nose, he glanced at the item in his hand, his expression a blend of peculiarity. Though he was unaware of the exact contents of the inscriptions on the copper plate, it was evident from the artwork that this object was far from being a tool for human cultivators. Rather, it recorded the cultivation techniques of demonic beasts. He had previously been oblivious to the fact that advanced demonic creatures possessed their own methods of cultivation. Were not demonic beasts inherently capable of absorbing spiritual energy and cultivating independently? Given the transformation into humanoid form, this technique undoubtedly held great significance. However, as Han Li regarded the copper plate, a wry smile crossed his face. Even if he could decipher the text, would he dare to practice the techniques of demonic cultivators? Furthermore, he currently lacked for nothing in terms of high-level techniques. The complete set of the profound Yin scripture lay peacefully within his storage pouch. Reflecting on this, it was no wonder that the dark-skinned cultivator had made such a fuss over trading this item. It was utterly useless. Han Li felt as though he had fallen victim to a minor deception, his heart heavy with disappointment. The inscriptions on the copper plate, being a unique inheritance of demonic cultivators, would yield no clues even if he scoured numerous human texts. Thus, the contents of that beast-skin book need not trouble him any further, as they likely pertain to the same demonic cultivation techniques. With a long sigh, Han Li resignedly stowed both items into his storage pouch and exited the stone chamber. Naturally, he felt a twinge of disappointment at the unfulfilled expectations. However, he quickly composed himself, preparing to depart for the abyssal sea. The matter concerning the accompanying demonic grass was of utmost importance to him, directly influencing his potential advancement on the path of cultivation. After consuming the five-colored pearl, he felt that his cultivation aptitude had been steadily improving over the years. Although he could not yet compare himself to those with extraordinary talents, such as the heavenly spirit root or the unique spirit root, in terms of absorbing spiritual energy and converting spiritual power, he was now on par with practitioners possessing 3 spirit roots. The reputed Bupician pill truly lived up to its name, instilling in Han Li a renewed hope for the formation of his nascent soul. Upon his emergence, when Miss Yuan was still in her closed-door meditation, refining the medicinal properties of the pills, it was likely that she would not emerge for at least 2 to 3 months. So Han Li chose not to disturb her. After careful consideration, he left several magical artifacts and the incantations to control the cave's formation in her bedroom before departing alone. In the air above the island, Han Li surveyed his surroundings and, after determining his direction, transformed into a streak of azure light heading towards the abyss. Along the way, he encountered several demon beasts, which he dispatched without hesitation. Occasionally, he came across human cultivators but chose to ignore them, swiftly flying past from a distance. A month later, Han Li finally approached the vicinity of the Yuan Sea. At this juncture, he began to conceal his aura and obscure his presence. This location was known to be the lair of high-level demon beasts, and Han Li was naturally cautious, unwilling to entertain any sense of complacency. Indeed, as he traversed the path below, he frequently encountered various demon beasts. However, his exceptional concealment technique allowed him to approach this maritime area without incident. Days later, Han Li halted his advance, gazing solemnly at a small island faintly visible in the distance. The lair of the 8th-level demon beast mentioned by Miss Yuan was situated on that very island. Han Li dared not brazenly invade. Should the adult tornado beast reside in its lair, it would surely spell disaster for him. Similarly, he was reluctant to release his consciousness to sweep the island, fearing detection. Thus, Han Li sought out a rocky outcrop just above the water's surface at a distance from the island, laying down a small, illusionary formation nearby. He sat quietly in meditation while patiently observing the direction of the island. Uncertain of the movements of the 8th-level demon beast, he refrained from acting impulsively. Unfortunately, the rainbow grass held no allure for demon beasts above the 8th level. Had it been effective in luring the adult tornado beast, he would not have had to endure such hardship. For now, he could only wait in frustration. As the days turned into months, Han Li remained perched on the rocky outcrop, his gaze fixed on the island, enduring the passage of time. No demon beasts appeared to roam the island. Even with his vast patience, Han Li found himself growing restless. Could it be that the adult demon beast was absent from the island? Or had the tornado beast abandoned its lair? The island seemed utterly deserted, leading Han Li to become increasingly suspicious. Another month passed with no results, and in a state of resignation, Han Li finally resolved to investigate the island directly. He could not simply linger on this rocky outcrop for years. On the second day, at dawn, as the first light began to break, Han Li meticulously concealed all his spiritual energy, silently propelling himself with his escape light to land upon the small island. Having observed this island in secret for months, He was now thoroughly familiar with its every detail. After soaring to the mountainside of a rocky hill, Han Li beheld a dark cave entrance, concealed by several massive stones, as previously described by Yuan Yao. The cave was several zhang in size. Han Li's gaze narrowed slightly. After casting several auxiliary spells upon himself, he vanished from sight. Cautiously, the invisible Han Li ventured inside, gradually extending his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings. The cave was exceedingly deep, descending straight downwards, and the further he advanced, the more pronounced the dampness became. After a brief interval, Han Li arrived at a corner and halted, a flicker of tension crossing his face. He slowly closed his eyes and swept his spiritual sense ahead. A moment later, an expression of peculiarity emerged on his face. Han Li bit his lip, hesitated for a moment, and then, with a determined resolve, rounded the corner. Suddenly, a brilliant light filled his vision, revealing a vast natural cavern, spanning over 100 zhang and soaring more than 10 zhang high. The stone walls and ceiling shimmered with a faint green luminescence, while a steaming azure pond occupied the center, surrounded by peculiar flora. Han Li's gaze immediately fell upon several small, pitch-black grasses amongst the vegetation, his eyes glistening with excitement. This was the companion demon grass he had been searching for. Only the companion demon grass found near 8th level demon beasts was black, those below the 8th level were gray. As Han Li's attention shifted to the pond, a fleeting joy washed over his face, quickly replaced by a serious demeanor. If the Leerfugshou was within the cave, it was highly likely to be beneath this pond. Although he had already scanned the pond with his spiritual sense, its depths appeared unfathomable. He had only swept a small portion before retracting his sense in shock. Licking his lips, Han Li hesitated no longer. In a flash, he materialized at the pond's edge, then gently tapped his storage pouch, producing a jade box in one hand, while swiftly reaching toward the ground with the other. Apologies for the delay. I had some pressing matters at home, which caused a slight postponement for this chapter. However, I will endeavor to produce another chapter this evening, so you may look forward to the next installment in the morning. Hehe. I hope everyone will cast some recommendation votes to support me. In the 5th chapter of the 4th volume, Winds Rise from Overseas, a few strands of the companion demon grass he had long coveted flew into the jade box, roots and soil included. With a decisive snap, Han Li closed the jade box, a hint of delight illuminating his features. The acquisition of the companion demon grass had turned out to be unexpectedly simple. Yet, lingering here was unwise. As Han Li prepared to retreat, a faint voice echoed from behind him. You've lingered in this vicinity for quite some time, merely for these few blades of grass. Human cultivators are indeed rather peculiar. The voice belonged to a stranger, a man clad in azure robes, who regarded Han Li with an expression of curiosity. Upon clearly discerning the stranger's appearance, Han Li felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. The Yaoxiu adorned a silver crown upon its head and donned hemp shoes on its feet, resembling a human male in every aspect, save for its small, bright green eyes and a pointed, horn-like nose. Han Li's eyelids twitched violently. Such a creature, nearly fully transformed into human form, could hardly be a mere 8th level monster. Could it be a legendary 9th or 10th level beast? Han Li's body stiffened, and despite gripping the 5 elements ring and a spirit beast pouch, he found himself reluctant to act rashly. The figure before him had already sensed his presence. Han Li's voice emerged dry and unappealing. Yet the Yaoxiu across from him responded with a slight shift in expression, followed by a light laugh. Indeed, I noticed you on the very day of your arrival. Initially, I believed you to be merely a wandering human cultivator and paid you little mind. However, as days passed, you lingered on the nearby reefs, piquing my interest. The Qingpo Yaoxiu narrowed its eyes, revealing a set of snow-white teeth. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Han Li felt the sharpness of those teeth, glinting ominously. Feng, you say? So, you truly are the adult Leerfugshou, Han Li thought, a sense of dread settling within him. If that is the case, why did you not act sooner? He managed to ask with a strained smile. I had hoped to meet you sooner, my friend. However, I had just undergone the 2nd stage of transformation and was in the process of stabilizing my form, making it ill-advised to venture out. Now that I have just completed this stabilization, I intended to emerge, only to find you had unwittingly entered my lair. This certainly took me by surprise, the Leerfugshou said, a peculiar smile gracing its face. The 2nd stage of transformation? Does that mean you have just entered the 9th level? Han Li's complexion paled, and his hand gripping the 5 elements ring began to perspire. 9th level? This is merely the classification you humans assign to us Yaozhou. Indeed, our second stage of transformation corresponds to what you refer to as the 9th level Yaoshou, the Yaoshou, whose true form was that of an adult Lirfengshou, casually replied. Upon hearing the creature's candid admission, Han Li fell silent. After a brief moment, a bitter smile tugged at his lips. If it were merely an 8th level beast, he would still have a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, confronted with a 9th level Yaoshou, the notion of escape seemed utterly futile. It appeared that his demise was all but inevitable. With this realization, Han Li ceased his chatter. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and unleashed a dozen azure beams of light, encircling himself. He then raised one hand, prepared to summon his spirit beast pouch. However, in that fleeting moment, the Yaoshou made a move. Han Li's vision blurred, and he felt a sudden lightness in his hand as the spirit beast pouch was snatched away. Though a protective barrier of flying swords attempted to shield him, the opponent's speed was astonishing. Before the swords could strike, the Yaoshou had already retreated to its original position. Han Li's expression turned ashen as he realized he had forgotten that the Lirfengshou was renowned for its swiftness. The speed of a 9th level Lirfengshou at such close range was akin to teleportation. How could he possibly harm it? In an instant, a tumult of chaotic thoughts surged within his mind. On Han Li's face, a peculiar hue of crimson rose amidst his pallor. With a single hand, he pressed upon his storage bag, and a radiant golden sphere materialized in his grasp. Swiftly, he raised his hand and consumed the orb, allowing it to vanish into his abdomen, all the while casting a frigid glare at the azure-robed demon cultivator across from him, remaining silent. He had resolved that, should he face death, he would detonate the Qianlong pearl within his belly using the evil-repelling divine thunder. This way, even if he could not perish alongside his adversary, he would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon them. The Lirfengshou, observing Han Li's peculiar actions, displayed a hint of astonishment upon its countenance. Yet, it soon chuckled dismissively. Why the haste, my friend? I have never claimed to harbor ill intentions towards you. It casually tossed its spirit beast pouch, a sly grin adorning its features. What do you mean? Are not your kind exterminating human cultivators? Han Li furrowed his brow, his tone icy. He had no desire to be toyed with in his final moments. The conflict with humans is merely a matter concerning the nearby aquatic tribes. I, Foam, am not subject to their dominion. I merely enjoy the phosphorescent pond here and have chosen to reside temporarily, the Lirfengshou replied, its head bobbing in a dismissive manner. Han Li paused, suddenly recollecting that the Lirfengshou existed between the realms of aquatic beasts and avian demons, and thus could not be fully classified as a sea creature. Moreover, judging by its words, it appeared not to be a native demon cultivator. Did it truly lack any intent to kill him? Han Li's expression fluctuated between hope and caution. After a brief moment, he retracted his flying sword back into his being, his demeanor relaxing slightly. Since his sword could not contend with his foe, it was wiser to adopt a more straightforward approach. If the Lirfengshou were to deceive him, he could always resort to the self-detonation of the Qianlong pearl. Upon witnessing Han Li return his magical artifact, the Lirfengshou exhibited a look of satisfaction. I prefer to converse with intelligent humans. I shall return this to you, it stated, throwing back the spirit beast pouch without discerning its contents. Han Li caught it with his hand, feeling a measure of reassurance. Would you care to visit my true cave dwelling? This is the first time I have extended an invitation to a human cultivator, the demon cultivator proposed. Its gaze fixed intently on Han Li, uttering words that took him by surprise. Despite the Lirfengshou's seemingly cordial demeanor, Han Li dared not refuse. Forcing a wry smile and nodding in acquiescence, the Lirfengshou's expression brightened upon receiving Han Li's consent. Without further ado, it conjured a green luminous sphere, which rapidly expanded, enveloping Han Li within its embrace. A flicker of unease crossed Han Li's features, yet he offered no resistance. In an instant, the green light shimmered, transporting him beside the Lirfengshou. With a splash, the luminous sphere plunged them directly into the pond, descending rapidly. The sphere emitted a gentle azure glow, allowing Han Li to glimpse the aquatic realm surrounding them. Strangely, apart from a peculiar palm-sized white fish, he observed no other aquatic life. No shrimp or seaweed graced his vision. Noticing Han Li's evident curiosity regarding the pond's depths, the Lirfengshou smiled faintly but chose to remain silent. After approximately the duration of a meal, the luminous shield ceased its descent, quivering gently before unexpectedly veering to one side. In the blink of an eye, A grand black stone door emerged before them, radiating with a flickering white light. It appeared to possess some form of enchantment. At last, we have arrived at my humble abode. I trust my fellow cultivator will not mock me, said the there Feng Sok, gesturing politely towards the stone door. Han Li offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. As the luminous shield collided with the stone door, it opened of its own accord. Instantly, the shield traversed a silvery veil, transporting the two into a drier passageway. This corridor was a kaleidoscope of colors, adorned with various dragon eye pearls embedded in the stone walls, shimmering like daylight. Please, my esteemed friend. The Lair Feng So observed Han Li's astonishment and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. These orbs are no ordinary pearls. They were procured from the depths of the ocean, harvested from mystical mollusks that have lived for over a millennium. Each possesses unique properties that can repel water and fire. Despite his reluctance to enter the passageway, Han Li felt compelled to proceed, given the watchful gaze of the ninth-tier beast beside him. The Qingpao Lair Feng So followed closely, unhurriedly. The passage was not overly long, and soon Han Li found himself in a splendid hall adorned with vibrant corals. At the center of the hall stood a pristine jade table, accompanied by several chairs carved from exquisite jade. In each corner rested an antique incense burner, from which slender black candles emitted a faint, fragrant aroma. Please take a seat, the Lair Feng So proclaimed, nonchalantly settling into one of the chairs before gesturing for Han Li to join him. Han Li complied, sitting opposite the beast. Forgive my rudeness. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. I am Feng Shi, the Lair Feng So said, narrowing his eyes slightly with a gentle smile. I am Li. Han Li replied after a brief hesitation. Ah, so it is friendly. You must be somewhat puzzled. In truth, if other human cultivators were to stand before me, despite not belonging to the oceanic race, I would likely dispatch them with a mere swipe of my claw. The relationship between our kind and yours has never been particularly amicable, Fei Shi remarked, stroking the silver crown atop his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Then, what makes me so special in your eyes, esteemed senior? Han Li asked, a chill running through him as he forced a smile. You are merely at the mid-stage of the core formation, yet you boldly venture into this place, relying on the mastery of your concealment technique, I presume, Fei Shi said, a glimmer of green light flashing in his eyes. Concealment technique? Han Li paused, suddenly recalling the nameless incantation from the beast's skin tome. Indeed, your chi refining technique seems familiar to me. I once encountered it through an old acquaintance. Curiously, this technique should be a closely guarded secret of my departed friend. How is it that a human cultivator such as yourself can wield it? Feng Shi inquired, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Han Li, wary of revealing the existence of the beast's skin tome, found himself at a loss for words, falling into silence. Observing Han Li's reaction, Feng Shi leaned back slightly, chuckling lightly. Dear friend, there is no need for concern. My old acquaintance has been deceased for many years, and I do not require any explanation from you. I am merely curious about how humans might wield our mystical arts. The primary reason I have refrained from taking action against you lies in the fact that you cultivate an exceptionally pure wood-attribute technique. Otherwise, you would not be able to sit here alive, remarked Feng Shi nonchalantly. The revelation that the opponent's restraint stemmed from the nature of his cultivation was quite surprising to Han Li, who wore an expression of astonishment. Observing Han Li's astonishment, Feng Shi chose not to comment further. Instead, he flipped his hands, and with a flash of white light, an ancient golden jug appeared in one hand, while a delicate white jade cup materialized in the other. He then lifted the jug and poured an intensely green liquid into the jade cup, a rich and fragrant aroma of wine instantly enveloping the entire hall. The humanoid beast inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing his face, yet he gently flicked a finger, causing the jade cup to glide smoothly towards Han Li. Come, my esteemed friend, sample this self-crafted by Yin wine. It is a true spirit wine that requires over 100 years to brew a single vat. It may even offer a slight enhancement to your cultivation. Perhaps, dear friend, you could seize the opportunity to break through your current bottleneck. Feng Shi said, gazing at Han Li with a meaningful expression. Upon hearing these words, Han Li was taken aback, glancing down at the liquid in the cup, his heart racing with alarm. The fact that the other party could discern his cultivation had stagnated at a bottleneck spoke volumes of their formidable abilities. However, Han Li found it hard to believe that this wine could aid him in transcending his limitations. He had consumed countless elixirs aimed at advancing his cultivation. If such potions could facilitate a breakthrough, he would have already mastered the 9th layer of the Qing Yuan sword technique and would not still be in this predicament. Moreover, without understanding the other party's true intentions, how could he dare to drink this wine? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a hint of hesitation appeared on Han Li's face. The Liwen beast's eyes glinted coldly, as if perceiving Han Li's thoughts, and its expression suddenly darkened. What? Are you afraid that I might have tampered with the wine? Do not forget, if I truly wished to take your life, it would be but a mere flick of my fingers. Feng, she said coldly. You speak truly, senior. However, I would still prefer to understand the genuine reason behind your decision not to kill me. Otherwise, I would rather exercise caution, Han Li replied, his face paling slightly. Yet he stubbornly gazed at the cup before him. The intent behind the other's desire for him to drink the wine became increasingly apparent, and Han Li's suspicions grew. Feng Shi seemed somewhat taken aback, his expression turning icy as a sinister aura emanated from him. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively enveloped the Qianlong ice pearl within his core with his true essence, watching Feng Shi warily in silence. After a moment, Feng Shi furrowed his brow and his demeanor softened once more. It seems that my good intentions have been misconstrued, esteemed friend. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice. This Bai Yin wine is not only laborious to craft, taking a century to produce, but it also requires a transformation-grade demon core as its primary ingredient. Furthermore, only our Liwen beast clan possesses the means to brew this wine. The remaining demon cultivators, even with the formula, are unable to concoct the liquor due to their innate talents. For me, this drink merely satisfies a fleeting appetite. However, for a fellow cultivator like you, who has reached the core formation stage, consuming it for the first time may significantly stimulate the true essence within, potentially allowing you to break through your cultivation bottleneck. Of course, my decision to offer such a precious item to you, esteemed Taoist Li, is primarily motivated by my own interests. I require your wood attribute cultivation technique to accomplish an important task. However, your current mid-core formation level is rather insufficient. In fact, even an ordinary cultivator at the late core formation stage would still fall short for my purposes. Yet, your technique is remarkable, and your magical power surpasses that of others at the same level. Thus, it may still be of assistance. Naturally, you must be aware of the consequences should you refuse to partake in this liquor. Feng Shi discerned that without a clear explanation, the other party would not comply, so he directly articulated the aforementioned statements. Upon hearing these words, Han Li's expression shifted several times, and after a while, he hesitantly inquired, "What if I drink this liquor and still cannot break through the bottleneck?" Haha. In that case, esteemed Taoist Li, you would indeed be of no use. Moreover, the refinement of my Bai Yin liquor is no trivial task. Let us consider your life as collateral. Feng Shi replied with a cold chuckle. Although Han Li had already anticipated the outcome, he could not help but twitch at this declaration. Very well, I shall drink it. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li's fluctuating expression settled, and he took a deep breath before speaking. Feng Shi's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. Han Li then slapped the table with one hand, and with a flash of azure light, the emerald liquid in the cup transformed into a stream, flying into his awaiting mouth. Without even savoring the flavor, the liquid flowed directly into his abdomen. I knew you would make a wise choice. Come with me. I have already prepared a secluded chamber, Feng Shi said, his satisfaction evident. Rising from his seat, he walked toward a side door. Han Li followed without a word, his expression calm as he trailed behind the demon cultivator. Under Feng Shi's guidance, Han Li navigated through a series of twists and turns until they arrived before a fiery red stone wall. Upon closer inspection, Han Li was astonished to discover that this shimmering wall was composed of an immense coral reef. Just as he was pondering this, Feng Shi pressed his hand against the coral wall, and with a flash of white light, an opening about 10 feet wide appeared. Refine the liquor in this secret chamber. Based on my estimations, within half a year, you should achieve great success. At that time, I will naturally lift the restrictions and allow you to emerge. Feng Shi indicated towards the opening, speaking nonchalantly. Han Li glanced at the entrance before walking in with an impassive expression. At this point, discussing anything else was clearly unnecessary. The moment Han Li stepped inside, the entrance vanished in an instant, leaving only the demon cultivator Feng Shi outside. Feng Shi remained in place, not hurrying away, but instead gazing at the fiery coral wall, his face betraying a hint of eerie excitement. Moments later, with a flash of white light, he vanished without a trace. Inside the coral wall, Han Li examined the so-called secret chamber. The space here is quite expansive, measuring approximately 30 to 40 zhang in both length and width, with a height of about 7 to 8 zhang. However, apart from a glimmering jade couch in the center, there are no other objects to be found. Han Li felt a tinge of curiosity as he observed the walls surrounding him, which were riddled with numerous small circular indentations that resembled freckles, lending an odd appearance to the space. After studying the walls with a frown for a while, he approached the jade couch and seated himself cross-legged, gently closing his eyes while extending his spiritual sense outward from his core. Moments later, when his spiritual sense made contact with the walls, it predictably rebounded. Subsequently, Han Li searched every nook and cranny with his spiritual sense, finding no vulnerabilities to exploit. He opened his eyes, furrowing his brow slightly, and a glimmer of cold light flashed within them. After a moment's contemplation, he descended from the jade couch and walked directly to one of the walls. Narrowing his eyes, he examined the coral wall for a while before raising one hand and extending a finger. Instantly, a blinding azure sword light erupted from his fingertip, measuring several inches in size and flickering erratically. It appeared that this would be the extent of his progress for the night. Everyone should retire early. Staying up late is truly unbearable. I hope everyone enjoys good health and rests well. In the 4th volume, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 542. Late-stage completion, Han Li flicked his finger slightly, and the azure sword light silently pierced half an inch into the wall. Witnessing this, Han Li's expression had not yet revealed joy when a flash of red light appeared, and a layer of light barrier emerged from the wall. The sword light was forcefully expelled. Han Li's countenance darkened. However, after a moment's thought, he remained somewhat undeterred. With a swift motion, he unleashed a small sword measuring about an inch in length from his palm, which circled around his head before coming to a steady halt before his chest. Han Li secretly urged the sword technique, and a pale golden arc of electricity flickered along the sword's body. Then, the small sword began to spin rapidly in the azure light before forcefully thrusting towards the wall. A faint muffled sound resonated as the pivotal exorcism thunder erupted. A wave of red mist shimmered across the wall. A glimmer of hope flashed in Han Li's eyes, only to be replaced by disappointment shortly thereafter. The small sword, under the path cleared by the lightning, only advanced an additional inch before being halted. Deep within the wall, a faint reflection of multicolored brilliance could still be seen. The coral wall had been fortified with exceptionally powerful multi-layered prohibitions by that demon cultivator. It was indeed improbable to breach the wall solely relying on magical artifacts. After retracting the artifact into his body, Han Li furrowed his brow tightly, instinctively placing one hand on the spirit beast pouch at his waist. He was confident that no matter how intricate the prohibitions on the wall were, they could not withstand the ravenous onslaught of the golden-eating insect swarm. However, one crucial point made him hesitate to release these spirit insects lightly. The time required for these insects to consume the prohibitions would likely not be brief. Given that duration, the demon cultivator Feng, she would have ample opportunity to sense the disturbance and come to investigate. With the opponent's extraordinary speed, he would have no chance of escaping. After much contemplation, Han Li cast a fierce glance at the coral wall and, with a grim expression, returned to the jade couch. At this moment, he felt a growing warmth within his abdomen, suggesting that the effects of the green flame wine were beginning to take hold. Uncertain of the peculiar nature of this wine, Han Li dared not to be negligent. He set aside all other thoughts and began to meditate, seated in a cross-legged position, focusing on his qi cultivation. Closing his eyes, he turned his attention inward, furrowing his brow as he summoned a wisp of azure alchemical fire from the four-colored golden elixir. The emerald liquid, compressed into a globule, was instantly enveloped by the alchemical flames. Before long, Han Li became utterly expressionless and motionless. The process of refining the green flame wine was exceedingly protracted. After more than a month, he had barely consumed a quarter of it. It seemed that the humanoid storm beast's assertion that it would take half a year was not an exaggeration. However, such a slow pace stirred impatience within Han Li. He feared that if he could not timely ascend to the later stages within 6 months, the beast named Feng, she would undoubtedly take his life without hesitation. Thus, he resolved to take a daring risk and forcibly expelled all the alchemical fire from the golden elixir. The azure flames, nearly twice as robust as before, swiftly enveloped the remaining green liquid. Han Li, at the expense of his spiritual energy, hastened the refining process. This reckless use of alchemical fire resulted in a significant drain on his mana, and at intervals, he reluctantly consumed a drop of millennium spiritual liquid to sustain the flames. After 2 months of such extravagant use, he finally refined 2/3 of the wine, and the complete transformation seemed almost within reach. Han Li felt a slight sense of relief. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Earlier, in a moment of desperation, Han Li had swallowed the Qian blue ice pearl. Subsequently, due to his profound apprehension of the storm beast, he kept this life-threatening treasure within him without extracting it. However, on this day, just as his mana was depleted and he intended to consume the millennium spiritual liquid to restore his energy, the outer layer of the Qian blue ice pearl began to distort erratically for some unknown reason. This sight sent Han Li's soul soaring in terror as he was utterly drained of mana and could not react in time. Witnessing the surface of the pearl bulging uncontrollably, he hastily activated the remaining green flame wine, encasing the unstable Qian blue ice pearl within it. Han Li's heart raced, his face devoid of color. The implications of wrapping the Qian blue ice pearl in green flame wine were known only to the heavens. The mere thought of the pearl exploding within him left his hands icy and his back drenched in sweat. Fortuitously, whether it was Han Li's hasty action that inadvertently averted disaster, or if the Qian blue pearl was never truly meant to explode, the encapsulated pearl eventually settled into tranquility. Han Li exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a profound sense of deliverance. He promptly consumed a drop of millennium spiritual liquid, and once his mana was slightly replenished, he expelled the pearl from his body, stowing it away with immense trepidation. Keeping such an object within him felt perilously akin to playing with fire. When he finally took stock of his internal condition, he was astonished to discover that amidst the turmoil, he had, unbeknownst to himself, broken through the bottleneck and had quietly entered the later stage of golden elixir formation. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. To be honest, he had yet to fully experience the extraordinary effects of the Bai Yin wine. However, even before he had completely refined the wine, he unexpectedly broke through his bottleneck. This left Han Li in a state of disbelief. Upon testing his cultivation, he found himself capable of simultaneously unleashing 24 azure bamboo, B-cloud swords, which he maneuvered with remarkable skill. This significantly augmented his strength. Yet, amidst his elation, Han Li did not squander the remaining Bai Yin wine. He diligently sat in meditation for over 2 months to thoroughly refine the residual liquid, simultaneously solidifying his current cultivation. Only then did he begin to contemplate what the 9th-level cracking wind beast desired from him, ruminating on an escape plan. As the 6-month deadline drew nearer, Han Li's expression grew increasingly grave, and anxiety flickered in his eyes. Just a few days after the 6-month mark, a hole appeared in the coral wall, and Fengshi's voice drifted in from outside. "Friendly, it's time to emerge. I wonder if your cultivation has advanced." Sitting upon the jade couch, Han Li opened his eyes without a trace of emotion, silently rising to step outside. Fengshi awaited him with narrowed eyes. Upon seeing Han Li emerge, the 9th-level demon cultivator scrutinized him closely, and moments later, burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Congratulations, my friend, on entering the later stage." It seems Feng's Bai Yin wine was not wasted. Joy radiated from Fengshi's countenance, indicating that Han Li's cultivation had indeed reached fruition and was beneficial to him. Witnessing this scene, Han Li felt a subtle stir within. "Come with me, fellow Taoist Li. I shall introduce you to 2 other close friends from the demon clan. This time, we require the 3 of you to collaborate for a glimmer of hope for success," Fengshi said with a broad smile, displaying an unusually amiable demeanor towards Han Li. 2 more seniors? Han Li was suddenly taken aback by this revelation. "Indeed. Both of my friends are at the initial stage of transformation, classified as 8th-level demon cultivators in your human terms. However, both hail from the spirit clan of heaven and earth, and their true abilities will not fall significantly short of mine. Nevertheless, when you meet them, it is advisable to speak as little as possible. They are genuine sea dwellers and may not regard your kind favorably." Fengshi warned with a meaningful glance at Han Li. Han Li felt a chill run through him and replied solemnly. Moments later, Fengshi led Han Li into the grand hall, where Han Li immediately laid eyes upon the 2 esteemed friends. His expression shifted dramatically. One was a creature with a serpent's head and a steel tail, covered in blood-red scales, while the other possessed a tortoise shell and a blue face, towering in stature. As for the latter, It was not worth mentioning, but the serpent-headed one was none other than the venomous serpent that had clashed with human cultivators near the Mist Sea. Although Han Li had never seen the other, he surmised with high certainty that it was the giant tortoise that had recently successfully weathered its tribulation and transformed. Upon noticing Feng Shi's emergence, the two 8th-level demon beasts turned to glance back. The venomous serpent caught sight of the change in Han Li's expression, its green eyes glinting coldly as it scrutinized him from head to toe. "Human, have we met before?" With an icy tone, he inquired, his voice somewhat indistinct yet entirely comprehensible. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt an internal hesitation. It appeared that due to the crimson cloak he had donned that day, the other party had not discerned his visage. Consequently, he must refrain from mentioning the recent conflict with humanity, lest he invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. It seemed he could only navigate this situation with subterfuge. With this thought, Han Li cleared his throat and endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as he spoke. "This is my first encounter with you, esteemed senior. I am merely a novice, having never beheld a true dragon, hence my moment of indiscretion. I hope for your forgiveness." Reluctantly, Han Li lowered his posture to avoid any complications. Volume 4, The Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 543, The Wind and Thunder Wings Humph. Humans are all cunning and deceitful beings. Regardless of where you may have seen me, it would be wise to refrain from employing any tricks in the future. The venomous serpent, who had been toying with a large, shimmering pearl, suddenly exerted pressure with his fingers, reducing the pearl to a mere pile of dust. A fierce glint flashed across the serpent's grotesque face. Han Li felt a chill within, yet maintained a wry smile, choosing to remain silent. "All right, Taoist Li. You are now acquainted with my two esteemed younger brothers. I truly require the combined strength of all three of you. The absence of any one of you would cause me great distress." Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Feng Shi hastily intervened, inviting Han Li to sit at the opposite end of the table, a slight distance from the two others. "My dear Feng, we have known each other for several years now. What could possibly warrant such secrecy? Until now, you have not provided us with any clarity. Moreover, why the need for a human practitioner's assistance? What can a mere core formation cultivator achieve?" The venomous serpent tilted back a large cup of liquor, drinking it down in a carefree manner. "Indeed, you summoned us both here. I too am curious. Is there some danger involved in your affairs, Feng?" The large, armored, green-faced tortoise demon furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of skepticism. Despite his imposing stature, he appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Fellow Taoists need not worry. My invitation was not to confront any adversaries, nor to venture into perilous territories. Rather, I wish for you both to assist me in the crafting of a magical artifact." Feng Shi replied with a smile, gesturing dismissively. "Crafting a magical artifact?" The tortoise demon and the venomous serpent exchanged bewildered glances. Han Li, too, was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. "Indeed, I intend to forge a magical artifact tailored specifically for myself," Feng Shi slowly explained, a flicker of fervor appearing on his countenance. "I must be mistaken. You wish to craft an external object? Have you forgotten that for us demon cultivators, our bodies are the finest artifacts?" The venomous serpent shook his head, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he attempted to dissuade Feng. "Brother Wu speaks most wisely. The power of any artifact pales in comparison to our innate gifts as demon cultivators. Rather than squander time on external objects, we ought to focus on honing our own innate abilities. For instance, Brother Wu's dragon spirit body possesses an innate understanding of all water-based techniques, effortlessly surpassing other races with minimal cultivation. Meanwhile, Brother Feng's spirit bird body boasts exceptional wind attributes, with a pair of wind-fire wings honed to the utmost depths. He can traverse vast distances in an instant, soaring across the seas. As for my own mystic turtle form, while it may not possess the vast powers of my esteemed brothers, should I cultivate this sturdy shell to the realm of spiritual transformation, I too could claim an indestructible physique. There is no need for humans to forge any magical artifacts." The turtle demon nodded vigorously in agreement, echoing the sentiment. Feng Shi, upon hearing the words of the two demons, did not take offense but instead burst into laughter. "What my two younger brothers have articulated is well understood by me after years of cultivation. However, the artifact I intend to forge possesses its own mysteries. It is a different pair of spiritually attuned wings. Not wind-fire wings, but wind-thunder wings. With this second pair of spiritual wings to complement my abilities, I am confident that I can traverse the vast expanses of the world." This ninth-level storm beast expressed, suppressing his excitement, leaving the two demons in astonishment. Wind Thunder Wings. The turtle demon blinked, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, a few years ago, during my travels in the deep sea, I stumbled upon the ruins of an ancient cultivator on a desolate island, where I discovered the remnants of a colossal ancient bird. Though only a silver skeleton remained, the skeletal wings still harbored astonishing electric power. It was the remains of a thunder rock at the pinnacle of transformation. As you may know, the speed of the thunder rock, a spirit bird of heaven and earth, ranks among the top 10 of all high-tier spirit beasts. Its flight is nearly as fast as lightning. We of the Storm Clan are well aware of our inferiority in this regard. Thus, I had a sudden inspiration to bring back these skeletal wings to my dwelling. My intention was to attach these wings to my body, akin to human artifacts, using additional materials from other spirit birds. As he spoke, Feng Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Once reforged, these wings will not solely embody the thunder attribute. They will also incorporate some wind attributes to facilitate better control, he added. Is that truly feasible? The poison dragon's face displayed a mixture of skepticism, seemingly unconvinced. The turtle demon seated beside him mirrored the same doubt. Rest assured, for the sake of these wings, I have devoted many years to research, even going so far as to alter my appearance to procure numerous texts on artifact forging from human cultivators. I had several human cultivators impart their knowledge to me. By integrating this with our Storm Clan's Windfire Wing cultivation techniques, I devised the current artifact forging plan. While I cannot guarantee a perfect success rate, I am optimistic, with at least a 70 to 80% chance of success. Of course, I will not let my two esteemed brothers toil in vain. Regardless of the outcome of the artifact's creation, I, the Storm Beast Feng Shi, will assure you of my resolve. Suddenly, he fell silent, his lips moving softly as he transmitted a message, seemingly reluctant for Han Li to overhear their conversation. Han Li, seated calmly nearby, appeared indifferent to the exchange, maintaining an expression of tranquility. Yet, unbeknownst to others, his hands, resting beneath the table, had entwined, revealing an inner turmoil far removed from the calm facade he presented. Han Li was acutely aware that the conditions of discourse among the three demons could potentially harbor disadvantages for him. However, he acknowledged his lack of authority to voice his thoughts in the presence of these formidable demon cultivators, and thus remained silent, pondering his strategies in solitude. Well, since Brother Feng has laid everything bare, let us extend our assistance to him. The poison Jiao mused for a moment before conferring briefly with the turtle demon, ultimately agreeing to participate. Feng Shi, upon hearing this, was naturally elated. With the earth and water attributes of his two younger brothers' techniques, he could utilize formations during the crafting process to temporarily amalgamate thunder attribute spiritual energy. Coupled with my wind attribute techniques, the forces of wind and thunder would be perfectly aligned. However, to harmonize the strengths of both, we would ultimately require Taoist Li's would attribute techniques to balance the subtle discrepancies between them. Thus, the prospect of successfully forging the Wind Thunder Wings has become significantly brighter. Feng Shi chuckled with a hint of confidence. Yet, as his gaze shifted to Han Li, who sat in silence, he was suddenly reminded of something. A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes as he turned to Han Li with a smile. Taoist Li, I forgot to mention, the Baiyin wine you consumed, while it may aid cultivators in breaking through their bottlenecks and enhancing their cultivation, is primarily intended for us demon cultivators. Consequently, after a year of being consumed by a human, it will give rise to a trace of chaotic malevolence within. Although it may seem innocuous at present, soon the malevolence will proliferate, intertwining with one's true essence, ultimately leading to a catastrophic explosion of spiritual energy. Having delivered this revelation, the 9th-tier Lianfeng beast promptly sealed his lips, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon Han Li, rendering him speechless. In contrast, Han Li merely furrowed his brow slightly and exhaled a sigh, revealing no semblance of panic or anger. Brother Feng, just tell me how I might rid myself of this malevolence. Must the artifact be successfully forged for me to have a chance at survival? Han Li inquired slowly, his expression remarkably composed. This response elicited a flicker of surprise in Feng Shi's eyes, while the poison Jiao and the turtle demon also displayed expressions of intrigue. Taoist Li is indeed a perceptive individual. Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from elaborating further. As long as my Wind Thunder Wings artifact is successfully created, I shall ensure that your future troubles are alleviated. Should I fail, however, you shall be the first sacrifice upon which I vent my ire. Furthermore, do not harbor illusions of resolving this matter on your own. Even if a human nascent soul cultivator were to intervene, they too would be incapable of eradicating the chaotic malevolence within my Yuan Yao. Feng Shi stated, his words icy and devoid of any emotional expression. I understand what must be done. Hanli nodded slightly, finally allowing a hint of a bitter smile to grace his features. Yet, there remained an unspoken thought lingering in his mind. It was likely that the moment the artifact was completed would also herald the time when his life hung in the balance. As Hanli grappled with his overwhelming sense of helplessness, the three demon cultivators began to engage in casual conversation at the Jade Table. I heard that the Jiao Dragon clan, of which Brother Wu is a member, also participated in the assault against human cultivators at the Vast Sea. Is this true? I recall that the Jiao Dragons typically refrain from involving themselves in such matters. The Lian Feng beast, buoyed by the prospect of a successful artifact creation, casually inquired of the poison Jiao. Indeed. Some high-ranking demon cultivators from our clan have made their move. Otherwise, those inept beings from the Vast Sea would not have so effortlessly breached the opposing city's defenses. Even if they were capable of breaching this city, it would be inconceivable to slay two nascent soul cultivators. The Poison Flood Dragon showed no inclination to conceal the truth, candidly expressing these thoughts in front of Hanli. Han, despite striving to maintain an impassive demeanor, could not help but exhibit a subtle change in his expression. As the fourth volume, Winds Rise from Overseas, unfolds in chapter 544, titled The True Fragment of the Sacred Venerable, Wen Shi, with a light laugh, inquired, I have heard that in recent years, while you were protecting the disciple Gui Xian, several human cultivators launched a surprise attack. Although you ultimately repelled them, you still suffered some losses. Is it for this reason that your dragon clan decided to intervene? Your spirit beast lineage has always been fiercely protective. Indeed, in recent years, those human cultivators on the islands have grown excessively arrogant, presuming that this maritime domain truly belongs to them. They have treated us shape-shifting demon cultivators as if we were mere low-tier beasts that have yet to shed their animal forms, which is nothing short of courting death. My circumstances are merely one of several catalysts. At this juncture, the Poison Flood Dragon paused momentarily, continuing with an air of indifference. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that humans have slain a recently ascended 7th-tier Swan Ni beast from the royal lineage of the Vast Sea. This provoked the ancient Swan Ni to expend its essence blood to invoke the order of the myriad beasts, resulting in countless demon beasts converging to obliterate the human islands. Our dragon clan's involvement is not to avenge that Swan Ni, but rather due to the fact that a sacred relic of our maritime lineage, the true fragment of the sacred venerable, was obtained by humans from that slain Swan Ni beast. Although the relic is inherently incomplete and devoid of substantial value, it remains one of the treasured inheritances of our demonic kin and must not fall into the hands of human cultivators. Casting a cold glance at Hanli, the Poison Flood Dragon spoke with a fleeting expression of severity. I have indeed heard of the slaying of the Swan Ni beast, but I was unaware of the loss of the true fragment of the sacred venerable. Without this ancestral relic, how could the Swan Ni lineage maintain its position within the royal family of the Vast Sea? Could it be that the dragon clan seeks to dominate this maritime realm? The Rift-Wind beast's expression shifted, and it asked the Poison Flood Dragon with an enigmatic smile. That I cannot ascertain. I have rarely inquired into the affairs of our clan. However, I am quite intrigued by the record of the 3 sacred venerable techniques inscribed upon that true fragment. It is said that this technique is an ancient secret art passed down from the primordial demon clans, possessing immense power. Regrettably, the fragments inscribing this technique have long since scattered, making it impossible to restore the complete art, the Poison Flood Dragon remarked, initially displaying interest before a note of regret colored his words. Haha, Brother Wu, you are far too greedy. What ancient secret art? I see it as mere hearsay. I cannot believe that the Dragon Clan's transformation technique could possibly be inferior to this art. The tortoise demon interjected with a hearty laugh. That is indeed true. Our clan's transformation technique, when cultivated to its zenith, can transform a flood dragon into a true dragon. It is undoubtedly one of the finest techniques among demon kind. The Poison Flood Dragon conceded, a hint of pride flashing across his countenance as he spoke. Wen Shi, smiling, chose not to comment further on the matter. The true fragment of the sacred venerable? Seated nearby, Han Li, upon hearing this name, maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet his heart stirred with intrigue. He recalled the recently acquired copper plate, which contained the formidable techniques of demon cultivation. Was it mere coincidence that the two demons were discussing this very object? Although the specific purpose of the Brahmin Holy True Plate remained unknown to him. The mention of a treasure belonging to the demon clan suggested it was a veritable hot potato. Could it be that the dark-skinned cultivator was the architect behind the impending tide of abyssal beasts? With his mid-stage core formation prowess, vanquishing a 7th-tier demon beast was not beyond the realm of possibility. Han Li muttered to himself, surprisingly unperturbed. He was currently in a situation where debts weighed heavily upon him. In a life-threatening scenario, the burden of yet another troublesome item seemed trivial. Perhaps his presence here rendered certain clandestine matters less suitable for discussion. At this moment, Fengshi turned to Han Li and spoke with a measured tone. Fellow Taoist Li, having recently entered the mid-stage of core formation, you must consolidate your foundation. I would prefer not to encounter any unforeseen incidents during the artifact refinement due to your sudden depletion of spiritual power. It would be prudent for you to follow this light and return to your quarters to rest and cultivate. Upon finishing this statement, the splitting wind beast raised a hand, and from his fingertips, a white orb of light floated toward a nearby side door. Han Li had no choice but to force a smile, rising to follow the orb outside. At that moment, he yearned to glean more secrets of the demon clan. As he reached the door, Fengshi's warning echoed behind him. It would be best for you to remain indoors and avoid unnecessary excursions. Otherwise, misunderstandings may arise. The demon cultivator's voice was devoid of warmth. With his back turned to the three demons, Han Li hesitated briefly, but then silently exited through the side door. Is everything all right? That lad doesn't seem the type to give up easily. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble at a critical moment during the artifact refinement. The poisoned serpent remarked, gazing in the direction Han Li had vanished. Rest assured, the refinement of the wind thunder wings is under our control. This human merely provides tools infused with wood element spiritual power. Initially, he won't have any say in the process and will merely offer his spiritual energy. Besides, there is a dark energy I planted within him. Even if he harbors other intentions, he will find himself powerless to act, Fengshi replied, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Speaking of chaotic dark energy, I believe the Baiyan wine lacked such an element. Could it be that Brother Feng has done something to it? The turtle demon suddenly chuckled, seeking to provoke. Indeed, the Baiyan wine I administered to him was specially concocted. This chaotic dark energy should be referred to as chaotic demonic energy, a product of my victory over a troublesome demonic cultivator from whom I extracted it. The presence of this energy within me has proven quite troublesome to expel. Fengshi adjusted the silver crown atop his head, a cunning expression emerging. Upon hearing this, the poisoned serpent and turtle demon exchanged knowing smiles, their final doubts dissipating. At this moment, Han Li was led into a quaint stone chamber by the white orb. The room was tastefully arranged, featuring a bed intricately carved from white jade, alongside a few tables, chairs, and several pots of exotic flowers and plants. As Han Li entered the stone chamber, it erupted with a sudden burst of energy, dissipating immediately. Observing this, he swiftly closed the door behind him. He then produced several array flags of varying hues from his robe, casting them gently into the corners of the room, thereby establishing a small magical formation that enveloped the space. With a sigh of relief, Han Li felt a sense of security, free from the constant surveillance of his adversary. Although this formation lacked defensive capabilities, it served as an early warning system against any malicious intrusions. While this action might provoke some ire from the Riftwind beast, it would unlikely escalate into anything significant. Contemplating this, Han Li redirected his thoughts to his primary concern. He approached the bed, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes in introspection. After a brief period, he opened his eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration. His internal state remained unchanged, indicating that the creature had not deceived him. The malevolent energy was indeed insidious, remaining undetected until it manifested. Stroking his chin, a contemplative expression crossed his face. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved an object from his person, scrutinizing it intently as a glint of determination appeared in his gaze. 2 days later, the Riftwind beast, Fengshi, knocked on Han Li's door and entered. Let us proceed. Today we shall commence the treasure refining, he declared with evident excitement upon seeing Han Li. He then led Han Li out of the chamber, making their way to the artifact refining room within his lair. After a brief journey, the beast led Han Li to a verdant jade wall. Without hesitation, he struck the wall with one hand, causing an arched door to open. The beast stepped aside, gesturing for Han Li to enter first. Peering inside hastily, Han Li was greeted by a vivid crimson glow, accompanied by a palpable heat emanating from within. There appeared to be some significant workings at play. His eyelids fluttered slightly as he took a deep breath and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. The poison serpent and tortoise demon were indeed present, but he was surprised to find that they were situated within a chamber housing a magma pit. A large square platform, roughly 10 zhong in size, occupied the center of the room, filled with roaring, searing flames that danced within its depths. Surrounding this platform was an intricately designed and vast refining formation. After only a few glances, Han Li's heart raced in astonishment. Given his current expertise in artifact crafting and formations, he could not immediately decipher its complexities. But it was evident that this formation held extraordinary significance, far beyond his capabilities. As Han Li stepped further into the chamber, the two demonic figures merely cast him a cold glance before turning away, ignoring him entirely. Now that everyone is present, I have already briefed my esteemed brothers, Wu and Gui, on the principles of the formation, Feng Shi proclaimed. As for Yuli, simply stand in the corner of the formation and provide a continuous flow of wood spirit energy. At this moment, do not let your mind wander. He pointed to a specific corner of the formation, his words laden with profound meaning directed at Han Li. Volume 4. The Winds Rise Overseas Chapter 545. The Bones of the Thunder Rock Now. What use is it for a junior to indulge in such wild imaginings? Han Li remarked with a faint smile, casting a glance at the pool of earthly fire. It is good that you understand the gravity of the situation, Feng Shi replied, though a hint of cold amusement danced across her features, indicating her disbelief in Han Li's disingenuous words. Seeing this, Han Li maintained a pained expression while inwardly cursing the old monster. He then moved to a corner of the formation and sat cross-legged. Feng Shi, having witnessed Han Li dutifully take his designated position, nodded in satisfaction before turning to the poison serpent and the turtle demon, speaking courteously, "My dear brothers, please enter the formation and prepare yourselves." Without objection, the poison serpent and the turtle demon stepped forward, positioning themselves upon the formation's focal points, which they had memorized long ago. Feng Shi then chuckled softly and clapped her hands on her waist pouch. The bag flew out on its own, drifting leisurely above the pool of earthly fire, before inverting to release a radiant burst of light. Amidst the brilliance, a small cluster of silver light abruptly materialized, rapidly expanding into a pair of sizable, phosphorescent skeletal wings. One wing was missing its upper half, while the other was severely damaged and incomplete. At first glance, the sight was anything but appealing. Yet, the shimmering remains exuded an overwhelming aura of power, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. This was the wing of the Thunder Rock. Although it was in a dire state, it was indeed extraordinary, worthy of the title of a legendary creature of the wilds. The poisoned serpent gazed at the wings in astonishment, emitting curious clicks of its tongue. It is only natural. This Thunder Rock did not perish due to the passage of time, but rather was likely trapped and slain by some formidable foe. Otherwise, with its nearly unparalleled speed and cultivation at the final transformation stage, it could have surely escaped. Feng Shi's eyes remained fixed on the artifact, her face gradually revealing a fervent excitement as she spoke. At this moment, Han Li also regarded the Thunder Rock's skeletal wings with surprise. Let us commence. Crafting this will likely take several months. The turtle demon, however, seemed less captivated by the wings, growing increasingly impatient after a brief observation. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi paused momentarily, then seemed to recall something, bursting into a knowing laugh. "Ah, I had forgotten. My dear brother has only recently survived the tribulation of transformation, so it is understandable that he would feel discomfort in the presence of thunderous energies. Let us not delay any further. Let us begin the incantation." The poisoned serpent showed no signs of dissent. The three of them began to chant a low incantation that Han Li could not comprehend, gradually releasing an astonishing aura of demonic energy, which illuminated their forms in white, blue, and yellow hues. It was unclear whether the demonic energies they emitted activated the formation, or if the formation was stimulated by some other means they employed, but it began to resonate. With a slight tremor, the formation commenced its operation, and the numerous mid-grade spirit stones embedded around it shimmered with blinding brilliance. Han Li surveyed his surroundings with a growing sense of unease. At that moment, Fengshi suddenly uttered a low shout. With a swift motion of her hands, she brought them together and then separated them downward, unleashing two white beams of light as thick as arms that shot forth simultaneously and infused into the magical array beneath her feet. A resonant hum echoed, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground, as the fire pool at the center of the array erupted into tumultuous flames. With a sudden whoosh, a fireball the size of a human head shot out from the pool, hurtling toward the bone wings suspended above. An explosive sound followed as the searing crimson flames enveloped the bone wings entirely. Upon witnessing this scene, the poison flood dragon and the tortoise demon exchanged glances, and together, they raised their hands. A vast array of blue and yellow threads erupted from their palms, piercing through the flames and entwining themselves around the bone wings, beginning to intertwine and glow. Within moments, using only these spiritual threads, they managed to restore the shattered bone wings to their complete form. As Han Li observed this astonishing sight, the demon cultivator Fengshi's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. She formed a hand seal, her fingers flicking rapidly. Dozens of thumb-sized white orbs of light shot forth, accurately landing upon the bone wings. Instantly, a deafening roar of thunder erupted from the flames, as the freshly repaired bone wings discharged countless tiny arcs of electricity. These delicate arcs, shimmering with silver brilliance, swiftly merged into the blue and yellow spiritual threads. Once the threads absorbed the arcs, they surged with silver light, intertwining and transforming into a brilliant silvery hue. Witnessing this spectacle, Fengshi's expression grew solemn as she stomped her foot decisively. A spell was transmitted into the magical array, and with several muffled sounds, 5 beams of light in various colors shot out diagonally from the fire pool, converging at a point on the bone wings, radiating an intense luminosity. Han Li instinctively squinted. When his vision returned to normal, he found a dense, flickering 5-colored shield hovering in the air. Han Li's eyes shifted momentarily, but soon returned to an expression of indifference. The silver-white bone wings, encased in flames, blazed fiercely within the shield without any sign of unusualness. Below, Fengshi and the 3 demons collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The first step had been completed flawlessly, without a single mistake. With a visibly relaxed demeanor, Fengshi produced a translucent green crystal from her possession, the nature of which was unknown, yet she unhesitatingly tossed it into the shield. In a short while, the crystal softened and liquefied. Fengshi swiftly unleashed white spiritual threads, controlling the viscous liquid to evenly coat the surface of the bone wings. Once this was accomplished, a grave expression returned to her face. She glanced at the other 2 demons, gave a subtle signal, and then softly uttered a word of wind. With that, she opened her mouth, and a white crystalline pearl shot forth, instantly entering the shield. The poison flood dragon and the tortoise demon, not daring to lag behind, similarly expelled their own hard-earned demon pearls, which soared into the air and intertwined together. At this moment, Fengshi flicked her hand, sending a spell to her demon pearl, causing a ferocious white flame of wind attributes to erupt around it. The 2 yellow and blue demon pills presented a distinctly different scenario. Under the manipulation of the venomous serpent and the turtle demon, they simultaneously emitted flames the thickness of a thumb, which then merged mid-air with a crackling sound, transforming into shimmering silver flames. Upon their emergence, these 2 types of pill flames immediately absorbed half of the surrounding red earth fire, dramatically amplifying their power. Then, with remarkable sentience, they enveloped a pair of skeletal wings, slowly refining them. At this moment, a trace of uncontainable joy flickered across Fengshi's face. After beckoning the other 2 demons, she settled into a cross-legged position. The venomous serpent and turtle demon followed suit. In an instant, the vast formation fell into silence. Han Li sat in one corner, contemplative and taciturn, though an unusual glimmer danced in his eyes. However, upon glancing around, a wry smile crept onto his face. It was perplexing how this array was designed. Simultaneously with the formation of the multicolored light shield in the air, a corresponding shield appeared around Han Li, ensnaring him within its confines, preventing any movement. Were it not for the absence of flames within the shield, he might have doubted whether the 3 demons intended to use him as a material to be refined. A sense of unease crept over Han Li, and as he remained unscathed thus far, his apprehension only deepened. Just then, a change finally occurred. The light shield flickered, oscillating between brightness and dimness. Han Li's pupils constricted momentarily before returning to their normal state. Before he could ponder the nature of this phenomenon, he suddenly sensed an unusual sensation in his body and instinctively looked down. As the five-colored light shield fluctuated, a faint azure glow began to emanate from him, barely visible to the naked eye. Though slow, his spiritual power was indeed leaking out, gradually being absorbed by the shield. Han Li furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. It appeared that the three demons had no intention of allowing him to participate in the treasure refinement process. They were merely using him as a massive spiritual stone. After a moment's reflection, however, his demeanor returned to normal, though an icy smirk crept into his heart. He did not believe that the three demons would permanently confine him, continuously siphoning his spiritual energy. He surmised that they would eventually require his assistance. After all, if they only needed someone proficient in wood attribute techniques, they could simply employ more wood attribute spiritual stones. With this thought, Han Li felt a slight sense of reassurance. He closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, allowing the formation to gradually draw upon his spiritual energy. In the fourth volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 546, Wind and Thunder Converge. Although Han Li had anticipated that the treasure refinement would be a lengthy process, 5 months later, the three demon cultivators had remained seated, throwing peculiar materials into the pill flames without moving an inch. This left Han Li somewhat astonished. It was noteworthy that during this time, the three demons had only paused 3 or 4 times to slightly replenish their spiritual power, yet allowed the demon pills to continuously emit flames in the air, appearing remarkably composed. Truly, they were formidable 9th-level demon beasts, with unfathomable spiritual power. Han Li, engaged in continuous refinement, maintained his spiritual power at full capacity, rendering the slight extraction by the light shield inconsequential. Before my eyes, the bone wings within the crimson flames were becoming increasingly translucent, accompanied by the distant sounds of thunder and howling winds. The joy in Feng Shi's eyes was becoming more apparent. Han Li realized that the successful completion of the wind thunder wings was drawing near. Over these past few months, the sinister energy that had been a source of concern within him had not made an appearance, nor was there any sign of its existence. This perplexed Han Li somewhat. However, upon reflection, he surmised that it might be related to the talisman hidden within him, which possessed the ability to dispel evil. After all, this divine thunder inherently had the remarkable power to eradicate demons and repel malevolent forces. Could it be that the sinister energy had already been effortlessly cleansed by the divine thunder? This thought filled Han Li with delight. In truth, even if the sinister energy were to manifest, he had intended to use this divine thunder to eliminate it. If that proved insufficient, he could take the risk of shrinking the golden devouring insect and swallowing it, which would similarly forcefully devour the sinister energy. Thus, the coercive methods of the split-wind beast held little terror for Han Li. He had dismissed them from his mind from the very beginning. It was likely that this old demon could never have anticipated that, despite his relatively modest cultivation, he possessed an alarming array of treasures and spiritual objects. With no lingering worries, Han Li was even less inclined to remain passive. He had already contemplated several escape strategies, filtering through them multiple times in his mind. He intended to assess the situation when the time came and adapt his approach accordingly. Indeed, after another month passed, the previously meditating split-wind beast seemed to sense that it had nearly completed its refinement and prepared for the next step. It opened its eyes, focused intently on the bone wings that were on the verge of completion, and took a deep breath. Suddenly, it unleashed a flurry of spells towards the sky, extinguishing the crimson flames and revealing 3 demon cores and 2 bone wings. At that moment, the demon cores appeared somewhat dull in comparison, a result of the 3 demons continuously expending their essence over the months. However, the 2 bone wings were in stark contrast. Not only were they elongated and intact, but they also emitted a dazzling combination of milky white and silver hues, rendering them exceedingly eye-catching. Without hesitation, Feng Shi pointed at his demon core, causing it to spin rapidly before shooting back into his abdomen. The poison serpent and the turtle demon exchanged glances and similarly drew back their remaining 2 demon cores. Wordlessly, the 3 demons promptly closed their eyes to recuperate. After several days of rest, Feng Shi and the other demon cultivators finally restored their magical power and replenished their essence. At this moment, The ninth-level split-wind beast finally turned its gaze towards Han Li and swiftly directed a spell at the barrier confining him. A crimson light penetrated the barrier, causing it to flicker and then shatter completely. Han Li, however, remained composed, betraying no sign of surprise. Now, my two esteemed brothers and I shall merge the two bone wings into one, initiating the fusion of wind and thunder. We require your wood attribute spiritual power as a balancing force for the harmonization. Prepare yourself, fellow Taoist, Fengshi said, his expression becoming somewhat more relaxed. Understood, Han Li responded succinctly, rising slowly to his feet. Observing Han Li's demeanor, Fengshi furrowed his brow, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly flicked his finger without warning, and a beam of white light shot forth towards Han Li with a swift whoosh. Han Li's expression shifted dramatically, yet after a moment's hesitation, he dared not move, allowing the white radiance to penetrate his body, though his countenance grew exceedingly grim. Senior Wind, what does this mean? He asked, pursing his lips and speaking in a somewhat sullen tone. Fear not, this wind spirit energy poses no significant threat. It will gradually dissipate over time. However, during this period, should I choose to manipulate it with my magical power, you shall experience a fate worse than death. Take heed and refrain from entertaining any other thoughts, Wind Spirit ominously advised. Upon hearing this, Han Li inwardly lamented. The several escape plans he had meticulously prepared seemed largely rendered ineffective. Observing Han Li's finally stirred anger, the wind beast appeared satisfied. It disregarded Han Li further and instead extracted 3 small vials from its storage bag, tossing 2 of them to the other 2 demons. Be cautious, my younger brothers. Merging the wind and thunder spirit powers is an endeavor that demands a considerable expenditure of magical energy. Each vial contains a drop of a millennium-old elixir. When your magical reserves dwindle, consume it promptly. It is imperative that the merging process be executed seamlessly, without any errors. Otherwise, the wind and thunder wings will remain unmanifested. The creature earnestly instructed. Rest assured, I, Wu, shall exert my utmost effort, the poisonous serpent replied. A flicker of astonishment crossing its eyes upon realizing the vials contained the ancient elixir, yet it promptly pledged its commitment. Indeed, I, Goe too, wish to witness the wonders of the wind and thunder wings once they are successfully forged, the turtle demon affirmed with a thump of its chest. Seeing this, Wind Spirit's face was suffused with satisfaction. Without further ado, he rubbed his hands together, releasing a white beam of light, as wide as a bowl, which shot forth and struck the multicolored barrier above. The barrier trembled, emitting a low hum, while the 5 colors flickered erratically. Subsequently, the hues shifted incessantly until only a glaring milky white light remained, dazzlingly bright. The poisonous serpent and turtle demon, seeing this, did not hesitate to unleash slightly thinner yellow and blue beams. Yet midway, the 2 converged, transforming into a lightning attribute spirit pillar of similar girth to the white beam, which surged toward the opposite side of the barrier. Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted, and the barrier began to change again, intertwining silver and white light amidst the rumbling, fluctuating in intensity and flickering unpredictably. Fellow Taoist Li, inject 1/10 of your cultivation into the spirit power, Wind Spirit commanded Han Li with a low and chilling voice. Showing no hesitation, Han Li, understanding that any delay would prompt the manipulation of the wind spirit energy within him, felt compelled to comply. Thus, after a slight change in expression, he obediently raised a hand, pointing a single finger toward the sky, where a slender azure light shot forth into the dual-colored radiance. A peculiar scene unfolded. The previously buzzing and somewhat unstable barrier, upon the infusion of the azure light, immediately quieted, its brilliance contracting and gradually stabilizing. Excellent. Maintain this level of spirit power input, Wind Spirit exclaimed, visibly relieved and somewhat exhilarated. It seemed his devised method for merging wind and thunder spirit powers was indeed viable. The other 2 demons, witnessing this, likewise felt their confidence swell. Together, aided by the formation, the 3 demons commenced a series of intricate hand seals, unleashing numerous incantations upon the barrier. Moments later, a surge of silver lightning and milky white gales erupted within the protective barrier, enveloping the 2 skeletal wings at its center, initiating their fusion. 2 days passed, and the sounds of wind and thunder began to resonate within the barrier. Fengshi, while urging Han Li to intensify the input of Wood's spiritual energy, focused intently alongside the other two demons to replenish the wind and thunder energy within the barrier. After 7 days, the immense silver arcs of electricity and the howling winds raged violently within the barrier. The three demons wore expressions of anxiety, continuously channeling various calming spells into the shield, while the wind-rending beast's demeanor remained grim. Han Li stood within the formation, observing everything with a cold gaze, intermittently injecting some would attribute spiritual energy, as per their commands. Yet, a flicker of eagerness occasionally danced across his face, though he ultimately refrained from any reckless actions. Perhaps he believed the opportune moment had yet to arrive. A month later, the three demons displayed unmistakable signs of exhaustion, yet their incantations showed no sign of faltering. They had indeed reached the brink of depleting their magical energy. Although the thunder and wind within the barrier remained ferociously tumultuous, an unusual symbiotic phenomenon began to manifest between them. Flashes of lightning appeared amid the fierce winds, and the arcs of electricity emitted a sound akin to the whisper of the gales. Witnessing this, the three demons could not conceal their elation. On the following day, the weakest among them, the tortoise demon, hastily consumed a vial of spiritual liquid, restoring its magical energy to normalcy shortly thereafter. In the subsequent days, the remaining poison flood dragon and Falsehoods followed suit. Han Li observed this scene with an impassive expression, yet his hand brushed against an item within his storage bag, a flicker of subtle, enigmatic intent gleaming in his eyes. When the three demons next found themselves on the verge of exhausting their magical energy, should the artifact not be fully refined, perhaps that would be his opportunity. This strategy, which Han Li had initially deemed the least reliable, now appeared to possess a glimmer of potential for realization. In the 4th volume, The Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 547, A Hidden Scheme. More than 20 days passed, and the barrier was tranquil, the fierce thunder and gales absent, revealing a pair of silver-white wings. Constructed primarily from the bone of the thunder falcon and infused with the flesh of other spiritual avians, the wind and thunder energy coalesced into feathers. Thus, a pair of wind and thunder wings was formed. The spiritual wings appeared to be complete, yet the wind and thunder energy within each long feather had merely begun to take shape and was not yet fully stabilized. Consequently, the trio of demons, led by Falsehoods, despite having depleted a significant portion of their magical energy, steeled themselves to continue channeling wind and thunder spiritual energy into the barrier, fearful of rendering their prior efforts futile. However, while Falsehoods undertook this endeavor, he felt a sense of frustration. He had anticipated that acquiring 3 drops of spiritual liquid from other demon cultivators was a sufficient precaution against excessive magical energy depletion. Yet, he had not expected that the actual consumption of spiritual energy required for refining the wind and thunder wings would far exceed his initial estimates. Fortunately, given the present circumstances, enduring some loss of vitality could barely sustain them until the end. Otherwise, if their endeavor were to fail for this reason, he would find no remedy for his regrets. Just as this 9th-level demon cultivator lamented his precarious fortune, he suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy manifesting within the artifact refining chamber. Though the time was brief and somewhat feeble, it was remarkably pure. Falsehoods' expression shifted slightly, her icy gaze sweeping across the room until it settled upon Han Li. Her countenance darkening. Han Li's face turned pale, forcing a smile in response. However, the creature's frigid stare remained devoid of any emotion. "Hand it over," the creature said numbly. "What does the esteemed one desire?" Han Li's expression grew increasingly strained, an unnatural hue creeping onto his face as he discreetly withdrew one hand into his sleeve. Falsehoods narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. Suddenly, without uttering a word, she raised a finger. A blinding white light erupted from its tip, flickering alternately between dark and bright. Upon witnessing this, Han Li, positioned within the magic circle, was momentarily taken aback, but he soon let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. His limbs convulsed uncontrollably, his face turning a deep shade of purple, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink punishment wine. A fleeting expression of savagery crossed Falsehoods' face as she coldly regarded a small vial that had fallen from Han Li's sleeve. A look of intrigue appeared on her face as she swiftly grasped the vial, which instantly flew into her hand. The sensation of the wind spirit's energy is quite unpleasant, isn't it? Just moments ago, you seemed to have little spiritual power left, Yet now your mana appears to have replenished significantly. It seems that the vial contains some sort of spiritual elixir. Are you, my friendly, planning to take advantage of our weakened state to recover your strength and make your escape? The Riftwind beast cast a glance at Han Li, speaking without reservation. At that moment, Han Li, having barely managed to stand as the creature ceased its spell casting, overheard the remark. Instantly, his face drained of color, as if caught in a scheme. You possess a modicum of cleverness. I am curious to see what lies within the vial. I have not heard of anything aside from the millennium spirit liquid that can instantly replenish spiritual energy, Feng Shi mused, casually tossing the vial in her hand. I too have not heard of such a thing. However, it may prove useful to us, remarked the poisonous flood serpent, who stood opposite, his expression tinged with curiosity. Meanwhile, he and the turtle demon were continuously channeling various spells into the bone wings to expedite the solidification process of the wind and thunder energy. Although it appeared that the turtle demon was somewhat stronger, it too had expended a considerable amount of mana, merely struggling to maintain its strength. Feng Shi was momentarily taken aback by this comment, but soon, with a flicker of thought, she unscrewed the vial's cap. A waft of pure spiritual energy filled the air. The creature peered into the vial, then sniffed it with its pointed nose, revealing a peculiar expression on its face. What is it, after all? The turtle demon pressed impatiently. You may explain, Feng Shi said, casting a glance at Han Li, her tone indifferent. It is a diluted liquid made from a drop of millennium spirit liquid. Han Li replied despondently, somewhat reluctantly. What? This is also millennium spirit liquid. Upon hearing this, the turtle demon immediately perked up, exclaiming with delight. Among the three creatures, he possessed the least mana and truly lacked the confidence to endure to the end, hence his visible joy. Humph, it must contain other ingredients as well. The color is somewhat light green, and it has an abundance of with spiritual energy, Feng Shi remarked, scrutinizing the small half-vial of liquid. A flicker of suspicion in her eyes. I have mixed in some aged spiritual herbs, and since I cultivate a wood attribute technique, naturally, the more wood spiritual energy, the better. Han Li let out a bitter smile and replied with remarkable honesty. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi furrowed his brow, wanting to inquire further. But the turtle demon interrupted loudly. Brother Feng, quickly toss over the spirit liquid. Let me have a sip before we continue. You know well that while we can barely sustain ourselves, we are exhausting our own vital energy, which will inevitably result in a regression of our cultivation later. I must replenish some spiritual power. The turtle demon seemed anxious, fearing Feng Shi would refuse. I am fully aware of this matter, but the spirit liquid? The humanoid wind beast hesitated for a moment. Brother Feng, even from this distance, I can sense the pure spiritual energy within the bottle. It is indeed the legendary 10,000-year spirit liquid. Even if there is some nefarious manipulation within, do you and I truly care about poison? Moreover, my true form is that of a poison dragon, capable of consuming all manner of toxins. If there were any poison in the bottle, it would not escape my notice. The poison dragon remained silent for a while before speaking up, evidently unwilling to continue depleting its vital energy. I nearly forgot about your talent for discerning toxins, brother poison dragon. In that case, I too find my magical power dwindling. Let us divide the liquid 3 ways. This way, when this treasure is successfully refined, we shall not suffer significant losses of true essence. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi chuckled softly, then with a slight turn of his eyes, he said, Then I shall first drink a little over a third of the spirit liquid, and with that, he tilted his head back and consumed the majority of the liquid before cheerfully tossing the remainder to the poison dragon. Being a 9th-level demon beast, he had no fear of any poison. However, the spiritual energy contained within the liquid was undeniably genuine, and he had no desire to miss out on it. The poison dragon, upon receiving the small vial, said nothing further. It drank half of the remaining liquid and then tossed the bottle to the turtle demon. The turtle demon eagerly drank down the spirit liquid at once, carelessly throwing the empty vial aside. Before long, all three felt a surge of magical power revitalizing them, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Feng Shi's previous doubts had vanished entirely. Just then, the poison dragon shot a fierce glance at Feng Shi and communicated telepathically. Now that the treasure refinement has reached this stage, this human cultivator is of little use, is he not? Allow me to eliminate him. Having a human lingering about is quite bothersome. As soon as the demon finished speaking, it cast a chilling glance at Han Li, its eyes betraying a hint of lethal intent. Do not act against him for the moment. Although we shall not require the wood's spirit energy in the coming days, it is still prudent to exercise caution. Let us wait until the spiritual wings are complete before we deal with him. Fengshi's gaze casually flicked over Han Li before he spoke coldly. Very well. Let this human live a few more days. The poison dragon's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction, yet it ultimately conceded. Han Li could only observe the slight movements of the two demons' lips, completely unaware of the specifics of their conversation. However, as he felt their malicious gazes upon him, a sense of foreboding crept over him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. With an unpleasant expression, he contemplated for a moment, then suddenly sat cross-legged on the spot without uttering a word, slowly closing his eyes as if resigning himself to fate. The three demons were momentarily taken aback by this, yet they paid little heed to Han Li's intentions and redirected their focus to the ethereal spiritual wings above. Meanwhile, Han Li's heart raced wildly. He gradually mobilized the azure bamboo cloud sword within him, releasing slender, light golden arcs of electricity that he meticulously controlled to prevent them from bursting forth. Then, akin to a golden silkworm spinning silk, he enveloped the wind spiritual energy, planted within him by the ancient demon, layer by layer with densely packed threads of the exorcising divine thunder's golden strands. This wind spiritual energy was not something Han Li could refine at his current cultivation level, nor could the exorcising divine thunder cleanse it completely. However, he was reasonably confident in temporarily restraining it, using his experience with the binding azurized pearl. At that moment, the turtle demon regained a portion of its spiritual power and was effortlessly continuing to channel energy into the barrier. He glanced at the venomous serpent, seemingly recalling something, and was about to speak. Yet, as his mouth slightly opened, his expression abruptly changed, revealing a hint of peculiarity in his gaze. The turtle demon's incantation ceased, and it collapsed onto the ground, mouth agape, yet unable to produce any sound. An astonishing scene unfolded. The demon's abdomen grotesquely swelled instantaneously. Following this, its head and limbs bulged and distorted as if a malevolent spirit had suddenly emerged from within, striving to break free from its corporeal confines. Upon witnessing this, both the venomous serpent and Fengshi's expressions drastically altered, simultaneously recalling the diluted spiritual liquid in Han Li's small vial. In a fit of rage, the venomous serpent bellowed, its bloodlight intensifying, ready to take action against Han Li. However, almost simultaneously, the demon's complexion changed drastically. With a loud thud, it knelt on the ground, helplessly watching as its body swelled and transformed, unable to move or utter a word. Seeking death, Fengshi exclaimed furiously, a glimmer of light flashing across his face. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing like a wraith behind Han Li, raising a hand that swiftly morphed into a black claw, descending with ferocious intent. His movements were as swift as lightning. Despite Han Li's heightened vigilance, he was unable to keep pace with the attack and could only desperately evade to the side. A resonant clang echoed. Han Li was propelled backward with immense force, flying several dozen feet away before stumbling to a halt. Despite being firmly grasped by the claw of a ninth-tier demon beast, he miraculously escaped being pierced through the heart. Fengshi, the demon cultivator, was momentarily taken aback, his fierce gaze fixating on the torn fabric of Han Li's clothing, revealing silver-white scales beneath. These scales had been largely shredded by the previous strike, exposing a dark, glossy garment underneath. Inner armor? Fengshi pondered in surprise, but with a cold sneer, he vanished once more, leaving no trace. This inner armor had withstood his attack, clearly an extraordinary treasure. Yet, in the next encounter, it would not save Han Li's life. In his heart, Han Li silently expressed his gratitude for his narrow escape. Had that claw aimed for his head, he would surely be a lifeless corpse by now. The barbarian bearded's imperial scale armor indeed proved to be an extraordinary artifact, capable of withstanding a blow from a ninth-tier demon beast. With the precious time gained, Han Li steadied himself, and without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a brilliant azure light accompanied by golden arcs from his body. The dazzling azure radiance and the swirling golden arcs coalesced into a magnificent azure sword shield. Simultaneously, he raised his hands, and over 20 azure sword lights erupted from his form, swiftly rearranging themselves within the shield to form an additional layer of protection. Just as he completed this maneuver, the slender figure of Fengshi materialized before Han Li. The expression on the demoness face was one of profound gloom. and after a chilling glare, a blinding white light surged forth from his mouth. Han Li's expression changed drastically as he realized the gravity of the situation. This ancient demon was launching a direct assault with a demon core, and he felt utterly defenseless against it. As Han Li's heart sank, Fengshi abruptly closed his mouth, his form swaying unsteadily, and his complexion turned extremely pale. Han Li noted with astonishment that the demon's body was trembling slightly, and his abdomen began to bulge irregularly. Although this ancient demon possessed far greater cultivation than the other two, the effects of the potion were evidently taking hold. Han Li's spirits soared, and without hesitation, he pointed a finger at the demon, unleashing a swarm of over 20 azure bamboo bee-cloud swords that surged forth in a frenzied onslaught, surrounding the demon in a chaotic flurry of slashes and thrusts. However, moments later, the smile that had just appeared on Han Li's face began to falter. The rift-winged beast, though it knelt in agony with one foot on the ground and its hands clutching its abdomen, was enveloped in a faint layer of white light, which rendered the swarm of swords incapable of breaching its protective barrier. Furthermore, despite its suffering, the demon was still able to glare fiercely at Han Li, its eyes seething with venomous hatred. The sight sent a chill through Han Li's heart. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced that the demon must possess some protective treasure. Otherwise, given the depth of its animosity towards him, it would have surely unleashed even a modicum of its power to eliminate him in a fit of rage. Reassured by this thought, Han Li swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and instantly, 24 flying swords ascended into the air. In the blink of an eye, 2 bursts of piercing azure light erupted above, revealing 2 massive azure swords, each several zhang in length, radiating a chilling gleam. A flicker of intrigue crossed Han Li's eyes as he silently opened his mouth, unleashing 2 streams of azure energy that cascaded onto the giant swords. Upon contact with the azure energy, the massive swords shimmered brilliantly, and with a gentle hum, they descended fiercely, aimed at the rift-winged beast ensconced in white light. With 2 resounding crashes, the colossal sword struck the barrier of white light. The intertwining azure and white energies faltered momentarily, pushing the white light down by mere inches before being unceremoniously repelled. Witnessing this, Han Li stood frozen in place, while a hint of mockery crept onto Fengshi's visage. Taken aback by this expression, Han Li was startled to realize that, despite the demon's apparent torment and immobility, its abdomen was fluctuating in size, while its limbs and head exhibited no expected abnormalities. It appeared that the demon was struggling to suppress the effects of the spiritual liquid. Han Li's complexion shifted as a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to swiftly glance towards the other 2 demons. The sight that met his eyes sent a chill down his spine. The poisonous flood serpent and turtle demon, both 8th-level beasts, were still expanding. Yet their heads and limbs appear to have shrunk slightly compared to their initial size. Observing the vibrant energy radiating from them, it was evident they were engaged in suppressing the potency of the drugs. However, their cultivation lacked the profound depth possessed by the Stormwind beasts. Thus their effects were not immediate. Without further contemplation, Han Li pointed towards the 2 massive swords, which instantly transformed into 2 azure rainbows, slicing towards the 2 demons. Since these swords could not contend with the Stormwind beast, it would be prudent to eliminate these 2 adversaries first. Resolutely, Han Li tapped his waist pouch, from which swarmed countless golden devouring insects, surging forth as he uttered a low incantation, enveloping the white glow in an overwhelming assault. The Stormwind beast, witnessing such a multitude of insects, displayed a flicker of surprise in its eyes. Yet, in the next moment, myriads of flying insects enveloped the white light in layers, commencing their ravenous consumption. At that juncture, the 2 colossal swords had struck the giant tortoise and the venomous serpent. Although the 2 demons' expressions shifted, they found themselves utterly immobilized, helplessly witnessing the azure sword light approach. A cacophony of clashing sounds erupted as the swords rained down upon them, yet the demons emerged unscathed. Han Li stood in shock, utterly bewildered. How could this be? The Stormwind beast could endure the flying swords due to its protective treasure, yet these 2 demons endured the sword's genuine strikes without harm. Was the flesh of an 8th-level demon beast truly this resilient? Regaining his composure, Han Li, undeterred, directed the 2 massive swords once more, unleashing 2 golden arcs of lightning, which struck the demons' bodies with palpable force. The venomous serpent and tortoise demon, upon being struck by such formidable divine lightning, displayed expressions of anguish, but soon returned to a state of unscathed composure. However, their glares directed at Han Li grew increasingly ferocious, suggesting their first course of action would be to pounce upon him and rend him to shreds. Han Li felt a twinge of apprehension. Turning to observe his swarm of golden devouring insects, he focused his mind, prompting all the insects to take flight, revealing the concealed stormwind beast. Though the white light dimmed slightly, the beast remained unharmed within its luminous shield. The resilience of this white glow was astonishing, despite the collective assault of thousands of insects. It did not seem significantly weakened. The protective treasure of this demon beast was indeed formidable to an extraordinary degree. As Han Li hesitated, pondering whether to continue the insect's assault, the stormwind beast, Feng Shi, surprisingly spoke. Human, do you truly believe that a mere core formation cultivator can contend with our transformed demon kind? Wait a while longer, and I shall ensure you experience the depths of despair. The demon articulated slowly, its expression fierce. Though the tone was calm, the malice within was unmistakable. Is that so? Han Li, upon hearing the demon's ominous words, found himself oddly composed. No longer hesitating, he pointed to the airborne swarm of insects, which erupted in a cacophony of buzzing as they redirected towards the other two demons. Meanwhile, the two massive swords relentlessly charged toward the luminous shield above. Stop! What foolishness are you engaging in? Do you wish to be hunted for life by the serpentine creatures of the sea? The wind thunder wings are not yet fully refined. If you bring them forth now, all will be in vain. Moreover, only the power of wind and thunder can command this spirit wing. What use is it to you? The demon cultivator Feng Shi, witnessing Han Li's actions, finally succumbed to panic, urgently admonishing him with a voice that bore an edge of authority. Han Li let out a cold chuckle, showing no intention of relenting. In an instant, the swarm of insects descended upon the two demons, while the protective barrier began to tremble under the relentless assault of two colossal swords. After all, this shield was merely designed for the purpose of crafting, and its defensive capability was understandably limited. Upon witnessing this scene, the originally emerald eyes of the Lair Fengsug turned crimson, yet it found itself powerless due to the foreign substance within its body. Moments later, the venomous flood dragon emitted a heart-wrenching scream that reverberated through the air. Subsequently, a burst of vivid red blood erupted amidst the swarm. Upon contact with this sanguine hue, numerous Jinchong instantly transformed into a cloud of yellow smoke, morphing into a pool of black liquid. This blood was indeed imbued with an extraordinarily potent toxin. My sincerest apologies. I am not in the best of states today and feel somewhat fatigued. There will only be this chapter tonight. After a brief respite, I shall continue to write the next chapter tomorrow. Haha, everyone should retire early as well. Volume 4, Winds Rise from Overseas Chapter 549. The devouring flood dragon Han Li narrowed his eyes, observing the unfolding scene not far away. As the Jinchong feasted upon the flood dragon, its scales finally succumbed to destruction. However, the gruesome aftermath of the demon's skin being torn apart resulted in torrents of blood gushing forth, transforming numerous flying insects into toxic sludge, leaving the flood dragon nearly devoid of its protective carapace. At this moment, the flood dragon was grievously wounded, green blood seeping profusely from its body, and its gaze directed at Han Li was filled with unbridled hatred. A chill coursed through Han Li's heart. The name of the flood dragon was indeed well earned. The Jinchong had evolved to a point where they were impervious to ordinary magical artifacts, yet they were effortlessly vanquished by these toxic rays. This underscored the formidable nature of the poison. Nevertheless, a sly smile crept upon Han Li's face. Little did this demon know that his swarm of insects was far more formidable than it appeared. Even at the cost of losing a significant portion of the Jinchong, he was determined to eliminate at least one of the three demons. With this thought, he swiftly turned his gaze to the other side, where the turtle demon was completely engulfed by the multitude of flying insects. The sounds of gnawing and rustling had not ceased for a moment, yet the heap of insects remained utterly still. Were it not for the faint signs of demonic energy emanating from within and the noticeable swelling, he would have almost believed this demon had perished. Despite the growing doubts in his mind, Han Li could not afford to dwell on them. With a somber expression, he raised his hands skyward and summoned several spirit beast bags. Instantly, the sound of buzzing wings filled the entire crafting chamber, as over 100,000 three-colored Jinchong swarmed above, completely obscuring the ceiling. Upon witnessing such an overwhelming number of flying insects, the flood dragon's expression shifted dramatically, soon giving way to despair. Similarly, the visage of Feng Shi, enveloped in white light, transformed, revealing a look of horror. It is crucial to note that, in comparison to ordinary spirit beasts, swarm insects, while capable of rapid reproduction, still required hundreds of years to mature after a single breeding cycle. Following the acknowledgement of their master, they needed several decades of training before they could truly be utilized. Furthermore, as the potency of the spirit insects increased and their ranks ascended, the time required for their cultivation naturally extended. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, while many practitioners possessed knowledge of insect manipulation, few were renowned in the chaotic star sea for their prowess in this art, especially after achieving the core formation stage, where such expertise became exceedingly rare. Most of the insect-controlling cultivators possess over 1,000 spiritual insects within their lifetimes, a feat considered fortunate. Even so, the majority of these insects are passed down from master to apprentice, with apprentices subsequently transferring these flying insects to the next generation to barely maintain such numbers. Moreover, spiritual insects are quite fragile compared to other spiritual beasts. It is not uncommon for an entire swarm to be annihilated during a battle, which explains why, despite knowing the potential power of spiritual insects, few cultivators choose to practice insect control techniques. Han Li's formidable devouring gold insects have already been witnessed by Feng Shi and the poison flood dragon, who, despite being 8th or 9th level demon beasts themselves, found them exceedingly terrifying. Thus, the sight of Han Li releasing such a multitude of insects rendered the two demons incredulous. Little did they know that these devouring gold insects had yet to evolve into their mature forms, or they would have been even more horrified. Ignoring the anger and malice reflected in the poison flood dragon's eyes, Han Li focused his mind, causing the swarm of flying insects to emit a cacophony of sounds, dividing into several groups that pounced upon the poison flood dragon. As a result, blood erupted from the wounded demon body, and the devouring gold insects caught in the fray were obliterated. However, the swarm continued to descend valiantly. Within moments, the blood light began to diminish and fade, and after a short while, it completely vanished from the demon's face, which was now etched with despair. Han Li's eyes sparkled with excitement upon witnessing this. The swarm unceremoniously descended, overwhelming the poison flood dragon in an instant. Before long, the towering mound of insects shrank in height and size. The poison flood dragon, unable to withstand the assault due to its breached scales, ultimately succumbed to the relentless gnawing of the swarm. Observing this scene, Feng Shi's expression slightly changed, but she quickly regained her composure, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Han Li. With a low murmur, Han Li commanded the insect swarm to disperse, revealing the remnants of the poison flood dragon. Among the debris, a blood-red demon core, about the size of a fist, flickered erratically. A hint of intrigue crossed Han Li's face, but before he could act, the demon core suddenly shot upward with a flash of blue light, darting towards the door. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li flicked his finger, unleashing a stream of azure sword energy that struck the demon core. The core spun wildly before a burst of blue light emerged from within, revealing a miniature dragon spirit, the essence of the poison flood dragon. The dragon spirit, upon realizing its exposure, immediately flashed with bloodlight and vanished without a trace. A cold glimmer flickered in Han Li's eyes as he swiftly patted a certain spirit beast pouch at his waist, from which a green light shot forth, landing on the ground to reveal a languid little monkey, its demeanor quite displeased. It was the crying soul beast. Han Li, unperturbed by the creature's mood, gently patted its head, prompting the crying soul beast to involuntarily snort, releasing a yellow light that spiraled into the air before enveloping an empty space nearby. As the yellow light flickered, it unveiled the blood-red miniature dragon spirit. Subsequently, the yellow light coiled backward, drawing the poison flood dragon's essence toward the crying soul beast's nostrils. The soul of the serpent was naturally unwilling to fall into the jaws of the tiger. Midway, it radiated a dazzling blue light that momentarily halted the yellow mist, remaining steadfast in its position. Truly, as a spirit beast in the metamorphosis stage, its soul power was formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary 6th or 7th tier demon beasts. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the howling soul beast was still in its infancy. Otherwise, it would be rather shameful to tarnish its grand reputation. Nevertheless, Han Li had no intention of allowing the howling soul beast to absorb the serpent's soul. An 8th-tier demon soul was exceedingly rare in this realm, and he was not one to squander such a precious resource. Thus, as the yellow mist of the howling soul beast and the poisonous serpent soul remained locked in a stalemate, Han Li swiftly shifted his form to one side. With a stoic expression, he extended his hand, and a brilliant green light flashed as he accurately grasped the demon soul that was unable to evade his grasp. The serpent soul, merely a few inches long, thrashed desperately between his fingers. Yet, with a deft motion, Han Li produced a pre-prepared jade vial. With a flick of his wrist, the serpent's soul was enveloped in a swirl of green light and promptly cast into the vial. Han Li quickly sealed the vial and carefully stowed it away in his storage pouch, finally allowing himself a moment's relief. Without a hint of hesitation, Han Li turned and proceeded towards the direction of the tortoise demon. Just then, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the air as the protective barrier finally shattered under the relentless assault of two massive swords. Without lifting his gaze, Han Li extended one hand, unleashing a torrent of green light that swiftly enveloped the exposed wind and thunder wings, instantly pulling them back to his possession. He barely spared a glance before stuffing the treasure into his storage pouch. This action nearly caused the nearby Fengshou to choke on its own blood. The previously calm expression on its face was once again marred by a profound resentment. However, Han Li's attention was drawn to the towering mound of insects, from which he uttered a low hum. The swarm immediately ascended into the air, revealing the tortoise demon beneath. Upon seeing it, Han Li gasped in astonishment. The creature was battered and bloodied, yet it emitted a faint, earthy glow, and its exposed flesh writhed incessantly. Right before Han Li's eyes, it rapidly healed itself. In the blink of an eye, the wounds appeared to have healed significantly. Han Li was taken aback, a bitter taste creeping into his mouth. The so-called self-regenerating body was not uncommon among demon beasts. Many lower-tier demons possessed the bizarre ability to heal wounds and regenerate limbs. However, such innate gifts were exceedingly rare among higher-tier demon beasts. In fact, despite having vanquished numerous 6th and 7th-tier demon beasts, Han Li had never encountered one endowed with such regenerative capabilities. The sight of this 8th-tier tortoise demon possessing such a trait was indeed a shocking revelation for him. Yet, this also meant that Han Li's troubles had escalated. Unless he could sever the tortoise demon's head in a single strike or shatter its golden core, relying solely on the devouring insects would not suffice to bring the creature to its demise in a timely manner. At the very least, he would be unable to subdue it before its innate abilities were exhausted. Regrettably, his azure bamboo cloud sword had only been refined for a mere few decades, with the time dedicated to its cultivation being exceedingly minimal. Thus, despite the sword being forged from the heavenly thunder bamboo, one of the 3 divine woods, and subsequently enriched with the exceedingly rare refining crystal, its singular might, when compared to the innate treasures of practitioners of the same rank, was not particularly formidable. Previously, he had relied on this sword to slay 6th and 7th level beasts, largely due to its astonishing number, which enabled it to achieve remarkable results. When multiple blades, or even a complete set of 12 swords, combined into a singular colossal sword, the resultant power was naturally incomparable. This illustrates the fundamental strength inherent in a complete set of magical artifacts. However, it was evident that this time, even with the invocation of the giant sword technique, he could not penetrate the formidable bodies of the 2 8th-level beasts. In the 5th chapter of Volume 4, Winds Rise Over Seas, Han Li was initially taken aback when his flying swords proved ineffective against the 2 demons. Yet, upon further contemplation, he found this reaction to be quite rational. High-level demonic beasts predominantly specialize in honing their corporeal forms, with certain inherently tough-skinned species capable of withstanding attacks from artifacts of equivalent rank without sustaining damage. Moreover, the lifespan of demonic beasts often far exceeds that of ordinary practitioners, by several times, or even dozens of times. Consequently, the higher the rank of the demonic beast, the more time it has to cultivate its form to astonishing levels that leave human practitioners awestruck. This explains why practitioners before the nascent soul stage, relying on their artifacts and intellect, can vanquish beasts below the 8th level. However, once a beast surpasses the transformation stage and perfects its corporeal form, complemented by an awakening of intelligence, it tends to dominate human practitioners of the same rank. The Flood Dragon belongs to the armored clan of celestial beasts, and at the 8th level, it is already comparable to ordinary 9th-level beasts in terms of defense. Therefore, the current turtle demon. Being one of the most formidable in defensive capabilities among its kind, would not be easily dispatched by Han Li's modestly potent flying swords. Were it a seasoned nascent soul expert wielding artifacts refined over hundreds of years, the two immobile demons would certainly find their lives preserved. Conversely, had a nascent soul elder found themselves incapacitated on the ground, Han Li, with his current flying swords, could similarly dispatch them with ease. Of course, the case of the rugged, bearded man, whose physical refinement was nearly akin to that of a demon, would be an exception. As for the exorcising divine thunder, while it is fearfully effective against malevolent sorceries, it holds no particular advantage against demonic beings. Although the might of the divine thunder stems from the golden thunder bamboo itself, Han Li, with his present cultivation, could only truly manifest about 10 to 12% of its potential. Understanding these realities, Han Li felt no sense of despair. He was well aware that upon advancing to the nascent soul stage and investing over a century in the specialized cultivation of the azure bamboo B-Cloud sword, the power of this artifact would undoubtedly surge exponentially. At that point, the colossal sword formed from multiple flying swords would have no difficulty in breaching the defenses of the two demons. After all, the azure bamboo B-Cloud sword was a premier artifact he had painstakingly crafted, and he held steadfast belief in its vast potential. Currently, Han Li could effortlessly slay ordinary practitioners at the late core formation stage, and even typical 7th-level demonic beasts. However, when confronted with the ancient creatures of the nascent soul stage and the formidable 8th-level demonic beasts, he dared not entertain any thoughts of direct confrontation. The realms of the Foundation establishment and the nascent soul were entirely disparate worlds. These thoughts rapidly traversed through Han Li's mind as he glanced down at the tortoise demon beneath him and to the side at Feng Shi, enveloped in white light, his expression shifting between darkness and uncertainty. He questioned himself, realizing that aside from daring to employ the azure blue ice flame as a desperate gamble, he possessed no viable means to vanquish the two demons in a short span of time. Even so, Han Li estimated that while the tortoise demon might be manageable, the likelihood of successfully eliminating the wind-splitting beast with its perverse protective treasures was scarcely above 30%. The azure blue ice flame was beyond his control, rendering him incapable of directing its might solely against the two demons. Consequently, its actual effectiveness would be significantly diminished. What further troubled Han Li was that while he could unleash this ice flame, he could not retract it, should he fail to extinguish the wind-splitting beast. This treasured flame would be a gift to it, only serving to augment the creature's strength. In such a scenario, it would be far wiser to retain this treasure for himself. After coalescing his nascent soul, he could refine this item, ensuring that the azure blue ice flame would become an invaluable weapon in his arsenal. Han Li did not deliberate for long, nor did he possess the luxury of time to squander. While the tortoise demon still appeared somewhat bloated, the wind-splitting beast had visibly diminished, its abdomen reduced by more than half, and its expression darkening ominously. A chill coursed through Han Li's heart as he realized that it would not be long before this demon suppressed the medicinal potency of the spirit liquid, regaining its magical powers and mobility. Resolutely, Han Li gritted his teeth, bent down, and forcefully seized the storage pouch from the immobile tortoise demon. With a swift kick, he sent the incapacitated creature tumbling into the fire pit below. Subsequently, he rummaged through the remains of the venomous serpent to locate another storage pouch, stowing away the demon core before vanishing in a flash, reappearing behind the wind-splitting beast and similarly kicking it into the seething flames. Without a second glance at the plight of the two demons, Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light and hastily fled. He harbored no belief that even the most formidable demons could track him down if he took refuge on a distant island. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed as the stone door was shattered by Han Li, leaving a substantial breach, and his fleeing light vanished without a trace. Inside the artifact refining chamber, an eerie silence enveloped the space. After an indeterminate period, a sound of extreme malice erupted from the fire pit, followed by a blinding white light surging forth, shattering the roof and piercing through the cave's defenses, disappearing from sight. The next instant, this white light appeared above the small island, darting around at an almost imperceptible speed before retreating to a distance. As the radiance dimmed, the figure of the 9th-level wind-splitting beast, Feng Shi, emerged. Despite his unaltered demeanor, he bore an expression of seething rage, one hand firmly grasping the now immobile tortoise demon, which bore no protective treasures and was charred and scorched. Its hair singed away. It seemed that the creature had endured some hardship in the fire pit. The wind-splitting beast's eyes flickered with white light as it surveyed its surroundings, a sinister look crossing its face as it suddenly contorted into a grimace. With one hand, it formed a spell, and the light on its fingertips danced, a fierce glint flashing across its countenance moments later. Without uttering a word, he resolutely set his sights on a particular direction, transforming into a white arc that soared through the heavens. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Han Li, enveloped in a blood-red cloak and fleeing in a frenzy, was drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, the wind spirit energy within him, previously restrained by the exorcising divine thunder, suddenly stirred restlessly, displaying an unsettling demeanor. Fortunately, Han Li reacted swiftly, dissipating the spiritual energy from the cloak and forcefully suppressing this anomaly with pure spiritual power. Having reached the late stage of foundation establishment, although he still could not control the blood-red cloak with complete mastery, he could at least sever the forcibly extracted spiritual energy at will. This enhancement significantly increased the practicality of this ancient treasure. At that moment, Han Li's expression changed dramatically, fully aware that the Gale Beast had finally broken free. Without a moment's hesitation, he altered his direction, fervently channeling spiritual energy into the cloak and hastily fleeing. He had previously provoked the creature to great ire, and should it catch up to him, dismemberment and soul extraction would be inevitable. What vexed Han Li was the realization that, despite the considerable distance between them, the beast still possessed the means to manipulate the wind spirit energy confined within him. This was utterly unexpected, filling him with a twinge of regret. Perhaps, during his time in the artifact refinement chamber, it would have been wiser to risk abandoning the Qianlan Ice Pearl. However, dwelling on past choices was futile. Han Li could only transform into a mass of crimson light and escape at full speed. In the ensuing hours, which could last anywhere from 2 to 3, or merely the time it takes to enjoy a meal, the wind spirit energy within Han Li would inevitably erupt once more. Though he managed to suppress it each time, he would unavoidably veer off course in his flight, to prevent the beast from pinpointing his location and pursuing him. Han Li's speed and evasion was far inferior to that of the Gale Beast, yet he had managed to maintain the initiative, consistently creating a significant distance between them. However, soon after, the beast, relying on its sensitivity to the wind spirit energy, would relentlessly pursue him once more. Thus, for over a month, Han Li and the Gale Beast engaged in a relentless game of hide-and-seek across the vast ocean. Throughout this ordeal, Han Li felt an overwhelming sense of dread, coupled with immense frustration. To avoid being eternally chased by the Gale Beast, he naturally wished to refine the wind spirit energy within him. Yet, this energy proved exceptionally resilient. After a month of effort, he had seen no reduction whatsoever, far beyond what a foundation establishment cultivator could hope to refine. Left with no choice, Han Li abandoned this thought and devoted himself entirely to evasion and concealment. However, Han Li found it somewhat perplexing that the Gale Beast had not frequently employed its techniques to detect his location. If it had, the creature could have intercepted him long ago. This bafflement lingered in Han Li's mind. Unbeknownst to him, thousands of miles away, the Gale Beast was equally vexed. It did not refrain from using its techniques to locate Han Li. Rather, its circumstances were surprisingly similar to Han Li's. Although the beast had forced the foreign substance hidden within its spiritual liquid into a singular mass, and temporarily enveloped it with spiritual energy, this substance would inevitably erupt at intervals, compelling it to halt its flight to suppress it. While the beast was confident that given time to meditate, it could completely refine away this troublesome entity. However, he now closely pursued Han Li without relent, his magical power nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of executing his plans. He could only harbor a belly full of resentment as he desperately trailed behind. As for the turtle demon, although it had long since regained its composure, Fengshi found its speed of escape insufficient and thus abandoned it, choosing to pursue Han Li alone. In his frustration, he couldn't help but marvel at Han Li's astonishing speed of evasion, secretly speculating that the latter must possess some remarkable artifact to enhance his swiftness. Volume 4, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 551, Thunder Escape Technique. As the days passed, the intervals between the eruptions of Han Li's wind spirit energy grew increasingly prolonged. Initially, it manifested every few hours, then reduced to once every half day, and ultimately, he could only suppress it once a day. Moreover, the potency of each eruption diminished progressively. Finally, after a 2-day interval without an eruption, the wind spirit energy stabilized, and the Leerfengso relinquished its attempt to manipulate it. Han Li was naturally overjoyed, whether it was due to the beast falling too far behind for its method to function or encountering some other hindrance. This presented the perfect opportunity for escape. Without hesitation, he consumed a drop of spiritual liquid, and, once oriented in a direction, he soared through the air, distancing himself from the nearby waters. On a remote island thousands of miles away from Han Li, the Leerfengso sat cross-legged within a desolate cave, its countenance ashen as it meditated. After such an extended chase, it had finally exhausted its magical power, unable to suppress the foreign entity within. Unlike Han Li, this creature could not indulge in the luxury of instant restoration with a millennium's worth of spiritual liquid. Reluctantly, it resolved to remain on the island for a time, intending to completely eliminate the internal threat before resuming its pursuit of Han Li. It was imperative that it reclaim the meticulously crafted wind thunder wings. With a venomous oath of vengeance echoing in its heart, the 9th level Leerfengso grimly shut its eyes, entering a state of deep meditation. Over a month later, Han Li found himself on an unfamiliar deserted island. Observing that there were no human cultivators or high-level demons in sight, he plunged into the island, swiftly carving out an exceedingly simple stone cave. After setting up several concealment arrays at the entrance, he hurried inside to sit down and extracted the pair of wind thunder wings. Gazing at the wings now shrunk to the size of his palm, Han Li couldn't suppress a smile of delight. Since these spiritual wings required the power of wind and thunder to operate, and the 9th level demon foam, she possessed only the power of wind. It indicated that one need not possess both powers simultaneously to wield this treasure. Possessing either would suffice. As Han Li could command the exorcising thunder, he was naturally capable of mastering this artifact. If this item were indeed as wondrous as the Leerfengso claimed, having control over it would be immensely beneficial for his survival in the future. However, upon closer inspection of the wings in his hands, he noticed that the silver-white feathers exhibited signs of instability. Han Li recognized this as a consequence of removing the treasure too soon, before it had fully solidified and taken shape. Although the situation was not as dire as the other party had alarmingly suggested, the prolonged passage of time would indeed diminish its potency. Yet, Han Li displayed no signs of panic on his face. Instead, he promptly made a small incision with his fingernail on his index finger, allowing a drop of his essence blood to fall upon the wings. Incanting a spell, he swiftly completed the master recognition ritual. As the wings absorbed the blood, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Han Li's eyes. With a single hand, he tossed the wind thunder wings into the air, where they floated weightlessly, motionless. Without sparing a glance, he flicked his fingers, unleashing slender arcs of electricity that shot forth, striking the ethereal wings and erupting in deep, resounding thunder. With a serious expression, Han Li intensified the golden arcs, which began to multiply in frequency. Before long, a pale golden electric dome materialized in the air, enveloping the wind thunder wings within its confines. The thunderous roars transformed from high to low, observing the wings within the electric shield, gradually absorbing the divine thunder's arcs. Han Li felt a sense of relief. In the ensuing days, Han Li, utilizing the divine thunder at his disposal, gradually stabilized the wind thunder wings' feathers. Due to their absorption of the divine thunder, strands of golden silk began to appear among the silver feathers, difficult to discern with the naked eye. After completing the finalization of the treasure, a task left unfinished by the Leerfengso, Han Li retracted the arcs of lightning, releasing a surge of azure light that enveloped the wind thunder wings before drawing it into himself. Subsequently, he exited the stone cave and soared above the small island, preparing to test the capabilities and powers of this treasure. Standing aloft, Han Li took a deep breath, subtly channeling his spiritual energy to activate the wind thunder wings. He felt a surge of spiritual energy at his back, followed by two distinct sounds. As a pair of wings, each about a yard in length, materialized behind him, they shimmered silver white, interspersed with hints of golden light. Curiously, he turned to inspect them, and with a mere thought, the wings fluttered gently. They bore no weight, existing as if ethereal. Intrigued, he extended his hand to touch one of the wind thunder wings. It felt cool, with a slight tingling sensation. Observing this, Han Li furrowed his brow, exerting a bit of pressure with his fingers. and his entire palm effortlessly sank into the wing. What is this? Han Li was momentarily taken aback, quickly conducting an introspection. The palm-sized wind thunder wings remained stable above his dantian, emitting a faint white light. The visible wings were merely an illusion conjured entirely by spiritual energy. This revelation surprised Han Li. Regaining his composure, he began to infuse the wings with his magical energy. In response, the wings behind him flickered with silver light, and with a slight motion, he soared forward effortlessly. After flying several laps, Han Li paused, stroking his chin in contemplation. The speed was unremarkable, not significantly faster than before. It seemed he truly needed to channel the power of lightning for a more thorough test. With this thought, Han Li wasted no time in summoning the divine thunder, sending 2 pale golden arcs into the ethereal wings within him. In an instant, the sound of thunder erupted from behind Han Li, prompting him to swiftly glance back. Silver arcs of electricity flickered across his wings, involuntarily extending to either side, exuding an enigmatic aura. With a flicker of his consciousness, a resounding boom followed, and in a flash of silver light, he found himself teleporting to a spot over 10 yards away. The thunder escape technique. Initially taken aback, Han Li's heart swelled with joy. He then gently waved his wings, and amid the roar of thunder, he reappeared another 20 or 30 yards away. In the ensuing moments, Han Li transformed into a silver arc of lightning, traversing the sky with astonishing speed. One moment he materialized in the distance, the next he vanished nearby, his form ethereal and elusive. Truly, the thunder escape technique, the most mysterious of all escape arts, possessed a speed that far surpassed that of ordinary elemental techniques. One could only wonder how this magical artifact would evolve after prolonged cultivation. It was no surprise that the 9th-level Rift-Wind beast sought tirelessly to forge such a treasure. With its already unparalleled speed, combined with these wind and thunder wings, the number of beings capable of vanquishing it in this world would be exceedingly few. As Han Li reappeared amidst a silver arc, a radiant smile graced his face as he gently caressed one of his wings, murmuring to himself. Soon after, a flash of white light enveloped him, and his wings disintegrated. Han Li had no intention of lingering. He aimed to swiftly depart the outer sea and return to the inner sea. He understood well that although he had temporarily evaded the pursuit of the 9th-level Rift-Wind beast with its monstrous speed, it would soon scour the nearby waters and resume its hunt. He would not remain stationary, waiting for the beast to find him. The inner sea was the domain of human cultivators. Presumably, no matter how formidable this beast might be, it would not dare to venture too deeply into that territory. Once he solidified his nascent soul in the inner sea, he would have no reason to fear the creature any longer. As for the matter of being hunted by those nascent soul elders due to the void sky cauldron that had transpired over 3 to 4 decades ago, the fervor surrounding it had likely waned significantly by now. Moreover, with his cultivation at the late stage of the core formation, unless he encountered particularly fierce opponents like the barbarian bearded man, he could likely evade even formidable foes like the extreme. Having settled his thoughts, Han Li returned to the stone cave on the island and briefly inspected the storage bags of the turtle demon and the venomous serpent. To his astonishment, they contained a multitude of demon beast cores and some exceedingly rare materials. Among these treasures, he discovered a fist-sized black turtle shell and over 100 blood-red scales. These items were likely remnants shed during the transformation of the 2 demons and were extraordinarily precious. Han Li was pleasantly surprised. If he were to forge armor from these 2 materials, it would undoubtedly rival the barbarian bearded man's royal scale armor. However, Han Li was not inclined to pursue this matter at present. Instead, he retracted the formation flags at the cave entrance and departed the island, heading directly toward the sea region where the Miaoyin sect's marketplace was located. Given that the Miaoyin sect had constructed a teleportation array, it was reasonable to assume that, after such a long period, they would be nearly prepared. When the time came, whether through persuasion or force, he would utilize this array to transport himself back to the inner sea. Han Li was unaware of the new location for the Miaoyin sect's market. However, it was likely that a well-informed human cultivator could provide him with the necessary information. What he did not know was that the escaping turtle demon had already informed the leader of the nearby Sea's Dragon clan, a 9th-level Yuan Yao, about the demise of the venomous serpent he had slain, deep within an underwater cave thousands of fathoms beneath the ocean's surface. As the beginning of the month approached, Yuan Yao hoped that readers would continue to enjoy his book. For those holding monthly votes, he encouraged them to cast a few more during this time. In the 552nd chapter of the 4th volume, Winds Rise Over the Seas, Han Li, with his current cultivation level, moved with astonishing speed even without his cloak or thunderwing. Merely half a month later, he arrived at the deserted island that had once hosted the Miaoyin sect's market. However, after a brief sweep with his spiritual sense, he confirmed that the underground realm was indeed devoid of life. Thus, it became imperative for him to seek out someone for information. After surveying his surroundings, Han Li adjusted his direction and transformed into a green streak of light, vanishing from sight. Given that the Miaoyin sect's market had previously been established on this island, it was reasonable to assume that, even if relocated, it would not stray far from the nearby waters. Moreover, the islands in this region were likely populated with human cultivators. With his formidable spiritual sense, he was confident in locating some cultivators without much difficulty. As expected, after a half-day's flight, Han Li discovered traces of human cultivators on a medium-sized island. Not just one, but a group was present. From his vantage point high above the island, he observed several male and female cultivators engaging in a fierce assault on 2 4th-level demon beasts in the nearby waters. Upon recognizing a couple of familiar faces among them, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft chuckle. Subsequently, Han Li effortlessly altered his appearance using his transformation technique, adopting the guise of a middle-aged man with a dark complexion. With a nonchalant flick of his wrist, he unleashed 2 streams of azure sword energy, which flashed brilliantly before piercing through the skulls of the 2 4th-level demon beasts, slaying them instantly. This sudden display of power startled the cultivators below, who quickly noticed Han Li's figure soaring in the sky, prompting a flurry of excitement. Realizing that a formidable cultivator of the core formation stage had arrived, they quickly conferred among themselves. A richly dressed man soon took flight towards Han Li. "Greetings, venerable senior. Thank you for your timely assistance. Is there any way we juniors may serve you?" Though the man spoke with a respectful demeanor, a flicker of unease crossed his hooked nose as he pondered the intentions of this unexpected core formation cultivator's appearance on the island. Observing the man who had teleported alongside him, Han Li narrowed his eyes, choosing to remain silent for the moment. His gaze shifted downward to the scarred-faced cultivator, Su Yuan. Strangely, none of the other cultivators who had teleported with him, including Madame Lu, were present. It seemed that after all these years, the richly dressed man and Su Yuan were still languishing at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, likely a sign of their failure to break through to core formation. Seeing Han Li's somber expression, the richly dressed man felt a surge of anxiety. Just as he hesitated and considered saying more, Han Li finally spoke slowly. "I seek the secret market of the Miaoyin sect. Is there anyone here who knows the time and place of the next event?" Han Li's gaze returned to the robust figure clad in splendid attire, as he inquired with an air of calm indifference. Upon hearing Han Li's question, the burly man's expression softened. With a respectful demeanor, he promptly replied, "Esteemed elder, there remains over a month until the next opening of the Miaoyin sect's secret market. The location has already been decided. It will be on Shuangfeng Island, a few days' journey west from this isle. If you wish to attend, I can guide you." This man displayed considerable insight. "There is no need for that. Just provide me with the nautical chart," Han Li replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor, showing no inclination for further conversation. The man had indeed survived the beast tide, a feat that left Han Li somewhat contemplative regarding the fate of others, who likely fared much worse. "Very well. I shall mark the location of the market on the chart for you," the man responded, a hint of disappointment crossing his face, as he had hoped to cultivate a connection with such a high-ranking individual. The increasingly treacherous nature of the foreign seas made it advantageous to know a cultivator at the core formation stage. However, upon observing Han Li's cold demeanor, he resigned himself and retrieved a jade slip from his robes, marking the location of the market before presenting it to Han Li with both hands. Han Li accepted the slip, briefly scanning it with his divine sense, nodding in acknowledgement before transforming into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the void. In his wake, only a few low-tier cultivators remained, their faces reflecting envy. In the current foreign seas, without cultivation at the core formation stage or above, low-tier cultivators dared not stray far from their abodes. Although the market would not commence for another month, Han Li was not foolish enough to wait idly for that duration. By then, he might not have the opportunity to teleport away before the rift-wind beast came knocking at his door. Thus, he resolved to seek out Madame Fan and Yun Tianxiao, hoping to negotiate a discreet teleportation with minimal cost. Should they demand an exorbitant price, he would not hesitate to compel them to comply. Several days later, Han Li arrived at the so-called Shuangfeng Island, which was quite expansive, featuring 2 towering peaks of similar height. After circling one of the peaks a few times, he located the entrance to the marketplace as indicated on the chart. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li altered his appearance to match that of his previous visit to the secret market. He then descended to the mountainside, taking a few steps before halting before a colossal tree, its trunk several feet in diameter. With a stoic expression, he regarded the towering tree, which soared several dozen feet high, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. He flicked his finger lightly, sending 3 white orbs of light crashing against the bark, producing 3 resounding thuds. Moments later, a green glow flickered, and a fissure appeared in the bark. Out stepped an elderly man in white robes, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, who was none other than the gatekeeper he had encountered during his last visit to the marketplace. The elder immediately recognized Han Li's guise as a core formation expert. After all, cultivators of that caliber were exceedingly rare in this realm, and following the previous market, he had heard whispers of this individual who single-handedly subdued numerous core formation cultivators, likely a high-ranking nascent soul cultivator. Upon recognizing Han Li's visage, the elder immediately stooped slightly, hastening forward to bow deeply as he inquired, "Ah, it is indeed Senior Li who has arrived. I, a junior, was unaware. I hope you will forgive my ignorance. However, may I ask if there is a matter of significance that has prompted your visit? With over a month remaining before the secret market opens, there are no goods available for your perusal." As the elder spoke with utmost reverence, a flicker of confusion danced in his eyes. "I am not here to partake in any secret market. Rather, I intend to meet with your esteemed sect master Fan or Elder Yuan," Han Li remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at the elder and deliberately raising his chin with a hint of arrogance. To meet with the sect master and Elder Yuan? The elder was momentarily taken aback, then hesitated, displaying a hint of trepidation. "Is that so? Is it not possible?" Han Li's voice suddenly turned frigid, and his expression darkened. "Of course, that is not the case." The elder, perceiving the shift in Han Li's demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine and quickly adorned his face with a smile, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. If it were anyone else, it would certainly be out of the question. But since you, esteemed senior, have come in person, it must be for a matter of great importance. I shall convey your presence forthwith. Sect Master Fan is right here, overseeing the affairs of the market. Please, allow me a moment." The elder pondered briefly, deciding to leave this delicate matter to those above him. He certainly had no desire to confront Han Li directly, then do so swiftly. "I lack the patience for prolonged waiting." Hearing that Sect Master Fan was present brought a flicker of delight to Han Li's heart, leading him to soften his tone slightly. "Yes, I shall utilize a sound transmission talisman to inform the Sect Master. It will be done shortly," the elder replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. If Han Li were to force his way in, he could only watch helplessly. He would not dare to obstruct him. Thus, the elder in white, before Han Li, activated a sound transmission talisman, which soared into the hollow of a tree. "Where is Elder Yuan? Why is she not alongside your sect master?" Han Li casually inquired, his expression unperturbed as the talisman vanished from sight. "Ah, the whereabouts of Elder Yuan, I truly do not know. Recently, all matters concerning the market have been handled solely by the sect master," the elder responded, his face betraying difficulty as he hesitated before murmuring his words. Seeing the elder's expression, Han Li comprehended the unspoken implications. After a few cold laughs, he chose not to press further, much to the elder's silent relief. Moments later, the elder in white received a sound transmission talisman. After briefly inspecting it with his divine sense, he respectfully addressed Han Li, "Esteemed Senior Li, our sect master has requested your presence inside. Allow me to escort you." "Lead the way," Han Li replied nonchalantly. The subterranean realm beneath the tree bore a striking resemblance to the one he had observed during the last market, divided into upper and lower tiers, forming a considerable underground expanse. However, at present, aside from a dozen low-ranking male and female cultivators from the Miaoyin sect preparing for something, no one else was present. The elder swiftly guided Han Li to a stone wall, where 2 exceptionally beautiful female cultivators stood guard. "Welcome, esteemed Senior Li. The sect master is within, eagerly anticipating your esteemed arrival." The 2 youthful maidens simultaneously bowed to Han Li, their delicate faces flushed with charm. Volume 4, Winds Rise from Overseas Chapter 553. Unmasking Han Li observed the expressions of the two women, stroking his chin with a contemplative look, nodding silently in acknowledgement. One of the female cultivators reached out to touch the wall, causing a ripple of azure light to manifest, revealing a stone door. This junior can only lead the esteemed senior here. I shall take my leave now. The elderly man seized the opportunity and quickly excused himself. Han Li paid him no mind and strode into the room. Upon traversing a short corridor, Han Li entered a grand hall. In the center stood Madame Fan, adorned in a light green dress with a delicate touch of makeup, awaiting him with a beaming smile. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you from afar, esteemed senior, she said, parting her cherry lips in a charming smile as she bowed gracefully. With a slight motion of her lithe figure, she gestured for Han Li to take a seat. Han Li glanced at the sandalwood chair behind her, raised an eyebrow, and without hesitation, proceeded to sit down. After surveying the enchanting features of the woman before him, he spoke calmly. It appears that Madam is not the least concerned that my visit might pose a threat to your esteemed sect. Esteemed senior, you jest. With your level of cultivation, how could you possibly trouble a mere foundation establishment junior? Madame Fan replied, gracefully seating herself beside Han Li and covering her mouth with a light laugh. At this moment, the beautiful woman was merely a foot away from Han Li, and a waft of fragrant aroma enveloped him. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, but maintained his composure. However, as she settled down, a flicker of unintentional surprise crossed her face, and she suddenly regarded Han Li with a peculiar gaze. Just as he was about to inquire about her intentions, a young and striking female cultivator, holding a pale red tea tray, quietly entered the room. She placed a fragrant cup of tea before each of them, and then stood behind Madame Fan. Though Madame Fan appeared composed, a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Yet she chose to remain silent. Witnessing this scene, Han Li glanced at the two women, feeling a stir of intrigue in his heart. Esteemed senior, is there something my sect can assist you with during your visit? If we are able to help, our sect will certainly do our utmost, Madame Fan inquired, taking a small sip from her cup with an air of calmness. Since Madame's sect leader has spoken so, I shall not beat around the bush. I seek to inquire whether the teleportation array leading back to the inner sea has been completed. I wish to borrow it, Han Li stated, maintaining a placid demeanor as if discussing a trivial matter. The teleportation array? Madame Fan initially appeared taken aback, then her beautiful eyes shifted, revealing a smirk tinged with ambiguity. I fear I must disappoint you, esteemed senior. The array has yet to be fully repaired. However, it should be completed soon. We merely need to wait a little longer. How long must we wait? Han Li interjected coldly before she could finish. That is difficult to say. As you are aware, the array is currently lacking those dream stones. Elder Yuan and other seniors last ventured to the source of the stones, intending to procure them, but it alarmed the local beasts. After a fierce battle, they could only manage to bring back a small quantity of the material, suffering losses among several seniors in the process. In a moment of desperation, Elder Yuan was devising the next course of action. Just as Madame Fan displayed a hint of hesitation, placing her teacup back on the table, she proceeded to explain herself to Han Li. Standing behind Madame Fan, a young female cultivator suddenly cleared her throat. A flicker of displeasure crossed Madame Fan's enchanting face. Yet she seemed to hesitate, allowing her words to trail off. Han Li's expression shifted subtly, and he lifted his gaze to coldly scrutinize the young cultivator, causing her to lower her head in trepidation. Since the teleportation array could not be utilized in the immediate future, there was no need for Li to continue speaking. Having pondered momentarily, Han Li rose, intent on not lingering. Observing this, a complex emotion flitted across Madame Fan's face. After a brief pause, she uttered a statement that momentarily stunned Han Li. Although I cannot assist you with the teleportation, our sect has always held great admiration for esteemed cultivators like you. Please, rest here for the night and depart tomorrow. Another night? Han Li contemplated a firm refusal, but after locking eyes with her captivating gaze, he altered his decision. Very well. I shall rest for the night before setting out. Hee. Our sect will certainly treat you with the utmost hospitality. Someone, please escort Elder Li to the finest chamber, Madame Fan declared with a mischievous smile, her eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Immediately, another young female cultivator entered in response. Without further ado, Han Li stood and followed the young woman outside. However, just before exiting the hall, he seemed to seek confirmation of something, casting a meaningful glance back before leisurely departing. Master, why do you wish to keep him here? Is that not a bit reckless? This Li cultivator previously outright rejected our overtures. The young female cultivator spoke once Han Li's figure vanished from the hall. Her voice was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable allure that contrasted sharply with her delicate features, likely causing any man to be captivated. Yet, while her tone remained respectful, it subtly conveyed a tone of inquiry. Yinqin, your audacity grows bolder. This esteemed elderly possesses extraordinary cultivation. What harm is there in befriending him? Since when has it become your prerogative to decide for the Miaoyin sect? Madame Fan's countenance darkened upon hearing this. I would not dare. The disciple merely heeds Elder Yun's advice before departing. I hope the master refrains from making decisions that would place me in a difficult position, the young woman replied, her humility evident, yet without a trace of concession. Invoking Elder Yun Tianshao's name. I shall inform Yun Tianshao upon his return. I have other pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Madame Fan's expression turned frigid as she swept her sleeve and departed without a backward glance, leaving behind the young woman, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and defiance. Later that evening, in a tastefully decorated and comfortable room, Han Li lay on the wooden bed, his eyes unblinking as he pondered. Despite the impulsive decision to spend the night in this marketplace, he felt no apprehension. He had thoroughly scanned the surroundings with his formidable divine sense. In this place, the highest cultivation is possessed by Lady Fan and a few late-stage foundation establishment practitioners, with no golden core cultivators present, let alone those formidable nascent soul elders. Therefore, unless an unexpected event occurs, he can remain here without any concerns. However, he is currently contemplating whether to spend several years traversing the sea to return to the inner sea. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in, Han Li said nonchalantly from the bed, as if he had already anticipated the visitor's identity. Consequently, a delicate laugh floated in from outside, and Lady Fan, adorned in splendid attire, entered through the door. She gracefully stepped into the center of the room, her hair resembling ink and her beauty captivating. You have not rested even at this late hour, Senior. It seems you were well aware I would come, she remarked, her fragrance wafting over as she sat down beside Han Li without hesitation, gazing at him with a smile. The implications from the sect master are quite evident. I too am curious about what secret matters require your private audience with me, madam. To clarify, if it does not pertain to the teleportation array, I have no interest in knowing, Han Li said, his eyes closed, not sparing her a glance. Naturally, having been pursued by so many nascent soul elders to the outer sea, Elder Han naturally wishes to return, she replied. What did you say? Who is Elder Han? Han Li's body stiffened as he suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint in his gaze as he fixed his attention on the alluring woman. His voice cold as he inquired. I speak of our esteemed Elder Han, Lady Fan replied, remaining composed under his scrutiny, revealing no hint of alarm. Han Li scrutinized her for a moment, then sat up. How did you recognize me? With your cultivation, it is impossible for you to discern my true appearance, he asked, regaining his composure. I did not recognize you by sight, but by scent, Lady Fan replied, gracefully lifting her jade-like wrist to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, a mischievous glint dancing in her eyes. By scent? Han Li was taken aback, a mixture of realization and confusion crossing his face. Sensing his lingering uncertainty, Lady Fan lightly smiled and explained, I have always been different from others since childhood. I can distinctly identify the unique aura of individuals and can permanently remember certain scents that I wish to retain. Unfortunately, I found Elder Han quite interesting back then and memorized your essence. I have not forgotten it since. During our last encounter at the market, you were too far away amidst the crowd, so I failed to recognize your identity. However, being so close in the hall during the day, it was impossible for you to conceal yourself from me. At that moment, Lady Fan's eyes sparkled with allure as she gazed at Han Li, a playful smile gracing her lips. Han Li was rendered speechless. The world is indeed full of wonders. It is astonishing that someone could discern another's identity through their aura. Faced with such a situation, Han Li could only lament his misfortune, yet he revealed no sign of panic. As long as individuals like the barbaric Huzi or Feng Shiji do not make an appearance, with his current cultivation and treasures, few would have cause to fear him. This woman, having witnessed his formidable prowess and coming to the secluded area alone, clearly harbors ulterior motives. Contemplating this, Han Li responded coolly, Since you have recognized me, I shall not pretend otherwise. Should I address you as Envoy Fan or Master Fan? It seems you do not regard my position as the leader of the Miaoying sect with much esteem. However, you may be unaware that had I not acted against the commands of those from the demonic path, the Miaoying sect might have vanished from the Chaos Star Sea long ago. I admit I have a certain attachment to the position of sect leader, but it was largely a decision born out of necessity. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Madame Fan initially beamed with delight, only to then offer a wry smile as she began to explain. You need not concern yourself with such matters. I have no interest in who leads the Miaoying sect. My status as an elder is merely nominal. However, from your earlier remarks, it appears you are aware of certain details about me, which piques my curiosity. Might you share some insights? Han Li maintained a calm demeanor, stretching lazily and affecting an air of indifference. Madame Fan, taken aback, gazed at Han Li for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. Although your name is not universally known, it is certainly renowned among high-ranking cultivators. A mere core formation cultivator managed to seize the precious Shu Tianding from numerous nascent soul elders and then vanished without a trace. This singular event has already elevated Elder Han's reputation significantly. With a playful glint in her eye, she continued, Indeed, among 10 cultivators who are aware, 9 would wish to eliminate you, while the remaining 1 is left dreaming of acquiring the treasure for himself. Envoy Fan, have you entertained similar thoughts? Han Li scoffed, casting a glance at her before reverting to her former title. You jest, my lady. Were I a core formation cultivator, I might indeed harbor such delusions. However, after my recent failure to re-enter the core formation stage, I have long abandoned any aspirations for further advancement. Such a treasure is not something a mere mortal like myself could hope to possess. I have no desire to engage in reckless endeavors that could lead to my own downfall. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the beautiful woman sighed and shook her head repeatedly. Han Li scrutinized her expression closely. She appeared sincere, yet he remained cautious, unwilling to easily trust her verbal assurances. He subtly shifted the conversation, asking, Aside from matters pertaining to the Shu Tianding, are there other rumors regarding me? Previously hesitant to engage with high-ranking cultivators, Han Li had limited knowledge of information concerning himself. Seizing this rare opportunity, he felt compelled to inquire further. It seems you have heard some news. There is indeed another rumor concerning you. Some say that Elder Han is the insect demon responsible for slaying numerous cultivators in nearby waters in recent years. I find this hard to believe. Since you possess a treasure like the Shu Tianding, it would be unwise to reveal your identity in such a brazen manner. Yet, many uninformed cultivators have been incited by this tale. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the beast tide, those dear friends and relatives who had fallen victim to the treachery of the insect demon might have truly formed a demon-slaying society to pursue the senior. The woman covered her mouth with a coy smile, gazing at Han Li with an expression that was both playful and enigmatic. Han Li remained unblinking, merely nodding indifferently, uttering not a single word. This left Madame Fan in a state of puzzlement. Could it be that the ruthless demon lord mentioned in legends is indeed this Elder Han? Very well, let us hear the true purpose of tonight's gathering as articulated by Envoy Fan. Han Li, maintaining his impassive demeanor, calmly inquired, his tone devoid of any emotion. Since Elder Han has spoken so, I shall be forthright. I wish to implore you to assist me in eliminating the villain Yuan Yao. Given your remarkable powers, dispatching this scoundrel would be effortless. Madame Fan hesitated momentarily before resolutely biting her silver teeth and uttering her request. A deep-seated resentment flickered across her exceptionally beautiful visage. Yuan Yao? Is he not your ally? Han Li displayed no sign of surprise, pausing in silence before leisurely posing his question. Elder, why speak in such a contradictory manner? You must have discerned some clues from today's events in the hall. Within the mystical sound sect, I have nearly become a puppet. Were it not for my knowledge of certain secret arts and the loyalty of a few devoted subordinates, I would have long lost my position as sect leader. Madame Fan spoke bitterly, her countenance darkening. Given that Envoy Fan ascended to the position of sect leader through the powers of the demonic path, one would expect some awareness of the consequences. What purpose does lamenting serve now? Being a puppet sect leader is certainly preferable to losing one's life. Han Li replied with an expressionless face, showing no inclination to agree. However, at present, I find my very life in jeopardy. A jade slip containing the secret arts of the mystical sound sect, which I relied upon for preservation, has recently gone missing alongside a trusted disciple. It is highly likely that it has fallen into the hands of Yuan Yao. If he allows his trusted female disciple to cultivate these techniques, Do you believe I still have any hope of survival? If you assist me in eliminating this rogue, I am willing to bestow upon you a significant portion of the wealth accumulated by the mystical sound sect over the years. All the maidens of the sect shall also be at your disposal. With a bitter expression, Madame Fan revealed the perilous nature of her situation, her stunning face momentarily contorting into a fierce promise. I have no interest. Please take your leave, madam. Despite the alluring terms she offered, Han Li refused outright, without a moment's hesitation. He did not doubt her words. If she truly intended to deceive him, she could easily feign ignorance and lay plans against him in secret, thereby increasing her chances of success. The fundamental reason for his refusal was his unwillingness to squander time in this matter. He was being pursued by a formidable opponent who could strike at any moment. Even if this woman offered him the entirety of the mystical sound sect, Han Li would still kick it aside, prioritizing his own survival. Upon witnessing this, Madame Fan felt a twinge of confusion. However, after pleading desperately for a few moments and observing Han Li's unwavering resolve, her expression underwent multiple transformations. At last, after a moment's contemplation, the beautiful woman gritted her teeth and spoke again. If the junior possesses a means, I can facilitate the elder's return to the inner sea in the short term. Elder Han, would you be willing to lend your assistance? After uttering these words, Madame Fan gazed intently at Han Li, her expression tinged with urgency. This was indeed her final offer. Han Li, taken aback by her statement, paused momentarily before responding without hesitation. If you can truly ensure my return to the inner sea within 10 days, then this matter is certainly open to negotiation. However, is it not true that the required dreamstone for the teleportation array is lacking? Did Madame Fan not deliberately mislead me in the daylight? As he spoke the last sentence, Han Li's countenance darkened, his voice turning frigid. Absolutely not. For Yuan Shao, the teleportation array indeed lacks sufficient dreamstones. However, unbeknownst to him, our Miaoyin sect had previously invested a considerable sum to acquire some of this rare material. These dreamstones are among them, originally intended for establishing teleportation arrays between our branches in the inner sea. Yet, when I ventured to the outer sea, I brought them all along. Upon discerning Yuan Tianxiao's nefarious ambitions, I naturally refrained from revealing these materials. Otherwise, should he gain support from the demonic forces of the inner sea, I would have no chance of resurgence. The beautiful woman's heart raced as she hurriedly explained to Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart leapt with joy, though he maintained an exterior of calm contemplation. After a brief moment, he raised his head and replied coolly, "Present the dreamstones for my inspection, and then guide me to the location of the teleportation array. If there is indeed an adequate quantity of materials and it can be completed promptly, I shall lend my hand." As Han Li's words resonated, Madame Fan initially felt elated, but then a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. "If this cannot be accomplished, then I shall have no part in the matter," Han Li added, his tone resolute. "Very well. The materials are manageable. I can take the elder to see them tomorrow, or even now. However, the location of the construction site for the teleportation array is somewhat distant, and most of the disciples guarding it are loyal to Yuan Tianxiao. It may prove somewhat challenging," Madame Fan said, her brows furrowing in concern. "Since we are to confront this elder Yuan, should we still be wary of his few loyal followers? It would be prudent to first clip his wings and then strike decisively. But where is Yuan Tianxiao now? Surely, he cannot be too far from this place," Han Li inquired, recalling something with a hint of apprehension. 2 days later, near a nameless isle west of Twin Peaks Island, a streak of azure light soared through the skies. As it approached the island, the light condensed, revealing a man and a woman, Han Li and Madame Fan. "Is the teleportation array located on this island?" Han Li asked nonchalantly, glancing down at the small isle. "Indeed. There are 8 disciples of the Miaoyin sect guarding the teleportation array on the island. However, aside from 2 who are under my command, the rest are followers of Yuan Tianxiao, all possessing foundational cultivation or higher, and I cannot command them," Madame Fan said, her demeanor serious. "Understood. Summon your people. As for the others, allow me to handle them." A flicker of malevolence crossed Han Li's face. "Very well. Senior, please wait a moment." Lady Fan agreed without hesitation, gracefully raising her slender hand to produce a communication talisman. With a swift motion, the talisman transformed into a streak of flame, darting toward the island. Han Li observed intently as the talisman circled a small hill on the island before charging directly toward an apparently ordinary mound of earth. In an instant, The firelight vanished without a trace, seemingly entering some form of restriction. Moments later, 3 figures emerged from the mound, 2 women and 1 man. Upon spotting Lady Fan and Han Li in the sky, they immediately shot towards them like 3 beams of light. We greet the sect master. The 2 voluptuous and alluring female cultivators bowed deeply to Lady Fan upon their arrival. Curiously, they glanced at Han Li. But as soon as they discerned his unmasked core formation cultivation, their expressions shifted to one of shock and respect. The elder man in blue, following closely behind the 2 women, merely clasped his hands in a casual salute to Lady Fan. However, his gaze towards Han Li bore a hint of uncertainty, as if he were about to inquire something. Yet, having already discerned friend from foe, Han Li offered him no opportunity to speak. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered across his face as he silently flicked his finger, unleashing a streak of azure sword energy that shot forth like lightning. The elder's face turned pale with terror, but the speed of the sword light was far too swift. He could only utter a gasp before a bloodied hole the size of a thumb appeared on his forehead, and his body plummeted straight down. This scene left the 2 women in shock. However, upon seeing Lady Fan's impassive and grim demeanor, they exchanged a knowing glance and fell silent. Are the others below? Lady Fan inquired coldly to the 2 women. Yes, all 5 are at the formation site. I shall lead the sect master and senior there immediately. One of the pale-skinned female cultivators promptly responded. Very well, ensure that Senior Li is escorted down. Not a single one of them can be spared. A chilling expression emerged on Lady Fan's exquisite face. The 2 women understood that she had summoned assistance and fully intended to confront Yuan Tianxiao's associates. Without further hesitation, they guided Han Li and Lady Fan directly toward the small mound. Open. One of the women descended above the mound, brandishing a gleaming red token and commanding below. Instantly, a crimson glow erupted from the token, striking the mound. Red ripples spread forth, revealing a towering yellow stone door that materialized on the mound's surface. This is it. However, the 5 individuals possess mid-foundation establishment cultivation, so Senior must exercise caution. The pale-skinned female cultivator advised Han Li with a charming smile, her voice crisp and clear. Understood. Han Li replied with an impassive expression. He then raised his hand, unleashing a beam of azure light that erupted forth. With a thunderous crash, the stone door shattered, and Han Li entered without a flicker of emotion. The 2 female cultivators exchanged worried glances upon witnessing this. However, Madame Fan held unwavering confidence in Han Li and quickly called upon the 2 women to follow her. Upon entering the stone door, they found themselves in a passageway of approximately 3 to 4 zhang in width. Han Li's eyes narrowed instinctively as he sensed an ominous presence, likely due to the thunderous sound of the shattered stone door. Just then, 2 figures hurriedly emerged from the opposite end. Without taking a moment to scrutinize their faces, Han Li opened his mouth, unleashing 2 shimmering, translucent swords that shot forth towards the approaching individuals. Startled, the 2 figures were caught off guard, and before they could comprehend the unfolding events, one hastily brandished a red silk handkerchief while the other summoned a small yellow shield, attempting to momentarily defend themselves. However, the azure light pierced through with a swift whoosh, causing their magical artifacts to lose their energy and fall to the ground. Almost simultaneously, with another flash of blue light, the 2 let out piercing screams as they turned to flee. Han Li strode past their lifeless bodies without a moment's hesitation, his steps unyielding. The 2 small swords automatically returned, swirling around him in a graceful dance. The women trailing behind, including Madame Fan, felt a surge of relief upon witnessing this. Yet they took a brief moment to tend to the fallen. Upon traversing the passageway and entering a vast hall that spanned over 100 zhang in width, they found Han Li standing in the center with his hands clasped behind his back. At his feet lay a small teleportation array, which he examined with a stoic expression, seemingly engrossed in its intricacies. Surrounding him were 3 dismembered corpses, and a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Upon seeing this scene, Madame Fan's face lit up with delight. After instructing the other 2 women to handle the bodies, she approached Han Li gracefully, her presence exuding an enchanting fragrance. It was evident that the senior had reached an extraordinary level of mastery, effortlessly dispatching foundational cultivators like us, as if using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. She stood beside Han Li, her lips parting in admiration. Indeed, foundational cultivators do not pose a challenge for me anymore, Han Li replied, his thoughts still tethered to the teleportation array. Is this the array you mentioned? Precisely. You must have discerned it as well. This array is nearly complete. It merely requires the placement of the dreamstone before it can be activated. As you saw a couple of days ago, I have not misled you. Madame Fan replied with a glint in her bright eyes. Since what you say is true, I shall deal with Yuan Xiao, Hanli responded. But is this array truly connected to Huangming Island in the inner sea? To my knowledge, it is merely a standard-sized island. Why would those of the demonic path establish an array there? I have heard Yuan Xiao mention that there was originally an abandoned teleportation array from ancient times on Huangming Island. The practitioners of the demonic path made slight modifications for their own use. However, this array only allows for one-way reception and does not permit outbound transmissions. It is seldom utilized by demonic cultivators. If not for the fact that this array is capable of receiving transmissions over such a long distance from the outer sea, Yuan Xiao would not have chosen this location, Madame Fan explained earnestly to Hanli, fully aware of his keen interest in matters of teleportation and thus treating the topic with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Hanli nodded, choosing to remain silent. As long as there were no formidable nascent soul experts guarding the area, he felt confident that even in the most perilous situations, he would not falter. Moreover, he was willing to embrace a degree of risk. It was far preferable to retreating all the way back to the inner sea from the outer ocean. Hanli was assured that the woman before him had no reason to deceive him regarding such matters. After scrutinizing the teleportation array for a moment longer, he turned to Madame Fan and said, "Hasten to summon your array master to complete this formation. After I eliminate that scoundrel Yuan Xiao, I will require the teleportation array immediately. We must wait for Elder Yun to arrive. As you mentioned, he should reach Shuangfeng Island within 5 or 6 days to oversee the market affairs personally." Upon finishing his statement, he strode outside with an expression darkened by unease. As the days slipped by, Hanli found himself increasingly anxious. He understood that the longer one remained stationary, the greater the likelihood of being discovered by the demon cultivator Feng Shi. To his dismay, the promised dissipation of the wind spirit energy had yet to occur. He pondered how long Feng Shi's claim of it fading in due time truly meant. Could it extend to a year or even several years? Or was it merely a hollow promise? He had attempted to have the golden devouring insect shrink and consume the wind spirit energy within him, but soon discovered that this method was futile. The insect could only devour the energy after breaking through the protective golden threads of the exorcising thunder. Yet, the moment a small breach was made in the outer layer, the wind spirit energy would erupt, compelling him to seal the gap hastily. Thus, had it not been an effortless task to eliminate Yuan Xiao, he would never have lingered in this place for so long. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling persisted in his heart, an ominous intuition that something was amiss. Upon returning to Shuangfeng Island, Madame Fan promptly, with Han Li's assistance, eradicated those loyal to Yuan Xiao, and then began to await the arrival of their adversaries in the market. 5 days later, while Han Li rested with his eyes closed in the market hall, Madame Fan sat across from him, her expression fluctuating between hope and despair. At that moment, a flash of fire zipped through the door, causing Madame Fan's eyes to gleam with anticipation. She gracefully beckoned, and the flame flew into her hand. A few anxious female voices emerged from the fiery light. "Master." "Dire news. Besides Elder Yun, the esteemed Miaohua Zhenren has returned with him. They have already entered the market. You must prepare at once." "What? The old ghost Miaohua has come as well?" Madame Fan exclaimed in shock, crushing the communication talisman in her grip, her face contorting into a grimace. "The Miaohua of the Biyun sect?" Hanli opened his eyes, his demeanor shifting slightly, but soon regained his composure. It could only be that old Taoist. It was already too late to withdraw, for all of Yuan Xiao's followers had been thoroughly eliminated. If he lingered in the market any longer, discrepancies would soon be discovered. Madame Fan's complexion turned a shade of iron as she spoke. Subsequently, upon observing that Hanli maintained his composure while fixated on her, a flicker of hopeful anticipation stirred within her heart. Hanli, noticing the woman's silent gaze, could not help but roll his eyes and retorted with a hint of irritation, "Madam, what is the meaning of your stare? Do you truly expect me to contend with a nascent soul cultivator?" Nevertheless, he found himself surprisingly unperturbed. Since the arrival of individuals who were neither the brutish Huzi nor the likes of Wan Tianming, he felt that even if he were outmatched, he could simply depart without consequence. Particularly after acquiring the Wind Thunder Wings artifact, he felt emboldened to escape unscathed from an initial stage nascent soul cultivator. Should circumstances allow, He still hoped to return to the inner star sea via the teleportation array as planned. Thus, while his words suggested otherwise, his mind raced with calculations. However, upon hearing Han Li's remarks, Madame Fan's complexion paled, leaving her momentarily dazed and her thoughts in disarray. A moment later, a glint of coldness flashed in Han Li's eyes as he licked his lips and inquired solemnly, "Might I ask what connection exists between Miaohua and Yantiangxiu? If I were to eliminate Yantiangxiu suddenly, would he certainly seek vengeance?" Taken aback by Han Li's inquiry, Madame Fan soon grasped the implication and replied with surprise. What connection could there be? That old Taoist is merely a pawn, manipulated by Yantiangxiu, who has used our Miaoyin sect as female disciples to elevate his own status. Although he maintains closer ties with Yantiangxiu, if offered superior conditions afterward, he likely would not concern himself with our sect's affairs. However, this is contingent upon Yantiangxiu not seeking his aid. Otherwise, the old Taoist might feel obligated to intervene. That will suffice. You shall lure Yantiangxiu to the adjacent room. I will strike him down in an instant. He will not have time to call for help. Once the reality of your authority is established, the old Taoist will not contest it. Subsequently, you can entice Miaohua with even better terms, Han Li calmly analyzed for Madame Fan. Indeed, given the circumstances, we have no choice but to take this gamble. You must exert your full strength to eliminate Yantiangxiu in the shortest possible time. You should await in the furthest room. And leave the luring to me. Madame Fan, not an ordinary woman, gritted her teeth and acquiesced, pushed to this extreme. Seeing her resolve, Han Li wasted no time and swiftly moved toward the side door leading to the multitude of rooms behind the main hall. As he approached the entrance, an idea struck him, and he abruptly halted, his expression darkening as he turned back. Madame Fan, after I have slain Yantiangxiu, you will not, in a moment of inspiration, expose my identity to curry favor with the old Taoist Miaohua, will you? Regardless of whether such thoughts cross your mind, I shall offer you a caution. With my current capabilities, even if I am not yet a match for Miaohua, escaping from him would be a trivial matter. You can surely anticipate my subsequent actions. Consider this a warning. I wish to prevent any rash decisions on your part that could jeopardize us both. As he spoke the final words, his tone had turned chillingly icy. Madame Fan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. After a few changes in her expression, a faint bitter smile appeared on her face. Senior, you jest. How could I ever betray kindness for malice? Moreover, Elder Han is not an ordinary golden core cultivator. I am well aware of that. Please rest assured, as long as we eliminate Yun Tianxiao, I will certainly uphold my promise. The young woman spoke with a solemn demeanor, then swore a toxic oath to the heavens. Han Li, upon hearing this, scrutinized her for a few moments before turning away and entering a side chamber. After traversing a short corridor, he arrived in the final room. This chamber, though smaller, was arranged similarly to the previous hall. Han's figure flickered as he seated himself beside a sandalwood chair. He then closed his eyes and gathered his energy, ensuring that his aura was entirely concealed to prevent detection by the imminent arrival of Miao He and others. He was confident that having reached the later stage of Golden Core, he could evade the senses of an early nascent soul cultivator. Yet this remained merely a conjecture. Whether he could truly elude Miao He's perception left him somewhat uneasy. He could only endeavor to do his best. Meanwhile, in the adjoining hall, Madame Fan also felt a sense of unease. Although she feigned complete confidence in Han Li, she too was uncertain whether he could indeed vanquish Yun Tianxiao in an instant. Despite Han Li demonstrating his prowess at the last exchange meeting, she understood that much of that success was due to surprise. However, being a woman of deep cunning, she forcibly suppressed her distractions through mental discipline, seated herself at the head of the table, poured herself a cup of hot tea, and began to savor it. Through this act, she quickly regained her composure and tranquility. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Shortly after, a scholar and a middle-aged Taoist clad in a robe adorned with white crane patterns entered sequentially. Senior Miao He, Elder Yun, Madame Fan exclaimed, feigning surprise as she hastily set down the teacup she had brought to her lips and rose to bow respectfully to the esteemed Miao He. Miao He merely nodded indifferently, refraining from speaking, embodying the demeanor of an otherworldly sage. However, upon entering the hall, Yun Tianxiao surveyed the surroundings and involuntarily furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of suspicion on his face. Where is Yunqin? Why is she not here attending to the sect master? Has she dared to be lazy and obstinate? I must give her a proper lesson, Yun Tianxiao remarked, seemingly vexed after a slight return of the greeting. Yunqin, Madame Fan displayed a moment of hesitation. Glancing at Miao He with an air of uncertainty. Sectmaster, Senior Miao, he is not an outsider. Please, speak candidly. Yun Tianxiao was initially taken aback, but then feigned displeasure as he responded, in that case, I shall be direct. Yunqin is currently attending to a wandering cultivator who possesses a batch of dreamstones he wishes to sell to our sect. She insisted on personally negotiating with him, so I had no choice but to acquiesce. Madame Fan echoed her displeasure in response. What? Dreamstones? Just as Yun Tianxiao was about to speak to Miao He involuntarily trembled upon hearing this, his face lighting up with excitement. Upon hearing this, Miao He's eyes sparkled with interest, and his gaze narrowed slightly. Humph. The esteemed disciple of Elder Yuan insisted on engaging in a private discussion, leaving even me, the sect leader, without the privilege of observation. Lady Fan, seemingly harboring a great deal of pent-up frustration, coldly remarked, Indeed, Miss Yunqin has somewhat overstepped her bounds. However, I believe she did not intend any malice. Master, where are they now? I find myself rather uneasy, Yun Tianxiao said after a few dry coughs, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Yet, he quickly turned to the venerable Miaohua Taoist and respectfully stated, Senior Miaohua, please wait a moment. I shall attend to this minor matter before we continue our discussion regarding the matters we spoke of on the way here. Since you have pressing matters to address, do so at your convenience. I shall remain here in meditation for a while, replied the venerable Miaohua with a slight smile, appearing unperturbed. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianxiao was filled with delight and then shifted his gaze to Lady Fan. Elder Yuan, please follow me. I shall guide you down the path, Lady Fan said reluctantly, slowly making her way towards a side door, as if quite unwilling. At that moment, Yun Tianxiao was already bewildered by the joyous news of the illusion stone. Observing Lady Fan's actions, he felt all lingering doubts dissipate, and he hurriedly followed her. Meanwhile, Miaohua casually glanced at the retreating figures of the two, then found a chair and sat down with an air of nonchalance. On the other side, Yun Tianxiao had eagerly followed Lady Fan to the last stone chamber at the end of the passage, where the door was firmly shut. We've arrived. You may converse freely. As for me, as the sect leader, I am utterly powerless. Lady Fan huffed, gesturing towards the door. Before seemingly frustrated, she turned to leave. Noticing this, a cold smile flickered across Yun Tianxiao's face. He paid no heed to her and boldly pushed open the door, stepping inside. Volume 4. Winds Rise Over Seas. Chapter 557. Unexpected developments. Upon entering the room, Yun Tianxiao beheld a man seated low in the center, his hands aglow as if manipulating something. He glanced around in surprise, noting the absence of the girl named Yunqin, which caused him to pause momentarily, a sense of alarm rising within him. Who are you? Where is that girl Yunqin? He inquired, fixing his gaze on the man, his internal treasures stirring restlessly in response. Haha, Brother Yun, have you forgotten me after such a brief separation? The man chuckled lightly, lifting his gaze to meet his. It's you? Upon recognizing the man's face, Yun Tianxiao's expression changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to transform into a streak of light to flee the scene. Too late. The man's calm voice resonated as a cascade of colorful mist suddenly erupted from his hand. In a flash of brilliance, several multicolored copper rings appeared around Yun Tianxiao, tightening simultaneously with a low chant. With a cry of alarm, Yun Tianxiao tumbled over, startled. He desperately sought to unleash his treasures, but they remained immobile within him, as if lifeless, ensnared by an unseen force. Senior Miaohua, please, save me. Yun Tianxiao, his soul nearly fleeing his body, could no longer contain himself and cried out in terror. Before he could utter another word, the man opposite him opened his mouth, and a streak of azure light shot forth, spiraling before it severed his head from his shoulders. Without hesitation, the man seized the storage bag from the corpse with a single hand, and in a swift motion, the 5 elements ring and the azure light returned to his side. This series of actions was completed in an instant, akin to the flash of lightning. However, almost simultaneously with Han Li's acquisition of the storage bag, a thunderous explosion erupted from one side. The wall of the stone chamber suddenly shattered, and amidst the flying debris, the ethereal figure of Master Miaohua appeared, his robe billowing gracefully. The old Taoist cast a dark glance at the dismembered body on the ground, then turned his gaze towards Han Li. a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he softly uttered, "Seeking death." With a flick of his finger, a searing white light shot forth, rapidly converging upon Han Li. Han Li's gaze narrowed, his heart tightening. The five elements ring surged and expanded, transforming into a magnificent multicolored barrier to shield him. Simultaneously, he flipped his palm, revealing the red and yellow jade scepter once more. This was the first time Han Li had withstood an attack from a nascent soul cultivator after his significant advancement, and naturally, he harbored a hint of trepidation. Thus, while his face appeared composed, his heart was in turmoil, lacking any certainty. With a thunderous crash, the white light collided with the radiant hues of the five elements. Han Li was violently propelled backward, crashing against the stone wall with a disorienting force. Just as he was reeling from the impact, a surprised exclamation emanated from across the room. The white light flared again, causing Han Li to gasp and vigorously swing the jade scepter. Within the multicolored halo, a red and yellow shield materialized. Following another fierce strike, this time it was noticeably better. He staggered back a few steps, but managed to regain his footing. With a sense of calm settling in his heart, Han Li focused his thoughts, and a pair of silvery wings unfurled behind him. With a resounding clap of thunder, he vanished from his spot, reappearing in a corner of the chamber just in time to evade the next onslaught of white light. At that moment, Han Li discerned the true nature of the white light. It was a small, jade hammer, glimmering with brilliance. The oval hammerhead, adorned with intricate runes and only the size of a palm, radiated an astonishing spiritual energy. After failing to land a blow, Master Miao displayed a flicker of surprise, beckoning with his hand as the small hammer swiftly returned to the folds of his ample robe. It was unexpected for a core formation cultivator to possess such a plethora of ancient treasures. "What is your name?" he inquired, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Han Li pursed his lips, about to respond when the door swung open, and Madame Fan entered, her demeanor slightly animated. "Master Miao, this esteemed Li Senior is a helper I have specially invited to deal with the traitor Yuan Yao. Please rest assured, I am willing to offer double the compensation for any conditions this scoundrel has agreed to," she said, bowing respectfully to Master Miao with utmost deference. Upon hearing this, Master Miao's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze shifting to the corpse on the ground, his expression fluctuating between light and shadow. Han Li remained silently standing in place, unperturbed. However, upon witnessing the expression of the esteemed Miao He, Madame Fan grew tense. "Very well. Since this pertains to the internal matters of the Miaoyin sect, I shall refrain from further interference," she stated. "Do remember what was just said, Sect Master Fan?" Miao He finally replied, her countenance softening. "Rest assured, venerable elder. I would never dare to go back on my word." Madame Fan, feeling a weight lift from her throat, immediately promised with a charming smile. The elder nodded, but then cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. "This esteemed Taoist, where did you cultivate previously? Your visage is rather unfamiliar," he inquired after a moment of silence. Han Li's heart jolted, and after a brief contemplation, he opened his mouth to dispel the elder's doubts. Yet, as he uttered two words, a flicker of azure light danced across his visage, and his expression abruptly altered. The wind spiritual essence, encased in golden threads within him, suddenly erupted with tremendous force. The ferocity of the outburst suggested that the wind beast, Feng Shi, was not far off. In a surge of panic and fury, Han Li channeled all his magical energy to suppress the violent surge of wind spiritual essence. Even so, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. Just as he sighed in relief after overcoming this crisis, he encountered Miao He's astonished gaze, which bore an odd glimmer of delight. Initially taken aback, Han Li's mind flashed with realization, and he quickly touched his face, discovering that the transformation technique had indeed faltered. He had reverted to his original appearance. "Han Li?" Miao He exclaimed, her face momentarily contorted with shock as she called out his name. Han Li's complexion turned ashen, and he silently lamented his misfortune. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his silver wings, and with a thunderous roar, his figure vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the elder flicked his sleeves and transformed into a beam of white light, disappearing without a trace. Inside the room, Madame Fan remained frozen, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Above Twin Peaks Island, a flash of silver light heralded Han Li's sudden appearance. However, in the next instant, a white beam surged from the island, swiftly hurtling towards Han Li. His face darkened as he infused his protective divine thunder into his wind and thunder wings. Amidst the rolling thunder, he vanished in an instant, reappearing 100 zhang away, then disappearing again, only to reappear once more. In the blink of an eye, Han Li's figure had become a mere black dot in the distance. Witnessing this, Miao was taken aback. Without a second thought, he concluded that Han Li's wings were surely derived from a treasure within the Shu Tian Ding, igniting a fervor within him. With a sharp exclamation, he transformed into a dazzling rainbow, and the air was filled with the sound of swift ruptures as he pursued Han Li with fervent determination. In no time, both the light and dark points vanished from sight. Han Li, employing the protective divine thunder to activate his wind and thunder wings, soared at a terrifying speed, leaving Miao He far behind. At this pace, Han Li would soon be able to completely evade the elder. However, in that moment, the wind's spiritual essence within him began to surge uncontrollably once more. Every meal seemed to trigger an occurrence, compelling Han Li to frequently pause and summon his spiritual energy to suppress the backlash of the wind spirit technique. Such delays provided the opportunity for the enigmatic Master Miao to lock onto Han Li with his divine sense, pursuing him relentlessly. However, Han Li's greatest concern lay not in this pursuit, but rather in the escalating intensity of the wind spirit technique, which evidently signaled the approaching presence of the Lerfeng Shug, Feng Shi. This realization filled him with trepidation. In desperation, Han Li resolutely directed his flight toward the small island where a teleportation array was being constructed. He fervently hoped that under the orders of Madame Fan, the array would indeed be completed in a short span of time. If he could reach the island before Miao and Feng Shi caught up to him, he might stand a chance of evading their relentless hunt. Although the wind thunder wings boasted astonishing speed, they also consumed a significant amount of the exorcising thunder. Thus, after successfully distancing himself from Miao once more, he withdrew his wings and donned a blood-red cloak. Enveloped in a shroud of crimson light, he soared toward the small island. As night fell, fatigue weighed upon him. This chapter would suffice for the evening. He chuckled, suggesting that everyone should retire early, promising to pen the next chapter the following day. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 558, The Reemergence of the Liefeng, while Han Li sped through the luminous escape. He suppressed the aberration within him with his magical power, his body trembling slightly. The manifestation of the wind spirit technique had begun to spiral beyond his control, invoking a wave of regret within him. At this moment, he comprehended that the demon cultivator Feng Shi had not been weakened solely due to the exhaustion from crafting treasures, but rather because he had to suppress the backlash of the green liquid. Had he not done so, it would have been uncertain whether Han Li could have evaded the demon that day. Gazing at the faintly visible island in the distance, Han Li felt a surge of relief. What was originally a 2-day journey had taken him merely half a day at full speed. Provided the teleportation array was completed in time, he could safely return to the inner sea. While he would still need to be wary of some Yuan stage-old monsters there, it was certainly preferable to being relentlessly pursued by the unnaturally swift Liefeng. Just as Han Li pondered this, the voice of Master Miao resonated behind him. Taoist friend, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek to exchange a celestial repair pill at a generous price. Why must you distance yourself so? The voice of Master Miao wafted through the air, calm and serene, devoid of any anger, and imbued with a hint of sincere compassion that diminished hostility and evoked a sense of goodwill. Yet, upon hearing this, Han Li felt no warmth in his heart. Rather, he cursed inwardly. The use of the blood-red cloak had significantly reduced his speed. A glance back revealed the figure of Miao, transformed into a streak of light, trailing behind him. This ancient Taoist had evidently practiced some arcane technique, employing a voice filled with seduction and allure to incessantly disturb him. Caught off guard, Han Li nearly fell prey to the enchantment at first. Fortunately, the De Yin decision instinctively protected its master, clearing his mind just in time to avert a disastrous fate. However, Han Li was drenched in cold sweat. It was evident that although both were employing mesmerizing techniques, the prowess exhibited by the Yuan stage cultivator was far superior to that of Lady Fan and Yuan Yao. As for the old Taoist's mention of merely exchanging for the Batendant, Han Li would have to be utterly foolish to take such words at face value. With the small island now within reach, Han Li dared not delay. A flash of crimson light emanated from his blood-red cloak, propelling him to soar towards the island. Just then, A sudden brilliance flickered on the horizon, followed by a piercing shriek that resonated through the skies. A vague black dot abruptly appeared, rapidly magnifying and hurtling towards him with terrifying speed. Han Li, upon witnessing this, was struck with alarm, even without clearly discerning the figure. The sheer velocity and the ferocious nature of the cry left no doubt that it was none other than a ninth Tirakiso. Bitterly aware of his predicament, Han Li acted instinctively. His back shimmered with silver light as wings unfurled with a swift rustle. Since the beast had already manifested, his only chance for survival lay in reaching the island first. Otherwise, even if he turned to flee, the Lerfugso's horrific speed would likely outmatch him, rendering his efforts futile. With this thought, Han Li vanished amidst the rumbling thunder, transforming into a silver arc of lightning that darted through the air, occasionally appearing and then disappearing as he sped towards the island. Behind him, the Baohura also heard the shriek, his expression instantly shifting to one of dread. Although the old Taoist could not discern the identity of the approaching entity, he sensed its formidable nature. Witnessing the black dot charge towards Han Li without hesitation, he surmised that this figure was also in pursuit of the Shane, igniting a sense of urgency within him. In desperation, Mao Hurt opened his mouth and, at the cost of his true essence, expelled a mass of vital blood. The moment the blood was released, it transformed into a vast cloud of crimson mist, enveloping the old Taoist within. The white crane insignia on his robe radiated an intense brilliance, absorbing every trace of the surrounding blood mist, turning the insignia a deep crimson. Without hesitation, Mao Hurt executed a swift maneuver as his robes emitted a resonant crane call. Amidst the blinding white light, a blood-red crane, several zhang in size, soared forth from the old Taoist. This crane was exceptionally majestic, its body entirely crimson, with emerald eyes gleaming fiercely. Seeing this, Mao Hurt's expression darkened, and he swiftly mounted the blood crane. With a vigorous tap on the crane's head, its emerald eyes flared, and with a flap of its wings, it carried the old Taoist several dozen zhang away. Though not as swift as Han Li's instantaneous lightning escape, it was still a significant improvement over their previous speed. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the skies above the nearby waters. Han Li darted ahead with an ethereal grace, while the black silhouette shrieked and pursued, trailed closely by riding the blood crane like a gale. In the blink of an eye, Han Li reached the skies above the island. At that moment, the black figure was merely 1,000 zhang away, closing in at an unfathomable pace. Han Li caught a clear glimpse of the figure, and an icy chill ran down his spine. In the distance emerged a peculiar beast, its upper body resembling that of a bird while its lower half bore the tail of a fish. This creature simultaneously possessed wings spanning several feet in width and 2 pairs of exceptionally sharp claws. Its abdomen was adorned with scales akin to those of a fish, glimmering with an azure light. To his astonishment, Fengshi revealed the true form of the wind-cleaving beast in pursuit of him. Although high-level demon cultivators may find it somewhat inconvenient to engage in combat with their true forms, they can fully unleash the innate characteristics of their beastly nature. With the wind-cleaving beast's remarkable speed, its true form was indeed terrifyingly swift. Han Li inhaled sharply, feeling a chill run down his spine, and without a moment's hesitation, a flash of silver light enveloped him as he appeared atop a mound on the small island, subsequently vanishing in a brilliant shimmer. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the beast's shrill screech abruptly ceased. With a furious beat of its wings, it closed the distance of over 1,000 feet in an instant, arriving above the island as well. With a radiant flash of azure light, the beast transformed into a humanoid figure. Coincidentally, Miao He, who had been following closely behind, rode in on a white crane and arrived at that very moment. Initially taken aback by Fengshi's transformation, Miao He soon recognized the striking resemblance to a human and felt the hairs on his body stand on end. A level 9 demon beast? And one renowned for its speed? In an instant, Miao He reached a chilling conclusion. Typically, when humans encounter high-level demon beasts, while a life-or-death struggle is not always inevitable, a bloody battle is often unavoidable if there exists a significant disparity in strength. After all, both the demon core of high-level beasts and the golden cores or nascent souls of humans are objects of intense desire for one another. Being a level 9 beast, it possessed strength surpassing that of mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, leaving Miao He inwardly lamenting his predicament. Under normal circumstances, Miao He would have fled without a second thought. Yet, with the Su Tian Ding, the most coveted treasure of the chaotic star sea, so tantalizingly close, he found it impossible to abandon his pursuit. Thus, after a moment of paling, Miao he waved his hands, conjuring a blue ancient mirror in one hand and a jade hammer in the other. Armed with these two ancient treasures, the old Taoist felt a surge of courage, fixing a cold, resolute gaze upon his adversary. Meanwhile, Feng Shi also noticed Miao He, but at that moment, his entire focus was directed towards Han Li. He had no time to concern himself with the old Taoist's hostile demeanor. Having caught sight of Han Li's wings from afar, and realizing he could wield such a magical artifact, Feng Shi was struck with shock and anguish. Even if he managed to slay Han Li, the wind thunder wings, which had been recognized and refined by another, would only manifest about 70% of their power. This realization deepened his hatred for Han Li. Consequently, as he faced Miao He merely uttered a cold command to get lost, before transforming into a streak of azure light and diving downwards, vanishing instantly atop the mound. Momentarily stunned, Miao He gritted his teeth and followed suit, riding his white crane in hot pursuit. The Su Tian Ding, the foremost treasure of the chaotic star sea, was worth risking everything for. At that moment, Han Li had already taken the lead, shattering the stone door and flying directly into the passage. After several flashes of lightning, the figure of Han Li materialized in the square where a teleportation array had been established. There, a group of male and female cultivators from the Miaoyan sect were engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon the sudden appearance of Han Li, their faces were painted with astonishment, rendering them speechless. "Has the teleportation array been completed?" Han Li exclaimed, his silver aura shimmering as he swiftly approached the array, bellowing towards the cultivators. "Ah, it's Senior Li. The teleportation array is finished." One strikingly beautiful female cultivator recognized this new ally of their sect leader and promptly responded with deference, eager to elaborate. However, upon hearing that the formation was complete, Han Li paid no heed to anything else. With a flicker of his figure, he dashed into the teleportation array. Almost simultaneously, the ceiling of the hall erupted, and the demon cultivator Feng Shi descended amidst a swirl of azure light. Upon witnessing Han Li within the teleportation array, his expression shifted dramatically. Although he had suspected that Han Li might seek refuge on the small island, he had never anticipated the presence of a teleportation array here. As he observed Han Li casting a spell combined with a mouthful of blood, igniting the array with a surge of his essence, a resonant hum filled the air. "No!" he roared in a fit of rage, without a moment's hesitation, unleashing a swirling azure orb that shot towards a corner of the teleportation array. If he could destroy the array, Han Li would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. As he launched his attack, the demon cultivator lunged toward the array with a fierce expression, attempting to thwart Han Li's escape. However, his movements were evidently delayed. While Han Li countered the azure light with over 10 slashes of sword energy, momentarily stalling its advance, he showed no intention of evading the ferocious wind-rending beast that charged at him. The formation had already emitted a milky white glow, enveloping Han Li within its embrace. By the time Feng Shi arrived at the formation with a whirlwind rush, Han Li had vanished into the shimmering light. Left behind in the hall was the enraged wind-rending beast, unaware of where the array led and lacking a teleportation talisman. It dared not pursue Han Li into the formation. At that moment, the elegant crane-riding figure of Miao He soared through the shattered roof. Witnessing the dimming white light of the array, his countenance reflecting shock and frustration. Suddenly, Feng Shi turned, his crimson eyes fixated on the Taoist, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossing his face. All of these humans must perish. The fact that the wind-rending beast had been effortlessly evaded by Han Li ignited a fury within him. As Miao He entered, the beast unleashed its pent-up wrath upon him. In an instant, the demon cultivator radiated a brilliant azure light, transforming into a streak of azure rainbow, charging ferociously towards Miao He. Seeing this unfold, Miao He's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his ancient mirror and jade hammer, both artifacts gleaming brightly in the air as they intertwined with vibrant colors. Over a month later, human cultivators in the nearby seas began to recount the tales of these events. In the realm of the Yuan stage, the esteemed Master Miao He found himself in a dire predicament, having suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of a formidable 9th-tier demon beast. Utilizing every ounce of his strength, he barely managed to retreat, allowing his primordial spirit to return to his sanctuary. This event sent tremors of fear through the human populace, who were once again haunted by the ferocity of the demon beasts. Little did they know, this was merely the beginning. Merely a few months later, the Jiaolong clan from the abyss unleashed a horde of high-ranking members, emerging from the depths of the ocean to relentlessly hunt down human cultivators of the Jedon stage and above. Though this onslaught lasted only a few short years, the casualties among the advanced practitioners rivaled those suffered during the previous beast tide. Additionally, 2 other venerable Yuanian cultivators fell victim to the siege of several 8th and 9th tier Jiaolong, sustaining grievous injuries in the process. As a result, those residing in the nearby waters were gripped by terror at the mere mention of the Jiaolong, refraining from venturing outside their abodes for fear of attack. This state of affairs persisted for over a decade before gradually returning to normalcy. However, the cultivators fortunate enough to escape the clutches of the demon beasts were perplexed by a peculiar behavior. Prior to each assault, the beasts would inquire whether any cultivators namedly were present. Should the answer be unsatisfactory, they would launch their attacks without hesitation. Consequently, the cultivators speculated that these brazen attacks were instigated by the aforementioned cultivator. The mystery surrounding how this individual had provoked the Jiaolong clan was a source of great intrigue. The repercussions of this incident rippled through the community, with many cursing the individual responsible for inviting such calamity. It was widely believed that if they could locate this cultivator, they might bind him and offer him as an apology to the Jiaolong clan. However, to their astonishment, despite the remaining high-ranking cultivators being somewhat diminished, none bore the surname Li. Even if they sought to hold someone accountable, the true instigator remained elusive. Amidst the collective maledictions, Han Li found himself enveloped in a flash of white light, materializing in an unfamiliar location while clutching a powerful teleportation talisman. Given Han Li's cautious nature, he had anticipated the potential for confrontation and had already transformed his appearance to that of a stranger. Yet, before he could fully recover from the disorientation of his teleportation, a languid voice broke the silence. "Ah, it seems you are quite the impatient one. We are among the earliest arrivals. The others have yet to arrive." Upon hearing this voice, Han Li's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly composed himself and turned to face the source. Not far from the teleportation array, a figure clad in black sat cross-legged upon a slab of blue stone. Noticing Han Li's gaze, the individual lifted his head and flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. However, as Han Li scrutinized the figure's visage, he was taken aback. The individual appeared ghastly, with a face so gaunt and dry that it resembled that of a living skeleton. Moreover, after grinning at Han Li, his eyes sparkled with a ghostly blue luminescence. Despite his alarm, Han Li did not underestimate this individual, for a brief examination revealed him to be a mid-stage Jedon cultivator, a rare high-level practitioner in the chaotic seas of the stars. The skeletal figure, evidently recognizing Han Li's late-stage Jedon cultivation, regarded him with a newfound respect, his tone shifting to one of politeness. "Brother, do take a moment to rest. The others should be arriving shortly. In this endeavor, we should all benefit significantly," the skull-headed figure chuckled. Han Li, though internally surprised, maintained a facade of composure, nodding in agreement amidst the uncertainty of the situation. At that moment, he surveyed his surroundings and felt a slight relief wash over him. The setting resembled a cavern, measuring approximately 20 zhang in length, width, and height. Besides the ancient teleportation array beneath his feet, there were 2 additional arrays nearby. Everything here mirrored the description provided to him by Madame Fan regarding the teleportation array on Huangming Island. He had not encountered any mishaps during the teleportation and had indeed returned to the Inner Star Sea. Previously, when he heard the disciples of the Miaoyin sect mention that the teleportation formation had yet to be tested, a sense of unease had gripped him. However, it seemed luck was on his side. As the skull-headed figure conversed with him, another array flickered with yellow light, revealing a tall silhouette. The man in black immediately stood up, his eyes gleaming, and walked over without hesitation. Seizing this opportunity, Han Li discreetly unleashed a strand of azure sword energy from his feet, creating an almost imperceptible fissure in the ancient teleportation array beneath him. This ensured that the array lost its efficacy, alleviating his fear of a potential pursuit by Miaohan or the Riftwind Beast, should they possess teleportation talismans. Han Li's subtle maneuver went unnoticed by the man in black and the fearsome-looking figure who had just arrived through the teleportation. The two seemed acquainted, engaging in light banter. Observing this, Han Li silently descended from the array and made his way toward the cave's entrance. However, after taking just a few steps, he was suddenly met with the surprised voice of the skull-headed figure behind him. "Brother, not everyone has arrived yet. I received word that 5 of us were to act in unison. The messenger and another individual have yet to arrive. It would be wise for us to remain here and wait. Otherwise, it may be difficult to explain later. Is this your first time participating in such an operation? Your face seems somewhat unfamiliar." The man in black initially appeared taken aback, but ultimately reassured himself. For some reason, he had never questioned Han Li's identity throughout their exchange. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, but then feigned a tone of dissatisfaction, muttering, "Why is this so troublesome? No one mentioned these rules when I arrived. Hee. It must be that your cultivation is too advanced. Those who relayed the instructions to you naturally dared not speak too freely. But do bear with it a little longer. Once the task is accomplished, you'll have ample time to roam freely." The skull-headed figure chortled, his intentions unclear. Upon hearing this, Han Li's mind began to piece together the situation with increasing clarity. Just as he was about to extract more information, another array shimmered with light, and this time, 2 individuals materialized together. One was an elderly man clad in gray robes with snow-white hair, while the other was a lean, efficient-looking fellow. Han Li's gaze sharpened as he noticed that the elderly man's wide sleeves were embroidered with a vivid azure flame emblem, animated and seemingly imbued with spiritual energy, indicating it was no ordinary insignia. With their arrival, the cave was now filled with 5 individuals. Among them, Han Li is at the late stage of the core formation realm. The skeletal figure is at the mid-stage, while the burly man and the elder are at the early stage of core formation. As for the refined man, he is merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. In the 4th volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 560, titled Yuan Yao and the Qingyang sect, the cultivators present, including the skeletal-faced duo, the refined man and the elder, appeared not to have known each other beforehand, and no one inquired about Han Li's origins. Upon noticing the presence of 5 individuals, the refined man, without hesitation, clasped his fists and addressed Han Li and the others. "I am Ku Yu, sent to convey a task and guide the 3 esteemed seniors. Here is my token, please verify it." Respectfully, he produced a black token from his waist and handed it to Han Li, evidently treating the trio as a unit, with Han Li being the most powerful as their leader. Han Li, with pursed lips, accepted the token, glanced at it, and carelessly tossed it to the side, where the skeletal figure examined it briefly before returning it to the refined man, lazily remarking, "What is there to see about the token? If it weren't for the teleportation array allowing entry, how could a foundation establishment cultivator like you have the privilege to arrive here? Our identities need not be scrutinized. The only individuals gathered here are those of us who received orders as enforcers. Just state the task plainly." The skeletal figure seemed quite familiar with such proceedings and, after making this declaration, displayed signs of impatience. The refined man, identifying himself as Ku Yu, hesitated momentarily upon hearing these words. However, he soon forced a smile, refraining from mentioning the verification of Han Li and the others' identities, instead clearing his throat and introducing the elder beside him. This esteemed elder, Ding, is a protector of the Qingyang sect. The task is essentially for the 3 seniors to assist Elder Ding in apprehending a wanted criminal from the Qingyang sect. The specifics are for you 3 to discuss among yourselves. I am merely here to introduce. After his introduction, Ku Yu obediently stepped back, allowing the elder and Han Li to engage directly. The Qingyang sect? Could it be the one associated with the master of the 3 sons? The skeletal figure's eyes gleamed with surprise. The burly man and Han Li exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. It seems there is no need for me to elaborate further. You are all aware of our sect's founder's reputation. This time, the request for assistance was personally made by our sect's founder to the leader of your 6 Paths Alliance. The wanted criminal is not only a core formation cultivator, but also possesses several treasured artifacts from the Qingyang sect, having evaded capture for many years. Recently, we inadvertently learned of their whereabouts. Ordinarily, if our founder were to take action personally, it would be a matter of course. However, due to other pressing matters, our founder is unable to divide their attention. Thus, we seek the assistance of esteemed friends like you. I believe that with the combined efforts of the 4 of us core formation cultivators, we can surely capture the demoness. Elder Ding of the Qingyang sect smiled slightly and bowed to the 3, but his expression darkened as he concluded his statement. Could it be a female cultivator? The burly man inquired, puzzled by the term demoness. Han Li furrowed his brow, a vague recollection stirring within him. Indeed, the enchanting lady, Yuan Yao, was initially intended as a concubine for the young master of our sect. However, this cunning woman, relying on her extraordinary beauty and seductive skills, colluded with another female to treacherously harm the young master, absconding with his treasures and rare elixirs. With these, she successfully forged her golden core. The esteemed three-young patriarch had only this one disciple, and thus he harbored a deep-seated hatred for her. If the three of you could assist Ding in capturing this woman, our sect would surely offer substantial rewards and would not let you exert yourselves in vain. As the elder spoke of the target, his expression betrayed a mix of disdain and reluctance to delve further into the matter, leading him to briefly introduce the subject before changing the topic. The skeletal figure and the brutish man exchanged glances, revealing an air of indifference, while Han Li touched his nose, feeling somewhat speechless. Indeed, it was the Lady Yuan Yao in question. This mysteriously alluring woman had such a backstory, which truly took Han Li by surprise. He had previously pondered why she had managed to form her golden core in such a short span of time and maintained an enigmatic demeanor when they crossed paths. It turned out she had plundered the young master and was now being pursued by the Qingyang sect. It seemed that the rare elixirs possessed by that young master were quite numerous, all of which had fallen into Yuan Yao's hands. However, as misfortune loomed over her, Han Li found himself hesitating. Should he intervene? Although he could not claim any deep ties with her, they could be considered acquaintances of sorts. At that moment, the skeletal figure spoke up, asserting that, given the order from above, even without any reward, the brothers would certainly lend their efforts. He inquired about the woman's current whereabouts, reasoning that since they were summoned here, she could not be far away. This seemingly fearsome figure was quite astute. The elder confirmed, stating that the enchantress was hiding on a desolate island north of Huangming Island. Had it not been for a chance encounter during one of her outings, where a disciple from their sect recognized and followed her back to her lair, her whereabouts would still remain a mystery. This woman was exceedingly cunning, possessing formidable treasures, including the sect's secret artifact, the Qingyang Thunder, so he urged caution among his companions. The elder specifically cupped his hands in respect towards Han Li, acknowledging the latter's advanced cultivation in the late golden core stage. Yet, unbeknownst to the elder, despite Han Li's expressionless nod, his thoughts were already contemplating the annihilation of the entire group. However, upon hearing that Yuan Yao was in the vicinity, his heart stirred, and he promptly made up his mind to meet her, intending to rescue her, and then seize an important item in the process. At this juncture, the well-built man, Ku Yu, after the discussions concluded, respectfully addressed everyone before leading the way out of the cave. Meanwhile, within a stone dwelling on another island, a disheveled cultivator gazed at the teleportation array beneath his feet, his mind clouded with confusion. The array had functioned normally when he first entered the room, yet inexplicably failed at the moment of activation. This left him scratching his head, feeling increasingly frustrated. After traversing a short stretch of the mountain's belly and several layers of guarded restrictions, Han Li and his companions found themselves standing at the edge of a cliff. Gazing at the faintly discernible village in the distance, several individuals ascended into the sky one after another. Under the guidance of the elder from Qingyang Gate, they departed from the island, soaring northward. The journey was uneventful, and the group remained silent, absorbed in their thoughts. Han Li, being the most powerful among them and exuding an aura of cold detachment that discouraged any attempts at conversation, was left undisturbed. After a considerable time, the five companions spotted a small island, merely several dozen miles in circumference. This was the place. The enchantress was concealed within one of the small hills. A glint of cold light flickered in the elder's eyes as he halted his flight, speaking in a chilling tone. Han Li and the others followed suit, stopping in midair to gaze at the island from a distance. Aside from a sparse patch of vegetation, the island boasted only a few small rocky hills, and the spiritual energy appeared exceedingly thin. Friend Ding, are you certain this is the right location? How could an enchanting woman of the core formation stage choose such a desolate place for her cultivation? After observing for a moment, the rather unattractive man could not contain his skepticism, revealing a look of doubt. Rest assured, this is indeed the correct place, the elder Ding replied with unwavering confidence. He then formed a hand seal, raising one hand to unleash a brilliant yellow light that soared into the sky. Moments later, a similar beam of yellow light ascended from the opposite side of the small island. Upon seeing this, the elder's face brightened, and he hastily turned to Han Li and the others, saying, "Let us proceed. There are disciples from our sect who have been monitoring this woman's movements. It seems she has not left the island." However, despite his words, the elder made no immediate move. After a brief interval, a red light shot forth from another source of yellow brilliance and swiftly approached the group. In the blink of an eye, it materialized before them, revealing a man clad in gray, appearing to be in his 40s and at the middle stage of foundation establishment. A blue flame insignia was embroidered on his sleeve, albeit smaller than that of the elder. Disciple greets Master Ding and esteemed seniors. The man immediately recognized the elder Ding and, not daring to be negligent, hurried forward to pay his respects, speaking with utmost reverence. The elder waved his hand dismissively and asked in a deep voice, "Is the enchantress still on the island? Has she not departed?" "Indeed. Ever since I followed her back to this island, she has not left her cave abode," the middle-aged man affirmed. "Good. You have performed well in this matter. Once this is resolved, I shall promote you to an inner sect disciple. Now, lead the way," the elder commended, speaking earnestly. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall lead the way immediately," the man responded, his face lighting up with joy. He then turned and led the group directly towards the small island. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the small island, where the middle-aged man pointed to one of the rocky hills and respectfully stated, "When the enchantress returned last time, I dared not approach due to my insufficient cultivation. However, I witnessed her vanish as she neared this hill. It is likely that her cave abode lies within." Upon hearing this, the skeletal figure regarded the rocky hill with flickering interest in his eyes, slowly nodding as he remarked, "Indeed, the surface of the hill has been ensnared by some sophisticated restriction. It is only through our close observation that we can discern its peculiarities. From a distance, one would never suspect anything amiss on this island. No wonder this woman has been able to remain inconspicuous here for so many years." In the 4th volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 561, Borrowing Ahead. This woman took away the young master's cultivation scriptures back in the day, so her means are hardly surprising. Once I break this formation, I will call upon my fellow friends for assistance. A flicker of anger passed across the old man's face, but he soon regained his composure and spoke. "Do not worry. Even if this woman possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, she will find it impossible to escape this time." The skeletal figure chuckled nonchalantly. Hearing this, the old man felt reassured and, without further hesitation, rubbed his hands together vigorously, causing a brilliant yellow light to suddenly erupt from his palms. The old man exclaimed, and the yellow light transformed into a dazzling arc that shot towards the surface of the stone mountain. A deep rumble resonated as the stone mountain reacted, as if a massive stone had been tossed into a tranquil lake, causing the previously still scene to ripple with white light. The scenery then underwent a transformation, revealing a lush green mountain, exuding abundant spiritual energy. "What is this?" The skeletal figure and the villain gaped in astonishment at the unexpected change. This is our sect's secret formation, the Spirit Binding Array. One of the rare formations capable of concealing spiritual energy. The demoness's cultivation is insufficient, allowing her to mask only a portion of the energy. Should our sect's ancestor personally arrange this formation, it would be a trivial matter to ensure that not a trace of spiritual energy escapes. The elderly man cast a proud glance at the two. Han Li was equally astonished, and upon hearing the old man's explanation, a flicker of thought crossed his mind. If he could acquire the method to set up this spirit-binding array, his future dwelling would be significantly safer. At that moment, as the illusion before them dissipated, a stone door radiating a greenish glow appeared amidst the mountainside. It seemed this was where the Yuan Yao cave dwelling was located. "Let us proceed," the old man declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. The skeletal figure nodded, then unleashed a peculiar black blade, a bizarre weapon that was half sword and half knife. Meanwhile, the villain shouted as a chillingly gleaming mountain cleaver flew from his hand, startling Han Li. It was indeed rare to see someone wielding such a massive weapon as a magical artifact. The old man also released a white flying sword, yet noticing Han Li's inaction, he grew somewhat puzzled. Han Li smiled faintly, intending to make some casual remark when the stone door suddenly opened on its own, releasing a green light. The old man, disregarding any words, turned his attention along with the others. The green light spiraled before coalescing not far from the door, revealing a stunning beauty clad in black garments. Her skin as white as snow. It was none other than Yuan Yao, whom Han Li had parted from at the Sutian Palace. Despite the years that had passed, her appearance remained unchanged, and yet she now possessed an even more captivating allure. However, upon casting her gaze over the group and settling her eyes on the old man from the Qingyang sect, her expression shifted dramatically, her countenance turning frosty and cold as ice. "Do you esteemed friends have matters to discuss with this young lady?" Realizing that her charms had no effect on the cultivators before her, Yuan Yao's expression turned cold, and she disregarded the elder completely. The elder, surnamed Ding, felt a surge of anger rise within him. However, being a cunning individual, he concealed his fury and instead smirked darkly, saying, "Enchantress, at this juncture, feigning ignorance is futile. You have secretly harmed our sect's young master and stolen our treasures. Do you truly believe you can escape today?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao remained silent, her bright eyes glimmering as she scrutinized the cultivation levels of her adversaries. Her heart sank as she realized the disparity. While the elder and the brutish man were manageable, the skeletal figure clad in black and the seemingly ordinary figure in green robes were both formidable. One at the mid-stage and the other at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, far beyond her capacity to contend with easily. If these four were to unite, despite her possession of several powerful protective artifacts and her training in a couple of secret techniques over the years, her chances of survival would be grim. At that moment, the skeletal figure and the brutish man were momentarily taken aback by Yuan Yao's stunning beauty, exchanging glances tinged with regret. If it weren't for the fact that this woman had offended the infamous Sanyang old demon of the Qingyang sect, she would undoubtedly be the perfect dual cultivation partner. What a pity. Facing peril, Yuan Yao's demeanor remained remarkably composed. With a cold chuckle, she flipped her delicate hand, revealing a wide array plate that radiated brilliant light. With a gentle caress, a dense green and yellow mist billowed forth, enveloping the entire small mountain in its embrace. The elder, witnessing this, let out a sharp shout as his flying sword flashed towards Yuan Yao with deadly intent. Yet, with a light laugh, Yuan Yao swiftly retreated into the thick fog without hesitation. "Humph, a mere illusion array dares to flaunt itself." The elder frowned at this, but soon, with a dismissive expression, he formed a hand seal and pointed at the flying sword. The sword emitted a clarion sound, dancing wildly in the air, transforming into a massive luminous wheel several meters in diameter, unceremoniously rolling into the mist, dispersing it in its wake. In an instant, the fog before the entrance was completely eradicated by the elder's sword light, revealing the stone door once more. The brutish man, seeing this, wasted no time pointing to his artifact, causing the mountain-splitting axe to expand dramatically as he swung it down upon the stone door. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted as yellow and green light intertwined. Just as the skeletal figure beside Han Li was about to command his strange blade to join the assault, he suddenly uttered a surprised exclamation. "Not good. The enchantress has escaped to the back mountain. Quick, pursue her," he urged, transforming into a streak of black light that dashed towards the back mountain. Han Li, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of intrigue in his eyes but remained still, maintaining his composure. The brutish man, evidently convinced by the skeletal figure's words, immediately ceased his attack on the stone door and took off in pursuit. The elder, manifesting a mix of skepticism and doubt, hesitated momentarily before turning to Han Li with a puzzled expression. "Friend, is what you just said true? I did not perceive any of this." Among the group, Han Li possessed the highest cultivation level, and thus the elder deemed his words the most credible. However, upon hearing the inquiry, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, yet a peculiar glint flashed in his eyes. The words of that companion were indeed accurate. The woman had indeed fled from the exit of the back mountain. However, she has now been intercepted by two companions and is currently engaged in battle. With his hands clasped behind his back, Han Li cast a leisurely glance towards the direction of the back mountain and spoke in a calm manner. "Excellent. If the two of us proceed to assist, we shall surely capture the demoness alive." The elder, upon hearing this, was immediately elated. "Indeed, if we move forward, that woman will undoubtedly be within our grasp. However, before we go, I would like to borrow something from my fellow Taoist." Han Li turned his face, looking at the elder a few paces away with an enigmatic expression, and spoke slowly. "What does my fellow Taoist wish to borrow?" The elder, momentarily taken aback, instinctively asked with curiosity. "Let us borrow a head for a moment." Han Li rubbed his nose, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Before the elder could react, he opened his mouth and a blinding green light burst forth, instantly encircling the elder's head, which then rolled away on its own. Hanli then beckoned with one hand, and a beam of green light shot forth, enveloping the severed head and drawing it back into his grasp, untouched by a drop of blood. He squinted at the head, which still bore an expression of astonishment and confusion due to the swiftness of the attack. Do not blame me, since you encountered me at the teleportation array. I suppose it can only be deemed unfortunate luck on your part. Hanli sighed softly, murmuring to himself. Standing at a distance, Ku Yu and the disciple of the Qingyang sect were utterly terrified by this scene, hastily attempting to flee on their flying instruments. However, Hanli casually unleashed 2 sword lights that pierced through their hearts, killing them instantly. After collecting the elder's storage bag, he raised his head and glanced towards the back mountain, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. TSK. I did not expect that Yuan Yao has truly made remarkable progress in her cultivation. Hanli exclaimed in astonishment. He then grasped the head with one hand and transformed into a streak of green light, soaring away. In the high skies above the verdant mountains, the skeletal figure and the brutish man were simultaneously directing their magical treasures, a red, monstrous hammer entangled in combat, while executing hand seals and unleashing various spells towards their opponents. At that moment, Yuan Yao was shrouded in a veil of black mist, enveloped by a swirling cloud, from which she shot forth over 100 green demonic flames, continuously clashing with the spells of the 2 adversaries. Yet, as she fought, she was also retreating, striving to escape the fray. The skeletal duo seemed remarkably experienced in battle, their perfectly timed assaults thwarting Yuan Yao's attempts to break free. Just then, all 3 fighters noticed the streak of light approaching swiftly, and the brutish man rejoiced in his heart, as Hanli's radiance dimmed and his form materialized near the battlefield. The brutish man quickly called out, somewhat dissatisfied, "Fellow Taoist, hurry and make your move. With the 3 of us attacking together, we shall surely capture this woman alive. But where is Taoist Ding? Why is he still lingering with matters within his sect? You need not wait any longer. Taoist Ding is here." In response, Hanli, his expression devoid of emotion, lifted his hand and hurled the hidden head towards the brutish man.